How could the fire break out when all is well? It's a good thing we saw it early. Otherwise the whole street would have been burned down. The carriage passed the main street of the inner city. The wheels creaked, and the commander of the Imperial Guards escorted it to Rome Palace. To others, they would only think how their emperor treated envoy Yunlang. But at this moment, no one followed Su Rao's carriage to take a closer look, because just a quarter of an hour ago, a courtyard opposite the Ding family clinic had a fire, and caught fire for no reason. All the idle people gathered here, working with the Beijing government to help put out the fire. Seeing the thick smoke billowing into the sky, everyone said, "Who said it wasn't? I don't know what happened to the people inside. A fire broke out in broad daylight. Yes. This sudden fire is not a good sign. The fire has been put out, but the smoke is still lingering. Even though it is still a short distance away from here, it can be seen from the rolling clouds in the sky." The carriage was blocked from moving forward by the crowd. Through the window frame with the curtains opened, the pair of bright peach blossom eyes looked straight at the place with billowing smoke. There was no abnormality on her face. She was in a very good mood and said to Pei Liang, who was outside the carriage, "Look. What happened? There was a fire in the daytime. Pei Shirlang, the weather is dry. You must be careful with fire. Otherwise, this accident will come earlier than tomorrow." Although she said so, the hand she held with Yuanji was squeezed with force. It was because the courtyard where the fire broke out was clearly visible from where Su Rao and the others were staying, although they went there at night. The Ding family clinic was opposite. How could they not remember such an obvious sign? Yuanji, although he had not curled up and squeezed out the strength like Su Rao. The pair of phoenix eyes under the silver-black mask that could understand all the thoughts and means fell on those people. Or more precisely, on a person who was mixed in the people. The gesture made by that person meant danger. He was telling Yuanji that Mr. Zhu was accidentally discovered, and it was dangerous to go there. Recalling the words of the commander of the Imperial Army not long ago, and what Mr. Zhu told him that night, Yuanji suddenly understood. During the days when Mr. Zhu secretly watched the Ding family, just a few days ago, Mr. Zhu discovered that the Ding family and Emperor Danyang were secretly conspiring. At this moment, Yuanji understood why Emperor Danyang suddenly invited Su Rao to the palace. So that's it. It must be because the elixir was stolen, and they were afraid that what they were doing would be discovered. They could no longer hold back, and were about to take action. He shook Su Rao's hand lightly. He held Su Rao's hand. With just this one secret move, Su Rao felt something, knowing that Yuanji must have noticed something wrong. How could Mr. Zhu's residence catch fire? As her mind turned, Su Rao's mouth suddenly curled up. "Aiken, it seems that we can't enter the palace now. Why don't we go down and take a look? A flood is a sign of great misfortune. And it happened in broad daylight. And there might be a bloody disaster. It just so happens that this princess was blessed by Master Huishan's Buddha light when she was in Wanlu Temple. Now that she happened to encounter this disaster, she should help." While talking, Su Rao had already pulled Yuanji down from the carriage, and Pei Liang and the commander of the Imperial Guards had no time to stop them. After Su Rao got down from the carriage, the two stepped forward together to stop them, and the commander of the Imperial Guards even held out his sword, directly obstructing Su Rao. A burst of power suddenly spread around her body. If it were someone else, they might be shocked by the threat of the Imperial Guards. But Su Rao was not an ordinary person. "Minister Pei, what do you mean? This princess was invited to Rome Palace by Emperor Danyang. What are you doing now? This princess is being treated as a prisoner." Su Rao deliberately emphasized the word please. She ignored the sword across her neck and did not look at the commander of the Imperial Guards. Instead, she turned her head to look at Pei Liang. Her face was cold, but her eyes were meaningful. She spoke in a low voice. Just like the day she first arrived in Danyang, she was still arrogant and perverse. "I heard that Emperor Danyang has always been kind. But this princess feels that the Emperor Danyang is not worthy of his reputation. Princess Ronghua, be careful with your words. This is intolerable." Su Rao slandered the Emperor Danyang so repeatedly that Pei Liang, who was a patient man, could no longer bear it. As expected, it is only women and villains who are difficult to raise. This trembling voice, although extremely frightened of the ugly girl of the Su family of Yunlang country, still came immediately after Pei Liang's words. And then, those people who saved the fire gathered in front one by one. In just a moment, they had gathered 5 steps in front of the carriage. And all the people were angry. in the hearts of the people of Danyang. The reputation of the Emperor Danyang was so good that it was not an exaggeration to say that he was their reborn parents. Su Rao kept making trouble and humiliating the reputation of the Emperor Danyang. How could they sit idly by? You are the princess of Yunlang country. But you are so arrogant in our Danyang country. Our emperor has been kind and indulged us again and again. But we will not tolerate you to slander our emperor again and again. This is another righteous and indignant young man with slightly luxurious clothes, taking the lead. I hope Princess Rongwa will apologize and not be so rude. The people of Danyang State are scholars who are well read in poetry and books. They are so tactful when scolding people, for fear of insulting their talents and appearance and losing the dignity of these poets. Apologize? It seems funny. Looking at the young man whose face was a little red because of his angry words, Su Rao suddenly moved her wrist, crossed her index finger and middle finger, and the sword across her neck immediately vibrated. The commander of the Imperial Army did not hold the sword in his hand firmly for a while, and the sword and the hilt in his hand fell to the ground together. Su Rao's sudden move made the commander of the Imperial Army look suddenly changed, and the horror in his eyes could not be concealed. The martial arts of a person who can sit in the position of the commander of the Imperial Guards must be strong. But he couldn't even hold his sword firmly under Su Rao's hand. Although Su Rao caught him off guard, Su Rao's martial arts still shocked him. This princess has been so perverse since she was a child. I dare to beat the royal princess of Yunlang. And I can beat those princes. Do you think that if this princess beats 1 or 2 Danyang people, your Danyang emperor will ask Yunlang for justice for you? His people? After solving the obstacle in front of her, Su Rao strode directly to the young man and put down her rebellious words again. What is she afraid of? The daughter of the Su family of Yunlang, who is frivolous and perverse. A red dress flew in the air, bringing the morning wind, which was sharp, and it could bring pain when it passed through the face, and it also impacted the heart, and she dared not look directly at it. Pei Liang, who was about to stop Su Rao again, stopped for a moment after hearing Yunji's soft words. Only 2 people can hear what Yunji and Pei Liang said. Seeing their mouth shape, they only said 2 words. But they don't know what these 2 words mean. What did Yunji say that shocked Pei Liang's heart for a moment? Compared with the shock of the commander of the Imperial Army at Su Rao's just now, Pei Liang was even more shocked at this moment. But he also concealed it very quickly. Except for Yunji. No one else knew that he was different. Su Rao didn't know either. Boy, if it weren't for the fact that you really suited this princess's appetite, you would have swollen like a pig's head at this moment. Su Rao stretched out her soft hand and wanted to tease the young man's jaw. Suddenly, a reflection like a bronze mirror. Just when Su Rao stretched out her claws, it passed through the corner of Su Rao's eyes under the sunlight. And then, the dagger went from bottom to top. The afternoon sun was golden and brilliant, and along with the reflection of the knife light, it came out from the sleeves of the handsome young man, and the dagger was directly at Su Rao's abdomen, bringing out the murderous intent. Seeing that the dagger was only an inch away from piercing Su Rao's abdomen, dyeing her already bright red dress red. At this moment, Su Rao stepped back with her toes. And at the same time, the palm wind brought out the internal force and counterattacked with one move. The young man's sneak attack failed, and was hit by Su Rao's backhand move. He immediately retracted his hand, took back the dagger and dodged, avoiding Su Rao's move, and his footsteps stabilized after retreating 2 steps. Then, the arm holding the dagger quickly crossed in front of his eyes, covering the bridge of his nose. The eyes were sharp. Obviously, this person is a professional assassin killer, because only those professional assassin killers will habitually make a move to cover their faces after receiving the attack, which is a habit left by years of assassination. Kill someone. Such an unexpected change made the other people in Danyang, who were originally filled with righteous indignation, retreat in panic and fear. Some people fell down and crawled several times because their legs were weak and numb before they got up and ran away in panic. On the crowded street, at this moment, there was a vacant space, so the confrontation between Su Rao and the young man was obvious, and it was lightning fast. Not far from the street, the courtyard where the water leaked was still shrouded in smoke, but no one paid attention to it at this time. Even the Beijing government office, which was originally there to put out the fire, rushed here in an orderly manner at this time, and in just a breath, all the panicked people were escorted away. Where did the assassin come from, daring to assassinate in broad daylight? The Jingfu guards of the Jingfu Yamen said so, and directly ordered people to surround the streets, including Pei Liang and the Imperial Guards, and naturally including Su Rao, the Yunlang envoy and her personal guards, who were all protected in this empty street. So this is the layout. After muttering this, the slender phoenix eyes under the silver-black mask glanced at Pei Liang, and saw Pei Liang's frowning expression. Knowing that Pei Liang didn't know about this, he looked at the commander of the Imperial Guards again, but happened to bump into the commander of the Imperial Guards, the Jingfu Guards and the young man. The three of them met in the air at this moment, and their eyes disappeared in an instant. Just looking at these two glances, Yunji already knew in his heart that this assassination must be a temporary arrangement made by Emperor Danliang after the pills were stolen last night. The courtyard was set on fire. If they were related to the person who stole the medicine last night, they would be distracted when they saw the incident in the courtyard. If the assassin tried to assassinate them at this time, they would most likely succeed. If they had nothing to do with the person who stole the medicine, they would have found it difficult to move forward when they came to this street and saw the fire. Based on the character that Su Rao knew from the Danliang Emperor and the treacherous mind of the owner of Xiaoyao Tower, she would definitely want to intervene and make things worse. In this way, if the assassin succeeded, it would be the best. Even if he failed, there would still be the Jingfu Yamen. All these incidents, no matter what the final result, would not damage his reputation as the Danliang Emperor. This was Rongke, the Danliang Emperor, who could massacre all innocent people for his own desires and power. Compared with the Yunlanji Emperor, who still had a father-son relationship, he was even less worthy of being a king, let alone a father. At this moment, Yunji's phoenix eyes looked at the courtyard filled with thick smoke, penetrated through the layers of smoke, and finally fell on the towering Rong Palace in the center of the Danliang Imperial City. Although his whole body was still calm, Pei Liang felt a gust of cold wind penetrate into the surface of his skin for no reason, causing his arms to have goosebumps. Before Pei Liang could react, the man who was one step away from him took a step forward. In this crisis, he walked to the front of the girl in red and stood shoulder to shoulder. When they looked at each other, everything was unspoken. Aiken, it seems that this has been set up for you and me. This is a plot in public. Whether this plot succeeds or not, I think in the hearts of all the people, it will not be their benevolent king who ignores the safety of the people. The bright peach blossom eyes also looked at the billowing smoke at this moment, and then fell on the people of Danliang who were escorted away from this place of trouble by the Beijing government. They will only be more grateful to their king, who will protect them no matter what disasters happen. Little did they know that they were just witnesses to her, the Yunlang envoy, being assassinated by an assassin. If she died, so many people witnessed it with their own eyes, and the Beijing government rushed to rescue her at the first time. Why would he, an innocent Danliang, be implicated? But now, the unexpected assassination failed. Since the assassination failed, what will they do next? This assassin deliberately provoked me and lured me closer. Since the assassination failed, what do you think will be the next move? After saying this, Su Rao's eyes fell on the young man again. After that move, whether it was because the Beijing government arrived too quickly or for other reasons, he did not make another move. He just looked at her straight, as if he had already planned the next move in his mind. Guards of the Imperial Palace, why don't you quickly take down this assassin? The Imperial Palace guard said sternly, and Pei Shirlang, who came over to protect Envoy Yunlang, said this and stood in front of Yunji. With this posture, it is obvious that he is using his body to protect Envoy Yunlang to prevent any more assassins. This is how Pei Shirlang is seen by others, as being so loyal to his duties. Since he is the minister of the Ministry of Hosts and Guests, and was ordered to receive Envoy Yunlang, he, as a minister, must be responsible for the safety of Envoy Yunlang before he leaves. But in Su Rao's eyes, the corner of his eye moved slightly. She was suspicious of Pei Liang's actions. Could it be that Pei Liang didn't know that this assassination was a self-directed and self-acted plot? However, the next moment, Su Rao had no time to think about it, because the assassin who had assassinated her the moment before, in the next moment, just after Pei Liang's words, he actually shouted to Su Rao, "The subordinates have let out all the ambushes. It's dangerous here. Leave it to the subordinates to resist. Princess, go first." Puff. At the right time, there was a sound of blades entering the skin. Dozens of people from Danliang who were originally protected by the Jingfu Yamen and moved far away, took out sharp daggers from their waists one by one, and killed the Jingfu guards, who were protecting them in one breath, and said in unison, "Princess, go first." In such a sudden situation, the Jingfu Yamen could not react in time. In just a short time, more than a dozen guards died under the blades, and blood gushed out of their necks, instantly dyeing this section of the street red, and even scared the real people to scatter. Dang! Clang! The swords met in a breath. "Surround these two!" With another shout, the commander of the Imperial Guards thrust his sword straight at Su Rao. "You are the remnants of evil. Take your life." From morning to noon, he had been suppressed by Su Rao's arrogance, and he had been feeling aggrieved. He finally waited for this opportunity. If he didn't take action now, when would he do it? The long sword, with a vigorous energy, followed the figure of the Imperial Guards and leaped bravely, and attacked Su Rao directly. But the tip of his sword had not yet approached Su Rao, and it was already clamped by the black-clothed figure with one hand. The white jade-like jade fingers caught the sword of the Imperial Guards, and the phoenix eyes under the silver-black mask seemed to have a murderous aura again. It seemed that in the next moment, Han Machin would be awakened again by this premeditated bloodshed, forcing Yunji to fall asleep again. Blood had already splattered all around those men of Su Rao who suddenly rushed out of the crowd of civilians, except for the initial good situation because of their surprise. But later, when the Imperial Guards and the guards of the Beijing government office joined forces, they could not resist at all and were defeated. In just one day and night, most of the men had died under the long spears and official swords. But the young man was still in high spirits. Not only was he fighting against 3 people alone, the Beijing government guards and 2 Imperial Guards, but he could also divide his mind and repeatedly shout to their princess, "Princess, as long as the Green Mountains are there is no fear of running out of firewood. Princess, don't worry about your subordinates. It's not a pity for your subordinates to wait for death. Princess, go quickly. As long as you are alive, Daqin still has hope, and I can die with my eyes closed." This repeated shouting was for fear that others would not know that they were in the same group, could not understand that they were accomplices, and even more afraid that others would not know her identity as a princess of the previous dynasty. She is clearly the princess of Yunlang Ronghua. How can ordinary people know what happened to Yunlang as a princess of the previous dynasty? Even if they know, it is just hearsay, and I don't know how the storytellers in the storybooks have compiled and spread it. Moreover, the Su family has long been cleared of the injustice. Since the Su family was wronged, her identity as a princess of the previous dynasty cannot be true, and the war between Yunlang and Zhuxia has nothing to do with her as a princess of the previous dynasty. It is a war caused by border friction between the two countries. But now, instead of exposing her identity as the owner of Xiaoyao Tower, she repeatedly mentions her identity as a princess of the previous dynasty. Is it because the previous dynasty makes the people more afraid? Compared with just a Jianghu force, the princess of the previous dynasty can cause war and disasters that can make the people live in misery. What a great trick! One that is linked to another. If the assassination fails, they will resort to such self-destructive means, not hesitating to let their own people kill each other, and risking their lives to frame others. They will hurt the enemy 1,000 times even if they lose 800 of their own lives. It is really a sinister plot. Looking at this self-directed and self-acted scene, Su Rao sneered at this remark. Then, she looked at the commander of the Imperial Guards, who was stopped by Yuan Ji, and Pei Shirlang, who was pulled away by his men in time. The commander of the Imperial Guards looked at her in shock for a moment, and Pei Liang frowned slightly at this time. After a moment, Su Rao said coldly, "Aiken, this sword is really an eyesore." While saying this coldly, the jade finger holding the tip of the sword suddenly exerted force, and a good sword that could cut iron like mud was immediately destroyed. The tip of the sword broke, and it forced the commander of the Imperial Guards to go away, and its force was so fast that it broke through the sky. The commander of the Imperial Guards had no time to dodge, and the tip of the sword pierced his heart. On the spot, his mighty body slammed to the ground, and a layer of fine dust flew on the street. He was horrified until his death. He couldn't believe that he was the personal guard of Emperor Danyang, with superb martial arts. But he died with just one move. The commander of the Imperial Guards was killed by this move, and those men of Su Rao who were still killing each other, and the others all paused in their movements. as if they were frozen for a while, before they could be shocked. They saw the figure in black clothes move. In a blink of an eye, the heads of Su Rao's so-called men were all separated from their necks, and rolled down like balls. Blood gushed out from their necks like a river, and countless blood splashed on the bodies and faces of the guards of the Beijing government office and the other imperial guards, and even splashed into their eyes, dyeing their eyeballs red. Such a bloodthirsty scene. Such killing. Others have already been shocked. Even Pei Sherlang was dumbfounded. His eyes seemed to burst out of his eye sockets. Under the reaction of many people, the figure in black clothes has arrived in front of the young man. And when the long sword in his hand is about to cut the young man's neck, a red-clothed figure quickly arrives and grabs his hand. And in the other hand, a folding fan comes out from the sleeves of the red-clothed figure, and kills the young man before Han Mochen. Aiken, these scoundrels should not have stolen your hands. Su Rao has never thought of keeping this young man to find trouble with Emperor Danliang, because it is useless to find trouble, since Emperor Danliang dares to set up this situation. He is not afraid of her finding trouble. Moreover, these people are all assassins trained in secret. It is unlikely to pry open their mouths. And Ronku will never give her this opportunity to pry open their mouths. Taking out another handkerchief from her sleeves. A bright red handkerchief. Su Rao wiped off the few drops of blood that splashed on Han Mochen's hand. It was a very gentle action. At this moment, it seemed that there were only the two of them in the world. Han Mochen's heavy and somewhat difficult to suppress breath was relieved by Su Rao's immediate care. And his eyes were clear. He just watched quietly, watching Su Rao wipe the blood off his hands. He had actually imagined such a scene countless times. When he forgot about Rao Rao, he actually wanted to bring her into his world many times. But his heart stopped him from doing so. Okay. Don't get your hands dirty without my permission in the future. This overbearing remark also broke the world of only two people. The guards of the Beijing government and the other imperial guards, who were frightened to the point of fear in their hearts, retreated a foot like a frightened bird, with their spears and sabers in front of them for defense. They all had sweat on their foreheads, but they didn't dare to act rashly. And they were in a stalemate for a while. What to do now? Is it over? This word was heard from the door not far away. The real people who had already scattered and hid in the door heard no movement outside, and quietly pushed open a crack in the door to see if the assassins were dealt with. But they were all fine. Among them, in a shop not far from the street, a servant stood by the window frame, pushed open a crack in the window frame, and quietly saw the temporary end of the street from the beginning to the present moment, all in his eyes. The master's terror is still so terrible. This word was whispered, and the servant swallowed his saliva with lingering fear, and his body reacted instinctively. This servant was the commoner who gestured to Yun Ji. He was unfamiliar with his appearance, and he could only judge from his voice that this person was Xiao Mubai. With this move by the master, Rong Palace is probably completely sure that Miss Su is the owner of my Xiaoyao Tower. Yun Feng also spoke. Also disguised, Xiao Mubai turned around and looked at Yun Feng. What does brother mean by this? It seems that they are going to declare war on the Danliang royal family. Should the master and Miss Su retreat first? After all, the fifth son of Su has been found. Brother, according to the current situation, Pei Liang is still in charge. Although he works in the host and guest department, he is not an ordinary person. If he orders another attack and directly besieges the master and Miss Su, why don't we take action? What happened on the street will surely be heard by Ronku in a moment. If Ronku knows that the situation has developed to this point, he will definitely send troops to help. By then, it will be difficult for the master and Miss to escape. As early as after the young man assassinated Su Rao, Yu Feng and others received Yun Ji's instructions not to show up. Can't show up? Xiao Mubai asked. Without waiting for Yu Feng to reply, Ying walked out of the inner door of the shop, with a heavy face. Ying, what do you mean by this? Xiao Mubai and Yu Feng immediately walked over. Her face also moved. If there was nothing else, Ying would never say that. Ying's voice was deep again. He had just gone out to investigate secretly. There might be a group of dark troops hiding in this street. Although their breath was very light and almost undetectable, he still noticed it. Just because the troops hiding in the dark were somewhat similar to the dark troops that had arrested Su Wu. And they all felt dark. A gloomy feeling. This group of dark troops are hiding, maybe waiting for you to rescue them. And then they can catch you, the young lady and the Prince Jiyue. So you can't take action until the crisis. Otherwise it will affect the young lady and them. and he believed in the young lady. And now the young lady can definitely solve the situation. Xiao Mubai and Yun Feng looked at each other immediately. It seems that today's game is not only set up for Miss Su, the princess of the previous dynasty, or to force out Mr. Zhu, but also to draw out the power of Xiaoyao Tower in Danliang Imperial City. It would be best to wipe them out in one fell swoop. The things Mr. Zhu brought out last night seem to be not simple. Danliang is a country of civil governance, but now it has secretly cultivated batches of dark troops. And its style of doing things is sinister. This is definitely not ordinary. Yun Feng's mind was moved. In a breath, he summoned a cloud guard and told Yun Ling to protect Mr. Zhu's safety with Yun De and Yun Shiba. After the master is out of trouble, he will contact the master as soon as possible. The sun shines brightest in the middle of the day at noon. Although it is spring, the sunshine in the middle of noon is extremely bright. But at this moment, the streets feel as quiet as before the next storm. And in the quiet, it feels cold. The sudden coldness is like an early sign that the weather will change soon. With the death of the commander of the Imperial Guards, the Imperial Guards lost their backbone. Although the Jingfu Yamen has the Jingfu Guards, how dare they take the lead again in the face of the fear that death may fall on them at any time? Moreover, Han Machen's direct killing of Su Rao's men has ruined the layout of Queen Danliang. How can they move again, and for what reason? If they are not careful, they will implicate our emperor. For a moment, everyone's eyes were cast on Pei Liang, who was protected by two men. Minister Pei, what should we do now? Although Pei Liang didn't know about this plot, he was a man who had seen it clearly under the current situation. Moreover, Su Rao's words and the interlocking plan. How could he not understand it? With wrinkles on his eyebrows again, Pei Liang didn't speak for a while, but cast his eyes on Su Rao. And his mind quickly moved, thinking about how to deal with it. If this situation is not handled well, based on his understanding of Princess Ronghua, she will definitely not give up, and will even seize this opportunity. And there is that person. He said those two words. Who is he? Princess Ronghua personally solved this assassin. Whether it was because of death without evidence, or it was deliberately framed by the thief, I can't tell at this time. But the princess's guards killed the leader of my Danliang Imperial Army. I'm afraid the princess needs to give an explanation first. Otherwise it will be difficult to stop the gossip. And I can't give an explanation to my emperor. After a moment of thinking, Pei Liang came over. Now he was the only high-ranking official present. He had to take over. He glanced at the young man who died in Su Rao's hands. Then, Pei Liang adjusted his sleeves. In this gap, he quickly glanced at Han Machen beside Su Rao. This glance gave him the same dark feeling again. Who is this person? When Pei Liang looked at him this time, Han Machen did not look at Pei Liang as he did when they first met. His eyes only stayed on Su Rao after he became clear-headed. He tried to make others feel his presence quietly again. Master Pei, are you kidding me? Han Machen did not move again. Su Rao stepped forward and blocked Pei Liang's sight of Han Machen. Yunji did not faint this time, and the two consciousnesses exchanged. This state may be due to Rongxiao, because Yunji's memory has not been blocked again, so he does not need to faint to switch. She knew that with Pei Liang's shrewdness, he must have noticed that Han Machen appeared without any signs this time, and such a sudden change in his aura. This princess has not yet asked Pei Shirlang for an explanation, but Pei Shirlang is ready to let this princess surrender first, and then wait for you to slaughter her. Today, your emperor sent the Imperial Guards to invite this princess to the palace. This princess encountered an assassination on the street, but the commander of the Imperial Guards did not catch the assassin, but instead attacked this princess directly. What's the reason? Extremely sharp words. Su Rao moved again, turned around, and stepped directly on the body of the young man who had already died. The force on his foot was not small, and this person repeatedly emphasized that this princess was a princess. Could there be such a subordinate who wished that his master's identity was unknown to others? Minister Pei thought that this princess was not strict with her subordinates, or that the commander of the Imperial Guards was too stupid. How could such a stupid person hold an important position? She was still arrogant. Even if she was surrounded, she was not timid at all, and she did not disgrace her perverse temperament at all. She was so arrogant that the ugly triangular sunken scar on her forehead also looked sharp at this moment. And the implication of his words. The young man repeatedly emphasized that she was a princess of the previous dynasty. But the commander of the Imperial Guards was the personal guard of Emperor Danliang. This was a position that could only be achieved after layers of assessment. How could someone who could climb to this position be a stupid person? If he was not stupid, why couldn't he see that this was obviously a frame-up? But he still attacked her. Why? There is only one answer. That is, the commander of the Imperial Guards and the assassins of the young man are in the same group. That assassination of her, including the siege afterwards, was all a drama directed and performed by them. Why? Is Dan Liang going to take advantage of the fact that there is no one around me? Or take advantage of the fact that Yun Lang is too friendly? A mere commander of the Imperial Guards dared to touch me, and he was able to unite with the Beijing government to set up such a big situation and frame me. If there is no one behind this, I will write my name backwards. She almost said that the person behind the scenes was Emperor Dan Liang. Although the commander of the Imperial Guards and the young man were both killed by her side and died without evidence, this did not prevent Su Rao from saying what the truth was. Princess Rongwa would guess that the commander of the Imperial Guards and the assassin were both killed by the princess's guards. Now the princess can say whatever she wants. Su Rao's words were more sharp than the last, directly blocking Pei Shilang, who was good at speaking, and he didn't know how to continue or how to respond. If it was the same a day ago, Pei Liang would definitely not waste his words with him. Since the emperor had already taken action, he should just follow the trend and order the soldiers to capture him. Indeed, the assassins were all dead, and the right and wrong were what he said. If Su Rao dared to resist again, or if the forces behind her showed up to save her, it would be a great achievement for him. But now, Pei Liang had some concerns in his heart, just because of the 2 words Yunji secretly said to him. So, he couldn't act rashly at this moment. For a while, the 2 sides seemed to be in a stalemate. Princess Rongwa is still so powerful. What exactly happened here? Did someone set up a trap for Princess Rongwa to ruin Yun Lang and me? Tan Liang Qin Qin. Or did the princess see the situation was not good and abandon the car to save the king? Minister Pei is not a judge and cannot give the princess an explanation. After these words, a man came forward. He seemed to have known Su Rao for a long time. Princess Rongwa repeatedly mentioned that the commander of the Imperial Guards was wrong. But I think that if anyone heard that the assassin was related to the princess, and was Princess Rongwa's subordinate, they would control the princess first. I don't think the commander of the Imperial Guards did anything wrong. Moreover, many guards of my Beijing government died at the hands of these assassins. But the princess said that this was directed and acted by us and framed. Should I say that I admire Princess Rongwa's powerful inference? Who are you? Turning her head, Su Rao looked at the man who came in, who was wearing the official uniform of a minister, with a square face and very distinctive. But Su Rao did not recognize him, even though she didn't know him. The appearance of this person made Su Rao's peach blossom eyes thick. From what this person said, he must have been watching in secret. In Yun Lang, Princess Rongwa never takes the prince and princess of Yun Lang seriously. And the same is true for our crown prince. I am just a minister in the Beijing government office. Although I was once an envoy of Dan Yang, I think it is difficult for the princess to be in my eyes. It is normal that the princess has never remembered me. Dan Liang envoy? Su Rao took another look. And in a moment, she suddenly remembered. It turned out to be you. This minister was one of the envoys of Dan Liang who accompanied Rong Feng to Yun Lang that year. At the Three Kingdoms Exchange Conference, he said that Yun Ji was unfair because he participated in the Wenxu poetry. Since this person is the Shangshu of the Jingfu Yamen, why did he show up at this time? The imperial city is an important place in the country, not to mention the inner city, where the imperial palace is located. But when the residents in the inner city caught fire, the people sent by the Jingfu Yamen to put out the fire were led by a subordinate Jingfu guard. This seemed unreasonable from the beginning. But now that this person appeared, it seemed reasonable. After watching from behind for so long, could it be that he had left her a fatal trick? Your Majesty, Minister Sun has made a move. Outside the Qingjing Palace, the imperial steward came again in a hurry. Although he said so, the expression on his face made the Emperor Dan Liang know that it was not what he thought. Afterwards, the imperial steward reported everything that happened on the street. He learned that his meticulous layout not only failed to capture Su Rao, but also forced Pei Liang to be overwhelmed. When no one else in Xiaoyao Tower showed up, Minister Sun had to show up first, thus exposing his backhand. The Emperor Dan Yang immediately smashed the lamp in his hand in anger. Especially the imperial steward reported that only the guard beside Su Rao made a move, and only one person made his Dan Yang soldiers lose their fighting spirit. This kind of thing is exactly the nightmare that has been haunting the Emperor Danyang for many years, and has made it difficult for him to sleep peacefully every night. Every year, almost every local area would report such an incident. Although the people behind the chaos in Danyang were all minor, they were all carefully planned. When the incident was finally completed, he would show up and use such bloodthirsty killing methods to make the Danyang court feel terrified. Before, although hearing it only made him tremble in his heart, the Danyang emperor had never really believed it in his heart. He did not really believe that there was really one person who could make people horrified, just because he himself had never experienced it personally. Over the years, for all the things that happened in the local area, he was more furious than trembling in his heart, and was afraid of the people behind the scenes who were difficult to catch. But now, such a true story actually happened right under his nose. And those who were terrified were all his trusted guards and ministers, especially Pei Liang. Emperor Danliang knew Pei Liang's character very well. It was hard for Emperor Danliang to imagine that Pei Liang could be so shocked that he was dumbfounded. Your Majesty, now that things have come to this, no matter what the cost, we must take down the remnants of the previous dynasty today. Seeing that veins on both sides of the emperor's temples were bulging, and he was gloomy and seemed to be losing his mind, Old Ding hurriedly said this solemnly. Now the arrow is on the string, and the string is already tight and has to be shot, even if the final price is not small. Since Sun Shanshu has appeared, we can only let the Dark Army take action. Since the guard of the princess of the previous dynasty has 3 heads and 6 arms, we will use the human sea tactics, even if we are exhausted to death, and those people in Xiaoyao Tower still don't take action at this moment. Then use the life of their Xiaoyao Tower owner to force them to appear. The old man doesn't believe that when the life of the princess of the previous dynasty is really at stake, the people in Xiaoyao Tower can still keep their composure and continue to hide. Old Ding's suggestion prevented the rolling gloom in the heart of Emperor Danyang from completely drowning his reason, and the gloomy expression on his face also restrained. But he was silent for a moment, thinking that if Elder Ding's proposal failed, it would be a great loss to his reputation. Now he realized that he had made a mistake. He should not have acted too early, and he should not have acted rashly because of a momentary mistake. How could the owner of Xiaoyao Tower be easily dealt with? But now it was too late to regret. Go. Tell Sun Juji that if Princess Rongwa gives up resistance today, my emperor will definitely find out the truth. If Princess Rongwa refuses to be arrested, then my emperor will have to order her to be arrested first. He thought for only a moment, and the words that this would not destroy his reputation as an emperor came out from the Qingjing Hall, and the imperial steward hurried to pass on the order. Boom, boom. After the first spring rain of this year, there were 3 days of bright sunshine. On the 4th day, when the sun was slanting, there was a sudden thunderclap. A bolt from the blue. On the street, almost everyone looked up at this moment. The sky above their heads was still clear, but in the distance outside the imperial city, between the mountains, there was a layer of thick ink. The thick clouds gathered in the sky, and then came towards the imperial city. The storm was coming, as if it was a sign of the sky not long ago. In one night, the sky really changed. Sun Shanshu of the Beijing government office looked at the thick clouds in the sky outside the imperial city for a while, and then for a moment, he looked at Su Rao, who knew his identity but had no change of expression. This dandy and eccentric girl, who had been following His Highness in Yunlang for half a year, and only knew at this moment, was the daughter of the Yunlang general's palace in disguise. Looking at it for a moment, his ears moved suddenly, and Sun Shanshu's hands behind his back slowly fell to both sides. I have received the order from the emperor. Princess Rongwa, what is the truth of today's incident? It is not your own judgment. Princess Rongwa said that the commander of the emperor's personal guards and the assassin were in cahoots. Why don't you go with me to the Ministry of Justice? If I find out that the assassins have nothing to do with Princess Rongwa, I will personally plead guilty to the emperor. Although the words of Minister Sun were different from those of Pei Liang not long ago, the essence of it was still the same 4 words, asking her to surrender. Ha! With a hint of coldness on her lips, Su Rao looked at the Tanyang soldiers around her, who felt emboldened by the appearance of Minister Sun. She looked at Han Machin and then said quietly, what if this princess doesn't? Does Minister Sun think his life is more precious than this princess's? This rhetorical question tone, arrogant expression. What is the minister of the Beijing government? Can it be more precious than her life as a princess of a country? Besides, Does Minister Sun think this princess is stupid? I'm afraid that as soon as this princess gives up resistance, I don't know where my life will be. Su Rao's response was not beyond Minister Sun's expectations. In this situation, surrendering means giving up her life. Su Rao is not a dandy and brainless person, so she will naturally not surrender. And this is exactly what Minister Sun wants. Since Princess Ronghua is unwilling to lay down her weapons and talk things over, then, for the safety of our people, we can only use force to solve the problem. It is not that Dan Yang wants to be rough with Princess Ronghua, but Princess Ronghua is ignorant. As for the identity of the princess of the previous dynasty, they will write to Yunlang to verify the truth after taking Princess Ronghua down. This is another high-sounding statement. Why should they, Dan Yang, become enemies with Yunlang because of taking Princess Ronghua down? If Princess Ronghua is really a princess of the previous dynasty, then they, Dan Yang, have solved the remnants of the previous dynasty who want to stir up chaos in the world. Why should Yunlang have a rift with the Dan Liang kingdom, which is on good terms with Qin and Jin? Because of the remnants pretending to be the daughter of the Su family? Princess Ronghua, since you are so ignorant of good and bad, I don't need to give you face anymore. The calm before the storm has disappeared. And the next storm, under the words of Minister Sun, finally came. And the situation suddenly became more tense. The guards of the Beijing government and the other imperial guards, who had surrounded Su Rao and Han Machen, also swept away the fear caused by the recent incident, and were ready to go again. With confidence in their hearts, they became bolder. The spears and sabers became sharper and sharper, waiting for the order from Minister Sun. Then, they could go straight in with their spears and take down the remnants of the previous dynasty. The atmosphere suddenly became urgent. The whole street felt like the thick clouds gathering in the sky, and it was difficult to calm down the heavy breathing, and the heart gradually lifted from the chest. At this time, Minister Pei also took a step back and retreated behind Minister Sun, leaving everything to Minister Sun to manage. He was the minister of the Ministry of Guests and Hosts, not a general. And since the Emperor had not let him know the layout here, he should follow the arrangements of His Majesty. At this moment, he only needed to do his job well, and not interfere with the rest. As for Yuanji's words to him, no matter how Pei Liang thought in his heart, he could not show it at this time. Otherwise, he would be suspected if he was not careful. And then, he would be accused of colluding with foreign enemies. Boom! Another thunderclap. The rain has not yet arrived, but the sky is getting thicker and thicker. The dark clouds have already covered the city, and the sunshine is about to disappear. The situation is urgent. The spears and sabers once again surrounded Su Rao and Han Machen. The encirclement became smaller and smaller as the footsteps approached. Then today, let this princess learn what a country ruled by culture can do. In Su Rao's hand, the folding fan came out from her sleeves again. No one in Danliang Kingdom can recognize the jade bone fan of Master Xiao. She is still so arrogant, and her words are even more arrogant. For the current situation that is extremely unfavorable to her and Han Machen, she is still so confident. And Han Machen, his eyes, which were originally calm and clear, once again showed a touch of bloodthirstiness. He held a long sword in one hand and held Su Rao's hand with the other. Before Su Rao wanted to hold his hand, he held Su Rao's hand first, interlocking their fingers. Then, his words were as cold as an ice cave. Cold and bloodthirsty. Rao Rao, today, let's start a killing spree with me, and see their blood completely dye the ground red. Okay. 10 years ago, the blood of Qin Rao's relatives and compatriots dyed every corner of the great Qin imperial city red. Today, let the real executioner behind the scenes also see the scene of Danliang's blood-stained imperial city. Okay. Let's do it together. And the blood debt must be paid with blood. Su Rao nodded, and her hand also held Han Machen's hand tightly. The bloody scene of that year appeared again in her bright peach eyes, and she still remembered it clearly. Even though Su Rao has been redeemed by Yuanji and completely pulled her out of that dark place, this does not mean that Su Rao has no murderous intent in her heart after knowing the real person behind the destruction of her country. She could avoid involving innocent people and causing chaos in the world, but she would never be soft-hearted and would never let go of the personal soldiers of the Emperor Danliang. Princess, Lord, as the voice murmured, Ying, who was standing by the window, felt the hatred that had arisen from Su Rao again. He pinched the window sill with such force that his fingertips turned blue, leaving 5 finger marks on the wooden sill. Xiao Mubai also clenched his hands. and through the gap in the windowsill. He also saw that the streets outside were getting more and more urgent. His master had the feeling of bloodthirsty killing. And he also heard footsteps coming from far to near, and auras gathered in the streets. With another thunder, the sound of swishing in the streets and alleys in the Danyang Imperial City gradually became heavier. Those dark troops in the dark also moved. If the first plan fails, the second plan will fail. They are going to force us to show up directly with the Master and Miss Su. With a low voice, he held his breath and frowned. His hand had already pressed to his waist, holding the hilt of the soft sword at his waist. Yun Feng did the same. The green bamboo folding fan was in his hand, and the sharp blade was hidden inside. After a breath, he waved his hand first, asking a cloud guard to inform their people to be ready. Although they knew that this was another dangerous situation set by the Danyang Emperor. If their master and Su Rao were really in danger, they would never be able to continue hiding in the dark. The final result would be exposure and a direct declaration of war with the Danyang royal family. The thick clouds gathered on the horizon finally fogged the imperial city in this moment, completely obscuring the sun that had gone west, and no light appeared anymore. The thick clouds covered the sun, and the haze covered the streets. For a moment, the wind rose. It blew the clothes and swayed. After another breath, the rain finally fell. Thick clouds gathered completely in the sky, and the clouds were already filled with rain. A drop of rain fell from the sky, landing on the blade of a spear, making a snapping sound. Princess Rongwa is really rebellious. But this is our Danyang kingdom, not Yunlang. You can't be so reckless again and again. And don't put our emperor in your eyes. After this statement once again defended the reputation of the Danyang emperor of another country. Minister Sun took the lead. He did not take any weapons, but came with his bare hands. He came out with his palm, turning it into wind, and attacked Su Rao directly. Han Machin wanted to take the challenge, but Su Rao had already rushed forward. The red dress fluttered across the sky. 3,000 black hair fluttered in the wind. This time, she came to take the challenge. The jade fan, turning between the slender and white hands, was like her nimble 5 fingers, pressing directly against Sun Shangshu's wrist. The blade of the fan was sharp. If Sun Shangshu could not dodge this move, his right hand would be disabled. Su Rao's attack was not weak, and her martial arts skills were high. Sun Shangshu had already seen clearly that Su Rao dodged and made a backhand move when the young man assassinated Su Rao. So at this time, he took advantage of the situation to avoid Su Rao's killing move, changed his right hand to his left hand, changed his palm into a fist, and attacked Su Rao again. Su Rao immediately retreated, and at the same time, his left palm also came out, and the palm hit the fist, and they collided. Bang! Hua! The fists and palms collided, and the strong wind lifted the hems of Han Machin and the Danyang soldiers around, and they were all blown up fiercely. There were also 1 or 2 guards at the gate of the Beijing government trembling and stinging. It was a similar move, but the force of the punch was so strong that the 2 of them fell backwards. Su Rao's left hand, which was hanging down, was actually trembling after being hit by Sun Shangshu's punch, and her palm was very painful. Although Sun Shangshu also did the same. He only took 1 step back compared to Su Rao's 2 steps back. Such a scene made Han Machin, who was watching, look at the slender phoenix eyes, like ice caves under the silver-black mask. And the inside was dark for a while. He took 2 steps to Su Rao's side, and grabbed Su Rao's left hand to stop her left hand from trembling. In the shop not far away, Xiao Mubai, who was watching, had the same reaction as Han Machin. But his reaction was stronger than Han Machin's. How is it possible? With this sound of disbelief, Xiao Mubai's sight went through the window lattice and fell directly on Sun Shangshu. Yu Feng and Ying saw this, and both looked at Sun Shangshu. For a moment, they both looked at Xiao Mubai. What happened? The 2 of them didn't see anything wrong. But to make Xiao Mubai react like that, there must be something wrong. Xiao Mubai frowned more and more. The Xiao family was destroyed, and the person who led the troops into his Xiao family was this Minister Sun. He had fought with Minister Sun before, but at that time, Minister Sun was definitely not as strong as he is now. But now he is so powerful that he only used brute force to take the attack, and actually made Su Rao retreat 2 steps. Xiao Mubai has been in Danyang for many years. How could he not understand the abilities of these military generals and military officers in Danyang? Otherwise, Dan Yang would not have lived up to the reputation of Wendao, and enjoyed a reputation for the way of civil governance. A country that does not advocate solving problems with force. Before the fall of the Great Qin Empire, the Danliang vassal state was on par with the powerful Zhuxian vassal state and the Yunlang vassal state that helped King Yun because of General Su Lao, and became one of the three major vassal states at the time. In the Danyang vassal state, the Rong family adhered to the principle of using culture to conquer the county and benevolence to govern the county, which won the hearts of the people. Among the Danliang vassal states, its military strength was only used to protect itself and its own country. So even after the destruction of the Qin dynasty, and now that the Danliang emperor has ascended the throne, he wants to change the current situation of the Danliang country's weak military strength, which is impossible to change overnight. Although there are great generals under his command, they are not comparable to Zhu Xian and Yun Lang. But now, a Sun Shanshu has appeared. Half a year ago, he could only fight with Xiao Mubai. But now, he can fight with the granddaughter taught by General Su and not lose. Such a change. How can Xiao Mubai not be shocked? And Han Machen's eyes are dark. Pa. Pa. The rain finally came in torrents. It had been brewing in the thick clouds for so long. After that drop of rain, it completely broke free from its restraints, broke through the thick clouds, and fell down. In an instant, the rain washed away the initial layer of blood on the ground, and the deep red color gradually diluted from the initial thick color to a lighter blood color. The rain also stained the black hair and clothes, and dripped on the silver-black mask, making a tapping sound. Like a rain curtain, it blocked the sight in front of him for a moment. But Han Machen's eyes looking at Sun Shanshu became darker and more murderous, as if frozen 3 feet. After taking a look, he took off his black cloak and put it on Su Rao, and put the cloak on Su Rao, shielding Su Rao from the storm behind. Rao Rao. It's raining. And there's another storm. That day, you shielded me from that storm. Today, I shield you from this storm. The jade-like jade fingers gently wiped away the raindrops on Su Rao's face, and then pulled up Su Rao's left hand and gently touched the blue palm of her hand that was injured by Sun Shanshu, as if no one was there. Even though Sun Shanshu had already ordered the guards of the Beijing government and the imperial guards to start the siege, and the dark troops that had gathered here in the dark were about to show up at this time. Han Machen was still talking to Su Rao, in a very gentle voice. Wait for him here, and it will be solved soon. No matter how it is solved. I just want your eyes, and the blood color inside will be restored after it is solved. Through the silver-black mask, Su Rao also touched the position of Han Machen's eyes, saying only so, and then suddenly tiptoed, and her cherry lips left a touch of cold touch on Han Machen's jaw. The pair of bright peach eyes showed a firm belief. She firmly believed that Han Machen could control himself because he was Yun Ji. Let the bloody battle that followed soothe the darkness buried deep in his heart. Han Machen also curved his lips. The soft touch on his jaw had already dissipated the bloodlust in his eyes. Okay. A light response. And then, the dark figure, in this heavy rain, did not see his steps clearly. He had entered the long spear and sword, and started the killing again. Those guards and imperial guards of the Beijing government office, who rushed forward, did not have any extra reaction. They fell to the ground. Blood splattered around, and another layer of blood filled the air. Pei Liang behind Sun Shanshu looked at Han Machen, who was so murderous again. He thought about it again, but it was still difficult to guess who this person was. Su Rao, with her arms around her, met with Sun Shanshu, who was in the middle of the guards of the Beijing government. In the air, in just a glance, more than 100 moves had been exchanged. The battle between the two sides had already begun. If there were no corpses scattered all over the streets today, and the blood color completely dyed the road surface into that deep red color, there would be no possibility of peace. The atmosphere suddenly became more gloomy. So gloomy that every breath felt heavy. The thick smell of blood in the air, even with the rain, still floated into the nose for a long time. Along with the heavy rain, along with the moisture in the rain, and the pungent fishy smell, those real people hiding in the shops had already trembled, and were frightened by this terrifying bloody killing. They curled up in the corners of the house where they felt safe, blocking their eyes and ears, not daring to see, nor dare to hear, just hoping that they could hide well and not be affected. In the shop, Xiao Mubai and his men were also ready to go, holding weapons and staring at the outside. If Han Machin and Su Rao were in any danger, they would rush out in time. At this moment, one of the dark soldiers hiding in the dark appeared behind Su Rao. And Su Rao had not noticed it yet. Seeing that he was about to attack Su Rao, Ying's heart suddenly became nervous. Just as she was about to shout to the young lady to get out of the way, suddenly, a figure came first and attacked before Ying. The man not only blocked the dark soldier's sneak attack, but also cut his neck with a knife. The dark soldier did not even get close to Su Rao. This sudden change was not considered a shocking change at this time. Then, a gentle but heavy voice sounded outside the encirclement amid the noise of the clanging of swords and heavy rain. "Stop it! My king!" This harsh voice called himself my king. In Danliang Kingdom, there was only one prince of the Danliang royal family. Judging from his voice, the anger and the slightly old voice, he was still an old prince. For a while, the clanging sound of the collision stopped. This battle, which was unlikely to end peacefully, stopped just like that. Even Han Machin, who seemed to have bloodshot eyes, stopped, including Sun Shangshu, Pei Liang, and the surviving guards and imperial guards of the Beijing government. All of them turned their eyes to the direction where the voice came from. Only Su Rao was there. She first looked at the person who saved her. To be more precise, the person who saved her walked up to her and said with concern, "Miss, are you okay?" The person who saved Su Rao was Su Chui, who stayed in the host and guest department and did not follow. Su Qian was driving a carriage, and the old voice came from the carriage driven by Su Qian. Creak, creak. The wheels rolled over the road, separating the layer of water on the road, flowing from both sides of the wheels, mixed with blood, already mixed together. Snap, snap. There was another sound of rain hitting the roof of the carriage. Amidst the noise, the door of the carriage was pushed open. Who was the old prince who came? Only Minister Sun suddenly shrank his eyes, and his face showed a change of color. Pei Liang's face also changed, including Han Machin. He also had this strange movement. However, Han Machin's body suddenly became deep, as if he felt that there was a rolling thick ink wrapping his consciousness, trying to swallow him and release Yunji again. No one else noticed his abnormality at this moment. Even Su Rao. She didn't notice it at this time. After Su Chui appeared, she also looked at the carriage. His eyes shook for a while. "He's here. How come he's here? How can he come?" he murmured to himself. And although the pair of slender phoenix eyes under the silver-black mask had long been obscured by the heavy rain, his eyes were hazy. But he looked straight into the carriage, and felt his breathing was short. The curtain had been completely opened, and the old prince in the carriage also completely revealed his full appearance. He looked at Han Machin from afar, and his eyes met with Han Machin's in the air. Seeing that Han Machin was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked his servant, who was accompanying him in the carriage, to speak. "Minister Sun, our prince is asking questions. What's going on?" "Our prince wants to see your majesty." From this shout, from the words of this servant, this old prince is not the prince of the Damyang royal family. But his appearance made Sun Shangshu and Pei Liang change their expressions, including Han Machin's reaction. Besides, there were the Sansan brothers and sisters leading the way beside him. So it was obvious that this old prince was an acquaintance. From Su Rao's angle, she could only see a small part of the carriage, and just couldn't see the figure inside. But she was already familiar with who the person was. Lu Dai frowned because of this. The peach blossom eyes looked at Han Machin, and found that Han Machin was different. Suddenly, Su Rao ran over quickly and grabbed Han Machin's hand. The voice showed a little worry. "Aiken." Heavy rain fell. But this heavy rain was just a white rain. When it first fell, it was heavy and accompanied by thunder. But it only took about half an hour for the rain to stop and a rainbow appeared in the sky. Colorful clouds. The sky cleared up and the sun, which was covered by thick clouds, appeared again. But at this moment, outside the Qingjing Palace, the imperial steward, who was so panicked that he lost his whisk, felt that there were dark clouds above his head. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, something bad has happened." In such a panic, when the imperial steward ran into the Qingjing Palace, he was tripped by the threshold of the Qingjing Palace and fell directly into the palace. As he finished speaking, the Emperor Danyang, who was sitting on the high dragon throne, stood up in shock. Similarly, the Queen Yun, who had returned to the harem, also had a eunuch come like the imperial steward and told him the same thing that made him change color. There was a clang, and the cup fell to the ground and broke. The tea splashed out, staining Queen Yun's brocade palace shoes. Queen Yun's whole person, like Emperor Daoyang's reaction, stood up in shock. Her face turned pale at this moment, as if she had a serious illness. She reacted like this until the eunuch beside her came to her senses first and hurriedly pulled her sleeves. Queen Yun came to her senses suddenly, and then she hurried out of the bedroom. Her steps were flustered, and she was terrified. Princess, what happened? Not far away, in the side hall, Xiao Yu was stunned. It was unbelievable to see Queen Yun, who had always been weak and helpless, would have such a stunned side. The woman who ran away in a panic with her skirt lifted up. How could she have a sense of fairy charm around her? Inside the side hall, by the window, Siam Yaling was also shocked. Shocked by the Queen Yun she saw. Siam Yaling had never seen such a Queen Yun in her memory. Even when she was intercepted halfway while leaving Danyang, she was not blamed. The visitor only told her that the Queen Mother asked her to go back first, saying that her marriage with her cousin had been announced to the world. If she left without caring about anything, how would her aunt and uncle explain to her father and mother? And the little uncle was on the way. Even if she was angry with her cousin and wanted to leave, she should wait for her little uncle to come and settle the marriage with her cousin, so as not to hurt each other's feelings, and then leave Dan Liang properly. The face of Zhu Xian and Dan Liang. If these two kids want to make trouble, then they will lose it. But between her and her cousin loves her deeply, and he is the prince of Dan Liang. He will definitely not let her suffer any grievances. If the marriage changes, her cousin will definitely take all the faults on himself, and will never let her suffer any grievances. Such earnest words, such care for her, are much more lenient than her mother's treatment of her. Even if it is related to her cousin, she is still gentle to her. But now, what could have happened to make her aunt so panicked and frightened, and lost her manners like this? Princess, could it be that something happened to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? Xiao Yu guessed that the only thing that could make Queen Yun react like that. Xiao Yu thought about it and felt that Rong Feng, Queen Yun's biological son, was the only one. Xian Mu Yaling looked at Xiao Yu for a moment, and her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that something really happened to her cousin? With this in mind, she became deeply worried, fearing that something might have happened to Rong Feng because of her departure. As long as she thought about it, Xian Mu Yaling couldn't stay any longer. Although after Xian Mu Yaling came back, Queen Yun gave her another earnest advice, asking Xian Mu Yaling to stay and not go to see Rong Feng. She should calm down first. Did she really decide to say goodbye to Rong Feng? She would go to see Rong Feng when she really thought about it. Queen Yun's comfort also made Xian Mu Yaling suddenly realize that she hesitated at that moment when she was about to leave her cousin because of such a mistake. Moreover, if the marriage between Dan Liang and Zhu Xian was ruined because of her and became a laughing stock in the world, as Queen Yun said, she could not care about the marriage between the two countries and leave so capriciously. Could it be that she didn't care about Rong Feng? After such a wake-up call in her heart, Xian Mu Yaling finally listened to Queen Yun's words and stayed again. She was also obedient and never went to find Rong Feng. Give Rong Feng some time. Maybe before the wedding date is set, Rong Feng's heart may be over. But at this moment, seeing Queen Yun leaving so quickly, and Xiao Yu's speculation at that time, how can Xian Mu Yaling continue to stay in the palace, waiting to meet Rong Xiao again before their wedding, hoping that the gap between them can be eliminated, worried about Rong Feng in her heart, just about to take Xiao Yu out of the side hall, follow Queen Yun to see what happened, whether it is really related to Rong Feng. But before the two of them left the side hall, Queen Yun, who had left, came back. But the person who came back was not her alone. It was old Ding who came, which made Queen Yun return to her bedroom. Although old Ding was over 50 years old, he was an outsider after all. It was not in accordance with etiquette to come to the harem like this without a eunuch in front of the palace to lead the way. After Elder Ding accompanied Queen Yun into the main hall, the door of the main hall was unexpectedly closed, and Queen Yun's personal eunuch was guarding the door outside. Such an abnormal behavior made Siam Yaling, who was watching all this, feel something was wrong. After watching for a while, Siam Yaling turned around. She did not go out from the main door, but quietly slipped out from the side window of the side hall. Let Xiao Yu wait first. She went to see what was going on. Siam Yaling was familiar with Rong Palace. especially Queen Yun's bedroom. Even more familiar than her mother's bedroom. Even if there was someone guarding Queen Yun's bedroom at this moment, she could easily approach without being noticed, and hear the sound inside. As soon as her ear was placed in front of the rear window behind Queen Yun's bedroom, she heard a sound, which made Siam Yeling's face suddenly change, with a deep horror on her face and shrinking eyes. Hearing the conversation between Queen Yun and Old Ding, Queen Yun's panicked words, her fake identity as Queen Yun, the old prince's sudden visit to Danyang, and all the secrets, made Siam Yeling lose her balance for a moment, accidentally exposed her breath, and was noticed by Old Ding. Immediately, Old Ding gave Queen Yun a look, and a wisp of green smoke came out of the small hole at the end of the cane, floating straight to Siam Yeling's position, spreading out from the gap in the window frame. Siam Yeling hadn't noticed anything yet, and her body fainted and fell to the ground, and she was unconscious. The sound of her falling to the ground immediately alarmed the eunuch of Queen Yun, who was guarding outside, and his body moved quickly, and was in front of the window frame behind the main hall. Old Ding and Queen Yun had already opened the back window. Seeing that the eavesdropper was actually Siam Yeling, Old Ding frowned hard. His bulging eyes turned to look at Queen Yun, whose face had also changed. A dark feeling arose in his heart. It seems that this girl cannot be kept. While saying this, he quickly looked in the direction of the side hall where Siam Yeling lived. Queen Yun's personal eunuch understood and quickly went to catch Xiaoyu, who was still unaware of what was going on. In Rong Palace, there was a moment of shock because of the news from outside the palace. At this time, outside the palace, on the street, in the courtyard where the water broke out, the billowing smoke had long been extinguished by the heavy rain, leaving only a charred beam and pillar frame, which was tilted to the ground. The streets were full of broken limbs and bloody corpses, which were also cleaned up by the Beijing government. And Sun Shingshu, who seemed to have gathered all the advantages to them since his appearance, could only follow the carriage of the old prince, who appeared and accompanied the old prince to meet their majesty. At this time, he was so obedient. How could he still have the reasoning when he treated Su Rao not long ago, including Pei Liang, including the few remaining imperial guards? At this moment, they could only be quiet, just because the old prince who came was the old Prince Yun, the father of Queen Yun, the grandpa of the crown prince, and the father-in-law of their emperor, and he came to their Danyang country as an envoy of Yun Lang. So no matter what the reason, Sun Shanshu had to be respectful to old Prince Yun, and they could only let the killing game they set for Su Rao stop because of the appearance of old Prince Yun. Only the carriage, guarded by these people in the middle, drove to Rong Palace. There were 3 people in the carriage. Yun Bo, the servant who followed old Prince Yun, went out and gave his seat to Su Rao and Han Machen. At this moment, they sat opposite each other. Su Rao was quiet, just holding Han Machen's hand. Old Prince Yun opposite did not ask questions, so she did not say much, which made the carriage extremely quiet. The clothes on the 2 people who were soaked by the heavy rain had not been changed, and they were almost dry under the evaporation of internal force, and the rain on their faces had been wiped clean with handkerchiefs. With this slight exhalation, the old Prince Yun's eyes turned from calm to the warmth that the Yun family had just had, and the quietness in the carriage disappeared, and the air seemed to flow. A spring rain can also bring wind. Drink a cup of hot tea to warm up your body first. 2 cups of tea were pushed in front of Su Rao and Han Machen. After that, no more words were said, and no one asked about Han Machen besides Su Rao. They were obviously the closest grandparents, but at this moment, in the same carriage, they were like strangers. Yunji never came out, and he never told Su Rao whether the old Prince Yun had ever seen him like this, how Han Machen and the old Prince Yun got along, and whether the old Prince Yun knew what happened in the past. Su Rao never knew all these things, and she never asked Yunji, and Yunji didn't say, so she never asked. Then, at this moment, when they met like this, she would not say anything for the 2 of them, and there were so many ears outside the carriage listening. So no matter what the atmosphere was like in the carriage, or what the attitude of the old Prince Yun was towards her and Han Machen, Su Rao would not say anything at this time. Nor would she ask why the old Prince Yun came here. Why did the old Prince Yun come to Danyang? Was it because he knew that Yunji was coming? Or because of Rong Feng's wedding? Or perhaps, the old Prince Yun found out that the new Emperor Yun Lang was fake, and knew that Yun Mujing came to Danyang. The king of a country left a fake emperor to attend court for him every day. But he came to the civil strife of another country. If the old Prince Yun knew about this, he would come in person to find Yun Mujing in person. Perhaps there is another reason. Because of her. Because she brought Yun Ji to the Danliang kingdom. Yun Ji, the grandson, is loved by the old Prince Yun. Yun Ji helped Yun Mujing ascend the throne in a critical situation. And the old Prince Yun could arrange everything for Yun Ji and help Yun Mujing sit on the throne without any obstacles. Yun Ji gave up his status as the Prince of Jiyu, so that Yun Lang could be stable in the court and his presence would not make people in the court move recklessly. The old Prince Yun helped him stay away. And from then on he was not bound by the word royal. Let Yun Ji be free to choose the life he wants and the people he wants to stay. But in the end, Yun Ji chose her, the princess of the previous dynasty, but brought Yun Ji to the Danliang kingdom. Old Prince Yun was afraid that she still had hatred for him. Her plot in the battle between Zhu Xian and Yun Lang had not succeeded. So she set her mind on Danliang again, wanting to use Yun Ji's love for her to make him a blade in her hand and bring disaster to Danliang. All these thoughts in her heart were only in a matter of days and nights. Picking up the cup and handing it to Han Machen, who had been unusually quiet since old Prince Yun appeared. Su Rao's other hand had been tightly holding Han Machen's hand, telling Han Machen that no matter what happened, she was there, and she was with him. She also told old Prince Yun with her attitude that if old Prince Yun came for the last reason she thought, then she could tell old Prince Yun clearly that Yun Ji and she were already one. If it was not because of her, a princess of the previous dynasty, but was related to other matters, then whether it was because of Yun Mujing, Yun Ji, or Han Machen, Su Rao would not delve into the details, because these matters should be handled by Yun Ji. As for why she and Yun Ji came to Danliang, she would not say much about the matter here, no matter whether old Prince Yun knew it or how much he knew. Only Yun Ji could talk to old Prince Yun about this matter, and it was up to Yun Ji to choose whether to tell old Prince Yun everything. The carriage was quiet again. When the carriage stopped in front of the gate of Rong Palace and a warm voice came into the carriage, the quietness disappeared again. The Emperor of Danliang, who received the news, actually went to the palace gate in person to welcome his father-in-law, bowed and made a speech, without any imperial airs, but played his role as a good son-in-law to the fullest. Before old Prince Yun could speak, he mentioned what happened on the street. He had just received the news, and now he didn't know what happened inside and what the reason was. As he spoke, his tender eyes, which were very similar to Yun Ji and Rong Feng, looked at Su Rao and Han Emotion, and the gloomy feeling in his eyes flashed for a moment. He was still the humble and courteous Emperor Danliang, and his imperial majesty was restrained. Instead, he felt more like Rong Feng, a modest gentleman, and a style of being in harmony with the world. He wore a moon-white dragon robe, which was elegant and graceful, although he had already reached middle age. His demeanor was not reduced at all. His figure was slender and well-proportioned. From this point of view, it was difficult to detect any gloom from him. This person was actually a villain. Compared with Emperor Yu's deep and unpredictable heart, this person was more inclined to deep disguise, even if he could disguise his thoughts. There was no such feeling of unpredictable heart on him, and some were unconsciously attracted to his affinity. This kind of attraction is like their innate nature. Like Yun Ji, who is as calm as the moon. Just one glance at him will make people feel that he cannot be desecrated. Like Rong Feng, a gentleman, when you interact with him, you will feel that his heart is as warm as the sun. And like the humble and modest Danliang Huang, you will feel friendly and kind from the bottom of your heart. Emperor Danliang invited Prince Yun to enter the palace. His father-in-law had come from afar, but he had not received the official report in time, and had not known about his father-in-law's arrival in time, and let his father-in-law encounter such a chaos. This was also due to his negligence as a son-in-law. He would order the Minister of Justice to quickly find out the truth of the matter. Later, he asked Prince Yun if he came here for the marriage of the Emperor's son. Seeing Prince Yun nod, Su Rao could clearly see the change of expression on Emperor Danliang's face at this moment. It was the feeling of settling down after his guess was confirmed, which made his heart fall. Prince Yun came to Danliang only for the wedding of Rong Feng, his own grandson. He sneered in his heart, and his eyes turned cold. He was really guilty. So he was afraid that everything he did would be known to the world and the Emperor's reputation would be ruined. She tightened her hand with Han Machen again, and saw that Han Machen did not think as she had imagined many times, that after he met Emperor Danliang, the darkness at his heart would drown him again and cover him. Now it seems that Han Machin is still so quiet. He has not made any unusual movements. Just let Su Rao pull him and follow him very quietly. Such a quiet Han Machin. In fact, Su Rao knew that he was not right again. But she could not ask more at this time. So she had to pay more attention and keep an eye on him. And on this way, Emperor Danyang only glanced at Su Rao and Han Machin at the gate of the palace. And then he never paid much attention to them again. These two were juniors in front of him. And with the elder Prince Yun in front, it was not his turn to talk to the juniors. Even if Su Rao was involved in the street affairs, there was no need for Su Rao to negotiate. Your Majesty, I came here this time because I wanted to see my daughter. So I didn't send anyone to deliver the court report in advance. I didn't expect to see that Su girl was assassinated in the street and had a misunderstanding with the Beijing government. This girl Su was also raised by me. Although she is naughty, she is not a person who willfully stirs up trouble for no reason. I hope your Majesty will investigate this matter carefully and find out who is trying to alienate the harmony between Tan Liang and Yun Lang. Before arriving at the Qingjing Palace, the old Prince Yun had said this twice. He also conducted negotiations on what happened on the street. First, it explains why no one knew about his appearance. Because he didn't send anyone to deliver the court report. Because his grandson died of illness. He and the old Princess Yun and his wife had to send off their grandson. And now only one daughter is still safe. However, his beloved daughter is weak and needs to be calm and gentle. And must not have big ups and downs. So he didn't send anyone to inform in advance. After not seeing each other for many years, he came this time, waiting for his grandson to get married, and wanted to take his beloved daughter back to Yun Lang to meet his mother and concubine, so as to ease the pain of losing her grandson. Moreover, his beloved daughter has been sick and weak for many years, and it is difficult for her to see them. They are also worried that their beloved daughter's condition will get worse. If something happens to their beloved daughter again, how can they bear such a blow and send off their beloved daughter again? Secondly, Su Rao was assassinated, and there was a misunderstanding between him and the Beijing government. He had heard that those assassins seemed to be the remnants of the previous dynasty. But Su Rao was also raised by him. So when the minister of the Ministry of Justice went to investigate, he could not accuse Su Rao of being the remnant of the previous dynasty and frame her, since Su Rao was raised by the old Prince Yun. And the old Prince Yun was the orthodox prince of the Yun Lang royal family. How could he protect the princess of the previous dynasty? And how could he have mistaken the girl of the Su family? Therefore, no matter whether the Emperor Danyang asked for an investigation or not, and whether he found anything, this matter would not have anything to do with Su Rao, and could not have anything to do with her. Even if it was found that the assassins were indeed the remnants of the previous dynasty, the disaster would only be the remnants of the previous dynasty trying to sow discord between Yun Lang and the two countries of Danyang, Xin and Jin. If the Emperor Danyang insisted on forcing the word previous dynasty on Su Rao, it would be unless he wanted to break up with Yun Lang. And up to now, the Emperor Danyang could not break up with Yun Lang, because the plan had not yet been completed. After saying this twice, the old Prince Yun asked the Emperor Danyang to take him to see the Queen Yun first. And the things on the street could not be found out in a short time. So he would go to see his beloved daughter first. But his daughter's health was getting worse. And the father and daughter had not seen each other for years. Now he had arrived at Rong Palace, but still could not see his daughter, which made him worried. The old Prince Yun asked about Queen Yun in this way, so that the Emperor of Danyang could no longer think about the things on the street. He still wanted to plot against Su Rao. He only said that he was worried that Queen Yun would be injured in excitement when she knew that his father was coming. And he had not told Queen Yun about this matter yet. Father, Junior is weak. If she knew that your father was coming, I was worried that Junior's body could not bear it and would faint from joy. It would be better for you to follow me to the Qingjing Palace first. I asked someone to prepare a palace for you. You are tired from the journey. You should rest for a while. Then I will bring Junior to see you. This statement was affectionate and reasonable. In addition, there was also the matter between Su Rao and the Beijing government office. It was necessary to summon the Minister of Justice to investigate it quickly. This matter was related to the stability between Yun Lang and Danyang. And the state affairs were also important. Your Majesty, what you said makes sense. I will wait a little longer before I go see Junior. Don't let Juna worry. Tell her to be careful and take good care of herself. Old Prince Yun was anxious to see his beloved daughter. But when he heard that it was related to his daughter's health, he was no longer in a hurry. He didn't need to ask Emperor Danliang to prepare a palace for him in the palace. After all, Su Rao was still with him. He would live in the guest department and the residence of the foreign envoy. Emperor Danliang wanted to say a few more words. But after old Prince Yun said that he didn't need to be treated specially, he had to swallow the words of exhortation and ordered Pei Liang to quickly prepare a palace for the old prince. Emperor Danliang first led old Prince Yun to the Qinzheng Palace. And after the palace was prepared, he set old Prince Yun to rest. When old Prince Yun came to Danyang, the matter was soon known to Prince Rongfeng in the East Palace. Immediately, Rongfeng came to the Qinzheng Palace to meet his grandfather. Rongfeng came. Nothing unusual. Still the gentleman Rongfeng. His body reappeared the warm sunshine posture. Su Rao could not find anything abnormal about him. After such a blow at night, he not only returned to normal today, but also became too normal. This made Su Rao a little confused for a while, unable to see the change in Rongfeng. Could it be that Rongfeng had not found the dumb woman yet? Or he had found her? But the result was not as Yunji expected. And the dumb woman did not tell Rongfeng the truth. While Su Rao was thinking in her heart, Rongfeng had already greeted the old Prince Yun. At this time, Rongfeng just learned about the bloody chaos in the street. But because he was handling government affairs in the East Palace, he did not know about it in time. For a while, Rongfeng showed self-blame on his face. As the crown prince of Danyang, he did not discover the chaos in the city in time, allowing the assassin to appear in the imperial city. So he wanted to take the responsibility of the thorough investigation, but was rejected by the Danyang emperor. When the old Prince Yun came to Danyang, Rongfeng, as his grandson, was asked to accompany the old Prince Yun to the guest department, and he personally inquired about the assassination of Su Rao. He wanted to see what kind of villain was so bold that he dared to assassinate and cause chaos in broad daylight, disrupting the stability of his Danyang imperial city. Since the Emperor Danliang was going to personally inquire about it, Rongfeng did not want to say anything more. Not long after, the Minister of Punishment came. As soon as he arrived at the Qinzheng Palace, the Emperor Danliang issued an order to immediately investigate the chaos in the streets today, and to find out where the assassins came from, and whether there were other assassins in secret. He also ordered Minister Sun to assist. He wanted the result within 3 days. This order clearly stated that all the government offices in the capital were involved in the chaos today. But now he arranged it this way. Su Rao listened and sneered in her heart. She did not stand up until the two people left the Qinzheng Palace after hearing the order. At this time, she said something. There is a saying that goes, "Those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes." Your Majesty Danliang must find out the truth as soon as possible, so as to give this princess an explanation. This princess does not want to be wronged again. After all, there has never been a Jiyue prince who can go to heaven and earth in Danyang country. One person can fight against thousands of troops. Danyang is not a country where my grandfather would rather die than rebel. Your Majesty Danliang thinks this is the truth. The pair of peach blossom eyes, deep, and because of the natural peach color at the end of the eyes, it is completely difficult to understand what Su Rao is thinking at this moment. She said this, which is a complete provocation to the imperial power, looking straight at the Danliang emperor on the high dragon throne. She smiled again, and the smile brushed across her face. But this smile did not reach her eyes at all. Since I'm here for fun, I don't want to spoil your elegant mood. What do you think? After saying this, Su Rao's mouth showed a hint of coldness again, not hiding her continued fearlessness at the moment. Still so perverse, her nature has not changed, and her respect for the old Prince Yun also disappeared at this time. She was quiet just now, and followed the old Prince Yun to Rong Palace. But it was all because she was grateful for the old Prince Yun's rescue. Her Su family was wronged by the Yun family, and the whole family was destroyed. She could give up the idea of revenge, and give up the loss of both sides. But Yunji exchanged his life, and Yun Yu's life, and the Yao family, and the prince were abolished, in exchange for the stability of Yunlang. It was also because her Su family had been upright, and upright all their lives. People in the Su family would rather die than do things that caused chaos. So after the Su family was rehabilitated, she couldn't let the family be ashamed because of her. So she stopped the war between Zhu Xian and Yunlang, and let her family leave with peace of mind. The meaning of Su Rao's words was naturally heard by Emperor Danliang. But in his heart, he only felt that Su Rao's words were just an excuse for her to cover up her identity as a princess of the previous dynasty. Moreover, Through Su Rao's words, the arrogant venting made the Danliang Emperor suddenly realize something. Thinking of the conversation between him and Elder Ding a few days ago. Today, Su Rao made such a harsh statement in front of old Prince Yun. Does it mean that she really does not have much confidence to confront him head-on at this time? So she can only get some advantage in her words. After all, they both know what happened on the street today. Since they have already confronted head-on, if they really have the confidence, this is a good time for her to provoke trouble. But why did she miss it in vain? This is not like the style of the owner of Xiaoyao Tower, who can take advantage of any opportunity. Is it because of the appearance of old Prince Yun today and helping her? So Su Rao stopped? Danliang Emperor does not think so. Because in his cognition, the owner of Xiaoyao Tower, the princess of the previous dynasty, is a cunning and narrow-minded person. For this, what kind of expression did the Emperor Danliang have on his face? What kind of scheme did he have in his mind? And how did he imagine himself and guess the intentions of others with his own mean heart? For Su Rao, all this did not matter to her. After saying those 3 words to the Emperor Danliang, she immediately said something to the old Prince Yun. The words that almost made the Emperor Danliang's disguised expression unable to hold back. She came to Danliang this time to find her 5th brother. After the 5th brother came out of prison, he disappeared without a trace. Later, the Su family was rehabilitated, but he still had no whereabouts, let alone returning home. She looked for him in many ways, but Yun Lang and Zhu Xian had never found his whereabouts. After thinking about it, in the end, only Danliang might be hiding. So she came to Danliang to look for him, hoping to find her 5th brother here. And soon after she stepped into the border of Danliang, she actually found some traces. But it was not Su Wu, but the 8th prince. She got half a jade token from a merchant in a city of Danyang State. Although the jade token was only half broken, it was not difficult to recognize that it was the identity symbol of the Yunlang princes, the royal jade token. And there was something else special about the jade token. That is, the broken half of the jade token had a corner missing. And that corner had been missing for many years. The jade token belonged to the 8th prince Yunmeyue. And the missing corner was accidentally broken by the real Su Rao when she bullied Yunmeyue in childhood. So when she saw the broken half of the jade token in the hands of the merchant, she recognized it at a glance. The 8th prince had left Beijing secretly, and he had a good relationship with Su Wuji. Since he showed up in Danyang State, the 5th brother was most likely hiding in Danyang. And now they must be hiding somewhere in Danyang. Today she came to Danyang, and she did not hide her whereabouts when she arrived at the Danyang Imperial City. But the 5th brother did not come to find her. She thought about it, and thought that either the 5th brother had no choice, or because she was falsely accused of being a princess of the previous dynasty, the 5th brother did not dare to take the risk of showing up. And at this moment, he did not dare to believe her little sister. Now that Grandpa Yun is here, Su Rao wants to ask Grandpa Yun for help. Su Rao only has the 5th brother as a relative. Su Rao just wants to find the 5th brother as soon as possible and bring him home safely to see Grandpa and the others. After saying this, Su Rao took out the broken jade token from her sleeves, stood up in front of the old Prince Yun, and handed it to the old Prince Yun with both hands, so that the old Prince Yun could see it clearly. She made up a story, and she also had evidence to make this story a true fact. The fact is that the 8th prince secretly left the capital to find Su Wu, and now the 2 of them are hiding in this Danyang country. The broken jade token that Su Rao handed to the old Prince Yun was indeed Yun Muyue's prince's jade token. It was not a fake. Yun Muyue gave it to Su Wu to save his life when Yun Muyue and Su Wu separated. After Su Rao and Su Wu met, Su Wu learned from Su Rao that Yun Muyue had been arrested. He was furious and wanted to save Yun Muyue. When he was stopped by Ying, the jade token accidentally fell to the ground and broke, and then fell into Su Rao's hands. Yun Muyue was arrested, but they didn't know where he was imprisoned. They couldn't rush to rescue him. They needed to find out where Yun Muyue was imprisoned first to ensure that there was no risk. Originally, after discussing with Yun Ji, Su Rao wanted to use this jade token as a lead to create trouble in the Danyang Imperial City, exposing Yun Muyue's presence in the Danyang Kingdom, and causing rumors in the Imperial City to start first, so as to cut off the fire from the bottom of the pot and catch the Danyang Emperor and others off guard. When the Emperor of Danyang knew that Su Rao already knew that Yun Muyue was also in Danyang, and perhaps even knew that he had been captured by him, and the Emperor of Danliang was still unclear about the power of Xiaoyao Tower in the imperial city. He would most likely make some moves in secret. And with his mind, he would also suspect that Su Rao might also use Yunmuyue to build momentum and take the initiative. Under such suspicious thoughts, he would definitely move the place where Yunmuyue was imprisoned to ensure that Yunmuyue, the chess piece, was safe before his big plan came. By then, Su Rao and the others could follow the clues to find Yunmuyue's whereabouts, and even use this to completely expose the ambition of the Emperor of Danyang, killing two birds with one stone. However, her plan had not yet been implemented. But she encountered the Emperor of Danyang's move first. Now that the old Prince Yun has come, it is okay to use it at this time. After all, the matter here is related to the safety of the 8th Prince of Yunlang. So Su Rao asked Grandpa Yun for help. With Grandpa Yun's help, it should not be difficult to find the 5th brother and Yunmuyue in Danyang Kingdom. After saying this, Su Rao looked down at the Danyang Emperor again. This time, she did not hide her disbelief in the Danyang Emperor. Or it could be said that Su Rao now, after experiencing the abandonment of her loyal Su family by the Yunlang royal family, did not believe in any of the royal families of the 3 kingdoms. Because she did not believe, she would not naturally ask the Danyang Emperor for help after arriving in Danyang, but chose to find it herself in private. But now it is different. Old Prince Yun came, and she can trust old Prince Yun, because Yunmuyue is the royal son of Yunlang, and old Prince Yun will not let Yunmuyue get into trouble. If Yunmuyue is found, Su Wu will naturally be found. The young master of the Su family and the 8th prince are actually in my country of Danyang? I haven't heard about this. Su Rao's words completely told the Danyang Emperor that Su Wu had not been rescued by her in Xiaoyao Tower, and there was still no trace of him. But she still clearly told the matter to the old Prince Yun. In fact, she intended to tell the Danyang Emperor whether Su Wu and the 8th prince were in his hands now or not. He had to hand them over intact. Otherwise she didn't mind letting Grandpa Yun hear about the dirty things in the Danyang Kingdom first. If she was pushed to the edge, she didn't mind fighting to the death. How could the Danyang Emperor not hear this other layer of meaning? Su Rao dared to threaten him so blatantly, and she was so accurate in grasping his concerns at the moment, and used the old Prince Yun to compete with him, which was really a good method. There was not a single change in his expression, but a hint of doubt. After the doubt, he understood why Su Wu was hiding in his Danyang Kingdom. After all, his Danyang Kingdom was the only peaceful country among the 3 kingdoms, without disturbances, let alone wars. Where their eyes met, there was a short war without smoke. After a moment of staring at each other, the Danyang Emperor took the initiative to express his position to the old Prince Yun, who was worried and wanted to speak to him after hearing Su Rao's words. If what Princess Ronghua said was true, he would order them to be found as soon as possible, say the most gentle words, and be the most filial son-in-law. Because he cherishes Queen Yun, the Danyang Emperor can also love the old Prince Yun, his father-in-law, so much. Respect him. Such a Danyang Emperor. A benevolent and kind king, with a broad mind. A prime minister with a big heart. But in Su Rao's eyes, it really makes her sick. Compared with Yun Yu's hateful. He is hateful and hateful. At least, Yun Yu did not hide his imperial mind. As a member of the royal family, he learned the imperial power and practiced the imperial way. And this person, who was obviously a whore, still wanted to erect a plaque for herself to be praised by the world. Han Machin, who was unusually quiet, at this moment, his breath became heavy again. The eyes under the silver-black mask looked at the scene of the father-in-law and son-in-law, and he felt dazzling. So dazzling that the killing in his heart was eager to appear again, especially when he saw how polite Prince Yun was to Emperor Danyang, because he was satisfied with this son-in-law. Prince Yun always treated Emperor Danyang as half a son, as long as he thought so in his heart. Han Machin's aura became stronger, and red gradually appeared between the corners of his eyes again. Suddenly, he walked to Su Rao, held Su Rao's hand, and pulled her away. Just like that. Without a word. Let alone saying goodbye. When old Prince Yun looked over, the 2 figures had disappeared outside the Qinzheng Palace in an instant. As a result, a thick frown appeared between old Prince Yun's brows, especially when his eyes swept over Han Machin, who was always hiding himself in the dark in a black robe. His eyebrows and eyes were filled with worry. Emperor Danyang also looked outside the palace. The kindness he pretended to show in his eyebrows and eyes was a big heart. but it was not completely disguised until now. At this moment, under the Emperor's majesty, that Su Rao and Han Machin repeatedly provoked him. He showed a strange look on his face, misting his tender eyebrows and eyes. The gloom appeared in his eyes again. When the two of them looked at each other for a moment, the old Prince Yun first retracted his gaze, and caught a glimpse of the strange expression on the face of the Danliang Emperor from the corner of his eyes. Your Majesty, these children are so unruly, and it is because my Yun family owed the Su family first. It is understandable that they are resentful. Your Majesty, please don't take it to heart, but it is just the temper of the children. I will make sure they don't do anything wrong. Immediately, the old Prince Yun stood up and apologized to the Danliang Emperor on behalf of Su Rao. The Danliang Emperor is the king of a country. Su Rao's words just now were contempt for the imperial power. Now Han Machin is so unruly again, provoking again and again. No king can tolerate it. Just as old Prince Yun was about to make a comment, Emperor Danliang looked away. His expression became gentle again, and he greeted him with kindness again. He asked Rongfeng to support old Prince Yun, so that he didn't really bend over. He also stood up and walked in front of old Prince Yun, showing a tolerant heart. Father, please don't be like this. I am the king of a country. How can I care about my children? Father, please be at ease. Since the Emperor Danliang made such a promise, it meant that he would not care about it, and the old Prince Yun was relieved. The secret confrontation between the many words ended only when Han Machin pulled Su Rao away. Your Majesty, the old prince, the palace is ready. Pei Liang also came. The old Prince Yun said goodbye to the Emperor Danliang and left. And before leaving, he worriedly reminded the Emperor Danliang about something. Whether it was the assassin on the street today, the health of Queen Yun, or what Su Rao said about Su Wu and the 8th prince. He hoped that the Emperor Danliang would take more care. The Emperor Danliang agreed to all of them, saying that he would pay attention to these things, and his father-in-law just had to be relieved. Then, he specifically told Pei Liang to take good care of the old prince's food and clothing, and not to slack off at all. While talking, the pair of tender phoenix eyes looked at Pei Liang, and just a moment of looking at each other. What they meant was already very clear. Keep an eye on every move and every word of the old Prince Yun, especially if the remnants of the previous dynasty go to the old Prince Yun in private. If they have any secret talks, if the remnants of the previous dynasty tell the old Prince Yun anything, when necessary, kill. Who to kill? Pei Liang understood the meaning, and glanced at the old Prince Yun from the corner of his eyes. Then, he lowered his head and bowed his hands to invite him. Please ask the old Prince Yun to come to the host and guest department. Rongfeng saw him off. After the old Prince Yun left, all the staff left. The welcoming Emperor Danliang in the Qinzheng Hall, at this time, let his face completely gloomy. The whole person seemed to be covered by rolling dark clouds, and the gloom in the pair of tender Danfeng eyes was more obvious, clearly showing the darkness in this person's heart. The imperial steward and all the palace servants, who were waiting on the side, were just about to lift the floor and crawl in. He crawled on the ground, but he didn't dare to let his body tremble, for fear of attracting the eyes of Emperor Danliang and becoming the unlucky person who vented the gloom in his heart, and staining the palace with blood. When the eunuch next to Queen Yun came at this time, he trembled and told Queen Yun what happened in her bedroom. When he learned that Xian Muyeling had eavesdropped, the expression on Emperor Danliang's face changed for a moment, and then he kicked Queen Yun's eunuch over with an angry kick and strode to the harem. The remnants of the previous dynasty were already in trouble, and Xian Muyeling had another incident. His grand plan had not yet been implemented, and such a thing happened again. It was not enough to accomplish anything. Rongfeng saw off the old Prince Yun to the guest and guest department to rest. As soon as he stepped out of the palace gate, the old Prince Yun stopped and asked Rongfeng not to see him off anymore. There was such a turmoil in the imperial city today. People in the city must be panicking. As the crown prince of Danyang, Rongfeng should put the people first. He can have the minister of the guest and guest department see him off. He doesn't need to follow. Although the emperor of Danyang said that he would personally inquire about today's affairs, Rongfeng, the crown prince, should also go to the street there to comfort the people, and not let other turmoil in the Danyang imperial city because of this turmoil. It is not good for the country. After the old prince Yun finished speaking, Yun Bo drove away in the carriage first. Rongfeng had to stop and didn't see him off anymore. However, his eyes, at this time, looked at the carriage that was gradually disappearing from his sight, with a little distracted. There was no fluctuation in his expression, and it was difficult to tell what he was thinking at the moment. After he returned to the palace that night, how did he spend the second half of the night? Whether other things happened during that period, there was no way to know. Only he knew it in his heart. After watching for a moment, he took a step and walked to the street without asking Emperor Danyang again. The sunset after the rainstorm, compared with the sunset in the past, has a touch of beauty and fantasy. And the sky is charming. The clouds are flying. The sunset is bright. And the sunset is glittering. The golden light shines on the person on the road whose breath is getting heavier. But he only feels that his body is frozen 3 feet. And the sun can hardly melt the ice. It is clearly under the sun. But Su Rao can easily feel a chill all over her body that seems to penetrate under her skin. But it only makes her heart hurt. She just felt sorry for the man who was able to control his murderous nature and suppress the abnormality in his heart. After Han Machen pulled Su Rao out of Rong Palace, he just walked on foot. There was no one on the road. The shops on both sides of the street were still tightly closed. The street was empty. The two of them walked hand in hand. Han Machen never spoke along the way, and Su Rao never asked. Until they reached the bloody street, Han Machen suddenly stopped and looked at the flag of Ding family clinic fluttering in the wind in front of him. There was still some blood splashed on the flag. Because of a heavy rain, the blood was stained and spread on the flag, dyeing the originally white words red. The bloodthirsty killing was born again in his eyes. Although his eyes were scarlet again, it never covered his heart again, making him lose his reason again, just staring at it. After a long time, he finally spoke in a hoarse voice. Rao Rao. He's here. This sentence sounded like it was said to Su Rao. But his voice was very low, and he only felt like he was talking to himself. Not only did he come, but he also had a father-in-law relationship with that devil. Did you see it? I saw it clearly. The breath was difficult to calm down again, and Han Machen's eyes suddenly showed a glimmer. A watery glimmer, which was spread around his eyelids, and the watery light was shining. Rao Rao. I don't want to see him. I don't want to see him. But why did he come? Why did he come? The voice was low again. The self-resistance in his heart for not meeting the requirements of his mother made Han Machen's eyes give birth to the misty color in this breath. Just like this, he changed his personality again without fainting. And Han Machen hid himself again. He promised his mother that he would never let his grandparents come here to see their daughter. His clear vision was blurred again without any warning. The buildings around him turned into nothingness again in his eyes. Only his daughter's house was still clear, even though his vision was hazy again. And the watercolor implied in his eyes was exaggerated. He could see clearly. The figure of Han Machen reflected in Su Rao's eyes was hidden in her deep worries about Han Machen. She felt really distressed in her heart. Distressed for Han Machen. To be remembered in such a way was just to keep Han Machen in mind and cherish him in mind. The clasped hands were suddenly pulled. And Yunji, who woke up, hugged Su Rao into his arms, and gradually calmed down the heavy breath, making the darkness in his heart peaceful. Rao Rao. For the first time, Yunji truly felt his heart. This real feeling made Yunji realize how much hatred Yunji had in his heart. Even if he was cut into pieces, it would be difficult to eliminate the hatred in Yunji's heart. It would be difficult to eliminate the hatred that had accumulated over the years and had corroded into his bones. This time, there was no sense of blankness. Yunji clearly felt the hatred in Han Machen's heart at the moment, and even more so his resistance to the coming of old Prince Yun, and his resistance to old Prince Yun's appearance in Danyang. Because of the resistance in his heart, and because old Prince Yun had truly loved him for many years, he was now in a panic, helpless and hesitant. So he chose to avoid and not see him, so that he would not know that his grandfather had come, and he could do what his mother asked of him, and he would destroy those demons with his own hands. Yunji like this only made Su Rao feel more distressed. But at this moment, she also had a trace of worry in her heart. Yunji. You are Yunji. You are Yunji who can be completely rational. There are some things I can't say to Han Machen, but now I want to tell you. Su Rao also hugged Yunji. But at this moment, she didn't say those words as she did many times to comfort Han Machen. Hate. Then go and take revenge. To eliminate the hatred in your heart. With her head resting on Yunji's chest, Su Rao told Yunji her mentality. And her mentality until now. From the initial hatred that I couldn't eat his flesh and gnaw his bones, to now I am clear. Hatred will only make the enemy happy and the loved one sad. There is no other meaning. Yunji. Remember forever. You are Yunji. You are the Jiuep Prince of the Yun Palace. From the moment you choose to become Yunji, you are Yunji. Just like I am now. Su Rao of the Su family. Whether it is Han Machan or Rong Xiao. It is just a name. And it can never become the identity you give yourself. And become the shackles that bind you. No matter how dark your heart is. You can't let yourself sink and become the second Qin Rao. Don't let Rong Xiao's willingness to let go. And in the end, I have to lose you. The price? Okay. Some hatreds have not been experienced personally. Even if you know, you can make the right judgment rationally. But when the memories merge, when those unforgettable hatreds, everything you have experienced becomes real feelings. Su Rao can understand what kind of pain it is. And ordinary people can't judge whether he can bear it. Let alone Yunji, who already has a heart disease. Since Yunji accepted all his memories and truly felt all his past. Although he never showed any abnormality on his face. He was happy that from now on no one would need to tell him anything about Su Rao and Han Machan. But in fact, deep down in his heart, how he endured those past events was no different from being tortured to death. Su Rao didn't ask before. Didn't explain clearly. Because she believed in Yunji. Because he was Yunji. He was Yunji who could make the heart clear. But at this moment, the appearance of old Prince Yun made Han Machan so abnormal. Su Rao understood that she had to say something. She was afraid that Yunji couldn't turn around at this time. Old Prince Yun was different from others. He had an influence on Han Machan. Once the darkness in Han Machan's heart increased again, the consequence would most likely be that the secondary personality would completely control the initiative. Or the main personality would be swallowed up by the secondary personality. Once so, then Yunji's spirit would disappear rapidly. Master Huishan once said that Yunji would not live past the age of 30. Maybe in one night, he would be 25. Or even in one day and night. Su Rao would never accept such a consequence. And she would never let it happen. The carriage of the old Prince Yun came through the blood-washed street. When leaving, Pei Liang led the way and took another road. So he never met Su Rao and the others again. The person who met Su Rao and the others was Rong Feng, who came. He came to this main street. And before he got close, he saw the two people hugging each other from afar. Just hugging as if no one was there. There were only the two of them in the world. And only the two of them could warm each other. After looking at it for a while, Rong Feng's eyes were lost again. It was hard to see what he was thinking at this moment. The sunset was still so gorgeous, shining on Rong Feng. But once again, it could not make his body show that kind of warm sunshine. But some of it was dusk. The dusk blocked the sun, shrouded the warm Rong Feng in the darkness, and filled his heart. Suddenly, he felt a gaze looking at him. Rong Feng wanted to avoid it. But it was too late. Su Rao saw him. Yunji, who was facing away, also noticed it. He held Su Rao's hand and intertwined his fingers again. Yunji said okay to Su Rao's words and turned to look at her. In his dim vision, he could only see a blurry white in the distance. It was not until he stared at it for a while that his vision gradually became clear again and he could see it clearly. Crescent-shaped white python robe. A four-clawed silver dragon swirled up from the hem of the robe and soared into the sky. The symbol of the status of the Crown Prince of Danyang. As the Crown Prince of Danyang, Rong Feng had never failed the title of Crown Prince. Although he had such a pair of parents, he did not grow up crooked. He was like a real Rong family member, adhering to the kindness of the Rong family. When the two brothers looked at each other for a while, Rong Feng left first. He did not come over to say anything, but just left like that, once again failing in etiquette. Such Rong Feng made Su Rao feel something was wrong. And even Yunji frowned slightly under the mask, until he saw from afar that the Minister of Justice and Minister Sun led a group of guards to come. Before that, after receiving the order from Emperor Danyang, the two of them had to check the bodies that had been carried to the Jingfu Yamen first to see if they could find any clues from the bodies. Then, Fong came to the scene of the riot. Since the order was issued for a thorough investigation, it must be done thoroughly. And this is also a good opportunity for them to take this opportunity to check Xiaoyao Tower in the Danyang Imperial City. This is linked together. And the depth of the Danyang Emperor's plan can only be seen clearly and obviously at this moment. Regardless of victory or defeat, it is more beneficial than harmful to the Danyang Emperor. If he wins, he will get rid of the trouble that has been bothering him for many years. If he loses, he can mobilize troops in the Imperial City openly. And the people in the imperial city will not be afraid, but will do their best to help. This gloomy mind has always been so insidious. One link after another. And if you are not careful, you will be calculated to be doomed. And there will be no dregs left. Seeing this, Su Rao and Yunji also seemed to understand why Rong Feng left. Emperor Danyang said that he, the emperor, would come to inquire about this matter personally. But now Rong Feng appeared here. If Emperor Danyang knew about it, wouldn't it be Rong Feng who disobeyed the order? Rao. Let's go! When the people of Sun Shanshu, who had not waited for them, saw them, Yunji also took Su Rao away. Today's chaos lasted too long. And now there is no need to waste time with these people and take advantage of the meaningless verbal disputes. Su Rao also had the same thought. After they left the street, she asked Yunji where they were going. Now they don't need to live in the guest house anymore. They can take advantage of this opportunity to turn the light into the dark. But Su Rao also knows that since old Prince Yun is living in the guest house, Yunji should go to see old Prince Yun. And Rongku must have already told Pei Liang how to monitor Grandpa Yun. If she or Yunji is found secretly to see Grandpa Yun will be in danger. It's better for them to continue living there and see Grandpa Yun openly. Su Rao thought so in her heart. Yunji also thought so. And he really needed to see his grandfather. The two discussed and went back to the guest house since they had the same idea. Old Prince Yun's carriage also stopped outside the guest house. After Pei Liang led him to his residence, old Prince Yun only told Yun Bo one sentence. Let Yun Bo take people to look for Su Rao to avoid any trouble. After finding her, tell Su Rao that before General Su died, he asked someone to find him so that he could take care of Su Rao in the future. Now that Su Rao has appeared, she will go with him in the future. After finding Su Wu, they will return to Yunlang and stay in the Su family's palace in Langjing. The only thing General Su couldn't let go of was her precious granddaughter. At the last moment, he asked him to take care of Su Rao. General Su's last wish was to hope that Su Rao would be obedient and let General Su rest in peace. These words were given to Yun Bo by old Prince Yun in front of Pei Liang. And the head of the main guest department and other attendants waiting outside also heard them. Then he said that when Su Rao came back, she didn't need to bring her to see him. She was tired today, so she should rest. Su Rao and Yunji returned to the main guest department. When they reached the door, they happened to meet Yun Bo, who came out to look for her. Su Rao was moved when she heard what Yun Bo said. Was old Prince Yun angry because Yunji came to Danliang privately, so he ordered not to see Yunji? Or was it because of other reasons that he avoided seeing him at this time? Later, Yunji spoke. And only then did Su Rao understand the strange feeling in her heart at this time. Grandfather is angry. So it's good. Grandfather is already tired from the journey. So just take a rest. I will greet you tomorrow. With a faint voice, Yunji took Su Rao past Yun Bo and went to Su Rao's residence. Although Yunji was still as calm as the bright moon, Su Rao could easily feel that Yunji was also unhappy in his heart. This was Han Machen's resistance to old Prince Yun's secret visit to Danyang. For this reason, Yunji seemed to have never taken into account Pei Liang, who was not far behind Yun Bo. Did Pei Liang hear Yunji calling him grandfather, and thus guess Yunji's identity? After passing Pei Liang, Su Rao turned her head to look at Yunji. Rao. What kind of person is Pei Liang? Maybe he is not as you and I see him. Although she resisted in her heart, Prince Ji Yu had a clear heart, and he took Pei Liang into consideration. When Yunji said this to Su Rao immediately had an insight in her heart, as if she knew something. For a moment, she turned her head and saw what Yun Bo said to Pei Liang, or what Pei Liang asked Yun Bo. What was the relationship between them? When Su Rao looked at this, Pei Liang seemed to have felt something, and looked over, and his eyes met Su Rao's in the air. But he was still the Pei Shirlang that Su Rao knew, and she did not feel any change. His attitude towards Yun Bo was similar to his attitude towards her at the beginning, and Pei Shirlang was extremely polite. But this did not reveal anything, and perhaps this was his most brilliant strength. Suddenly, Su Rao thought of something. Although the position of the Minister of the Ministry of Guests was not low, he was just a subordinate in front of those high-ranking officials of the first and second ranks. And he was still a subordinate who had never had any substantial power. But why could he gain the trust of Emperor Danliang and be entrusted with such an important task of monitoring her? From this, it can be seen that this person is indeed powerful. Before, she had misjudged him. Although the bloodbath during the day did not completely turn the entire Liang capital red, It still left an indelible fear in the hearts of the people of Danyang. The main street of the Danyang Imperial City, which was once prosperous and did not need to close its doors at night, was even more deserted tonight, and the closed shops were even more dark. Even at sunset, the Jingfu Yamen issued a notice that the Jingfu Yamen would work with the Ministry of Justice to find out the thieves who caused chaos in the city today, and there would not be a second chaos in the Imperial City today. Later, Prince Rongfeng came to comfort them in person. But the civilians of Danyang had never seen such a killing scene, and they were still panicked for a while. This feeling of panic spread from the inner city of the Imperial City to the outer city in just one night. The dark night was lonely and empty, but the night sky was full of stars. It rained heavily during the day, but at night, the moonlight was dazzling. The halo of light cast down easily illuminated the person standing in the courtyard in the outer city under the lonely night, illuminating his figure. Because tonight, in the outer city of Danyang Imperial City, he was the only one who had the courage to come out of the house. He was not afraid of the killing in the inner city of the Imperial City today, nor was he afraid that the Yamen guards, who were still searching for assassins in the inner city at night, might come to the outer city at any time. He was still wearing the same black robe that had not changed for thousands of years. The indifferent aura around him only felt heavier under the night, forcing him to feel a sense of oppression within 3 feet of his body. Until Su Han arrived, he brought the specific process of the killing in the inner city of Danyang Imperial City today. According to Su Han's report, because old Prince Yun appeared in time, Su Rao and the others had returned safely to the Ministry of Guests, and the Ministry of Justice had also been ordered to investigate the truth. Su Er's hands were behind his back, and his slightly curled fingers slowly loosened their strength. Although the indifference in his eyes had not disappeared, Su Han had been with him for many years, so he could naturally sense Su Er's change. "Sir, the old Prince Yun came here, but he came to Danyang in secret. I guess he might know that the Emperor in the palace is fake, and this trip is also to find him secretly." After saying this, Su Han tightened the handles of the 2 swords on his back for a breath, and said this again. His eyes also looked at the door behind Su Er, which was guarded by the golden-clothed secret guards, and he was about to say something but stopped. Su Er's breath became heavy again for a moment. Su Han sensed something again, and immediately stopped talking, took a step back, and waited quietly in the courtyard. But he tightened his hands holding the handles of the 2 swords on his back, and his breath was light. "I thought that young Master Zhilio and Prince Jiyue were safe and sound, and the crisis had been resolved, so I would feel good for a while." The courtyard was quiet again, and I felt the indifferent and heavy pressure again, which made me dare not breathe too much. After a long silence, Su Er just moved his body and turned to go into the house behind him, but was blocked by the golden guard again. However, before the golden guard made any extra moves, he was controlled by Su Han again, holding his hands and pulling him away. Su Er pushed the door open with an expressionless face and went in. There was only one candle in the house, shining with a faint dark red candlelight. When the door was opened, the night wind blew into it, blowing the candlelight to sway. The light of the firefly could only illuminate an inch of light around it in the huge house. When the light touched the deep couch, it was so dim that I could only see the bulge on the couch. Only at this moment did I stop struggling weakly. "Su, you, Mo," hurry voice, feeling the cold breath of Su Er brought by the night wind. Yun Mujing turned her head, and the whole person was tied up by Su Er again, just like the time in her Jin's palace. Only this time, she was wearing a girl's clothes and was a girl. But Su Er had no mercy on her and tied her up like this after knocking her unconscious and taking her away. Yun Mujing also struggled, but her internal force was sealed by Su Er again, and he threatened her again. If she dared to break through her internal force at the cost of hurting herself, then he would make her female identity public. Just ask, if the ministers of Yunlang knew that their new emperor was actually a girl, what kind of waves would be stirred? "Su Yuma, don't be crazy. Let's talk." Faced with Su Er, who was so angry, Yun Mujing had to compromise first. She still had things to do, and she couldn't let Su Er continue to trap her like this. She was anxious, but Su Er didn't know whether he didn't listen, or he didn't want to talk to Yun Mujing, or he couldn't talk because he couldn't speak. After he came into the room, he just sat at the table and looked at the flickering candlelight on the table. He didn't pay attention to Yun Mujing. So depressed, This reaction made Yun Mujing feel that her heart was also depressed. And she felt extremely depressed. The anger in her heart that had already subsided was once again aroused by Su-er. She struggled to sit up. And her breath was also calm. She had already given in. What else did he want? With her legs tied, Yun Mujing jumped directly in front of Su-er. Her heavy and angry breathing could be easily detected. She was wearing a purple smoke gauze, and her black hair was scattered, without a single jade hairpin to embellish it. The slightly exposed Adam's apple on her fair and slender neck also moved as she spoke. But her charming face, and the tenderness of a girl between her eyebrows and eyes were clearly visible at this night. Su-er then raised his eyes. And his eyes, which were so dull that there was no light at all, now looked at this woman who had attracted his heart in such a way. He looked at her carefully. But at this moment, his heart no longer had the throbbing he had in the past. The precious first love of a young man. Even though he knew that she was a man, he was not willing to give up. Even if he hid it in his heart. It was good. But now, it just felt very funny. Su-er took the lamp and placed the candlelight between him and Yun Mujing. The candlelight was dazzling for a while, making each other's vision blurry for a moment. Then, they could see each other clearly. Su-er could see the anger in Yun Mujing's eyes more clearly. Look! How funny. Was it because his appearance ruined what she was doing? That's why she was so angry. With just one glance, Su-er touched her neck with her other hand, and looked at Yun Mujing again. She wanted to talk to him. But how could she talk now? Su-er's touch on his neck made Yun Mujing's eyes freeze for a moment. And the anger in his heart was like a deflated ball. And it couldn't be remitted. Then, he staggered back a step, and didn't dare to look directly into Su-er's eyes. Her reaction made Su-er feel even more funny. But the anger in his heart became even stronger, and wanted to drown Su-er's last remaining reason and swallow him. Suddenly, Su-er grabbed Yun Mujing's shoulder, and threw the lamp in his hand directly to the ground. The candlelight went out, and the place was plunged into darkness. The room was darkened by the candlelight, and the eyes were plunged into darkness, which also magnified other senses, whether it was feeling or hearing. At this moment, they would tremble. You can't escape. Every word came out of his throat, and Su-er's throat seemed to be cut by the blade. But he still pulled out these 4 words with a heavy breath, tearing his vocal cords again. The hands that pinched Yun Mujing's shoulders were so strong that Yun Mujing felt her shoulder blades were crackling and were about to be crushed into pieces. The shoulder was in so much pain that it seemed to be numb. And then it was released. Su-er took a step back. After Yun Mujing said that he was really crazy, Su-er turned around and strode out of the house, and went out again. After Su-er went out, Su-han's words came again, and he passed the message on behalf of Su-er again. Your Majesty, please stay still and don't think about escaping. Otherwise his son would not mind looking for Prince Jiue, and let Prince Jiue continue to worry about his brother, who never rests. This threat made Yun Mujing's anger irritated, and he had nowhere to vent. So the room became quiet again. And Su-er, who had left the room, stood outside with his hands behind his back. Although his breath had calmed down, Su-han could still feel his master's grief. So he never let go of the hand holding the golden guard. It was not until the second half of the night that Su-han felt that the wrists of the golden guard's hands were numb and stiff. And Su-er moved again and looked at Su-han. Wait until dawn and go back to the inner city. The most dangerous place will also be the safest place. The chaos that happened during the day. The Danyang Imperial City has been in motion, and all the roads leading out of the Imperial City must be strictly guarded now. It is not a good time for them to leave. Although Su-er is now difficult to speak. Su-han has followed Su-er since he was a child. Su-er only needs a glance, and Su-han can understand what Su-er wants him to do. Su-han quickly let go of the golden-clad secret guard and slightly moved his numb wrist. After his wrist was comfortable, Su-han prepared to pack his bags and clean up all the traces of their stay here. Since they were going back to the inner city, the traces of their stay in this courtyard must be cleaned up. But just as Su-han took a step, there was a sudden click. It was a sound from outside the courtyard wall. Before Su-han reacted, the ink-colored figure had moved. With just a false shake, 2 objects were thrown in from outside the courtyard wall in the night, slamming into the courtyard, stirring up the water stains in the puddles left after the rainstorm, and with some mud stains, polluting the black clothes they were wearing. Then, Su-er, who jumped out of the wall at a very fast speed, also jumped in again. His eyes were so cold and indifferent that he looked at the two unknown objects he threw in. After walking over, he stretched out his hand. What news did you receive? Don't make it difficult for your emperor. Su Han also strode over. Seeing that the person was Yun Mujing's other golden-clad secret guards, he became Su Er's messenger again. Hand over the message. Don't make it difficult for each other. The other two golden-clad secret guards, who secretly protected Yun Mujing, were already hurt by Su Er's throw, and now they were threatened by Su Han. Both of them were breathless for a while, but they couldn't beat Su Er. Even their emperor and leader were clamped by him. For a moment, the two gold-clad secret guards looked at each other. But before they could ask the leader whether to hand over or not, Su Han, under the instruction of Su Er, had forcibly pulled off the clothes of one of the gold-clad secret guards and took out the message he had just received from his clothes. Yun Mujing had originally ordered the gold-clad secret guards to keep an eye on Siam Yaling. And now that Siam Yaling had an accident, they naturally received the news the fastest. The letter mentioned what happened to Siam Yaling after Emperor Damyan came to Queen Yun's bedroom. Her life or death was unknown, and whether she needed to be secretly investigated and rescued. At this moment, Su Er's indifferent eyes seemed to be rolling with a black vortex. Surging. His heart, which had been stable, was surging again. The rapid surge made him unable to feel what pain was, and what numbness was after excessive pain. Looking at the room again, Su Er's eyes seemed to want to see the person inside clearly. What kind of person is she? Yun Muyue led Dan Liang into the game, but at the same time, he also set his sights on Xian Muyaling. But he wanted to pull Zhu Xian in at the same time, so as to kill two birds with one stone? The new emperor Yun Lang was so scheming. Did he never really know her? How many aspects of her did he not know? Was the slightest affection she had shown to him just a means for her to keep him for her own use? Just wanting to turn him into a blade in her hand. Just a butcher knife. Su Er only felt that his heart, at this moment, was so gloomy that it seemed to be completely rendered by thick ink, and an invisible big hand pinched his heart to suffocate. The hand holding the letter slowly clenched, and the letter immediately turned into confetti. But it still couldn't eliminate the blue veins on Su Er's back, which seemed to burst through the skin. Su Han looked at it again, and his hands once again tightened the handles of the two knives on his back. The handles of the knives were facing down, and with a pull, the sharp blades would appear, and he would cut through the thorns for his master. The next day, the clouds in the sky rolled up thousands of waves. The next day after the night sky and the stars, the sky was clear again. The storm that lasted only a short time yesterday was no longer visible on this day, and the blood on the road surface had been washed away. Only the dark and difficult to clean dark spots in the cracks of the floor tiles indicated the killing yesterday, until it was covered by layers of dust. As time went by, the dark spots would gradually disappear, and the killing might be diluted by the people. On this day, the host and guest department was quiet again. The palace where Su Rao lived had no other movement after Su Rao and others came back to bed last night, and no sound was heard until this morning. This time, I don't know if it was because of what Yun Qi said to Pei Liang yesterday, or because of the arrival of old Prince Yun. So Pei Liang never came to bother him again, and never monitored him as carefully as before. Until the afternoon, he kept guarding the dazzling light outside the palace. Su Rao ordered to prepare lunch, and then there was movement in the palace, and there was the breath of living people. After Su Rao and Yunji washed and had lunch, they wanted to go to old Prince Yun's palace. But Pei Liang came again before they stepped out of the palace. He came again to bother him. But this time, Yun Bo was also with him. Pei Liang came this time just to lead the way for Yun Bo. And it was Yun Bo who came to Su Rao for something. Yun Bo said that someone came to the palace early this morning. Queen Yun was overjoyed to learn that the old prince had come. She wanted to leave the palace to pay respects to her father. The old prince heard that he didn't want his daughter to travel so hard, so he went back to the palace early. The father and daughter haven't seen each other for many years. When they meet today, there must be a lot to talk about. The old prince has explained that the princess can do whatever she wants, and doesn't need to restrict herself because of his arrival. He has asked people to find the fifth child of the Su family as soon as possible. She should not look for him secretly to avoid any more danger. He can't explain to the heroic spirit of General Su. Yun Bo was just a messenger, because Pei Liang didn't have much face in Su Rao's place. If Pei Liang came here alone to pass the message, Su Rao might not listen. and Pei Liang was an official of Danyang, so he couldn't pass the message. So the old Prince Yun kept Yun Bo. After conveying the meaning of the old Prince Yun, Yun Bo bowed and left. From beginning to end, Yun Bo never glanced at Han Machen beside Su Rao. After Yun Bo left, Pei Liang also turned and left. This time, Pei Liang did not say anything else. This made Su Rao look at Pei Liang again. After a breath, he looked at Yun Bo again. These two people, one is the host's reception, and the other is the guest's manager. They are polite and proper when they get along with each other. Just looking at it, there is no secret relationship. But thinking of what Yunji said when he came back yesterday, Su Rao's eyes fell on Pei Liang, who had already left. Not being able to see the relationship does not mean that there is really no relationship. Since Yunji said so, there must be something fishy. But what is this trick? Who is this Pei Shilong's man? What if he is the one arranged by the old Prince Yun? This thought came out of her mind again, and Su Rao turned her head to look at Yunji beside her. She wondered if Yunji was thinking the same thing as she was thinking. But when did he find out and know? Or was it Rong Xiao who knew? Rong Xiao knew from the beginning. In Rong Yao's heart, he knew everything. Although Su Rao did not speak at this glance, Yunji knew what she was thinking. And the phoenix eyes under the silver-black mask also looked at Pei Liang's back. And the eyes were unclear. Rao, wait until I figure it out. And then I'll tell you. Now I only know half of it. And there are still too many things I don't understand. Telling you is just a mediocre person's trouble. During the day, I didn't see old Prince Yun. And in the evening, I still didn't see him. When old Prince Yun returned, it was already late at night, so it was inconvenient to disturb him. The next day, another morning, another Danyang noble came to the host and guest department to pay homage to old Prince Yun. Even in the Danyang Imperial City, the footsteps of the Ministry of Justice and the Beijing government office did not stop for a moment. In just one day and one night, the inner city was almost turned upside down. Therefore, countless suspicious people were imprisoned in the prison of the Ministry of Justice. On the second day, a thorough investigation of the outer city began again. Therefore, the entire Danyang Imperial City seemed to be in turmoil. Although the people were terrified by the killing in the streets, they still volunteered to help the Ministry of Justice one by one. And they were determined to catch the assassins and restore peace to their families and the country. All this did not affect the master and guest department at all. Nor did it affect the nobles of the Danyang families, especially the other loyal ministers who belonged to the Danyang Emperor. They all came to the master and guest department as if they had agreed. Even the other Danyang families, except for some old antiques, would come because of etiquette. Those who did not come would be entangled in trivial matters, and they would send servants to present gifts. They would never let others criticize their family for being rude because of such trivial matters. In one day, the master and guest department was crowded with people. This scene of guests was not until the night of the third day, when the 3-day deadline given by the Danyang Emperor to the Minister of Justice and the Minister of the Jingfu Yamen had expired, and the old Prince Yun seemed to have a moment of leisure. Night fell again, and the starry sky was still full of stars. The moonlit nights in Danyang Kingdom always seemed to be particularly gorgeous, especially after the wind and rain. It was even more beautiful. Although it was not a full moon, it had not lost its moonlight at all. The bright moon was in the sky. The stars and the moon blended, and it was another bright moon night. In the past 3 days, the old Prince Yun, who had just had some free time, sent Yun Bo to invite Su Rao to his residence for a chat. He only invited Su Rao to see him, and still did not mention a word about Yunji. Since Yunji had not been mentioned, and since the old Prince Yun still did not see Yunji, Su Rao came alone. In this conversation, the first thing that old Prince Yun said was the chaos of assassins on the street that the Danyang Emperor ordered the Minister of Punishment and Minister Sun to investigate together. As the sunset fell today, the truth was clear. The remnants of the previous dynasty are causing chaos. In the main hall of old Prince Yun's residence, the palace lights were soft and comfortable. Old Prince Yun, who was also dressed in a warm and comfortable outfit, said this. The truth was that the remnants of the previous dynasty were causing chaos, and they assassinated Yunlang Ronghua Princess, intending to provoke discord between Yunlang and Danyang. Just listening, Su Rao's charming peach blossom eyes had already become dark, and the red color quietly painted her eyelids, thus fading the scar on her forehead, and her mouth corners also brought a faint coldness in a breath. Grandpa Yun, Let's not beat around the bush. Grandpa Yun knows who Su Rao is. So how could there be such a truth that the remnants of the previous dynasty assassinated Su Rao? I guess Dan Liang provided Grandpa Yun with some evidence. Su Rao stressed the words truth and evidence. Although Dan Liang gave the truth, Su Rao didn't understand what old Prince Yun said at this time. Why did he say that in front of her? A princess of the previous dynasty. Saying that the assassin who assassinated her was the remnant of her previous dynasty. Old Prince Yun knew her true identity. But he said that to her. But he wanted to test her with this. To test whether she had really let go of her hatred. Or he thought that the incident that day was her doing. But if there was no evidence, how could she easily believe it? The thoughts in her heart never stopped for a moment. Just when Su Rao had this thought in her mind, old Prince Yun had handed the things to Su Rao. Since the truth is clear, there must be real evidence. After 3 days of investigation, the Minister of the Ministry of Justice and the Minister Sun of the Beijing government have already caught many assassins. Moreover, several members of the Shao family who were arrested earlier recognized that the arrested assassins had appeared in their Shao family many times and met with their head of the family in the study many times. After 3 days of investigation and interrogation, it was found that in the past few years, some chaos had occurred in other counties of Danyang from time to time, disturbing the peace of the people in the counties. These incidents were caused by the Zayala, a once popular killer organization in the martial arts world that disappeared. The assassins who were arrested today found the Xiaoyao order used by Zayak when they received the order in their hiding places. What's more, there were traces of the previous dynasty in their hiding places. From this, it can be inferred. Either Zayala was originally a secret stake set up by Emperor Xuanya in various vassal states during the Qin dynasty, and then disappeared with the fall of the Qin dynasty. This can explain why Zayala was popular in the martial arts world, but disappeared for no reason. Or, it is that the remnants of the previous dynasty took advantage of the name of Xiaoyao Tower, which disappeared due to some Jianghu incident. During the Qin dynasty, Emperor Xuanya was incompetent and built Yingatai for his concubine, and was extravagant. The 3 vassal states purged the emperor's side for the sake of justice. After the fall of the Qin dynasty, some of them fled and were unwilling to resign. After 10 years, they revived and wanted to cause chaos in the world. No matter which inference is made, there is an established truth that there must be a connection between Xiaoyao Tower and the remnants of the previous dynasty, and the relationship must be close. And the Shao family of Danyang that has been discovered is the hidden stake planted by Xiaoyao Tower in his Danyang imperial city. Years ago, the Shao family colluded with the Danyang Chaosheng king to plot against Danyang. And now it is clear that the Shao family colluded with the Chaosheng king. And their purpose is probably to control Danyang for the remnants of the previous dynasty, and try to restore the country from Danyang. After all, among the 3 kingdoms today, Shuxia is as strong as ever. And with a heroic and brave Prince Yi, it is not easy to plot. Yunlang is a man of both civil and military knowledge. And with the famous Prince Jiyue in charge, it is not easy to move. Only Danyang is a country of literature and morality. Compared with Juxia and Yunlang, Danyang is the easiest country to move without spending a lot of military force. Girl, this time, you lose. After this move by the Emperor of Danyang, when the notice is posted in the Danyang imperial city tomorrow morning, the rebellious forces in Danyang will all be the remnants of the previous dynasty, including Xiaoyao Tower. After yesterday's chaos, in the minds of the people of Danyang, they will all be the scourge that disturbs the stability of Danyang. Once they show up, they will surely attack them in unison. And this is why Danyang can be a country of culture and morality, but can sit firmly in one of the 3 major countries, just because of the 3 words win the hearts of the people. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. The weapon of Danyang has never been force, but the people, which has always been the people of Danyang. The country protects the people, and the people protect the country. Dependence on each other. Touching his beard, old Prince Yun began to advise Su Rao that no matter what her purpose was in going to Danyang, she should not continue to do so. Danyang was not Chu Xian and Yunlang, and she could not easily provoke a war. Moreover, the 3 kingdoms were in harmony. The country was peaceful, and the people were safe. And the Su family was also safe. He had asked people to find Su Wu as soon as possible. After finding Su Wu, he would return to Yulang safely, and not make trouble, and cause trouble for himself. At this moment, old Prince Yun seemed to have lost the kindness and amiability that Su Rao knew. And he also did not have the warmth and elegance of a father-in-law when he met the Emperor of Danyang before. He was wearing a light and warm color. Not a gorgeous robe. But he had a noble aura and royal majesty. People in the Yun family, even old Prince Yun, who never confronted others and never coveted power, were not without deterrence. But he only wanted to go smoothly in the past. He has always been gentle to others. And he himself has always been gentle and easygoing. He is just an amiable old man. But he is a member of the royal family after all. And the environment he grew up in has given them an innate deterrence. All without anger. And the words of the old Prince Yun seemed to finally feel that the chaos yesterday was caused by Su Rao. Su Rao came to Danyang this time. Perhaps because of the hatred in her heart. Just like the cognition in Rong Feng's heart when Su Rao first arrived in Danyang. Su Rao only listened to this meaning. Her eyebrows moved for a while. And it was difficult to understand her expression. After a moment, she slowly curved the corners of her lips. But the smile did not reach her eyes. Compared to me, the princess of the previous dynasty, in the heart of Grandpa Yun, the son-in-law is indeed more trustworthy. After saying this, Su Rao stood up. And then she tore the so-called evidence and testimony brought by the old Prince Yun into two halves in front of the old Prince Yun. The paper fluttered from her soft hands and landed lightly at Su Rao's feet. How could she not know whether the testimony on it was true or false? She also knew whether the people in Xiaoyao Tower had been arrested, and whether Ying, Yunfeng, and Xiao Mubai were safe. She had already received news in the past 3 days. Moreover, Han Machan had been operating in Danyang country for a long time. So how could he easily find his base? There are some words and some things that Su Rao should not tell. No matter whether Grandpa Yun knows or does not think too much about it. Grandpa Yun's actions tonight are not intentional by Rongke, who wants to use Grandpa Yun to make Su Rao short of money. Or Grandpa Yun is willing to help Rongke to embarrass Su Rao and persuade Su Rao. Grandpa Yun does not need to say more. Whether Su Rao and Grandpa Yun are friends or enemies is not a choice between you and me, but a person that you and I care about. The candlelight in the night, rustling, shines on Su Rao's face, making her peach blossom eyes extremely bright at this moment. She stares at the face of old Prince Yun, wanting to see clearly whether old Prince Yun knows nothing or he already knows. But after seeing this, Su Rao could not see anything. Just like that Minister Pei, she could not see through the old Prince Yun who came to Danyang Kingdom this time. If the old Prince Yun knew nothing, then his current behavior might be understandable. After all, Rongke was the son-in-law, and she was the remnant of the previous dynasty. And she had also started the war between Zhu Xian and Yun Lang. So she could not be trusted. But if the old Prince Yun knew, he could endure it until now and still remain unmoved. Does he also think that the dawn of the world is better than the hatred of his children? And only by giving up small love can he consider the overall situation. For this reason, he can bear the death of his daughter unjustly and the grievances of his beloved grandson for many years. Yunji said that he had too many unclear things. And now it seemed that she could not see clearly. Perhaps only when Yunji met his grandfather would they understand the unclear things in their hearts. Was it accidental or inevitable that old Prince Yun suddenly came to Danyang Kingdom? The conversation between Su Rao and old Prince Yun at night was known to Rong Palace within a moment after Su Rao left. It was still Pei Shilang who went to the palace to report. However, Pei Liang only said what old Prince Yun said to Su Rao. As for how Su Rao reacted, because there was Yun Bo guarding outside the palace of old Prince Yun, Pei Liang did not get too close. So he did not hear it clearly. He only heard the words enemy and friend vaguely, although they did not hear it completely. From the scattered words brought by Pei Liang, Danyang Emperor and Ding Lao knew that the conversation between old Prince Yun and Su Rao at night was not pleasant or harmonious. Your Majesty asked old Prince Yun to persuade him. The remnant of the former dynasty was indeed angry. In this case, how many times can she trust old Prince Yun? Will old Prince Yun really save her? Old Prince Yun is the mother's father, and the father-in-law of your Majesty. Who is closer to him, and who is not? The palace lights were bright in Queen Yun's bedroom. In the night, old Ding was still here, talking and stroking his sparse beard. In his bulging evil eyes, he was always calculating. After the remnants of the current dynasty repeatedly suspected old Prince Yun, it hurt old Prince Yun's heart. Will old Prince Yun save her again and again? Her protection would be gone. Emperor Danyang was also here. When he and old Ding looked at each other, no matter how dirty their thoughts were, they were all birds of a feather. Father is my father after all. no matter how close we are. Even if he wants to protect the remnants of the previous dynasty. How can he really not know? My husband and the daughter of the Su family. Father naturally trusts my husband. The Queen Yun, who sat next to Emperor Danyang, still looked weak and frail, with a pale face. She had not recovered even when they were alone. This was not a disguise. But she was really weak. In order to prevent old Prince Yun from seeing her and suspecting her. When old Prince Yun came that night, Queen Yun soaked in cold water for nearly a whole night, so that she could not move much when she looked weak. When old Prince Yun came to meet her, she was also separated by a layer of gauze curtain to prevent the wind from passing on to old Prince Yun, which would be a great unfilial act for a daughter. My beloved concubine, please do not be careless again. Empress Yun had just shown some joy, and Emperor Danyang glanced at her at the right time. Although this glance was still as tender and affectionate as before, what he said was still a bit reproachful, blaming Empress Yun for not being vigilant enough in the matter of Siam Yaling, which almost ruined his plan. Fake is fake after all. No matter how you disguise it. It can't be true. But so what? The person next to him, his queen, in the eyes of others, she is Yun Jun, including her father. Even if it is his biological father, with his daughter in front of him, he can hardly tell the truth. She is Juner. Mr. Ding. When Siam Ichi Shao arrives in Chang'an, make sure she is obedient. I don't want to make such a mistake again. He said this to old Ding again. The deep meaning of this remark is that it has been 3 days since the theft of the magic pill. Has Mr. Ding caught those thieves? With one last glance at old Ding, Emperor Danyang entered the inner hall with his beloved queen without saying anything else. 3 days passed in a hurry. The Danyang Emperor felt sorry for the suffering of the people and ordered the Ministry of Justice and the Beijing government to work for 3 days and nights without sleep. Now the truth has been found out. As the old Prince Yun said, the notice will be posted in every corner of the imperial city, so that the people of Danyang will know that the rebellion that day was caused by the remnants of the previous dynasty. And now all the remnants have been captured. In addition, the heads will be hung up for public display after another day, and the remnants will be beheaded for the people of Danyang to see. The people can rest assured that with their benevolent and people-loving Danyang Emperor, there will be no chaos in the Danyang imperial city. The Danyang kingdom will be safe. All the assassins who were caught were beheaded outside the Meridian Gate, with blood splattering on the beheading platform. The people of the Danyang imperial city were not frightened as they were that day, but applauded one by one. These evils that harmed the country and the people had all surrendered, which was a great relief to the people. For this reason, the entire Liang capital, the Danyang imperial city, was bustling again, especially in the red light district. The drums and music that had rested for 3 days and nights due to the chaos in the imperial city sounded again tonight. Talented scholars and beautiful women made friends with literature, and the orchestra and guzheng were used to express emotions. This peaceful scene, a place of peace and happiness on earth. But who would have thought that on this night, in the backyard of the elegant residence, a pool of bright red blood appeared on the ground, and a wounded figure fell down in the blood, and it was unknown whether he was dead or not. Just when the servant in Fengao residence was about to discover it, he was rescued by someone who arrived earlier. The pool of blood was also handled in time by the subordinates to avoid being discovered by others. This incident happened quietly and did not affect the prosperity of the Danyang imperial city. The assassination incident in the streets of the inner city of Danyang imperial city that day seemed to have really ended at this moment. In the opinion of Emperor Danyang and old Ding, Su Rao's side ended in a disastrous defeat. In this open confrontation between them, they won the situation after all. Xiaoyao Tower was completely labeled with the word former dynasty. This, together with the fear that the Jianghu assassin organization gave to ordinary people, made Xiaoyao Tower not only a fear for Danyang, but also a fear for the other 2 countries. Even if Su Rao was safe, from now on, the owner of Xiaoyao Tower and Xiaoyao Tower would be the public enemy of the world and could only hide in the dark forever. The remnants of the previous dynasty. You want to cause trouble in the imperial city. Do you really think that I can only do nothing about you? Although this round was lost, it was also a win. Therefore, Emperor Danyang was in a good mood, and his attitude towards Queen Yun was becoming more gentle and considerate. As for Su Rao, there was no substantial evidence to prove Su Rao's identity as a princess of the previous dynasty. Only the assassin shouted that day, which could not be true. The game that Emperor Danliang had set up against Su Rao was also accidentally broken by the arrival of Prince Yun. In this way, Su Rao and his men did not suffer any losses. As for whether Xiaoyao Tower was given the word former dynasty, whether it would make the other two countries wary, let alone Yunlang, there was Yun Ji, and there was the already unclear entanglement between Su Er and Yun Mujing. Yun Mujing, the new emperor, could not become an enemy. Yun Lang was a friend, not an enemy. As for Zhu Xian, Xian Yiqi Xiao knew Su Rao's identity long ago, when he knew that Su Rao was a princess of the previous dynasty. He had already determined in his heart that Xiaoyao Tower was a remnant of the previous dynasty. Since he had already determined it, how could he be wary now? Moreover, Queen Rong poisoned Emperor Wei first, and Emperor Wei died later. If Xian Yiqi Xiao knew that his brother's death might have been caused by Dan Liang, I am afraid that Dan Liang would be in trouble and destroy himself. Su Rao was clear about the reason, so she shouldn't have such an expression. The expression was still a solemn one, because they were still tricked by Emperor Danyang, or more precisely, by Elder Ding. After the riot on the street that day, when Emperor Danyang ordered a thorough investigation for 3 days, Yun Feng secretly came to see Su Rao and Yun Ji to report what happened on their side. Mr. Jiju had been properly settled and there was no problem. So Su Rao allowed the 3-day thorough investigation, because Su Rao knew that no matter how thoroughly he investigated, Ronku would never find any evidence that could implicate her, even if it was forged, because she had the protection of the old Prince Yun. After 3 days of thorough investigation, it was indeed as Su Rao thought. Apart from the ridiculous victory and defeat that Ronku fabricated, and the unfortunate victims who were caught, they did not do anything bad, and she did not suffer any losses. Until the unknown incident that happened in the backyard of Fingyao residence last night was known to Su Rao. The letter about rescuing the injured person and the delivery of his letter made Su Rao and Yun Ji worried. It was because the letter was written by Su Er, and the injured person was Yunling. Last night, it was Su Er who rescued Yunling. Yunling, who was supposed to escort Mr. Zhu to evacuate safely, was seriously injured and fainted in the backyard of Fingyao residence last night for some reason. Su Er and Su Han, who returned to the inner city and went to Fingyao residence in Huajiaoyacheng, saw him, and Yunling was saved and did not die. After saving Yunling, Su Er asked Su Han to find Yun Feng and learned about Mr. Zhu. Now that Yunling has been in trouble, it is likely that Mr. Zhu is in danger. So Su Er immediately asked Yun Feng to inform Su Rao and Yun Ji about this matter, and asked Xiao Mubai and Ying to contact Mr. Zhu as soon as possible to find out what happened to Mr. Zhu as soon as possible. In the sunny and windy Danyang Kingdom, it is rare for the weather to be extremely unstable, because Danyang Kingdom is like spring breeze all year round, with good weather and good harvests. A sudden storm like the one a few days ago only occurs very rarely. Therefore, the night sky in the Imperial City tonight is still the same starry sky and bright moon, shining the entire night. Under the dark night, there are brilliant embellishments, and the night wind is also gentle and warm, and it will never chill the body. But at this time, there is a place that seems to have changed the weather. If you touch it within 3 feet, you will feel that your whole body is wrapped in a cool breeze, and the cold skin is cold because of this. But this coldness is more dull. Fengyash Yunling. These 2 words were murmured, coming from the back of Xianaju in the inner city of Danyang Imperial City. It was a cool voice, but it felt thick and heavy, because the heavy thoughts in his heart made the voice have a luster, and he felt very heavy in his heart. Yun Ji and Su Rao came here tonight to meet Su Er. Obviously, Xianaju, the largest restaurant in Danyang Imperial City, is another base of Xiayala in Danyang Imperial City. The Xiao family's open industries in Danyang have long been sealed up. Xianaju is their hidden industry. It is not the Xiao family's industry on the surface, but the enemy of the Xiao family, so it has not been found by the Danyang Emperor. Moreover, the Danyang Emperor cannot seal up all the restaurants and shops in the Imperial City just because of the Xiao family, so Xianaju is still operating normally. Yun Ling is too seriously injured. I'll take a look at him first. In the house, on the couch, Yun Ling's face was pale, without a trace of life. Although Su Han had changed his clothes, blood was seeping out of his face again. He had many injuries all over his body. According to Su Han, there were sword wounds that injured his tendons and bones, and other injuries. His lungs were hit by external objects. If it weren't for Yunling's firm will, and Su Er's internal force to save him, Yunling would have died at this moment. Beside the couch, the person sitting down was still wearing Han Machen's dark clothes. But he was Yunji. He looked at Yunling's expression. Since coming to Xianaju, after those two murmurs, the depth in his eyes was Rong Yao's thoughts. And now Yunji could clearly feel it. Su Rao watched for a moment. And seeing Yunji like this, she softly grasped Yunji's fisted jade fingers. A faint crimson color was painted around her bright peach eyes, and fell on the red marks on Yunji's palms from the fingertips. And she looked at him with pain. No matter what happens, don't hurt yourself like this, Su Rao spoke. And Yunji's eyes just turned when he looked at Yunling, and turned his head to look at Su Rao. The deepness in his eyes, like the abyss, just disappeared, and a smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth, telling Su Rao that he was fine. And then he stood up to make room for Su Rao. Although Su Rao was worried about Yunji, she also knew that Yunling's injury could not be delayed any longer. She immediately began to treat Yunling. Yunling's injury had been delayed for a day, and Su Rao had already understood the severity of his injury when Su Han told him. Now, after a careful examination, the external and internal injuries really meant that he was hanging on for a breath. Su Er, who was standing by, also watched, took a step forward, and put his hand on Yunji's shoulder and pinched it slightly. Everything is still unclear today. Why Yunling was so seriously injured. What happened? Xiao Mubai and Ying have not heard from each other yet, and now they can only wait. There is no need for words between brothers. Yunji also understands. He and Su Er went out of the inner room first. They can't help much here. One night, in just a blink of an eye, when the morning sun of the next day was about to climb out from the mountains outside the imperial city, it was already dawn, and Su Rao wiped off the sweat on his forehead and walked out of the inner room with a tired face. Before he could say what Yunling's injury was like, whether he was safe, a cup of warm water was handed to him, and Su Rao drank the warm water from Yunji's hand, slightly relieving the fatigue on his face and the dryness in his throat. And then he talked about Yunling's safety, Yunling's injuries, external injuries, multiple sword wounds, and abrasions, and internal injuries, internal abdominal collision, and bleeding in the abdominal cavity. Such serious injuries were not treated immediately, and the injury is extremely pessimistic. The worst point is that Yunling's back may be hit by a hard object. Or in other words, he may have been chased and fell somewhere, and his back hit a hard object, causing lumbar spine injury. Even if he can recover, he may have sequelae of pain in the future. Rao, you haven't slept all night. Go and rest first. I have something to go back for, and I will be back soon. After listening to what Su Rao said, Yunji was silent for a moment. Then he raised his hand and touched Su Rao's tired face with care, and said to Su Er to take care of Yunling, and then got up and left. Yunji left without telling Su Rao what he was going to do there, and as it was about to get light, Su Rao should have gone back with him to avoid being noticed by the host and guest department. However, Yunji had never thought of taking Su Rao with him. From this, we can see how heavy Yunji's heart was at the moment, and he had never considered this. Yunji's unusual behavior seemed to have lost the precision of Prince Jiyu. But Su Rao had already understood, and had some thoughts in her mind. Why was Yunji in such an abnormal state? Since Yunji met Yunling last night, Yunji murmured twice. And Yunling was the real guard of Yunji. It was not difficult to guess why Yunji went back at this time. He must have gone back to see the old Prince Yun. Although she was worried, Su Rao did not stop Yunji from going back. The grandfather and grandson. One did not want to see, and the other had resentment and resistance in his heart. But today they had to see each other, and they had too many confusions in their hearts. Yunling is the son of the Yun Palace, and is the guard chosen by the old Prince Yun for Yunji. Why did Yunling go to Huajielyaching after the accident, instead of looking for Yifeng and the others? Huajielyaching is not the place where Zayala is entrenched. If Yunling was to prevent Zayala from being found, so he did not contact Yifeng first after being seriously injured, but avoided the danger of being tracked first, and then found an opportunity to come back. Then why did he happen to hide in the backyard of Fengyaxiuju in Huajielyaching? Not to mention the location of Fengyaxiuju, in the deep alleys of the inner city, in the Huajielyaching. If you don't go there on purpose, you shouldn't go there no matter how you walk. As for Yun Mujing, he had hidden there, and he was hiding safely without any signs of being discovered. Now thinking about it, with Yun Mujing's charming face, she lived in an elegant residence as a daughter, and it was at a time when Ronke forced her to go to Danliang for the safety of his fifth brother. The appearance of a woman like Yun Mujing at such a sensitive moment would definitely make Ronke suspicious. But the result was that Yun Mujing was always safe. Su Rao didn't want to think too much. But at this moment, she had to think too much. Pei Liang, old Prince Yun, and Yun Ling appeared in Fengya Shuju again. If there is a connection between all these, then there is only one result. Old Prince Yun knows. And he has known it from the beginning to the end. Fengya Shuju is an elegant place in the Danliang Imperial City that almost all dignitaries, talented men and beautiful women flock to. Now the master behind it. Miss, go and rest first. Su Han asked Su Rao to rest first under Su Er's eyes. She hadn't slept all night, and it was already light today. Su Rao was not convenient to stay here for a long time. After Yunji came back, they had to leave here. Otherwise, if something happened in the host and guest department, Su Rao and Yunji didn't show up in time. Su Er had considered everything, so Su Rao stopped thinking about it. Just as she took a rest, a gust of morning breeze blew into the house from outside. Su was about to take away the blood water that Su Rao had used to wash after treating Yun Ling. At this moment, the slightly strange smell mixed in the blood water drifted into Su Rao's nose with the morning breeze. Suddenly, Su Rao, who was about to go to another room, quickly came to Su's side. Her bright eyes fell on the bloody dirty water that she had washed. Her whole person and expression between her eyebrows suddenly became depressed. Miss, is there something wrong? Su Rao reacted like this. And Su also looked at the water in the basin in her hand. Su Er and Su Han also hurried over. Miss, but this water. Seeing Su Rao reaching into the basin and fanning it slightly, the solemn expression between her eyebrows became more serious. Su Er immediately realized that there might be something wrong with the water. Su Han understood and became Su Er's mouthpiece again to ask about it. Su Han, where are all the clothes Yun Ling wore? Su Rao also spoke after this check. It was not the water that had a problem, but Yun Ling. To be more precise, Yun Ling's body had a problem. He had a smell on his body, and it was obvious at this moment. Yun Ling had been rescued for a day and a night, and his clothes had been changed. But the smell was still there, lingering for a long time. As soon as this idea came out of his mind, Su Er immediately understood and quickly looked at Su Han. Su Han told Su Rao that Yun Ling's clothes had been burned as soon as Yun Ling was rescued last night to prevent him from being seen by the visitors in Xianhiju. While Su Han was talking, Su Rao had also quickly told Su to have someone take the basin of dirty water away from the backside door. Be quick. Then, Su Rao told the two Xiaoyao guests waiting outside to move Yun Ling to the dark room, which was just under the kitchen in the back kitchen. The strong smell of fireworks could cover up the smell left on Yun Ling's body. All the instructions were given in a very tight schedule. Just as everything was done, the shopkeeper of Xianhiju came over. He looked solemn. Something happened in the previous residence. Some guards from the yamen came to Xianhiju, carrying weapons, and their posture showed that they were not here with good intentions. The clouds on the horizon were peeled apart by the morning sun, which poked its head out and quietly jumped out from under the mountains, casting a brilliant white morning glow. After the chaos in the streets was investigated, the Danliang Imperial City was only peaceful and stable for 2 short days. And this morning, the hustle and bustle was born again, disturbing the still quiet morning. The Beijing government office is doing business, and all the idle people should retreat quickly. This shout was from the Beijing government guard. Following his voice, a team of Beijing government guards quickly rushed into Xianhiju. Some guards stopped the people who were about to eat at Xianhiju on both sides, and some guards quickly arrested the shopkeeper and servants of Xianhiju, without giving them a chance to react. He only said, "There are still remnants of the previous dynasty fleeing. We have found clues and are here to search Xianhiju." While he was speaking, a handsome guard, who was following the Beijing guard, took out a little white mouse from the cloth bag on his waist. The little white mouse seemed to be smart. It sniffed east and west, and then went straight to the backyard of Xianhiju with the right direction. At this moment, outside Xianhiju, at the corner of an alley opposite, Su Rao, who had changed her clothes, saw the scene clearly. Her eyes fell on the handsome guard. In just one glance, Su Rao recognized that this person was the little medicine boy of the Ding family, who she had deliberately teased after arriving at Danyang Imperial City. The corner of her eyes narrowed suddenly, with a dark light. "Miss, will you be okay?" Su-Han once again grasped the handles of the double swords on his back. Seeing that the little white mouse found the direction, the handsome guard immediately chased after it. It can be seen that the smell on Yunling that Su Rao sensed indeed exposed their whereabouts. At the moment when the handsome guards chased after him, the guards of the capital were solemn and tense, and they grabbed the servants in Xyaniju, who had been detained one by one. The guards of the capital ordered the guards outside to keep an eye on the people who were blocked from having breakfast, and to be vigilant at all times to prevent the remnants of the previous dynasty from mixing with the people like the riots in the streets that day. Then, the guards of the capital led several of their men to quickly follow into the backyard, and ordered people to bring the shopkeeper in as well. The shopkeeper's forehead was sweating, and his face was panic-stricken, but he had to follow in. All these things happened in just a moment. From the guards of the capital's gate, they came and acted so vigorously, and we knew that the little white mouse would be of great use. It's a pity that their opponent is her. Su Rao only said one sentence to Su-Han's worry: "Catch the thief and take the stolen goods. If there is no dirt, how can there be a thief to catch?" Even if the white mouse followed the remaining smell in the backyard to find the house where Yunling had stayed, in the end it would only follow the smell and leave from the side door of the backyard, and there would be no trace of it after reaching the inner city river. Pour the basin of blood into the river, and the river water will flow. In just a breath, even the strongest smell will be washed away, not to mention the smell after Mi Lu washed off his body. Just as Su Rao said, the little white mouse went into the backyard, sniffed here and there, and then circled around the house where Yunling had lived for several times, and then ran around in the backyard, losing its direction for a while. The Jingfu guards also led soldiers into the house to search for a long time, but there was no trace. The shopkeeper looked at this, and then started to cry. "Officials, what is going on? I am an honest businessman. I have run a restaurant in the Imperial City for more than 10 years, but I have never done anything bad." The official said that there are remnants of the previous dynasty in his Xyaniju. This is really unfair to him. As he cried like this, tears and snot flowed down his forehead, and there were sweat stains on his forehead from the shock of the shock. The sweat stains flowed down from his temples in an instant, and he was in a very embarrassing state. When the guards of the capital saw this, they were very unhappy and shouted, "How can you be so nosy when doing business in the government office? We will know if there are any remnants of the previous dynasty after searching. If you say more, it will be an obstruction of public affairs." After hearing this, the shopkeeper hurriedly shut up, trembling, but dared not to defend himself. After running around for a few circles, the little white mouse found its direction and headed towards the side door of the backyard, chasing it all the way out. Seeing this, the guards of the capital and the delicate guards of the government immediately followed it and chased it all the way to the inner city river. After the little white mouse turned around again, they both kicked the green grass by the river in anger. Obviously, both of them thought that the person they were chasing had escaped into the river. Although the scent left by the master will linger on the body after it meets water, and will not dissipate within 3 days. When it meets water again, it can be hidden anywhere. But there is also a disadvantage. If it is washed away by running water, the scent will be washed away and can no longer be tracked. The delicate guard took the little white mouse and put it back into the bag. The little white mouse was no longer needed. The two of them were unwilling to return after failing to track them. Since the medicine rat followed the scent all the way to Xyaniju, they would go to Xyaniju to search again. When the two of them returned, Su-Han, who had been secretly following them all the way, saw them. After returning to Su Rao and Su Er, Su-Han was worried again, worried about Xyaniju. "Miss, Yunling was not found, and those people went back. Xyaniju is afraid that it will be exposed." Su-Han said that although they had responded in time, Yunling had stayed in Xyaniju for a day and a night. Although the smell was dispersed by the lady with medicine in time, the Beijing government came too quickly. Yunling was injured while escorting Mr. Zhu, and Ronka's test of me that day failed to prove that the Ding family clinic was related to Xiaoyao Tower in the end. And Xyaniju was just a restaurant. If it was just a restaurant, how could Xyaniju be exposed? Su-Han was worried, but Su Rao was fearless. Xyaniju was open for business, welcoming and seeing off guests, so it would not refuse guests. Even if it was found that the remnants of the previous dynasty stayed here, it could not be wronged without reason. Rongku was not a benevolent person, but he was the benevolent monarch of Danyang. Without solid evidence, he could wrongly accuse civilians in broad daylight. If he did so, he would lose his reputation as a benevolent monarch and alienate the people of Danyang. After all, people's words are scary, and people's hearts cannot be dispersed. Moreover, they have already discovered that they have been hiding in the dark room. So how can they find out? Even if Rongku wants to impose some crime on Xianhiju, as he did on the Xiao family, he can't do it, since she found it in time and was not caught off guard. How can she let him touch Xianhiju again? Therefore, the place that will be in trouble will not be Xianhiju. I'm afraid it will be Miss. Su Rao just had an idea in her mind, and this voice whispered in her ear, "It's Ying who is back." Although Su Rao was disguised, Ying recognized it at a glance. When she came to Su Rao's side, she quickly said that something happened in Huajia Lucheng. Last night, Fengyaxuju in Huajia Lucheng was suddenly sealed off, and the managers were all taken to the Ministry of Justice. At the end of the Yin hour this morning, an important official was imprisoned. As soon as he found out about this, Xiao Mubai asked him to inform the young lady and the second young master first. After all, Yun Mujing had lived in Fengyaxuju, and now Fengyaxuju was sealed off. What if it had anything to do with Yun Mujing? As for Mr. Zhu, they had no news yet. After Mr. Zhu got the elixir, Mr. Zhu asked them to send him out of the city, where he would be easily discovered. After they checked, they found that except for the chaos in the streets that day, there were no other chaos in the city. So Yunling and his men were probably attacked outside the city. It would take some time to check what happened outside the city. On Su Rao's side, she had just received the news that Ying had brought about the accident at Fengyaxiaoju in Huajiaoyuqing. On the side of old Prince Yun, there was also a servant holding a delicate box, and came to pay respect to old Prince Yun. Before that, Yunji returned to the host and guest department before the servant, and the grandfather and grandson finally met. In the hall, the two people sitting opposite each other, an old man in plain and elegant brocade clothes and a man in black long clothes, looked like they were drinking together. But if you feel the atmosphere, you know that it is not drinking together, but a contest. A contest between grandfather and grandson. Cheer. Suddenly, with such a hurried voice, the two people who were still competing, when the black-clothed man had blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. The old man lost first, and he hurriedly got up to Yunji's side, worried that Yunji might have another illness. Yunji slightly turned aside, and did not give his grandfather this face. Grandfather kept it a secret from Han Machin, so I won't be angry or upset. Taking out the Yuwa handkerchief, Yunji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then looked at old Prince Yun again. At such a close distance, in Yunji's eyes, old Prince Yun's face was no longer blurred. The traces of time left on him, his slightly old face, the gray hair at the temples, and even the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Yunji could see them clearly. At this moment, he was still concerned about his illness as always. He is Yunji's grandfather, and Rong Zhao's maternal grandfather. He protects him and treats him with great care. But in the end, is he the same as the emperor's uncle? Grandfather hid it from Han Machin, but also from Rong Xiao. Rong Xiao has been active in Danyang for many years, but he didn't know that he was just a chess piece of grandfather? Just like Yunji is the chess piece of the emperor's uncle. A chess piece that can take down Danyang. Yunji spoke these words in a very soft voice. His voice was cool and melodious, and one could not hear his inner thoughts from his words. But the more he was like this, the more it made old Prince Yun see clearly that Yunji was angry at the moment. And this anger was more of a burning pain in his heart. Because of this, old Prince Yun's pale hand, which was still stiff in the air with faint lines, trembled slightly, and then slowly fell down. Grandfather, is it really just a chess piece? Asked again. This time, Yunji just let out his voice. No longer the soft whisper just now. Since merging with Rong Xiao, his memory has become clearer day by day. The suspicion buried in Rong Zhao's heart that he had long noticed, but did not dare to explore. When he used his grandfather's name to test Pei Liang that day. When his grandfather appeared in such a timely manner. When he thought of a Jing's previous behavior. And when Yunling was injured but went to Fengyaxuju. All of this. How could he pretend not to know? How could he comfort himself? How could his grandfather be the same as his uncle? The evil witch who was sent to Daqin and died unjustly was his biological daughter. And he, The madman who was crazy and had 3 consciousnesses was his own grandson. How could his grandfather use him, like his uncle, and only treat him as a chess piece to deal with Dan Liang? Yunji did not dare, and would never want to think about such a if. But now, he did not dare to think about it, but had to accept it. Perhaps this was the fact. Rong Xiao is the grandson of his grandfather, but he is also the blood of the culprit who killed his grandfather's biological daughter. Compared with love, perhaps he hates him more. He loves his grandson, but hates Rong Xiao, the grandson, Rong Xiao, who has the blood of Rong flowing in his body. After learning the truth, Yunji did not feel hatred, but felt that for a moment in his heart. His breathing was a little difficult. He felt that he was forced to fall into a deep sleep again. He felt that Han Machin, who had been avoiding him, did not want to avoid him anymore. He felt that he was about to lose the initiative over this body again and fall into a deep sleep forever, even if he was reluctant to let go of Rao Rao. Cheer. The truth is not what you think. Just when Yunji felt that he was already drowsy and about to change consciousness, he heard such a vicissitudes of life, which was helpless and melancholy for his grandson. Old Prince Yun sat back, picked up the cup and sipped the tea. A long melancholy. Just now, he said. Back then, Master Huishan said that your heart is too dark, and forcibly suppressing it will only backfire. When old Prince Yun said this, Yunji's paraphoenix eyes that had lost their color suddenly became as bright as obsidian, like a bright beam of light, directly into Yunji's heart, and the heaviness that Yunji felt around him was instantly dissipated. His eyes then fell directly on his grandfather, who had helped him to relieve his troubles with every word. He said that because he had darkness in his heart, the only way to save him was to let Han Machin return to Danyang. Only by letting Han Machin remember the hatred that was hard to eliminate could he not become a real madman and fall into darkness completely. But he and Master Huishan were also worried. Worried that if Han Machin continued to stay in hatred, one day he would be overwhelmed by hatred and swallow Yunji. So they could only hide it from Han Machin and keep another force in Danyang, just in case. As for why they had to keep it a secret from Rong Xiao, it was Master Huishan who suggested it. After all, Yunji's situation was unprecedented, and Master Huishan could not guarantee that if Rong Xiao knew about it, Han Machin would also know about it. Once Han Machin knew that he did not have Yunji's rationality, with the murderous hatred in Han Machin's heart, would he completely destroy the old Prince Yun, the only grandfather who made him feel a little warm at that time? If such an accident happened, then no one could save Han Machin, and Rong Xiao's final outcome could only be to wait for death after his energy was completely exhausted. And there was no other way to save him. Cheer. If I could choose, Grandpa would rather bear it myself, and would never let my grandson suffer those pains. You are the only bloodline in my Yun family. Grandpa has always only wished that you would live a stable and smooth life. Grandpa will do all the hatred and resentment. The Song hand was raised again, and it touched Yunji's head across the table, and touched it lovingly. This time Yunji did not dodge, but he smiled abruptly. A light smile, like the breeze in Daliang. When the breeze blows, flowers bloom everywhere, colorful and gorgeous. There is a drop of water color sliding down the corner of the eye, falling from the fair and slightly gray-side face. Yunji is very happy. This is the second time he can feel happy except Su Rao. He is happy in his heart. His grandfather, Rong Xiao's grandfather, did not abandon him like his uncle. I have never seen Jia cry. Seeing this, the old Prince Yun joked, but his eyes were trance, as if he saw his beloved daughter crying like this when she got married and left their parents. As parents, they thought their daughters got happiness and married a good husband. But when they saw their thin grandson, who was almost skinny, covered with scars, and their daughter died in vain in the palace of the Qin dynasty, he couldn't believe it and didn't dare to believe it. He went to Danyang to investigate secretly, and then he had to believe it. If it weren't for Xiao Yu's advice, and the emperor's brother's words, the Qin dynasty had just been destroyed, and the 3 kingdoms needed to recuperate. Yunlang could not withstand another war. As the prince of Yunlang, he should put the country first, and the overall situation first. Moreover, his grandson was on the verge of life and death. If he lost his grandfather who could protect him at that time, no one in Yunlang would be able to protect him, and there would be no other identity for him. Would the huge Yunwang mansion leave a grandson and a widow behind? Even with the protection and care of the emperor's brother, it would be impossible to be thorough. safe and secure. Thinking of all these, he could only endure it until his grandson grew up, until there was no need to worry about it anymore. After a conversation between the grandfather and grandson, Yunji was clear about the confusion left by Rong Xiao and the incomprehensible things in his heart. Standing up and walking to the side of the old Prince Yun, Yunji knelt on both knees and respectfully paid a great tribute to the old Prince Yun. Grandfather, Rong Xiao is gone. He left Yunji behind. Rao Rao also told Yunji that since he chose to be Yunji, then from now on he will only be Yunji, a son of the Yun family, just the grandson of grandfather and grandmother. Bending over and kowtow, Yunji kowtowed 3 times, and the old Prince Yun did not stop him. But during Yunji's words, his eyes were red for a while, as if smeared with cinnabar. After a long time, he helped Yunji up with trembling hands, without saying anything else, and patted Yunji's shoulders. He has always been a son of the Yun family in his lineage, and now he is back. Old Prince, a guest is here. Outside the palace, Yun Bo spoke. The servant had also arrived at the guest and guest department. The servant came to pay respects on behalf of his master, but because his master was delayed by something before, and did not come to pay respects to old Prince Yun first, he sent a servant here early this morning. The servant gave a gift, relayed his master's greetings, and then said goodbye and left without staying for long. The gift was a very fine inkstone from Wabozai. The inkstone was carved with green mountains and green waters around it, with delicate patterns, like real mountains and waters leaping from the mountains. As soon as Yun Bo took out the gift, his expression changed for a moment, and he handed the inkstone to old Prince Yun in 2 steps, then quickly went out of the palace and guarded outside the palace. This inkstone has a mystery. Between the green mountains and green waters, there are 2 or 3 sections of stone bamboo, and the carving technique is exquisite. Looking closely, it seems like a secret code. Old Prince Yun looked carefully, and in a moment, a trace of solemnity appeared between his eyebrows, and he walked quickly to the table. Pick up the pen. General Wu Yang of the chariot and cavalry is imprisoned. As soon as these 8 words were written, they entered the eyes of Yunji, who walked out of the inner hall. His beautiful eyebrows also had thick ink for this. Not only because this General Wu Yang of the chariot and cavalry was one of Rong Feng's childhood companions, and a general that Rong Ku intended to train. It was also because the news of General Wu's imprisonment was delivered to old Prince Yun in this way. Could this person be arranged by my grandfather? I'm afraid that Fengyaxioju has been exposed. Old Prince Yun said this heavy word, and Yunji's heart was thick again. But how did Fengyaxioju get exposed for no reason? At this point, old Prince Yun still couldn't figure it out. It's Yunling. With just 1 sentence, Yunji understood what was going on. It must be something wrong with Yunling. But Yunling was so vigilant that it was difficult for him to make mistakes easily. Grandfather, I'm afraid this matter is implicated by Mr. Zhu's matter. I don't know the reason now. I'll go and take a look first. Don't move on your side to avoid any more trouble. Thinking that Su Rao and Yunling were still in Xinhe residence. If it was Yunling's problem, then Su Rao and Su Er would also be in danger. Yunji left immediately after saying this. Moreover, General Wu was arrested, and such a confidant was arranged by someone else. Rong Ku was a man. If General Wu betrayed him, he would definitely use all means to make General Wu reveal the person behind the scenes. Once General Wu could not bear the punishment. Cheer. You must save General Wu. Old Prince Yun only said this. Now that General Wu was arrested, if he could not save General Wu, would the hearts of other spies who had been planted in Danyang and not exposed be shaken? General Wu must not be in trouble. As for Fengyaxioju, it was just a place he asked General Wu to make friends with the big families in Danyang. It didn't contain any important information, so he gave it up. Then, he took out a token from his sleeve and handed it to Yunji. Seeing this order, General Wu would follow it. The forces that grandfather had deployed in Danyang were not ordinary people, as they could issue orders with tokens. Minister Pei and General Wu were both Rongka's confidants, but they were arranged by grandfather. Who else would be there? Yunji took a look and took the token. He didn't say anything more about the thought in his mind and walked away. However, when he walked to the door, Yunji turned around and said another word. A Jing came to Danyang, and grandfather must have helped behind the scenes. After asking this, Yunji left. He didn't want to explain again. The most confusing doubts in his heart had been solved. It didn't matter how much he knew or didn't know. What he cares about is that his grandfather is sincere to him. Jing is safe and sound, and Rao Rao has him in her heart. So that is enough. Yunji left just like that. Old Prince Yun was stunned for a moment, then shook his head lightly, frowning. Jeer. People's hearts are not the same as they used to be. Let alone the imperial family. Although grandfather has been planning for a long time, he may still need to suppress it with military force in the end. Only the emperor can send troops easily when Yunlang has just recovered stability, and it is difficult for court officials to stop him. When Yunji came, he jumped over the wall from the back of the main guest apartment, and when he left, he also jumped over the wall from here. Yunji. As soon as he came out of the main guest apartment, Su Rao waited for Yunji in this alley. Su Rao and Yunji sneaked out of the main guest apartment many times in this alley. So this time, Su Rao waited here. She knew Yunji would come out from here. Rao Rao. But something has happened in Xianhiju. Seeing that Su Rao was safe and sound, Yunji's anxiety disappeared in an instant. But Su Rao was waiting for him here. But she did not come into the guest office. Yunji knew that they had not returned to the guest office yet. Something has happened. But it is not Xianhiju. Immediately, Su Rao told Yunji what happened after Yunji left, and then asked Yunji if Xianhiju was really the old Prince Yun. Before the question was finished, Yunji nodded, and Su Rao's heart was heavy, and her brows were frowned, reflecting a faint crease between her brows, and the ugly scar on her forehead was wrinkled because of this. Rao Rao. Don't worry too much. Yunji stretched out his jade fingers and gently smoothed the crease between Su Rao's brows. Now that the incident has happened, the best thing they have to do now is to resolve the aftermath of this incident as quickly as possible. Resolve General Wu's crisis. Su Rao also knew that since Xianhiju was really set up by old Prince Yun and Danyang, General Wu must be rescued as soon as possible. And he must not be allowed to betray old Prince Yun and put him in danger. And Mr. Zhu must also find out their safety as soon as possible, whether they are still safe or have fallen into Ronka's hands. Yunji. I have seen one thing clearly from the confrontations these days. If you want to deal with Ronka, who is greedy for fame and fortune, you must force him to lose his reputation and tear off the layer of hypocrisy that he is wrapped in. Only in this way can you completely reveal his ugly face and let the world know it. Only in this way can we ensure that Danyang will not eventually cause civil unrest due to the internal strife in the imperial court, which will harm the people. Otherwise, no matter how they cause trouble in the imperial city, the people of Danyang will not believe it unless they see it with their own eyes. If the people do not believe it, the imperial city will be in turmoil. Once the imperial city is in turmoil, the entire Danyang kingdom will be in turmoil. This was not the result Yunji wanted to see, nor was it the ending Yunji hoped for Tan Liang. Rao Rao is right. Yunji nodded. That was indeed the case. Rao Rao. Now that the incident has started again, let's do it again, so that they can't bear it anymore and mess up their formation. I have a strategy, which can help General Wu out of trouble, and can also force Ronka to rush and mess up his formation. Yunji told Su Rao about the countermeasures he had already thought of in his mind. His expression once again showed the depth of Rong Xiao. He held Su Rao's soft hand and took Su Rao away from here. This method requires Rao Rao to be the dandy and perverse Princess Rongwa again, and to be arrogant again. And it also requires Rao Rao's fifth brother to appear. And there is no need to hide anymore. The morning breeze, along with the sun's rays leaping up to the slanting sky, the fermenting things in the inner city have become more intense. At this moment, in the Ministry of Justice, in the gloomy prison where only the cold wind blew all over, the captured Wu Yang was covered with scars, and the hot iron made his skin and flesh sizzle, as if he had been roasted. Seeing that Wu Yang fainted again because he could not bear the torture, the Danliang Emperor who personally went to the prison to interrogate him waved his hand to let the prison judge stop, and poured a bucket of cold water mixed with coarse salt directly on the wound. Wu Yang was awakened by the pain again. The piercing pain that ate into the bone marrow was like thousands of ants gnawing at the same time. Blood flowed from the corners of his lips. Sweaty, sweat-stained hair stuck to the face that looked only in his early 20s. The eyes covered by the messy hair. But there was a fierceness inside. Emperor Danyan looked at him, and his tender phoenix eyes were filled with thick gloom and an even more gloomy aura. What I liked about you is your ruthlessness. I gave you wealth and honor, brought you out of the den of lowly people, let you grow up with the prince, and let you be the general of chariots and cavalry at the age of 20. Having said this, Emperor Dan Yang suddenly came to Wu Yang and grabbed Wu Yang's neck fiercely. The gloom in his eyes seemed to be able to crush Wu Yang like a violent aura. Why did you betray me? Are you a remnant of the previous dynasty? This violent question was so strong that Wu Yang could hardly breathe for a while. But he still struggled to spit out a weak sentence. Your Majesty will treat me as a new person, and I will be loyal to your Majesty. And heaven and earth can bear witness to it. Your Majesty, let the old man come. Don't let the dirty blood of this traitor pollute your eyes. Wu Yangji was stubborn, and he refused to admit the facts even though they were in front of him. He had tested the magic pills he had developed on rats every day. As long as the smell of the magic pills was revealed, there was no way he could track them wrongly. Old Ding also stepped forward, with a spotted venomous snake like the one that Queen Yun had wrapped around his cane. But this one was thicker. The venomous snake hissed and spit out its tongue, and its emerald green eyes stared at its prey more viciously. As long as Old Ding gave an order, it would pounce on it, no matter how stubborn a person is. As long as he is bitten, when the venom invades the heart and lungs, bleeding from all 7 orifices. Old thief! Wu Yang was shocked, and a layer of red suddenly appeared around his eyes. When he looked at Old Ding, he was so angry that his eyes looked bloodshot. Your Majesty, when Emperor Dan Yang just released his hand that was pinching Wu Yang's neck, Wu Yang didn't care about the bone-eating pain all over his body. He coughed violently twice. He said hastily, "This old villain is sinister and vicious. He slandered me so much just to get rid of the loyal ministers around your Majesty. From now on, your Majesty can only rely on him. Your Majesty, you are trying to sow discord. Your Majesty is not someone you can fool." Old Ding never felt guilty because of Wu Yang's words. What he did was for your Majesty. What he pursued never conflicted with your Majesty's interests. The cane in his hand suddenly moved, and a faint wisp of green smoke emerged from the small hole of the cane. The spotted venomous snake wrapped around the cane seemed to be stimulated by the wisp of smoke. The venomous snake, ready to attack, flew over at once, with its mouth wide open, and its sharp fangs were about to bite Wu Yang's neck. At this critical moment, an official knife came flying, and when the venomous snake was about to bite Wu Yang's neck, the blade pierced the snake's body, and the venomous snake broke into 2 sections on the spot, saving Wu Yang in a very thrilling way. Such an accident happened in just a moment, and Old Ding had no time to react. He watched his baby being killed like this. His bulging pupils suddenly widened, as if they were staring out of their sockets, and his crutches also slammed on the ground angrily. He turned around in anger and saw the person coming, but his expression was frozen for a moment. Your Highness, you can't force your way in. The imperial steward who chased and did not stop His Highness, who always treated servants kindly, Rong Feng broke into the prison of the Ministry of Justice. He came alone and saw that his childhood companion was tortured to death. Moreover, Ding Lao, who was praised as a living Buddha by Dan Liang, actually carried such a sinister poison. And his father, who had always been kind and virtuous, was watching from the side. He felt depressed again, as if his breath was held in his chest, and he couldn't go up or down. So Rong Feng squeezed the hands in his sleeves with all his strength to prevent himself from showing this abnormality. He couldn't turn a blind eye to what his father was doing now, and all the truths he knew. Father, Princess Ronghua is making trouble again. The 5th son of the Yuanlang Su family suddenly appeared in Fengyashiju. And now Princess Ronghua has made trouble in Fengyashiju, breaking into the prison of the Ministry of Justice. Rong Feng lifted his robe and knelt on the ground before Dan Liang Huang got angry, his voice heavy. Last night, the Beijing government was tracking down the remnants of the previous dynasty who had escaped the net. They chased them to Fengyashiju in the red light district, and discovered that Fengyashiju was also the place where the remnants of the previous dynasty lived in the imperial city. Therefore, they surrounded the place. After searching for the entire second half of the night, the servants and boys in the small residence were arrested for interrogation. Everything was going smoothly. But this morning, not long ago, a man suddenly appeared from nowhere. As soon as he appeared in the sight of the soldiers of the Ministry of Justice, he ran around and shouted for help. Just by chance, Princess Ronghua came out to look for food, and happened to stroll into the red light district. She saw that the entire alley was full of soldiers of the Ministry of Justice. She had just been assassinated by the remnants of the previous dynasty. Now she saw such a situation. How could she not go to avenge that day? As a result, before she went there, she heard the shouts from afar, the sounds of help. That voice, even if it was 100 meters away, she could not have heard it wrong. It was her fifth brother's voice. Everyone had seen Princess Rongwa's martial arts on the street that day. So she flew over the eaves and walls, stepped on the heads of the soldiers of the Ministry of Justice in full view of everyone, and jumped over the wall to break into the elegant small residence. The Minister of Justice had just caught the fifth son of the Su family, who was calling for help, when Su Rao attacked him with a palm. Su Rao attacked, extremely angry. The Danyang kingdom was too much of a bully. She had been looking for her fifth brother for several days without success. Now she saw that the old prince had come. She was afraid that the dirty thing she had done could not be hidden. So she wanted to kill her fifth brother and destroy the body. While saying this, Su Rao attacked again with a palm. The Minister of Justice was not as good as Su Rao in martial arts. He had been injured when Su Rao attacked with the first palm. Now, he could not take Su Rao's second palm at all. Just when Su Rao attacked with the second palm, Sun Shangchu on the side hurriedly pulled the Minister of Justice over and confronted Su Rao again. Just like the palm fight that day, Su Rao took 2 steps back again, from the appearance of Su Wu and Feng Shuju, and then breaking in so forcefully. Sun Shangchu knew in a moment that Su Wu must have been set up by Su Rao. They received the Emperor's order to thoroughly investigate the chaos on the street that day. In fact, they secretly assisted Ding Lao in searching for the traces of the thief who stole the magic pill. The timely rainstorm would make the thief have nowhere to hide. The medicine rat followed the smell and tracked all the way to the mountains and forests outside the city. After returning, he found that there were still fish that escaped the net. Then he chased to the red light district. He just found Feng Xiaoju last night. And now Su Wu was born. Su Rao broke into Feng Xiaoju so forcefully. Minister Sun immediately realized that the thief was in the same group with Su Rao, the princess of the previous dynasty. Su Rao's current behavior must be because Feng Xiaoju was exposed. She was afraid that they would find out something. So she set up a trap with Su Wu and broke into Feng Xiaoju so openly. The connection between these things was clear to the Minister of Justice when Su Rao barged in. He immediately left with great force and quickly reported the matter to Emperor Danyang. The sudden involvement of the princess of the previous dynasty might have ruined things. When the Minister of Justice arrived at the Ministry of Justice, he met the Crown Prince, who came to learn that Wu Yang had been arrested, and reported it to the Crown Prince first, which led to Rongfeng rushing into the prison of the Ministry of Justice to save Wu Yang. Father, Princess Rongwa has hatred for the loss of her country. She started the war between Zhu Xian and Yunlang because the Su family was wrongly killed. She avenged the Su family. Now the 5 sons of the Su family suddenly appeared. It seems that they are using the same method. After kneeling down to report, Rongfeng also spoke again. Who is Princess Rongwa? She is a princess of the previous dynasty. This morning, just as father arrested General Wu, the 5 sons of the Su family appeared in Feng Shuju. Father, think about it. If General Wu is a remnant of the previous dynasty and a subordinate of Su Rao, why did she take this opportunity to cause chaos? General Wu is your confidant. Once he is eliminated, who will benefit the most in the current situation? Your Majesty, I agree with your Highness's words. The Minister of Justice, who came into the prison after the imperial eunuch, immediately lifted his robe and knelt on the ground, saying, Your Majesty, the Red Street and Willow City have always been under the charge of General Wu. If something happens, General Wu will be the first to be suspected. Last night, Feng Shuji was just discovered. In the morning, the long-missing Su family, the 5 children appeared in Feng Yao house. In this way, in your Majesty's mind, you will definitely think that General Wu is not from their side. Otherwise the princess of the previous dynasty will send her people to death. But there is a kind of layout called doing the opposite. Once your Majesty thinks that General Wu is not a remnant of the previous dynasty, then your Majesty will definitely link the theft of medicine with General Wu. In this way, General Wu will definitely die, and the remnants of the previous dynasty can smoothly get rid of your Majesty's suspicion. The Minister of Justice analyzed this statement very well. First, if General Wu is the remnant of the previous dynasty, she cut off the connection between Feng Yao House and Xiaoyao Tower, and abandoned the car to save the general. Even if your Majesty interrogated Xiaoyao Tower from General Wu, it was just that General Wu was lying. Secondly, General Wu was not a remnant of the previous dynasty. She had let His Majesty get rid of his right-hand man directly with His Majesty's hands. Given His Majesty's suspicion, he would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. The princess of the previous dynasty had grasped His Majesty's mind very accurately. Her move could be said to kill two birds with one stone. Your Majesty, I will die on the battlefield. And I will never die in vain. General Wu, who had been holding his breath, finally said this reluctantly after the analysis of the Minister of Justice, and fainted again. In the prison, after Wu Yang's last words, it fell into silence. And the silence was cold and silent. It was not until this heavy breath was heard that the gloomy prison of the Ministry of Justice moved again. The analysis of the Minister of Justice was still heard by Emperor Danliang, because Emperor Danliang had always been suspicious of whether the person who stole the medicine had any relationship with Xiao Tower. If it was only the direct lineage of Old Ding, how could they escape so cleanly, and without leaving any trace in a breath? They must have been helped by a group of powerful forces to escape from the imperial city. Mr. Ding, what do you think about this? When asked about Old Ding, Emperor Danliang waved his hand to let Rong Feng and the Minister of Justice stand up. Old Ding, who was frozen for a moment because of Rong Feng's arrival, came back to his senses at this moment. With his bulging eyes, he looked at Rong Feng's body, and in a moment, he walked to the side of Emperor Danliang. Rong Feng had just barged in, so now was not the time to worry. His Majesty's previous actions did not test the relationship between the direct lineage that stole the medicine and Xiao Tower. But now the remnants of the previous dynasty acted like that. And no one knew that he had the medicine rat as a backup. But the remnants of the previous dynasty were able to respond so quickly. So there was only one explanation: that the direct lineage of the family and the underworld power Xiao Tower really colluded. Your Majesty, the old man thought. Report? Old Ding had just opened his mouth and had only said half a sentence when something happened again. A soldier from the Ministry of Justice rushed in. His body was covered in blood, and he was seriously injured. Your Majesty. The soldier was stumbling into the prison and reported directly to the chief steward in front of the emperor. Not long after the Minister of Justice left Fengyao residence, a group of people in black appeared and broke into Fengyao residence. They actually followed Minister Sun and assassinated Princess Ronghua again. The soldiers from the Ministry of Justice, all died tragically at the hands of those people in black. He was able to escape because of Princess Ronghua's rescue. Princess Ronghua resisted those people in black alone and asked him to come and get reinforcements as soon as possible. At noon, the warmest time of the day, the sun reached the sky and shone brightly. Fengyao residence was filled with blood. The soldiers of the Ministry of Justice were killed one by one. The soldiers who went to report to Emperor Danliang quickly took off their black clothes after dealing with all the soldiers of the Ministry of Justice. They were wearing coarse linen clothes like ordinary people. Then, at Su Rao's signal, Ying took the lead, and these black-clothed people quickly arranged the scene. They brought a batch of corpses directly from outside, and the clothes they wore were all the official uniforms of the guards of the Beijing government. Sun Shingshu, before you die, this princess will give you this great gift. Sun Shingshu, who had a strong body and fought with Su Rao, was also at Su Rao's feet at this time. He was taken down by Su Er. Su Rao was accompanied by Su Er on this trip, and Yunji was not there at this time. That day, you gave me a series of tricks, one after another, and today I will return the favor. Your Emperor Danliang also knows it clearly, but he still can't do anything to me. With a quick movement, under the watchful eyes of Sun Shingshu, Ying and the others quickly put the black clothes they had taken off on the corpses, and even did not take off the official uniforms of the guards of the Beijing government office, but just put them on outside the official uniforms, so arrogantly framing and slandering Sun Shingshu as a remnant of the previous dynasty. Sun Shingshu, whose eyes were already filled with thick blood, looked at it like this, and gradually, blood oozes out of his eyes, and the strength of his body seems to be drained away. He has not made any more moves, and this man is already dying. Su Er only made one palm, which was not enough to kill him, but he was so dead after that palm. Such an abnormality. Su Rao, as a doctor, found out after a check that his abnormal symptoms were caused by the sequelae of taking some kind of medicine. Recalling what Yin Feng mentioned about Xiao Mubai's changes in the past few months, and the incident of Mr. Zhu stealing the medicine, and now that Yun Ling is seriously injured and Mr. Zhu's situation is unclear, it can be inferred that what Emperor Danliang and Elder Ding are doing secretly. They must be studying a poisonous drug that can stimulate the human body's muscles in a short period of time. And this Minister Sun is the tester of this drug. Seeing that this Minister Sun died with his eyes open, Ying and the others have also completed the layout. Su Rao asked Su Er to take Ying and the others to leave from the back door of Fengyaxiaoju, and she will take Su Wu back to the host and guest apartment openly. From this moment on, the fifth brother has found it, and he found it in Fengyaxiaoju. As for the relationship between Fengyaxiaoju and Xiaoyao Tower, and her relationship with the remnants of the previous dynasty, there is no evidence. So who can do anything to her? And the fifth brother found it in Fengyaxiaoju. So what does Fengyaxiaoju have to do with her? Naturally, it has nothing to do with it. After a careful inspection, Su Rao confirmed that there were no living creatures except her and Su Wu, and that Fengyar residence was almost completely destroyed. She could not find any traces related to old Prince Yun. Su Rao took Su Wu away. She would not wait here foolishly for Rongke to lead his troops, because her fifth brother was seriously injured. She had to take him back to heal his wounds. If Emperor Damyang wanted to give her an explanation, he could come to the guest apartment, where she would wait. As soon as Su Rao left, Emperor Damyang arrived in person, looking at the corpses all over the ground. The black-clad men whose black clothes were stripped off to reveal the official uniforms of the Beijing government guards, the dead Minister Sun who was protected by the black-clad men, and the soldiers of the Ministry of Justice who were killed by a single knife. Such a horrifying scene was not as stimulating as the blood letter written in blood by Su Rao on a piece of white silk. Emperor Damyang, you don't need to thank me. This princess has always been willing to help others. This princess's fifth brother was found so easily, thanks to Emperor Damyang's perseverance. I think General Wu is now in prison. This princess has captured two remnants of the previous dynasty for Emperor Damyang, and they are both ministers that Emperor Damyang relies on. In the future, Emperor Damyang must be alert, especially to the people around him. Such a rebellious remark, just a glance, made Emperor Damyang's temples brimming with veins. Su Rao's implication was very clear. Just like the analysis of the Minister of Justice, it was her who set up the trap, causing Emperor Damyang to break his left arm with his own hand. And now she has helped Emperor Damyang remove his right arm. She is so kind-hearted, so there is no need to thank her. As for why my fifth brother was imprisoned in Fengyao residence, for the sake of Grandpa Yun, I will not pursue the matter. But if Emperor Damyang wants to give me an excuse, I will be waiting for you in the guest apartment. This statement was even more blatantly arrogant and unscrupulous. She was sure that Emperor Damyang would not come unless he had the ability to eliminate old Prince Yun and leave no trace. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing. Although my fifth brother has been found, the eighth Prince Yunlang is not here. It seems that Emperor Damyang will have to work hard. This last word is a naked threat, and it is even more outrageous. Where is Yun Miyuan now? If Emperor Damyang wants to investigate the matter of Fengyaxiaoju, she doesn't mind doing it again. The former dynasty. You are a remnant of the former dynasty. How dare you be so arrogant and presumptuous again? The gloomy breath, accompanied by the blue veins on the temples that can no longer be suppressed, can see how angry Emperor Damyang is with Su Rao's actions. Father, Your Majesty, Rong Feng supported Emperor Damyang. He was only sad about the situation in Fengyaxiaoju. He thought that this matter was the worst situation today, but he didn't expect that there would be another thing with such a hurried voice. It was the delicate little medicine boy who came. He was also in a mess, and was seriously injured. After the delicate little medicine boy and the Beijing guards returned to Xianaju, they were ready to interrogate the people in Xianaju. But the medicine rat suddenly became agitated and jumped out of Xianaju. They quickly chased it, but were surrounded by a group of black-clothed people in the alley. And only he survived. While the little medicine boy was talking, everyone's eyes instantly fell on the black-clothed people surrounding Sun Shanshu. Only then could they see clearly that Sun Shanshu's confidant, the Beijing guards, were among them. This group of black-clothed people are not the Beijing guards who caught the remnants of the previous dynasty in the morning. But now, they have become the remnants of the previous dynasty. Such means, in the daytime, and in the inner city of his imperial city, can be seen how wanton the remnants of the previous dynasty are. Puff. It's outrageous. It's outrageous. Seeing this, Emperor Damyang was stabbed and spit out a mouthful of blood, and then fell straight down. For a moment, everyone who followed was in panic. Father, Your Majesty, Rong Feng and the imperial steward hurriedly supported Emperor Damyang. Old Ding, who was checking the cause of death of Minister Sun, also hurriedly stood up and went to Emperor Daliang's side, and immediately took Emperor Daliang's pulse. This elegant residence, which has always been a place for talented men and beautiful women to show off their elegance, has finally become a mess today. No peace. Su Rao, who left, didn't know that Yunji's move made Emperor Danyang so angry. After she and Su Wu left, they left Huajielyaching from another alley. And then, on the way back to the host and guest apartment, they met Yunji, who was also returning halfway. Yunji, if we leave General Wu behind, can Rong Feng really protect him? With Rongke's character, he would rather kill someone by mistake than let him go, leaving hidden dangers for himself. Seeing that Yunji came alone and did not rescue Wu Yang, Su Rao had actually thought of this in her heart. It is not necessary to rescue Wu Yang to solve his dilemma. If Wu Yang is completely exposed, then the army led by Wu Yang will definitely be purged. Although they don't know how much effort the old Prince Yun has put into this, they also know that there must be a hidden chest like Wu Yang buried in the army, waiting to rise up one day to help the old Prince Yun take down the Danliang royal family. After all, the old Prince Yun has been planning for 10 years. There is Pei Liang in literature, and Wu Yang in martial arts. Which one of them is not a person around the Danliang Emperor? There are also other spies that she and Yunji don't know. How many people can compare with the old Prince Yun's thoughts and means? Let's not talk about these unknown things. Just talk about Xiaoyao Tower, a force in the martial arts world. This killer organization that was popular in the martial arts world 20 years ago once made everyone in the martial arts world change color when talking about it, and they were afraid to avoid it. In the end, it became a force that Prince Yun gave to Han Machan, which shows its means. The former owner of Xiaoyao Tower told Yunji that he helped Han Machan because he owed a favor. This favor was not because of his mother as Yunji had guessed, nor was it related to the Danliang royal family, but because Prince Yun went to Danyang to investigate secretly, and by chance, he saved the injured Xiaoyao Tower owner. The owner of Xiaoyao Tower also passed on all his skills to Han Machan when he was seriously injured and died 2 years later because of the grace of Prince Yun's life-saving grace. During the 2 years when Han Machan was captured and brought to Danyang, the origin of the former owner of Xiaoyao Tower in Han Machan's memory. The former owner of Xiaoyao Tower that Yunji had seen many times. The former owner of Xiaoyao Tower who appeared in front of Han Machan, and the former owner of Xiaoyao Tower who appeared in front of Yunji were not the same person. One was Yunji's grandfather, who sent Han Machan to Xiaoyao Tower and came to accompany Han Machan in person. And the other was the real former owner of Xiaoyao Tower, who was in case Rong Xiao might notice it. After Yunji came out, he saw the real owner of Xiaoyao Tower in front of Yunji. Old Prince Yun told Yunji about this matter frankly. When Yunji told her, she was shocked. But she also felt that old Prince Yun's love for Han Machan was without any distractions. Just for this reason, all the concealment of old Prince Yun over the years will no longer matter, including old Prince Yun's thoughts and means. Holding Yunji's hand, they should go back to the host and guest apartment. Talking while walking, I'm afraid that Rongke will really take action soon. If he doesn't move after their repeated provocations, I'm afraid it's really like Yunji said, waiting for Xian Yiqi Xiao to come and prepare to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Thinking of Sun Shangshu who had just been killed. I'm afraid that there are many people like Sun Shangshu who are already powerful in the Danliang Imperial City, and they have already prepared a lot in secret. It seems that they should not be careless. Back to the guest apartment. Su Rao and Yunji walked together, and Su Wu followed behind. The two of them ignored him, so Su Wu just looked down on them and followed them silently without making any noise. On the way, Yunji also answered Su Rao's question. He never mentioned whether Wu Yang would be safe, but only said that Wu Yang had helped Rong Feng investigate the many things that Rongke and his wife had done in secret over the years. This matter was just received recently. Before, he didn't want to involve Rong Feng, even if Rong Feng came by himself later. Yunji didn't ask anyone to keep an eye on Rong Feng afterwards, so he didn't know what Rong Feng was doing. Just half an hour ago, Xiao Mubai sent another message. This matter was found out when he checked Feng Yashioju. So, Wu Yang was working for Rong Feng. So naturally, Rong Feng would definitely protect Wu Yang. In addition to the matter of Rong Feng and Wu Yang, there is also the safety of Mr. Zhu. Their people have gone to the outside of the Imperial City, in the mountain hut where Mr. Zhu once lived in the forest. All the people they arranged to escort were poisoned to death. Yunda and Yuan Shiba were not spared either. But Mr. Zhu's body was missing. Whether Mr. Zhu is alive or dead, only Yunling, who has returned, knows now. Maybe Yunling took Mr. Zhu to escape the pursuit, and Mr. Zhu was hidden somewhere. All the truth behind can only wait for Yunling to wake up. After listening to Yunji's news, Su Rao felt heavy in her heart. Yunling might not wake up in a short time, but time is not waiting for them. Ronke took action against them. If they were just ordinary Tanyang soldiers, they would not be able to win or lose in any case. With Xiaoyao Tower and the hidden chest set by the old Prince Yun. But now, if Ronke has hidden many secret troops like Sun Shangshu, and each of them is as strong as an ox, and one can defeat 100, then it is hard to predict. Although she claims that her medical skills are not weak, she has not come into contact with the poisonous elixir, and she has not devoted herself to studying medicine in these years. She is definitely not as good as Mr. Zhu. Even if she has taken Sun Shangshu's blood, she may not be able to find a way to crack it in a short time. Su Rao frowned again because of her worries. Yunji saw it and gently smoothed it again. Rao. Umo said that when a Jing came to Danliang, he sent a letter to Prince Xuxiani, saying that Zhu Xian's crisis and the death of Emperor Wei were all behind the scenes by the Danliang Emperor and his wife. What? Su Rao stopped for a moment. Yun Mujing and Xianiqi Xiao. What does she want to do? A Jing originally intended to take down Danliang, but now she is detained by Umo and cannot be free, so it is difficult for her to continue what she did. However, the southern border may have been prepared, and now Xianiqi Xiao also knows the cause and effect, and has dispatched troops to Lingtong Pass. Years ago, even though Queen Rong poisoned Zhu Xian to protect the emperor, Prince Yi also suspected that this was a conspiracy between the Danliang royal family and Queen Rong, intending to get involved in Zhu Xian. But he never suspected Ronke and his wife, including Elder Ding. After all, these three people were so well disguised outside that it was difficult for people to suspect them. But it was precisely because of this that Han Machin deliberately exposed Xiaoyao Tower and his influence in Danliang, so that Prince Yi knew about it, and took the initiative to find him to cooperate with him, and asked Xiaoyao Tower to help him secretly investigate the Danliang royal family, so that he could also use Prince Yi to accomplish his goal, and use Zhu Xian to eliminate Danliang in one fell swoop. Now, Ajing went to Prince Yi and told him exactly what Ronke and his wife were like. In addition, since Emperor Wei was dead, Prince Yi would only choose to believe what Ajing said. In this way, once Ajing went to war against Danliang, Zhu Xian would not help Danliang, and according to the arrangements and deployments that Umo had forced out of the Golden Guard, General Yan Lai of Zhu Xian had already taken action. So Prince Yi's visit to Danliang this time was definitely not just for the marriage between the two countries. Yunji was also worried about these words, but he was more worried about the war. If the war broke out, there would be starving people everywhere, and how many people would be displaced? According to the time, Xianiqi Xiao will arrive soon. What kind of variable will his arrival be? Now, I hope he will come with troops. As for the rest, as long as it doesn't ruin our business, it's fine. Su Rao held Yunji's hand tightly. She understood Yunji's kindness, and he didn't want to add more Han Machin and Qin Rao. But the current situation in Danliang was all caused by Ronke himself. And no matter what the result was, it was all caused by the result. Su Rao and Yunji talked about Xianiqi Xiao. And at this moment, just outside Liangqiuto, between the high mountains, Xianiqi Xiao, who was supposed to arrive at Danyang Imperial City in a few days, had already arrived here outside the city. Whether it was Su Rao and Yunji, or the Danliang Emperor, the news they received was wrong. The black robe fluttered, standing between the mountains, facing the comfortable breeze, looking far away at the entire Liangqiuto 100 miles away, and the bright white Danyang Imperial City at a glance. But at this moment, looking at Xianiqi Xiao's eyes, he only felt that it was a black color, or a dirty black color. The letter in his hand had turned light yellow, and had many wrinkles from having been read so many times. He could recite the contents of the letter by heart. Prince Yi. Danliang is ambitious. As early as 10 years ago, the Danliang Emperor and his wife had planned to destroy Qin. They colluded with my father, and won over your Zhu Xian to destroy the previous dynasty with a beauty plot. Now, 10 years later, they have joined forces with their sister to control your Zhu Xian to defend the emperor with drugs. Their intention is to make Zhu Xian and Yuelang lose both. And Danliang can just sit back and reap the benefits. When their plan was broken, they killed Prince Yi's elder brother to cause civil strife in Juxian, and captured my 8th brother to kill him. In this way, they took the opportunity to send the corpse of the 8th brother back and sneaked into Yunlang with troops. Then, they could unite Danyang and Yunlang to attack and surround Juxian, so as to achieve their ambition to unify the world. This emperor told the truth, whether Prince Yi believed it or not. This emperor believed that Prince Yi would make a judgment in his heart, instead of waiting to be secretly plotted against. It is better to take the initiative and divide Danyang with our 2 countries. Prince Mo-ing came up the mountain and told Prince Yi a piece of news. It was the killing in the streets of Danyang Imperial City a few days ago. They just learned about it today. If it weren't for the timely appearance of the old Prince Yun and the prevention of the killing, Danyang Imperial City would have been in chaos. Prince, the only person who could set up such a killing in Danyang Imperial City is probably the Danyang Emperor. So, everything that the new Emperor Yunlang said was not false. The death of our emperor was all due to the Danyang Emperor. With every word, Mo Ying's breath became heavier. The prince had guessed about many people in the Danyang royal family, but only the Danyang Emperor. Although he was also suspicious, he could not think that the person who was in league with Rong Yue would be the Danyang Emperor. Their emperor was poisoned. If it was the Danyang Emperor who did it, he should not have let Ding Lao expose it. Otherwise it would only make the prince suspicious. But it was precisely because of this that the prince did not doubt Emperor Danyang anymore. After all, in anyone's opinion, if someone wanted to harm someone, he would not announce the harm to the public. But Elder Ding was a favorite of Emperor Danyang. Mo-ing, if I had suspected Rong Ku a little more at that time, if I had not been so worried about Rong Yue, and had invited famous doctors, but not Elder Ding, would I have discovered something? And would my brother have lived 2 more years? Asking Mo Ying's question was more like questioning himself. After all, it was because he had not paid much attention. Because Rong Yue was the princess of Danyang. He had never thought of looking for any doctor from Danyang. If he had found Elder Ding at the beginning, he would have been able to detect if this person had colluded with Rong Yue. But he didn't. He didn't do that. So he could only watch his brother being tortured to death. He, the dignified Prince Yi of Juxian, commanded a large army, second only to Juxian and above 10,000 people. But he couldn't protect his brother. The letter that had been held for several days turned into paper scraps at this time, slipping from the hands of Qi Shaoxini, flying between the mountains, and gradually falling. Reply to Emperor Yun. This king does not want an inch of Danyang. This king only wants the heads of all the people in the royal family of Danyang. He agreed, and this king helped him take down Danyang. One day just passed by in the space of morning and evening. After Su Rao and Yunji returned to the guest and guest department, they waited to see if Emperor Danyang would come with his troops to kill him. The next day, they still did not see Emperor Danyang, who was extremely angry. But Yun Feng brought the matter of Rong Palace. Emperor Danyang was so angry that after being carried into Rong Palace, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince called the imperial physician to treat Emperor Danyang. But the old man Ding was taken away by Rong Feng. Then Rong Shao ordered the Minister of Justice to send the General of Chariots and Cavalry back to the mansion, and sent 2 imperial physicians to the General of Chariots and Cavalry's mansion to make sure that the General of Chariots and Cavalry was cured. Rong Feng. After this murmur, Su Rao suddenly shook her head and laughed lightly. Yunji, it seems that I am too narrow-minded after all. Although the Danyang Crown Prince likes to meddle in other people's affairs and always wants to be a peacemaker, his actions this time have made me admire him. But, after a breath, Su Rao frowned again. Now Rong Feng intervened and directly locked up the old man Ding. What they wanted was the lives of Rong Ke and his wife, so they would confront Rong Feng. Rao is too worried. Rong Feng can't lock up the old man Ding. Yunji also shook his head. But the meaning of his shaking his head was different. Although the Danyang Emperor vomiting blood and fainting was beyond his expectations, the situation in Rong Palace was also unexpected. But with the fake Queen Yun, Rong Feng couldn't lock up the old man Ding, nor could he control the Danyang court. Indeed, as Yunji said, Rong Feng saw Ding Lao act like that in the prison of the Ministry of Justice. And he knew that Ding Lao was not a righteous person. And he was definitely not creating a living bodhisattva image. Perhaps his father and mother were all deceived by Ding Lao, so they made mistakes. Thinking this way, Rong Feng felt much better. After all, Rongfeng was still unwilling to believe the truth he knew and found. Now, seeing the way that old Ding handled things, he naturally found a reason for his father and mother. A reason why they made mistakes. All because of the treacherous villains around them. Feng, do you know what you did? Why did you lock up old Ding? The morning sun jumped up, bringing up a gust of morning wind, accompanied by the displeased Queen Yun, who came to the Qingjing Palace this morning. Yesterday, Emperor Danliang vomited blood and fainted. Because Queen Yun was weak, she was not informed until this morning. Knowing why Emperor Danliang fainted, she also knew that old Ding had been imprisoned by Rongfeng. So, she came to the Qingjing Palace, and as soon as she entered the inner hall, she was slightly annoyed. Annoyed at Rongfeng's actions. In the inner hall, beside the dragon couch, Rongfeng had not slept all night. When the Emperor Danliang fainted all night, he took care of him all night. Now his mother came, and the first thing she said was not to care about his father and how he was doing, but to be angry with him and ask him why he locked up old Ding. Obviously, his mother was not like this. She was virtuous, kind to others, and had a lot of affection with his father. Why did she change? Or did he never see clearly? Last night, Rongfeng told himself that his father and mother must have been bewitched by old Ding. But now that Queen Yun came like this, Rongfeng wanted to deceive himself again. But he couldn't convince himself. So how could he deceive himself again? Maybe this kind of mother is the real mother, and the gentle mother in front of him is just pretending. Mother. Mr. Ding has an evil mind and evil thoughts. He even hides evil poisons in his body. As the crown prince of Danyang, how can I not lock him up since I have noticed it? Standing up, Rongfeng greeted and made way for Queen Yun. Then he said, my father fainted overnight. Did my mother care about him? Queen Yun was furious that Rongfeng replied to her like this. Her own son treated her like this. But after Rongfeng's subsequent words, she hurried to the dragon bed in 2 steps. And all the anger on her face turned into deep worry. Holding Dan Liang's hand, seeing that Emperor Dan Liang's face was pale, even though he had fainted for half a day and a night. The gloom between his eyebrows had not disappeared, which showed how angry he was. Then, he hurriedly asked Rongfeng, how was Emperor Dan Liang? Rongfeng felt extremely painful in his heart. But seeing his mother who had made his father so anxious, he finally softened his heart, and went behind Queen Yun to gently support her shoulders. Father is just anxious. He has boiled and taken medicine at night. Don't worry too much. Mother. Father will wake up soon. Mother. Please don't hurt yourself. Such a considerate prince. This is her good prince. Queen Yun also patted Rongfeng's hand on her shoulder. Seeing a layer of blue under Rongfeng's eyes, her heart softened for a moment. After all, he is her biological son, who knows that Ding Laokai is his grandfather. Feng, your father is here with mother to take care of you. You haven't slept all night. Go back and have a good rest. The matter of Ding Lao will be decided after your father wakes up. She patted Rongfeng's hand gently again. He no longer looked like when he first arrived at the Qingjing Palace. He once again had a weak and windy posture, with a fairy-like and noble temperament. Mother. Okay. Go and rest first. Otherwise your body won't be able to bear it. Now your father is bedridden. And as the crown prince of Danyang, you should share his worries. You still need to review all the memorials. So don't let your body collapse. After Queen Yin said this again, Rongfeng knew that he could not say anything more about the matter of old Ding at this moment. So he had to stop talking. He looked at Queen Yun for a breath and left first. After leaving the Qingjing Palace, Rongfeng did not return to the East Palace first, but went out of the palace to the residence of the General of Chariots and Cavalry. The General of Chariots and Cavalry was wronged by the Danliang Emperor, and Rongfeng, as the Crown Prince of Danyang, should also visit him in person. As soon as Rongfeng left the palace, the kind and gentle Queen Yun in the Qingjing Palace changed her face again, and directly ordered a personal eunuch, who followed her, to quickly release old Ding and invite him to the Qingjing Palace. When old Ding came, his face was extremely bad. But Rongfeng did not know who he was, so he could not blame Rongfeng. So he put all the gloom in his heart on Su Rao and Shao Tower. The remnant of the previous dynasty really doesn't know how high the mountains and the earth are, and doesn't know how to live or die. If it weren't for the power behind her, the old man would have made her into a magic pill puppet. The surging anger was hard to let go. Seeing the fainted Danliang Emperor on the couch, old Ding took 2 steps over. Yesterday, Danliang Emperor fainted. As soon as he returned to the palace, Rong Feng locked up old Ding. Now, for the physical condition of Danliang Emperor, old Ding would have to check it carefully. After all the fame he pursued was inseparable from Danliang Emperor. He wanted to wake Danliang Emperor up as soon as possible. The trick Su Rao used on them was completely desperate for old Ding. Old Ding believed that Danliang Emperor, like him, would not keep Su Rao any longer, allowing a remnant of the previous dynasty to play with them again and again. They felt that they were being played in the palm of their hands. Now his experiment was very successful. One magic pill can last up to 7 days, and a person's body muscles can withstand 3 magic pills. His strength is so great that he can fight against 3 wild bulls. With such a backing, Your Majesty has nothing to worry about. My queen. Something happened in the underground palace. In the inner hall, Elder Ding had just finished examining the body of Emperor Danliang. Before he could wipe off the sweat stains on his forehead, another eunuch beside Queen Yun came in a hurry. Xiaomu Yaling was missing. After Queen Yun left the underground palace this morning, this eunuch only escorted Queen Yun out of the underground palace for a short moment. When he returned to the underground palace, thinking of Queen Yun's instructions just now, he must control Xiaomu Yaling and her servant before Xiani Qishao arrived in Danliang. He went to the iron prison where Xiaomu Yaling and her servant were imprisoned. But he didn't expect that the person who was still there last night was gone today. He ordered people to search the entire underground palace and the queen's bedroom, but there was no trace of them. Last night, Queen Yun actually spent a night in the underground palace under her bedroom, so she didn't know about the accident of Emperor Danliang in time. Otherwise, even if Rong Feng wanted to hide it from Queen Yun, she would not know it this morning. This eunuch brought such a thing today. For a moment, the Qinzheng palace was completely gloomy. Queen Yun slapped the eunuch twice without mercy. Her face was ferocious. She had lost all her fairy charm. She was just a complete vicious woman. Useless trash. Can't even keep an already useless person in check. That's enough. Old Ding snorted fiercely, stroking his sparse beard, his pupils protruding. Extremely cold. What's the point of dealing with this trash now? With so much time, why don't you order people to search quickly? Since he just escaped, he can't leave the palace now. He must still be in the palace. A half-puppet that is about to be controlled can't escape far even if he escapes. Immediately, Queen Yun strode away, ordered people to secretly search the palace, and went to the prince's east palace. Xianmu Yaling escaped to the underground palace. Although there are many places for her to hide in this huge palace, she must go to Rong Feng if she wants to be safe. Queen Yun thought so. But she didn't know that Xianmu Yaling didn't escape by herself, but was rescued by someone. And now she has left the palace. She followed Rong Feng out. When Rong Feng left the palace, they followed him out. They left disguised as the imperial guards. The reason used was that the queen ordered them to follow and protect the crown prince secretly. The queen didn't want the crown prince to know about this, nor did she want others to let the crown prince know about it. The meaning was very clear. That is, to let the guards guarding the palace gate keep their mouths shut. Just pretend that they had never appeared, and no one should say anything if they asked. Otherwise, if the crown prince found out, the consequences would be borne by themselves. Therefore, there were no clues after searching Rong Palace for half a day. After Rong Feng returned from Luyang Mansion, they could not make too much noise, lest Rong Feng find out anything wrong. If Rong Feng knew about Siam Yaling, there would be trouble again. Queen Yun, who had found a mourning in the East Palace, also explained why Rong Feng was in the East Palace after Rong Feng came back, saying that she cared about Rong Feng and asked Rong Feng to have a good rest and not to walk around and get tired. Her mother stayed in the East Palace with Fenger and had a good rest for a day, so as not to make her mother really worry again. Queen Yun watched Rong Feng herself, so that the imperial guards could continue the search and Rong Feng could not know that Ding Lao had come out. In Rong Palace, there were always waves in a day, and Su Rao had something wrong again. The person who rescued Siam Yaling was the golden-clad secret guard arranged by Yun Mujing, who had long been eyeing Siam Yaling. Su Er ordered the golden guards to do this. After Yun Mujing was caught and shackled by Su Er took over everything Yun Mujing did secretly after knowing what Yun Mujing wanted to do. The golden guards had to obey because their emperor was in Su Er's hands and threatened the emperor with Prince Jiyu. So they had to obey Su Er. It was another dark night. Su Rao and Yun Ji were called over by Su Er again. But this time it was not Cyaniju, but another base in Xiaoyao Tower. although Xianhiju was not as passive as the Xiao family at the beginning. Just in case. After cleaning up the guards of the Beijing government gate who searched Xianhiju, Yunji asked Su Er and others to move to another place to live. This base is a home of a wealthy family in the inner city. At this moment, in the backyard, Xiaomu Yeling's limbs were tied up and her mouth was blocked by a cloth. But she still couldn't control her struggle. Her eyebrows and eyes were ferocious. The lights in the room flickered. She was so thin in just a few days, and her forehead was covered with layers of sweat. Her eyebrows and eyes were dark blue, and the blue veins on her forehead seemed to burst her skin. She was so irritable and crazy that she couldn't control herself. She felt like thousands of ants were crawling in her heart. Only by taking medicine could she be normal. With such symptoms, Su Rao knew what was wrong with her without checking. If Xiaomi Xiao knew, Xiaomu Yeling would follow in the footsteps of her father. A silver needle went straight into Xiaomu Yeling's flesh. After the second and third needles, Xiaomu Yeling, who was tied to the bed, gradually calmed down. Su Rao just took the needle and murmured half a voice. Take out a handkerchief and wipe off the layers of fine sweat beads on Xiaomu Yeling's forehead. Rao. Is there any way? Yunji walked forward and wiped off the slight color on Su Rao's forehead. Su Rao turned her head to look at Yunji, although there was a look of worry on her face. It was not as light as before. There was a way. Xiaomu Yeling has only been exposed to drugs for a short time. It has not penetrated into her bone marrow like Wei Huang. As long as she has enough willpower to overcome her dependence on drugs, she can get rid of control. There is no need for Su Rao to save her. Everything depends on Xiaomu Yeling's own willpower. The only thing they can do is to control her by force when Xiaomu Yeling can't control herself due to drug addiction. Xiaomu Yeling is calmed down. She can hear all the words Su Rao said. Although she is exhausted, she still wants to say something. She has something to say. Su Rao took the cloth ball out of Xiaomu Yeling's mouth. Su Rao, thank you so much. Xiaomu Yeling only thanked her once. And then her eyes fell on Yunji, who was beside Su Rao. Although Yunji was still dressed as Han Machin, his personality was different. In just one sentence, one could feel Yunji's charm. Xiaomu Yeling paid attention to Yunji, but not for this reason, but because of Yunji's eyes. A pair of phoenix eyes that were the same as Rongfeng's. But with just one glance, Xiaomu Yeling knew that this was not Rongfeng, not her cousin. She was imprisoned in the underground palace by Queen Yun. So how could she dare to let her cousin know? And her cousin would not be with Su Rao like this. Su Rao, can you help me again? Xiaomu Yeling said with difficulty again. After the drug addiction was over, she was so weak that it was extremely difficult for her to say every word. But she had to see the young uncle as soon as possible, and could not marry with Dan Yang. Xiaomu Yeling made such a request. And Su Rao asked whether she wanted to see Rongfeng or asked her to help contact Xianiqi Xiao. When Rongfeng was mentioned, Xiaomu Yeling's expression changed obviously. But she shook her head and helped her contact the young uncle. Miss, speaking of the devil appeared. As soon as Xiaomu Yeling made her request, Yun Mujing received a message from Moing, and the letter naturally fell into Su Er's hands again. Seeing the content, Su Er immediately sent it to Su Rao and Yunji. The messenger was naturally Su Han again. Su Rao and Yunji had done something so bad that Dan Yang would not tolerate it anymore. Now that Dan Yang was in a situation, it was inevitable that they would unite with Xianiqi Xiao. Only by joining forces with the two countries could they force Dan Yang to reveal its trump card. In April, when the weather was fine and the spring sprouts began their second stage of growth, especially in the country of Dan Yang, which had a good climate, the land was already green and lush, and the view was pleasing to the eye. The hustle and bustle in the Danyang imperial city also paused for a moment, due to the unexpected fainting of the Danyang emperor, the silent escape of Xiaomu Yeling in the underground palace, and the fact that she had not been found for 2 days. And because Ding Lao was released by Queen Rongfeng still learned about it the next day. Then, this filial and obedient prince was unfilial to his mother for the first time on that day. I don't understand why the Queen Mother insisted on releasing old Ding. This person has evil intentions and treacherous thoughts. He dared to use that poisonous thing on the officials of our Danliang court. If we continue to indulge him, it will only bring disaster to the stability of Danyang. When did the Queen Mother change? Or, it's just that the son has never seen the real Queen Mother clearly. The Queen Yun, who was already weak and frail for many years, fainted in front of Rongfeng after being angered by Rongfeng's words, and then lay on the bed. This sudden change made Rongfeng unable to pursue Ding Lao anymore, and he could not insist on pursuing it anymore. He hurriedly called the imperial physician to Queen Yun's bedroom. Rongfeng was so angry that Queen Yun fell down, and this matter must not be announced to the outside world that the prince was unfilial. The reason for this, the royal family does not need to explain to outsiders, and it is difficult for outsiders to easily know the royal family affairs in Rong Palace. But for the old Prince Yun, the father of Queen Yun, a suitable reason must be given. The reason was nothing more than that the affairs in the brothel caused Emperor Danyang to faint, and Emperor Danyang's fainting caused Empress Yun to be unable to bear it and fall ill. After Queen Yun fell ill, Prince Yun went to the palace to visit her that day. On the same day, Emperor Danyang woke up, and Prince Yun had a heart-to-heart talk with him. No one knew what the father-in-law and son-in-law said, but the incident in Fengyao residence was left unsolved, as if it had never happened. Even when Prince Yun returned at night, Yunji went to ask about it, but Prince Yun could not explain it clearly. He only told Yunji that he took the initiative to tell Rongke that Su Rao got into trouble because he was worried about her brother's safety, and apologized to Rongke on Su Rao's behalf. Rongke had just woken up and looked a little depressed. He only said that this matter had nothing to do with Prince Yun, and everything was caused by the remnants of the previous dynasty. The overly calm Emperor Danyang was not as impatient as they thought, but Yunji suddenly realized that Rongke might have already made a move. He then told the old Prince Yun to be cautious and came to inform Su Rao. They must have already made a move. Su Rao also said with great certainty, she had the same idea as Yunji. Not to mention that she, the remnant of the previous dynasty, had already done everything thoroughly. Then, there was the disappearance of Xianmu Yaling from the underground palace. Now the situation is not favorable to Rongke and his team. Xianmu Yaling already knows their plot and face, and Xianiqi Xiao will arrive in Liang Kyoto soon. Once Xianmu Yaling sees Xianiqi Xiao, before Rongke and his team can plot a plan to kill two birds with one stone, Xianiqi Xiao will have already become their enemy. And she, a remnant of the previous dynasty, and the owner of Xiaoyao Tower, will definitely interfere and add insult to injury. Then, Rongke and his men will be attacked from all sides. Therefore, Rongke and his men could no longer continue to plot secretly, planning how to act with the least noise, and without ruining his reputation as an emperor. In the current situation, they must strike first. Yunji, what do you think Rongke and his men will do to get rid of you, me, and Grandpa Yun? And to deal with Xianiqi Xiao? Will they use the disappearance of Xianmu Yaling to let Xianiqi Xiao confront me, the remnant of the previous dynasty, so that both of us will suffer losses, and they can just sit back and reap the benefits? It's not that they haven't done such sinister and evil means before. In this way, they can also blame the death of Zhu Xianwei Huang on them, just because Xiao Tower is in Danyang. And the death of old Prince Yun can also be blamed on her, the remnant of the previous dynasty. As for why Xianmu Yaling was poisoned, it can be said that Xiao Tower captured her and made her look like that. After all, Xianmu Yaling had already left Danyang Imperial City. Rongfeng was the witness, but no one knew about Xianmu Yaling's return, and no one could testify. What Rao Rao said was indeed a trick they often used, but they might not use it this time. They had already lost twice at the hands of Rao Rao, and in their minds, Rao Rao was the owner of Xiaoyao Tower, so they had lost more than twice. So if they had taken action this time, they would definitely only win and not lose again. If they still ended up losing, they would definitely be surrounded and killed again, like the calculation on the street that day, and the siege after failure. If Rongke surrounded and killed them again, he must ensure that they could be surrounded and had no way out, and that no one like his grandfather would do bad things again. The most suitable place for such a thing is Rong Palace. He had previously guessed that the wedding day of Rongfeng and Xianmu Yaling would be the best time to take action on this day. But until today, Rao Rao is pressing forward step by step, and Xianmu Yaling is out of their control. So they can't wait for that day to come. Since it's not the wedding day, then there is only one day, and the time is coming soon. After Prince Xuxiani arrived, the royal banquet, welcoming banquet, the exquisite heart of Prince Jiyu still has enough. On Yunji's side, he just told Su Rao about his thoughts. On the Danyang Emperor's side, he and Ding Lao have also made plans. It is really a welcoming banquet, a Hongmen banquet. Your Majesty is holding a banquet. But the remnants of the previous dynasty must know that this is a hangman banquet. How can she be so stupid as to take the initiative to deliver it to the door? If she doesn't come by then, touching his sparse beard, Ding Lao felt that they still had to use some means to ensure that Su Rao must come even if she knows it is a layout, and can't just rely on the old Prince Yun. In order to resolve the friction and misunderstandings between Dan Liang and Princess Ronghua in recent days, and to prevent the remnants of the previous dynasty from secretly causing trouble and instigating Yun Lang to reconcile with Dan Yang, Prince Yun will bring Princess Ronghua with him to the banquet. Did Lord Ding notice something was wrong? What happened in the city of prostitutes made me suddenly feel something was wrong. The remnants of the previous dynasty have been doing things since I came to Dan Liang. Now I think about it carefully. She is arrogant and provocative. She is fearless. Isn't she angering me and forcing me to make mistakes again and again? A fainting caused by anger made the Dan Liang Emperor calm down. When a person calms down, his mind becomes deeper. Thinking about the several confrontations with Su Rao, there was no movement after that. Now that her fifth brother has been found, she should have nothing to worry about. So why should she continue to wait instead of spreading rumors in the imperial city to ruin his reputation? Or report everything to the old Prince Yun? Before this, he had thought that the remnants of the previous dynasty were also cautious and did not dare to confront him rashly. But if the remnants of the previous dynasty were really not strong enough, then how could she dare to show up in the Danyang imperial city? And judging from the incident in the Flower Street and Willow City, there were definitely many remnants of the previous dynasty hiding in his Danyang kingdom. Since the remnants of the previous dynasty obviously had the ability and strength to compete with him, why did they always provoke him to take action first? Now there is only one possibility. She was forcing him to take action, and she was always irritating him to take action first. But why did she do this? What was she trying to do? If he took action again and again, he would definitely expose the Dark Army he had hidden for many years. The Dark Army he had cultivated for many years would soon become his indestructible magic weapon. So the remnants of the previous dynasty were trying to get the magic pill in his hand. With such thoughts, the gloom in the tender phoenix eyes of the Danliang Emperor could no longer be concealed. The remnants of the previous dynasty must have known that he had such a magic pill, which could continuously create indestructible magic weapons. If he had such a magic pill in hand, there would be no worries about not being able to restore the country. This matter must be told to those direct descendants of your family. As long as he thought about the magic pill, Emperor Daliang's expression became more gloomy, and he was not friendly to old Ding again. As for whether his speculation was true, he only needed to see if the remnants of the previous dynasty made any moves in the next few days. Then he could verify the truth. The days that Emperor Danliang verified were the days before Xiani and Qi Xiao arrived at the Danliang Imperial City. They were waiting for Su Rao to make another move, and Su Rao and Yuan Ji were also waiting for them to make a move, so as to verify their thoughts. Whether it was really a hangman banquet, both sides were waiting for the other side to make another move. Such a simultaneous wait made the Danliang Imperial City rare to have peace again during this short period of time. During this period, Su Rao and Yuan Ji realized that something was wrong with Su Er, and he had been speechless for many days. The night sky was starry. The moon was in the sky, and the stars were shining the night sky again. The silver needle with a bright silver color was once again inserted into Su Er's aphonia point. Each acupuncture, the needle went deep into the skin and flesh. The needle was 3 to 5 minutes deep, and the needle stayed in the acupoint for 1 to 4 breaths. Brother, how do you feel? Maybe you can make a sound. After a short but extremely exhausting acupuncture session, Su Rao asked Su Er again how he felt now. Su Er also tried to pronounce again. He could make a sound, but every time he pronounced, his throat would ache. Although he felt better after several acupuncture sessions with Su Rao, he still couldn't speak as usual. Brother, if your throat still hurts, don't force yourself to make a sound. Don't rush to treat a throat injury. Su Rao didn't see much sign of improvement in Su Er's situation. It was because Su Er was so angry that his vocal cords bled, and he was also psychologically shocked. Such double stimulation led to a sudden loss of voice. It has been many days, and there has been no improvement. There is no sign of recovery. This made Su Rao purse the corners of her mouth again, tightly pursing it, and then silently packed up the silver needle bag. Compared to the time when Su Er was so angry at Yun Mujing that he'd lost his voice, Su Rao was so angry that she could hardly control her body trembling. When she first gave Su-er acupuncture, she had to hold her right hand with her left hand to control her shaking fingers. For Yun Mujing, if Su-er had not held Su Rao back at that time, he did not want Su Rao to ask about this matter. And Su Rao would never let herself be so calm. To this night, Su Rao had made herself endure it. But every time she gave her second brother acupuncture, Su Rao felt uncomfortable and angry. And besides being angry, she felt sorry for her second brother. So her eyes turned red and filled with tears. Little sister. The indifferent eyes fell directly on Su Rao's red peach blossom eyes. And after a breath, after Su Rao put away the silver needle bag, Su-er still raised his hand to wipe away the drop of color that was about to fall from the corner of Su Rao's eyes, but did not fall. Then, he dipped the water in the cup and wrote on the table. Second brother just lost his voice temporarily. He was just too angry. Just too angry. He might be so angry that he lost his voice. How could it be as simple just? But Su Rao also understood that Su-er could be so angry with Yun Mujing because Su-er had feelings for Yun Mujing. Otherwise, how could he be so angry? I know. Second brother. Don't say too much. Rao won't touch Yun Mujing. Second brother's affairs will be handled by himself. I just hope that second brother will not do it again. There is nothing wrong with liking someone. But you have to ask yourself, is it worth it? Is it worth it for second brother to get hurt for this? Leaving these words, Su Rao wrote a prescription and asked Su Han to get the medicine. And then she left the house first. Inside the house, the lights were on. And outside, the moonlight was shimmering. So as soon as she left the house, Su Rao could clearly see the two people in the octagonal pavilion not far away. Yun Mujing, a girl in purple smoke gauze, and her brother. Only when Yunji came here would Su-er let Yun Mujing go free. At this moment, the two were in the octagonal pavilion, not sitting down, but standing beside the octagonal pavilion, talking about something. The halo cast by the moonlight was bright and had a faint layer of haze, which was hazy around the pavilion for 3 feet. In addition, there were lights in the octagonal pavilion, which gradually created a warm atmosphere. Looking over like this, Yun Mujing, a girl in purple smoke gauze, was leaning on the pillar of the pavilion. As the night wind blew, the purple smoke gauze fluttered and the black hair fluttered. Even if it was just a back view, it could be charming and charming. And it was nothing more than making the ignorant and loving second brother fascinated at first sight, and couldn't extricate himself from it. Yunji and Yun Mujing happened to have their backs to Su Rao. So when Su Rao walked over, they were probably too absorbed in talking and didn't notice. Jing, if you want to choose again, this opportunity will be your last chance. If you miss this time, it will be difficult for you and UMO to resolve the relationship. Yunji turned his head to look at Yun Mujing with some worrying words. He was still wearing black clothes, but the silver-black mask on his face was taken off, and there was no white satin to cover his eyes. At this moment, his expression could be easily seen. In front of the younger brother he cared about, Yunji never had the distant indifference of Prince Jiyu, but real concern and care. Yun Mujing understood that her brother was doing this for her own good, but she would not choose again, and would not choose again. Her choice from the beginning to the end was the Emperor's plan. Brother knows that ascending the throne is a step that aging and brother have been planning for a long time. I, Yun Mujing, will never give up what I have been planning for so many years for Suyuma. Only the imperial power can allow me to protect everything I want to protect. He shook his head firmly. Brother, no need to persuade him. Yunji could only sigh lightly, and then patted Yun Mujing on the shoulder. Since aging is unwilling to choose, brother will no longer persuade you. It depends on the path you want to take. But aging, brother has one more thing to say. Don't be confused by the imperial power. Is the death of Aunt Yao intentional by the Emperor's uncle? Or is it really an accident? Over the years, the Emperor's uncle's true love for aging is not fake. And this fatherly love is because aging is the daughter of Aunt Yao. Although the Emperor's uncle values the imperial power, he also has a heart. The hand that fell into the sleeves of the purple smoke gauze suddenly curled up and squeezed, making the skin on the back of the hand pale. But in a moment, Yun Mujing slowly lowered her head and loosened her clenched hands. She knew that her father really doted on her, and that he and his mother were really affectionate. But even if they were sincere and affectionate, they could not resist the imperial power and the throne that was high above them. She was a member of the royal family, and even more so a royal child. She was a prince from birth. So she should take the path she should take. The path she should take. and never indulge in love, and one day be in the same situation as her father and mother. In the first half of her life, she was the Prince Yunmujing. So in the second half of her life, she would only be the Emperor of Yunlang. Brother, there are many things that cannot be achieved at the same time. Even if it was brother and a Rao, it was because Su Yimo really buried brother alive, and the Su family was all safe and sound. That brother and a Rao could have such a perfect relationship today. If the Su family was really executed by the father, even if a Rao knew that her brother was innocent, she would not forgive him. And her brother and a Rao would not have a happy life today. Since you can't have both, you'd better remind yourself all the time that you are Yunmujing, the Emperor of Yunlang. The second son of the Su family has long been dead. There is no General Su in the Yunlang army, and there is no General Palace in Yunlang. My second brother has no obligation to be injured because of you. Su Rao spoke only after hearing this, and walked into the octagonal pavilion. There was anger on her face, especially in her bright peach eyes, which showed undisguised anger. At one point, Yunmujing turned his head and turned around. The night was full of moonlight, and the lights in the octagonal pavilion were bright. Yunmujing could see Su Rao's angry eyes clearly, but with just one glance, Yunmujing's eyes passed Su Rao and looked at Su Er, who had also come out of the house. He was standing by the door and did not come over. His expression was as cold as ever, since he knew that she was a girl and that she had planted her people next to Su Wu. It was impossible for them to get along with each other, even if they were just getting along like they did when his brother went to Zhu Xian. But even if they couldn't get along peacefully, even if she would never give up the imperial power, even if Su Yuma hated her to the bone now, she had to keep him. Now Yunlang couldn't do without Su Yuma. And now the Emperor of Yunlang couldn't do without a tiger general like Su Yuma. She had to use Su Yuma to contain the Zhao family, so that she could stabilize the imperial power. Yunlang, there must not be another Yao family. Su Rao, you are not a Rao, and you will no longer be someone I, Yunmujing, care about, and will never tolerate. For my brother's sake, I will not bother with you about what you said tonight. But as for the matter between me and Su Yuma, even if you are his younger sister, you have no right to interfere with how I act. After looking at Su Er for a moment, Yunmujing looked at Su Rao again, with his hands behind his back, his body straight, and an inexplicable dark color in his charming eyes, which weakened the tenderness of her eyebrows. Then, she took 2 steps and walked to Su Rao's side. You and my brother can get to where you are today. If Su Yuma hadn't buried my brother alive, and if General Su's family hadn't been safe, you would never have been with my brother today. You are like this. Why do you have to say anything about me? Before he could finish his words, Yunmujing cried out in pain, then bent his knees and hugged his left calf. Su Rao kicked him directly, and he almost fell down. Su Rao, you? He glared at Su Rao. If you have the guts, kick me back. Su Rao sneered, crossed her arms, and tilted her head slightly to raise her eyebrows. Yunmujing was upset by the provocation. This time, Su Rao kicked Yunmujing, which was completely different from the time she kicked him in her Raoxiang pavilion. Su Rao's kick was merciless, and it hurt so much that Yunmujing's eyes turned red. You little bitch. You are no longer a Rao. How dare you kick me? Do you really think I will tolerate you again and again? How can you be so confident? Rubbing her calf several times, Yunmujing suddenly stood up, and her anger made her red eyes even redder. She was clearly dressed as a girl, and she was a girl, but she was born a real man, so she had a manly temperament. The 5 fingers that were pinching and crackling were about to return the kick from Su Rao. She would never give in to Su Rao again. I need you to be patient. Su Rao will beat me if I want to. And if you want to fight, come on. I have been patient with you for a long time. The white and slender hands of her embraced arms also made a sound. Then, in a breath, the jade bone fan was taken out of her hand. The fan opened with a bang, and the sharp blade inside reflected the candlelight, reflecting a moment of coldness. Rao Rao. Yunji came over, grabbed Su Rao's soft hand and held it, and put away her jade bone fan. He felt helpless and a little funny. These 2 people, how old they are still making trouble like children. Su Yuma, what are you doing again? Su Er also strode over and grabbed Yunmujing and pulled her away. Yunmujing struggled for a while, but she couldn't get rid of Su Er's big hand. Su Yuma, my patience is limited. Su Er ignored the shouts, until he pulled Yunmujing to the door. Yun Mujing suddenly attacked Su-er. But her fist had not yet reached Su-er's face. Su-er grabbed it. Then, Su-er blocked Yun Mujing between the door and him, and shackled Yun Mujing again. A strong and powerful hand directly clamped Yun Mujing's hands, and pressed them above her head. The force was not small at all. And there was no mercy. My patience is limited. With each word, Su-er's heavy breath rushed towards him. His eyes were so indifferent that there was no trace of affection in them. There was only the desire to possess him. Such as Su-er made Su-rao frown fiercely when she looked over here. Yunji also frowned for a while. But neither of them planned to go over. Not only because Su-er had pulled Yun Mujing into the house, but also because Su-er didn't want them to intervene. You deserve it. Su-rao said this at the end. Of course, talking about Yun Mujing, not daring to respond to the second brother's affection, but desiring to keep the second brother, wanting to use the second brother to check and balance the court for himself. One day he will be trapped in his own cocoon. Rao. It's a rare moment of peace. How about we go to appreciate the moon? It feels like you and I haven't had such leisure time for a long time. And the moonlight tonight is just right. Yunji just shook his head helplessly. It was unknown whether he was helpless about the dispute between Su-er and Yun Mujing or Su-rao's words. He raised his hand to smooth the wrinkles between Su-rao's eyebrows, then put his arm around Su-rao's waist, stood up on his toes, and stepped directly onto the top of the octagonal pavilion. Stand high and see far. The rooftop is just right for watching the moon. The depression in Su-rao's heart disappeared when she turned her head and saw the gentle smile on Yunji's face. The dispute between Su-er and Yun Mujing must be handled by themselves. Resting his head on Yunji's shoulder, he looked up at the moon in the sky. The crescent moon is curved. The galaxy is gorgeous. And the twinkling stars accompany the high-hanging moon, leaning on each other. If there is no special weather, they will never leave each other. You have me, and I have you. Yunji, when my second brother buried you alive, did you ever think about what you would do if I had not come as my second brother guest? Or if I came late? 1 day, 2 days, or even longer. Would you really die? Su-rao murmured this sentence. Just now, Yun Mujing mentioned that Yunji was buried alive. And Su-rao felt that if Yunji was not willing, her second brother would never keep Yunji, let alone bury Yunji alive. Before that, she had reconciled with Yunji after losing and regaining her relationship, and her family was all healthy. Then, she went to Danyang because of the matter of her fifth brother, and she had no time to think deeply. When she dug up the grave and opened the coffin, Yunji had been inside for more than a night. How long could a living person be put into a coffin and buried underground? No more than 2 or 3 hours. Even if Yunji had deep internal strength and could hold his breath, it would not be comfortable for him. Fool. Is it worth it? The hands around Yunji's waist suddenly tightened. Su-rao looked up at Yunji, and her bright eyes were red again, coloring her eyelids. Yunji also lowered his eyes, and when their eyes met, Yunji raised his hand to wipe away the tears that had never flowed from the corners of Su-rao's eyes. Rao was so focused on whether Yunji was really dead at that time that she didn't pay attention and didn't realize that the grave where Rong Shao was buried was too shallow, and the coffin was placed inside, and the coffin lid was completely flush with the ground, and it had never been completely buried underground. The corners of his mouth were smiling. Since Su-rao mentioned this, Yunji explained it to Su-rao. So even if Rao didn't come as Umo expected, or came too late, he wouldn't be in trouble, and he could shake open the coffin and get out by himself. Miss Princess replied. Such an untimely voice came like this. Su-han's arrival disrupted Su-rao and Yunji's moon watching, but it also resolved Su-rao's sadness. Now that the matter is past, they will be fine in the future, and there is no need to feel sad now. The two went down to the octagonal pavilion, and Su-rao took the letter. The words in it were only one sentence. It will arrive tomorrow. Chang'e is safe. Thank you, Princess Ronghua, for your concern. The letter that Xian Ichishao sent to Yun Mujing a few days ago was Su-rao's personal reply, regarding Xian Ichishao's request that he wanted the heads of all the people in the Danyang royal family. Su-rao did not agree to this condition first, but told him about Xian Muyeling's situation. As for the rest, they would talk about it after they met. Xian Ichishao will arrive tomorrow. And Su-rao and Yunji did not stay any longer. They asked Su-han to tell Su-er, and the two went back to the host and guest apartment in the night. Along the way, patrols were extremely strict. Almost every half a minute, a patrol team would pass by. The torches they lit illuminated the night of the Imperial City. It was difficult for people with advanced light skills to cleverly avoid so many eyes. In the past few days, there was not much movement from the Danliang Emperor. They did not take any action against Su Rao, the remnant of the previous dynasty, but stepped up patrols in the Imperial City. Although they said it was for the safety of the Imperial City, Su Rao and his men knew that they were searching for the traces of Xiaomu Yaling. Compared with the danger of Su Rao, who was already in the open, in the heart of Danliang Emperor, Xiaomu Yaling was a greater danger to him. Xiaomu Qishao was coming, and Ronke had not found Xiaomu Yaling's whereabouts yet. So they would definitely act as soon as possible, and would never give Xiaomu Yaling the time to meet Xiaomu Qishao. This also made Su Rao and Yunji more certain of their guess. Princess Ronghua. Su Rao and Yunji left the guest office secretly, and when they came back, they returned secretly again, still at the back courtyard wall of the guest office. They just flew in, and then a figure walked out of the dark corner. For a moment, Su Rao and Yunji stopped at the same time, and Su Rao's eyes flashed darkly. He and Yunji were both people with strong martial arts, but they had never noticed that there was someone hiding in the back courtyard wall at this moment. Ever since knowing that Pei Liang was arranged by the old Prince Yun, Su Rao understood why Pei Liang, such a powerful person, would choose to be the minister of the guest office, who had no real power, and was only responsible for diplomatic reception. This is the position that Prince Yun ordered Pei Liang to take down. The purpose is that when Prince Yun comes to Danyang, the Danyang Emperor will not let others monitor the guest and guest department. Prince Yun will be in this safe place at the first time and control the guest and guest department. So since Prince Yun came, the guest and guest department has been tied outside and loose inside. Pei Liang is still monitoring outside. But in fact, Yun Bo is fully responsible for the safety of the department. All the guards and servants have been replaced by their own people to ensure their absolute safety. This is why Su Rao and Yunji did not notice in time that there was someone hiding here. The shimmering moonlight had already turned to the other side of the sky and shone on the person who came out. This person was dressed in black, but he had never covered his face. In just one glance, Su Rao and Yunji looked at each other. Su Rao's brows furrowed again. Although Yunji didn't show much expression, there seemed to be a hint of Rong Zhao's depth in her phoenix eyes. Rong Feng wants to talk to you two again. The person who came was Rong Feng. He sneaked into the guest and guest department again and waited here at this moment. Su Rao and Yunji knew that Rong Feng must have been to Su Rao's residence and knew that they were not there. So he waited here after thinking about it. After another look at each other, Su Rao and Yunji knew in their hearts that Rong Feng was stubborn. If they didn't talk, Rong Feng would not leave easily. So they went directly to Su Rao's residence. Outside the residence, Su Chui was guarding here. Su Can guarded in the first half of the night, and Su Chui guarded in the second half of the night. Su Rao waved his hand to let Su Chui go down and guard the corridor. Although the guest and guest department is impregnable, it is always right to be careful and cautious. Prince Rong Feng is here again tonight. How do you want to talk? As soon as she entered the palace, Su Rao spoke directly, but her tone was a little softer than before, and her attitude towards Rong Feng also changed slightly. It was still dark in the palace, and the candlesticks had not been lit. Rong Feng had never noticed Su Rao's slight change, nor had he felt it. He glanced at Yunji, who was lighting the candlesticks, and after a moment of silence, he bowed and made a statement. Prince Yi will arrive tomorrow, and my father will hold a banquet in Zhongjia Palace. Rong Feng would like to ask the princess not to attend the banquet tomorrow. Rong Feng, dressed in black, felt low tonight compared to the crescent-shaped white he always wore. Rong Feng knows that the princess has a lot of influence in my Danyang Imperial City. But this is Danyang Imperial City after all. Rong Feng's father is also the Danyang Emperor after all. And Danyang's military force is not only for self-protection in the eyes of others. If the princess enters Rong Palace, there is no return. Su Rao frowned tightly, causing the ugly sunken scar on her forehead to wrinkle. And her peach blossom eyes became more solemn, which exaggerated her eyelids. Rong Feng tonight made Su Rao feel abnormal again. He knew what he said. It can't be avoided. And it can't be avoided. The lights in the hall were on. Yunji lit a candlestick, and the flames lit up, illuminating the entire hall, and also illuminating the expression on Yunji's face at the moment. The situation has changed. It's time, fate, and luck. It's not something we can do. And it's not something you can change alone. He walked over to Su Rao's side, even though he was wearing a dark black robe. But he had the kind of indifferent elegance that the Gu prince should have. The melodious sound of the empty valley, the bright scenery, and the moon, which was not concealed by the dark clothes. But in addition to this indifference, it was also mixed with Rong Zhao's depth that others didn't feel. Until today, he could no longer turn a blind eye to it. He had to seek justice for Rong Zhao and Han Mochen, avenge their mother, and eliminate their years of grievances. Moreover, they could no longer remain indifferent to the current situation in Danyang. The heart of the Danyang prince only wishes for peace. But peace is impossible today. Su Rao also said this, holding Yunji's hand and interlocking their fingers. The coldness in her bright peach eyes did not diminish at all. They had their revenge to avenge. Ronka had his ambition to realize. And they were both obstacles to him. No matter what the reason, only one of them could survive in the end. And they could not coexist. Rong Feng, do you know why I always dislike you? After asking this question again, Su Rao looked at Rong Feng, who was silent for a while because of Yunji and her words. She didn't know how he could persuade them to listen and not go to the Tiger Mountain even though he knew there was a tiger there. Born in a chaotic world. Ups and downs. Winners and losers. The most undesirable kind of people are people like you. I don't know whether this world is unworthy of you, or you were born in the wrong world. I am burdened with blood feuds, and countless dead souls and bones are at my feet, haunting me every night, asking me why I don't take revenge. I can't take revenge for the national hatred and family hatred. The enemy is right in front of me. But I have to pretend that nothing has happened and play the role of the spoiled and eccentric daughter of the Su family. You appear, and you keep meddling in other people's affairs again and again, reminding me again and again in my ears that even if others provoke you, you should be generous. You shouldn't be so unreasonable. And you should value peace. Take a step forward, and then ask again in a deep voice. You say, how can I like you like this? How can I like you? Let alone take you as a confidant. Bang! The foot accidentally kicked the table and chair, making such a sound. Rong Feng unconsciously paced back a step. He didn't know whether it was because of what Su Rao said that shocked him, or because of the step forward Su Rao took that forced him to retreat. Could the one leading the way be Prince Yi of Juxian? He looked so brave. I heard that Prince Yi is the most brave warrior of Juxian. He won the Wutsu hunting championship in the 2 national exchange meetings held by the 3 countries. The Liang capital, the gate of the imperial city, was noisy again. However, compared with the fear on the day when Princess Ronghua of Yunleng came. Today, Prince Yi of Juxian arrived at the Danyang imperial city. The people of Danyang watched with curiosity. There were also literary talents of Danyang who praised Qi Shao's Xian. Juxian and their Danyang relatives are friendly. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and Princess Chengel of Juxian Jiachuan will get married soon. Now that Prince Yi is here, with such a heroic and extraordinary Prince Yi, let's see if the arrogant ugly girl of the Su family dares to run rampant and act arrogantly in their imperial city. One after another. Before Xian Yi and Qi Shao entered the city gate was already full of people, and everyone was looking forward to it. Your Highness, it is said that women are ignorant and like to gossip. But when the poets and scholars of Danyang talk too much, I feel like a dog barking. When Prince Yi arrived in Liangjing, he was just like when he entered Langjing that year. He rode high on a fierce horse, exuding a cold and aloof aura that kept strangers away. He was wearing a black python robe, and a 4-clawed dragon python was circling from the hem of his clothes. A jade belt with coiled scales outlined his tall figure. There was no expression on his face, which was as sharp as a cold sword out of its sheath. It was cold and indifferent, and it was intimidating. Mo Ying, who was with the guards, was very angry when he entered the city gate and heard the words of the onlookers of Danliang. Although Su Rao and their prince had already broken off relations because of what the late emperor had done. Hearing these people belittling and mocking Su Rao, Mo Ying felt more and more that Dan Liang was truly hypocritical. And just as Emperor Yun said, sanctimonious, I am Pei Liang, the minister of the Ministry of Guests, and I am here to welcome Prince Yi by order of the Emperor. You have been traveling a long way, so please come to the Ministry of Guests and take a rest. Minister Pei, who had been waiting at the gate of the city, welcomed the Siamese envoys with a perfect smile, raised his hand, and invited Prince E to follow him to the Ministry of Guests and Guests. Please follow me to the Ministry of Rites first. The wedding procession. Waiting with Pei Liang was the Minister of Rites. Prince E came this time for the marriage between the two countries, so naturally he had to bring the wedding procession, which was all the dowry prepared for Siam Mu Yaling. The procession had not yet entered the city, and from a distance it looked so long that you could not see the end. Gold, silver, jewelry, silk and satin were all in boxes and carts, and the maids and servants stood in neat rows, which showed that the Siamese emperor loved Princess Jiachuan Changle and attached great importance to the marriage with Tan Liang. Moing. Xian Ichi Xiaofan said so coldly, and his auspicious phoenix eyes glanced at Moing. Moing nodded, understood, dismounted and went to the Minister of Rites, clasped his hands, and then said bluntly, "The wedding date of our princess and your prince has not been determined, and the 3 letters and 6 ceremonies have not been performed. The wedding team will not enter the imperial city for the time being, but will only be stationed outside the city." The Minister of Rites frowned for a moment. "I'm afraid this is against the rules. Since the marriage between the two countries has been announced to the world, the marriage contract has been determined, and the wedding date is only to be discussed. Moreover, for the royal marriage, the 3 letters and 6 ceremonies have been prepared in advance, and the engagement letter has been sent to the royal families of Juxia. But now the wedding team will not enter the city, and the wedding ceremony will not be sent to the Ministry of Rites, which means that Juxia is not happy with this marriage. Juxia is doing this to make him laugh at Dan Liang Yi and be laughed at by the world. What is against the rules? It sounds like a joke. The marriage between Dan Liang and Zhu Xian is an important matter for both countries. The announcement to the world should be made by both countries. What Dan Liang did a month ago seemed to be only announced to the world by his own country. Now it seems that it is also against the rules." This dandy voice penetrated Pei Liang and the Minister of Rites. This speech was sarcastic, and it seemed to be deliberately provoking and stirring up discord between Zhu Xian and Dan Liang, since Dan Liang had already done something against the rules. Why is Zhu Xian's behavior against the rules now? Dan Liang's behavior is to treat Zhu Xian as a subordinate. This connotation can be understood by anyone who is not a fool, although no one has seen it yet. Just this voice and this arrogant tone have made the Minister of Rites' frowning expression suddenly stiffen, and Pei Liang's eyebrows move fiercely. Then, both of them turned around and looked behind them. Su Rao. The murmuring sound was only audible to him. The Prince E, who was riding high on his fierce horse, looked in the direction of the sound with his cold eyebrows. In just one glance, the person was reflected in his auspicious eyes, which once had no light, and once again caused a ripple in his eyes. Although it was fleeting, it had already revealed the inner fluctuations of Xian Ichi Xiao. She was still wearing the familiar red dress, coming in the warm afternoon breeze, and the bright sunshine was cast, rendering a light within 3 feet of her body, which was dazzling again. She was still the dazzling woman in red in his memory, still the dandy and eccentric appearance in his memory, and still the princess he had never let go of. The thumb of his left hand, which had not pulled the reins, rubbed the palace plaque in his hand. The palace plaque of Prince He's palace that Su Rao had asked for from Xian Ichi Xiao was sent back together with the reply letter. The house card he gave to Su Rao is now back in his hands. Although Zhu Xian once tried to harm our Su family and caused the Su family to fall into such a crisis, but today, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I wonder if Prince He can also put aside the past grudges and work together with Su Rao again. This cooperation is not only for Zhu Xian to help Yun Lang, but also for Prince He to avenge his brother and niece. Tan Liang is really too much. Such words also lingered in my ears. This was the last word in the letter that Su Rao replied to Xian Ichi Xiao. Putting aside the past grudges, it also meant that the matter of Emperor Wei plotting against the Su family and causing the Su family to be exterminated was over. How come this Princess Ronghua is everywhere? Today. Is she going to do something strange again today? When Su Rao came forward, the people of Danyang Kingdom all stepped back with horror, especially when they saw the black-clothed masked man who never left Su Rao's side. They thought of the horror on the street that day. Moreover, those elegant and talented young men holding folding fans took several steps back in panic. They were not only afraid of the killing that day, but also afraid that if they were unlucky enough to be spotted by Su Rao, they would end up like the assassin that day. For a moment, The crowded city gate was scattered just like the street at that time. Su Rao just glanced at these people's reactions, and then went straight to Pei Liang. On the way, the guards beside Pei Liang also symbolically blocked him, but they didn't even reach out their hands, and froze at Su Rao's words. Today, I am just here to greet an old friend. I don't like to cause trouble, but if you take the initiative to provoke me, I will be happy to accompany you. With that said, the guards dared not stop them. With Pei Liang's signal, they let Su Rao and Yunji pass. Princess Ronghua is in a good mood to welcome old friends today. But as far as I know, Princess Ronghua and Prince Yi of Zhuxian don't seem to have much in common. Outside, Pei Liang was still so hostile to Su Rao. Whenever Su Rao wanted to make trouble, he would stop her. Princess Ronghua of Yulang country really had nothing to do with Prince Yi of Zhuxian. And Prince Yi married a daughter of the Su family of Zhuxian. Really? Su Rao looked at Pei Liang with contempt, and was not polite at all. It seems that Minister Pei really wants to be my princess's servant. He even knows whether my princess has any friendship with Prince Yi. It's just... The words paused abruptly, and the pair of peach blossom eyes looked at Xian Yi Qishao, then looked back at Pei Liang, and suddenly smiled, as if smiling. What is the relationship between my princess and Prince Yi? Since Minister Pei has investigated, he should investigate more clearly. Your Majesty, the remnants of the previous dynasty really went to the city gate. The imperial steward hurried to the Qinzheng palace again, without even wiping the sweat on his forehead from running away. As soon as he entered the palace, he immediately repeated everything Su Rao said, and did at the city gate word for word. After hearing what Su Rao said, Emperor Danliang and Old Ding knew what Su Rao said. They looked at each other with cold eyes. Sure enough, the remnants of the previous dynasty provoked the relationship between Zhu Xian and Dan Yang, trying to win over Xian Yi Qishao. But it must not be possible to win over Xian Yi Qishao with just a few words, unless she has a bargaining chip that is absolutely certain in her hand. The gloomy voice. Emperor Danliang thought about Pei Liang's report in the past few days. There was no movement from Su Rao's side. If there was no movement, she must be waiting for him to act in anger, just as he had guessed before. It must be for the magic pill. With this in mind, Emperor Danliang looked through the search results for Siam Yaling in the past few days. There was no trace of her. Siam Yaling's disappearance was like she disappeared out of thin air, just like the thieves who disappeared without a trace after stealing the medicine. Only the remnants of the previous dynasty could do this. Without thinking too much, Emperor Danliang had already blamed Su Rao for Siam Yaling's escape from the underground palace. As for how Siam Yaling escaped from Rong Palace, it was also found out after Emperor Danliang woke up. Before that, Empress Yun asked for an investigation. But because of Rong Feng's consideration, no large-scale search was carried out. After Emperor Danliang woke up, he found that the two deputy commanders of the Imperial Guards were missing. Later, the bodies of the two were found in a dry well in a cold palace. They had been dead for many days. This discovery made Emperor Danliang realize that it must be because of the riot in the streets that day that the remnants of the previous dynasty took the opportunity to infiltrate the Imperial Guards, and then sneaked into the palace, discovered the underground palace, and found Siam Yaling. Your Majesty, if that's the case, let's make sure they all go tonight and never come back. Touching his sparse beard, the old man Ding's bulging pupils were now filled with darkness. Princess Rongyu had long been banished to the cold palace by Xianiqi Wei. When Princess Rongyu controlled Xianiqi Wei, Xianiqi Shao must have suspected Your Majesty. Now Xianmu Yaling has escaped from the underground palace again and has disappeared, causing Your Majesty's previous plan to be completely messed up. Now the situation is extremely unfavorable, so you have no choice but to give it a try. The remnants of the previous dynasty, if they want to win over Xianiqi Shao, must hand Xianmu Yaling over to Xianiqi Shao to achieve cooperation with Xianiqi Shao. But once Xianmu Yaling appears, Your Majesty can put all the blame on the remnants of the previous dynasty, because it was the remnants of the previous dynasty who captured the princesses of Xian and caused such harm. As for what Xianmu Yaling said, it was not important. A half-puppet could only say what he was forced to say after being tortured. Even if Xianiqi Shao still chose to believe in the remnants of the previous dynasty, he still had a trick up his sleeve. By then, Xianiqi Shao would fight the remnants of the previous dynasty, and both sides would suffer losses. Then, Your Majesty would take action again. The three countries united to kill the remnants of the previous dynasty. Prince Yi and old Prince Yun unfortunately died with the remnants of the previous dynasty. Once the magic soldiers came out, they cut the grass and eradicated the roots without anyone noticing. As for Xian Qishao's stationing of the wedding team outside the imperial city, this matter is actually beneficial. When the imperial city gates are closed, even if there are NG troops of Xian Qishao in those wedding teams, they will not be able to attack the imperial city for a while. By the time they attack, everything will be settled. Touching his sparse beard again, General Ding thought about their plan without any mistakes. So tightly. After the death of Siam Qishao, the King Wei of Siam had already died, and all the princes of Siam were incompetent. Siam became a loose sand and could be easily taken down. As for Yunlang, the old prince Yun died, and the queen was so grief-stricken that she dragged her sick body to personally send her father's coffin back to the country. Once their magic soldiers stepped into Langjing, Yunlang would be in their pockets. When the world is in hand, how to write the historical facts is still up to your majesty. You can write it as you want. By then, your majesty will be wise, and he will also be famous all over the world. Very good, Lord Ding. Success or failure will be tonight. Only victory is allowed. Emperor Danliang was extremely satisfied with Ding Lao's plan. Now that the magic soldiers are in hand, Zhu Xian and Yunlang are just ants, and he can step on them and crush them to death. At the corner of his mouth, a cold smile made the soft phoenix eyes haze again. After more than 20 years of planning, he destroyed the Qin dynasty before. Now he can unify the Central Plains as long as he takes down Zhu Xian and Yunlang. Dominating the world is just a matter of time. Waving his hand, let Ding Lao go down to prepare, and invite him into the trap. Oh, your majesty, there is one more thing. Old Ding left, but when he was about to leave the Qinzheng palace, he suddenly remembered something and said, no matter what happens tonight, once the magic weapon appears, it will no longer be hidden, and there is no need to continue hiding. Should we inform the prince? After all, when Xian Muyaling left the imperial city, the prince had to come forward to testify, so that Xian Qishao could believe that Xian Muyaling had an accident outside the imperial city. When old Ding mentioned this, Emperor Daliang's eyebrows suddenly darkened. Rongfeng's performance these days seemed to disappoint Emperor Danliang. Rongfeng not only learned to disobey his parents, but also had his own thoughts, and even interfered in government affairs without authorization. He is not dead yet, but he wants to seize power? No need. If the prince does not know, it will be better for Xian Qishao to believe. The prince only needs to be a benevolent and people-loving crown prince for me and accumulate reputation for my Danliang royal family. He does not need to interfere in the affairs of the world. Gloomy words. Unhappy tone. Old Ding didn't need to look anymore. He knew that Emperor Danliang was beginning to be wary of the prince. Because the prince disobeyed his mother. Because the prince broke into the Ministry of Justice. And because the prince caught him to interfere in the affairs of the court. These actions clearly showed that the prince had his own ideas in his heart. And this was what Emperor Danliang feared the most. What Emperor Danliang wanted was only a prince who was obedient to his father, and a crown prince who could bring him a good reputation. Not a prince who had his own ideas or even threatened his imperial power. I understand. Let's prepare it. This time, old Ding did not plead for Rongfeng again. Nor would he. Not because Rongfeng had locked him up before. But if he spoke, it would only make Emperor Danliang more wary of Rongfeng, and thus suspicious of him. At this critical moment, his chance to become famous is coming soon. He must not destroy all his efforts for so many years just for a grandson. As soon as Ding Lao left, Emperor Danliang narrowed his eyes and stared at the palace door for a long time. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The imperial steward, who was waiting in the palace, secretly wiped the sweat stains on his forehead with his sleeves and said so carefully. Zhu Xian's wedding team will not enter the city. This matter still needs the order of your Majesty. The Minister of Rights dare not make a decision on his own. Emperor Danliang then retracted his gaze and asked the imperial steward to pass the order. Zhu Xian's request is also normal. The prince and the princess have not yet set a wedding date. The princess's dowry should be taken care of by Zhu Xian. After the wedding date is set, it will be sent to the Ministry of Rights for compilation and will be put into the private storehouse of the East Palace on the day of the wedding. Emperor Danliang, who is away, is still so kind and generous. The imperial general manager received the order from the Emperor of Danliang and personally went to the city gate to pass on the order. When he arrived, Xian Qishao had already entered the inner city with more than 10 followers. He followed Pei Liang to the guest and guest department to rest, leaving Mo Ying and the Minister of Rights to take over the matter. As a prince of another country, and a prince of Zhuxian, who was more powerful than Dan Yang, he would not lower his status by waiting for the order of the Emperor of Dan Yang for such a trivial matter. Little uncle. In Su Rao's residence, in the inner hall, Xian Muyaling was taken here. The weakness after the drug addiction again made Xian Muyaling feel that there were 3 shadows shaking in front of her eyes when she looked at Xian Qishao. But she still struggled to open her eyes, stretched out her hand, and tightly grasped Xian Qishao. Little uncle, Changle won't marry. Not my cousin. Only by holding on to Xian Qishao like this can all the fears in Xian Muyaling's heart these days turn into grievances. And she choked up her voice. Not because of her marriage with Rong Feng, but because of the darkness of the days when she was locked up in the underground palace. Every day and night, thousands of snakes, insects, rats and ants climbed around the iron cage that locked her up. And the poison that was poured into her was even more itchy and wanted to tear her heart and lungs apart, making her life worse than death day and night. The Danliang kingdom was insidious and evil. They married her Zhuxian just to get her Zhuxian kingdom. They wanted to harm the little uncle. She would not marry, even if she had no relationship with her cousin. She could not harm the little uncle. Changle, with a cold and low voice. Xian Qishao sat down beside the bed and looked at Xian Muyaling, whose cheeks were sunken at the moment, due to the torture of drug addiction. Her eye sockets were sunken deeper. Xian Muyaling's frail appearance reminded Xian Qishao of his royal brother, who had been tortured by erysipelas for half his life and died in torture in the end. The other hand that was hanging down was curled into a fist, making a crackling sound, and the green vines bulged from the back of the hand. Even if you still want to get married, the emperor's uncle will never allow it. The emperor's uncle handed you to him, and he protected you like this. While saying this, Xian Qishao held Xian Muyaling's hand in reverse, and stretched out his curled hand to wipe off the fine sweat stains that oozed from Xian Muyaling's forehead. After the death of the Zhuxian Wei emperor, Xian Muyaling, the niece raised by Xian Qishao, is his only close relative now. At the beginning, Xian Qishao knew that Danliang was not completely safe, but he still handed Xian Muyaling to Rong Feng. He did this only to keep Xian Muyaling away from the right and wrong of Zhuxian and escape from the difficult choice. He thought Rong Feng could protect Xian Muyaling. However, he did not expect that sending Xian Muyaling away would push her to this point. If he had known this would happen, even if he let Xian Muyaling make the choice, he would not have handed her over to Rong Feng and protected her like this. Little uncle. Xian Qishao's cold tone when he mentioned Rong Feng made Xian Muyaling panic for a moment. She hurriedly grabbed Xian Qishao's hand again, and Xian Muyaling half supported herself to sit up, saying in a hurry, "This matter has nothing to do with my cousin. Little uncle, don't be angry. Xiam, Mu, Ya, Ling." Xian Qishao's expression suddenly turned cold, and he called Xian Muyaling's full name directly, and his auspicious phoenix eyes, without any light, stared straight at Xian Muyaling. He is still protecting Rong Feng. Is he really unrelated? Does he know that you have fallen into such a state? Does he know that you have been captured and tortured day and night to the point of living a life worse than death? Do you know who is behind your good mother who poisoned and controlled your father? Suddenly, he sneered. His brows were furious, and there seemed to be a strong chill on his eyebrows. Every word touched Xian Muyaling's heart. Your father died of drug addiction on the day he died. All this was done by your cousin's parents and your good mother, since you asked the uncle not to vent his anger on your cousin. Very good. Then go and ask your good cousin yourself. He really knows nothing about what his father and mother did. In the end, Xian Qishao still told Xian Muyaling everything. It's not that Xian Qishao didn't love Xian Muyaling, but because he loved her too much. Because he loved his niece. He wanted her to understand clearly that there was no possibility between her and Rong Feng, not only because of the crime she suffered, not only because of Tan Liang's hypocrisy, but also because her father was dead. Is my father dead? Xian Muyaling was stunned for a moment, staring into Xian Qishao's eyes, and then she shook her head violently. This is impossible. Impossible. No matter how much my mother hates my father, she will not kill him. Xian Muyaling didn't believe it. She didn't believe it. But her eyes showed panic for a moment. She lifted the quilt and was about to go down. She wanted to go back and ask her mother, Your mother is also dead. Xiaomu Qishao pressed down on Xiaomu Yeling's shoulders with his big hand, and said this again, with a colder breath. She took poison and committed suicide. In the end, she will use her death to give your father the final revenge. Xiaomu Yeling's body, which was half raised, collapsed back on the bed, looking at Xian Qishao's cold eyebrows. And suddenly, she trembled all over. The whole person couldn't control the trembling. Her eyes were red, and tears slid down her cheeks. Puff! Such a mouthful of blood spurted out, all on Xian Qishao's python robe. Xianmu Yeling fell down all of a sudden, and Xian Qishao held her up and gently put her on the bed. Go and invite Princess Ronghua in. After watching the fainted Xianmu Yeling take a breath, Fong sighed again and asked his attendants to invite Su Rao from the outer hall in. Although Su Rao had never entered the outer hall, she heard everything that happened inside clearly. Su Rao did not think there was anything wrong with Xian Qishao telling Xianmu Yeling about the matter, rather than waiting until the end to know, and perhaps still knowing it from others. It is better to let her own uncle tell her, although it is difficult to bear for a while. At least there are relatives accompanying her, instead of bearing it alone. Xianmu Yeling's fainting was just a spurt of blood vomiting due to unbearable stimulation. She only needs acupuncture, a good sleep, and 2 doses of medicine after waking up, and there will be no big problem. Now there is only one relative who cares about you. Even if you have hatred in your heart, you should be more relaxed. Girls need to be patient and cared for carefully. Not with a cold face like you. She is not your soldier, but your relative. Patting Xian Qishao's shoulder, Su Rao said this to comfort him. She did not feel awkward because she had said goodbye to Xian Qishao, and now they were working together again. Looking at the bloodstains on Xian Qishao's robe, she changed her robe first, and then she needed to discuss the cooperation. They only had 1 or 2 hours, or maybe even 1 or 2 hours. Someone would come to dispel her suspicion soon. Xiaomu Yeling's escape was gone. Xian Qishao came today, and she did something at the gate of the Imperial City. I'm afraid that this matter has already been heard by Ronghua. Presumably, Xianmu Yeling's disappearance from the underground palace was also suspected of being the remnant of the previous dynasty. Su Rao could naturally think of the suspicion of the Emperor Danliang. Now that Xian Qishao came to the guest apartment, Ronghua might have done it on purpose to see what she would do next. Otherwise, Xian Qishao should have been received directly in the palace like the old Prince Yun, and she would never be given the opportunity to contact Xian Qishao so easily. Master, Miss, there is still no clue. During the short gap when Xian Qishao went to change his robes, Yu Feng came with an extremely heavy expression on his face. We still haven't found Mr. Zhu. Although Yunji and Su Rao both guessed whether Mr. Zhu was hidden by Yunling. Yunling was not awake yet, so they could not just act on guesses and stop looking for Mr. Zhu. So in the past few days, Xiao Mubai has been secretly investigating Mr. Zhu's whereabouts. But the results of the investigation were not satisfactory, and there was still no result. Although the other spies they buried in Danliang did not find the news that Mr. Zhu had been arrested. They found that the pill stolen by Mr. Zhu had now returned to the hands of Elder Ding and taken back. Although Mr. Zhu was not arrested, the pill fell into the hands of Elder Ding again, and this situation was extremely unfavorable to them. In addition, there was another thing. Yun Muyue had not been found yet. I don't know where to move. Su Rao and Yunji also found out that Yun Muyue, Wan Yang and Mu Lian were imprisoned in the dungeon of Rong Palace. However, since Wan Yang and Mu Lian's tendons were cut, it was difficult to rescue them without anyone noticing. Therefore, they could not act rashly. Otherwise, if they alerted the enemy, it would affect the safety of Wan Yang and others. As for Yun Muyue, after the assassination attempt of Wan Yang and Mu Lian failed, Yun Muyue was transferred to another place by Emperor Danliang. Up to now, the place of imprisonment has not been found, and it is unknown where he was transferred to. If Xiao Ba has any problems, I will definitely demolish the Rong Palace. Su Wu was furious, and he punched the table with a rough breath, shaking the cups and plates on the table with a clang. The tea splashed. Su Rao and Yunji looked over for a moment, knowing that Su Wu was worried about Yun Muyue's safety. Yunji comforted him. The 8th prince should be fine for now. The most cautious thing about Ronka's character is that he always leaves himself a backup plan. No matter how thorough his plan is, even if it is foolproof, he will leave himself an important bargaining chip to save his life. Whether it is letting Queen Yin control Emperor Wei to coerce Xian Qishao, or capturing Su Rao to threaten Han Imochen, or sending people to capture Su Wu and Yun Muyue to threaten Su Rao and plot against Yunlang Kingdom, and controlling Xian Mu Yaling with medicine. They are all common means. Since Huan Yang and Mu Lian are still alive, Yun Mu, the prince of Yunlang Kingdom, who is more important than Huan Yang and Mu Lian. Ronku is reluctant to touch him and this life-saving talisman until the last moment. With Yun Muyue in hand, he can use it to threaten the old Prince Yun. Fifth brother. Don't worry. It is said that fools have good luck. Yun Muyue is a fool. And he is lucky. Su Rao came over and comforted him. Su Wu's angry expression finally subsided and he nodded. Well, Xiao Ba will be fine. Afterwards, Yuan Ji ordered Yun Feng to let Xiao Mubai continue to look for Mr. Zhu. He must find Mr. Zhu no matter what, and make sure that Mr. Zhu is safe and sound. Tell Su Er and Yun Mujing that if Mr. Zhu is not found at the last moment, everything will proceed according to the previously discussed plan. Yes. Yun Feng nodded and understood. He turned around and was about to leave Su Rao's residence. But Su Chui's voice came from outside the hall. Xian Ichi Xiao, who had changed his robes, came. Xian Ichi Xiao knew Yun Feng. If he saw Yun Feng, he would definitely guess whether Yun Ji was alive. Even if they can use the old Prince Yun as an excuse, Yun Ji will sooner or later shed this darkness. And then Xian Ichi Xiao will know that he has been deceived. For a moment, Yun Feng stopped and looked at Yun Ji and Su Rao again. Master. Miss. I have to leave now. It is not appropriate for him to leave now. With Xian Ichi Xiao's keen hearing, he will definitely notice it. If this causes the failure of cooperation, let's go after meeting Prince Yi. Yun Ji and Su Rao looked at each other, without thinking too much about continuing to hide it. If Xian Ichi Xiao noticed it, then he would notice it. Yun Ji was already alive, and now there is no need to hide his identity. It is no longer necessary. Moreover, the cooperation between the two parties is based on honesty. If Xian Ichi Xiao thinks that Su Rao and the others have another trick up their sleeves, and if he thinks about it, it will be detrimental to the cooperation between the two parties. This is not to say that Su Rao and Yun Ji do not trust Xian Ichi Xiao, but out of honesty to their partners. So, when Xian Ichi Xiao just came into the hall, he saw Yun Feng at first sight, and his footsteps obviously paused, but only for a moment. And then he walked over and sat down as if nothing had happened. He did not ask Yun Feng what he was talking about. Yun Feng also bowed and greeted Xian Ichi Xiao silently, and then bowed to Su Rao and Yun Ji and left. Then, leave. Princess Rongwa mentioned in the letter that I will leave the team outside the city. And then the second son Su will contact Mo Ying to discuss how to act. Chong Li's life was saved by you. And what I am doing now is just to repay this favor. As soon as Yun Feng left, Xian Ichi Xiao spoke. As for now, what will be the final ownership of the Danyang Kingdom? This king still has the same request. This king wants the Danyang royal family, and Danyang can belong to Yunlang. This is the premise for this king to cooperate with the new emperor of Yunlang. Apart from this king will not accept any other conditions. At this moment, Xian Ichi Xiao had no personal feelings. He would not change his request just because Su Rao was the woman he loved. He wanted to use the heads of the Danyang royal family to pay tribute to the spirit of his brother in heaven, and the sins that Changel had suffered these days. Xian Ichi Xiao. I know your pain. It was Su Rao who answered. Yunji sat quietly beside Su Rao. Since Xian Ichi Xiao had never explored who he was, there was no need to deliberately tell him at this moment. I can give you Ronka's head. You can kill the other members of the royal family of Danyang as you like. It is natural to pay debts and kill people for their lives. I will not stop you from other people who are not aware of the situation. If you feel comfortable with it, then do whatever you want. This is your freedom and your choice. Sensible words. Su Rao has never been blinded by hatred again. She understands Xian Ichi Xiao and the hatred in his heart at this moment. Just like she used to be able to destroy the world for revenge and take the whole world with her at all costs. But Queen Yun and the Ding family, I want them, and they must be left to me. This is Su Rao's request. And it is the only request after Su Rao and Yun Ji discussed it. Although Ronku was even more hateful and detestable, there was an indelible blood connection between Rong Xiao and Ronku. Although Ronku was completely unqualified to be a father, if he didn't kill his father, Su Rao still hoped that Yun Ji would not be stained with his blood. It was too dirty, and even thinking about it made them feel sick. Deal? Xian Yiqishao thought about it for a moment, and then agreed happily. Although he didn't know why Su Rao wanted Queen Yun and the Ding family at this time, he thought it must be related to her hatred. His royal brother was dead, and the antidote was useless to him. The Ding family was no longer useful to him. As for Queen Yun, the father-daughter relationship between her and old Prince Yun, and the deal between old Prince Yun and Yun Mujing and Su Rao, or for some other reason, this is Su Rao's own business and Yuelang country's business, and Xian Yiqishao has no interest in exploring it. The cooperation between the two sides was extremely harmonious. Su Rao picked up the cup at hand and replaced the wine with tea. Happy cooperation. Xian Yiqishao did the same. After a cup of tea, he cast his eyes on Yun Ji beside Su Rao. Just one glance. Although he and Han Machan only met once in the Zhuxian maple leaf forest, and the time was extremely short. But today when he just arrived at the city gate and saw Yun Ji following Su Rao, Xian Yiqishao had already keenly felt that they were not the same person. And this feeling was even stronger at this moment. Coupled with the Yun Feng he just saw, Xian Yiqishao had the answer in his heart. Miss, someone is here. Su Rao had just finished talking to Yun Ji and Xian Yiqishao when Su Chui knocked on the door and entered. Yun Bo sent someone to tell him that the imperial steward had come to the host and guest apartment. Coming soon. Pei Shilang had already gone to the door, so he could be held back for a while. Sure enough, Su Rao sneered. He came quickly, but was afraid that she would be suspicious. Xian Yiqishao also stood up and said goodbye. He had the answer in his heart, but he didn't explore it any further. Since he had already decided to let go, he had to let go cleanly and neatly, and would never follow the old path of his brother. Your Highness, tonight we will host a welcoming banquet for the envoys from the two countries. His Majesty has ordered that Your Highness should be in charge of the banquet in Zhongjia Palace at this time. Please don't make things difficult for me. The newly appointed commander of the Imperial Guards blocked Rong Feng's way when he was about to leave the city gate. Xian Yiqishao arrived at the Danyang Imperial City and took a short rest in the guest department. Rong Feng, the crown prince of Danyang, knew that he had been sitting in the East Palace for an unknown period of time. In the end, he decided to meet Xian Yiqishao again and inform him of Xian Muyaling's departure from the Imperial City in advance to avoid any more trouble at the night banquet. He was the first to betray Ling. Prince he wanted to blame or kill him, but it was all his fault. He must not be implicated in the court. Last night, Rong Feng went to persuade Su Rao and Yun Ji to no avail. In the end, he left in a slightly embarrassed state under Su Rao's sharp words. It was difficult to persuade Su Rao and Yun Ji, so he had to make sure that Zhu Siam would not cause any trouble. Otherwise, if the three countries were to move, the world would be in chaos. Rong Feng had such thoughts in his mind, but he was intercepted before he set out. The Imperial Guards kneeling at the gate of the palace blocked his way, and he could not force his way in, because if he moved rashly, his father would notice it. If he became suspicious and knew that he knew what they had done, he would definitely imprison him. At this moment, Rong Feng really realized that he, the Prince of Tanyang, had no real power. Even if he left the palace, he was so helpless. Your Highness, the Queen is calling you over. Very timely. The servants around Queen Yun came over like this. Rong Feng also knew that he could not leave the palace, so he did not say anything more. He did not embarrass the Imperial Guards and increase their suspicion. He went back to see Queen Yun. Feng, Prince Yi is here today, and you and Changel are getting married soon. Why are you leaving the palace when you are not preparing for the wedding? Tonight's banquet must not be sloppy. This matter concerns the marriage between Zhu Siam and Danyang, and even more so, the lifelong happiness of my son. He did not go to Queen Yun's bedroom, but to Zhongjia Palace, where Queen Yun was preparing for tonight's banquet. Seeing Rong Feng coming, she walked over slowly. Queen Yun's eyebrows and eyes also gave rise to that kind of noble and elegant feeling, which was revealed in her every move. She took Rong Feng's hand and was a gentle and considerate mother. Mother, I was originally planning to go to the guest department. I was rash to let Linger leave. Now that Prince Yi is here, I want to see if Linger has met her little uncle. If not, I will go to find Linger. I am going to get married, so how can I miss the crown princess? Rong Feng's face was calm, and he did not let Queen Yun notice that he was a little bit wrong, because he wanted to save his father and mother, and he couldn't let them make mistakes again and again. Until the end it was really irreversible. So that's how it is. Empress Yun also didn't notice that Rong Feng was not right. Hearing Rongfeng's words, she smiled and patted Rongfeng's hand. A child is a child. He hasn't grown up yet. Now he knows he's wrong. That's good. Don't worry, Fonger. Mother has sent people to find Changle. When she finds her, she will bring Changle back safely. You should prepare for the wedding well. Don't worry about Changle. Mother is here. During the banquet tonight, if Princey asks why Changle is not here, just say that Mother is not feeling well these days, and Changle went out of the palace to buy some fruits for her. Don't mention the conflict between you and Changle, so that Prince E will think Fonger is not worthy of trust. She cared for her mother again and again, and she was afraid that her son was a fool and would annoy Prince E about the marriage, thus ruining his happiness. My mother's admonition. I will keep it in mind. Rongfeng bowed his hands and made a comment. But when he bent down, his eyes were filled with water. He didn't know whether it was guilt. Guilt that Queen Yun still doted on him as always. But he, the prince, could no longer be with his mother. Or it was pain in his heart. Why did his mother pretend so well in front of him? And which mother was the real one? Rongfeng couldn't see clearly, but he was afraid that he could really see clearly. At this moment, the chief steward of the imperial court also came back from the Qingjin palace and reported his affairs after leaving the palace. He went to the guest and guest department, but did not see Prince E having any dealings with the remnants of the previous dynasty. As soon as Prince E arrived at the guest and guest department, he took a bath and changed his clothes to wash away the dusty smell. But Minister Pei mentioned something and asked him to convey it to His Majesty. During the time when Prince E went to the guest and guest department, the remnants of the previous dynasty always found something to talk about, saying that she and Prince E met in Yunlang country, and that she and Prince E participated in Wuxiu hunting together during the Yunlang Three Kingdoms exchange meeting, and also talked about Prince E's wife. Prince E married Prince E's wife, and few people knew who she was. The remnants of the previous dynasty really did everything they could to win over Xian Yi Qishao, since they wanted to be a couple. I will give them a good time to reminisce tonight. From the reminiscing that Su Rao said in Pei Liang's message, Emperor Dan Liang was completely certain of his guess. Your Majesty, Minister Pei also said that according to his observation, the remnants of the previous dynasty will definitely find a chance to negotiate with Prince E. In the remaining 1 hour, he will continue to strengthen the guards in the office of hosts and guests. After hearing this, the chief steward in front of the emperor was somewhat confused. Since the remnants of the previous dynasty wanted to negotiate with Prince E, shouldn't they deliberately relax their vigilance to give them a chance? Why didn't they relax, but strengthened it instead? The gentle phoenix eyes of Emperor Dan Liang were filled with a dark haze. He naturally understood Pei Liang's approach. The surveillance of the Ministry of Hosts and Guests had always been strict. If it was suddenly relaxed, wouldn't it be a clear message to the remnants of the previous dynasty that he was waiting for her to negotiate with Xian Yi Qishao, so as to find out her cunning and treacherous ways, and catch the remnants hiding in the imperial city? When he thought of Xiaoyao Tower's reckless behavior in the imperial city, Emperor Dan Liang was filled with dark clouds and was furious. Since the exposure of General Wu Yang, although he was finally calculated by the remnants of the previous dynasty and wanted to get rid of him, this gave Emperor Dan Liang a terrible signal. He had searched for so long, but he couldn't find out how Xiaoyao Tower disappeared in the imperial city. Now he suddenly thought, if they were hiding in the court, they were hiding beside him. Then after they acted in the imperial city, they only needed to change their identities to disappear without a trace. Only by thinking in this way, all the things he couldn't understand before were reasonable. Why did Xiaoyao Tower repeatedly disturb the local area for so many years, but did not take action? In the past few years, they must have infiltrated the court step by step. Now that they have their people in the court, they are unscrupulous. Remnants of the previous dynasty. Tonight, I must catch you one by one. Dare to betray me. A punch hit the dragon case, and the thunderous anger was slightly relieved. Now the only thing that allows Emperor Dan Liang to remain calm is that he is always cautious. The matter of the magic pill was only passed by him and Ding Lao, and even Queen Yun was not fully involved. An hour is just a moment. It's time for the welcoming banquet. A welcoming banquet is a banquet specially set up to welcome envoys from other countries. This is an etiquette that all countries pay attention to. For example, when the envoys of Dan Yang and Zhu Siam went to Yunlang to participate in the three-country exchange conference, Emperor Yu held a banquet in the palace. When Yunlang and the envoys of Dan Yang went to Zhu Siam to congratulate Emperor Wei on his 30th birthday, Prince Yi's mansion held a banquet. Now Prince Yi has come to Danyang, and the envoys of Yunlang and Zhu Siam have all arrived. Danyang also held a welcoming banquet. The sunset glow emerged from the sky. When the sun sets, the orange and yellow rolls up the horizon, outlining the scene of the sunset. The afterglow of the sunset shines down, and is projected on the bright white gate of Rong Palace. It is magnificent and ancient, and the grandeur and softness complement each other. At this time, Yunlang and the envoys of the two countries of Siam also arrived outside the gate of Rong Palace. They got off the carriages and looked at Rong Palace again. Compared with the feeling of the last time, Su Rao felt it again this time. Tamlian Kingdom, the most stable dynasty among the three kingdoms, can be felt from the Rong Palace. Rong Palace is not as majestic and solemn as the former Qin Palace and the current Yun Palace, nor as heroic and domineering as the palaces of the Siamese. Instead, it is magnificent and reveals a sense of the outside world. When you are in it, your mind will feel open. The only sad thing is that the people who live in such a Rong Palace now pollute this Rong Palace and pollute the Tamlian Kingdom, which is like a spring breeze. Prince Yi, old Prince Yun, I am waiting here by the order of my emperor. Please follow me to Zhongjia Palace. The Minister of Rites, by the order of the emperor, personally waited for the envoys of the two countries at the gate of the palace and led them into the palace for a banquet. Bowing and making request, the Minister of Rites did not lead the way first, nor did he lag behind, but walked side by side with Prince Yun and Prince Yi. He was the second-ranked Minister of Rites. Although he was not as noble as the prince, he was also a high-ranking minister of Danyang State. He was polite to the envoys of the two countries, but he would not lower his status like a servant and bring shame to the Danyang State. As for Su Rao, the Princess Yunlang, since there was the more noble old Prince Yun in front of her, Su Rao was a junior, and the ministers of Danyang did not need to bow and greet her. Su Rao only had to follow behind the old Prince Yun into the palace. Princess Ronghua, wait a moment. But just as the old Prince Yun and Prince Yi stepped into the palace gate first, when Su Rao was about to follow them into the palace, the imperial guards guarding the palace gate, with long spears coming out from the left and right, blocked Su Rao in front of her. The newly appointed commander of the imperial guards looked at Yun Ji, who was still wearing a black mask beside Su Rao. After taking a look, he said, I don't know who this person beside Princess Ronghua is, and why he is wearing such a mask. I am afraid it is inappropriate for him to enter the palace to meet the emperor. I have been ordered to guard the safety of the palace. Please take off the mask before entering the palace. The last time Yun Ji was able to enter the palace with a mask, it was because it happened suddenly. Under such circumstances, no one would have thought of a mysterious person like Yun Ji. But today is different. The royal family held a banquet to welcome envoys from the two countries, and there were ministers of the third rank of Tamliang and above who brought their families to the banquet. How could such a mysterious person be allowed to enter the palace without clarifying his identity? The commander of the imperial guard said this, and the old Prince Yun and Prince Yi who entered the palace stopped for a moment. Turning back, old Prince Yun's brows twitched slightly, just as he was about to say something. Su Rao spoke first, interlocking her fingers with Yun Ji, without any hesitation in front of other people's eyes. What was the relationship between her and Yun Ji? Who is the person next to this princess? This princess must tell you. A small imperial guard. What do you mean by this? Are you saying that this princess has done something wrong to Dan Liang? Su Rao was still so frivolous and eccentric despite these sharp words. Afterwards, she looked at the old Prince Yun, with an innocent look on her face again. Grandpa Yun, you saw it. It's not that I want to find Dan Liang to be unhappy, but that Dan Liang keeps looking for me to be unhappy. I think it's better for me not to go to this welcoming banquet. My fifth brother has been found, so I will go back to Yunlang by myself and won't wait for Grandpa Yun to go with me. After saying this, she pulled Yun Ji and was about to leave. She didn't want to come to this banquet yet. This operation made the commander of the imperial guards look changed for a while. It was his duty to clarify the identities of the people entering the palace. But he didn't expect that Princess Yunlang would accuse him of suspecting Yunlang's envoy of wrongdoing just because of a disagreement. She was really insidious and cunning, and had sharp tongue. Immediately, he said again in a deep voice, I didn't mean that. Princess Ronghua misinterpreted my intentions. Could it be that the people around Princess Ronghua have something shameful, so they are hiding their true faces and dare not show their true faces to others? Princess Ronghua always likes to be so aggressive. I have to be more careful. Could it be that the people around the princess really have something shameful? Or Princess Rongwa is afraid to enter my Danliang palace? Pei Liang, who came with him, followed up with these words. Although he had a smile on his face, and was still the polite Pei Shirlang, his last sentence sounded like a provocation, which provoked Su Rao to not dare to enter the palace. So he deliberately misinterpreted the meaning of the commander of the Imperial Guards with the words of the commander of the Imperial Guards in order to leave. Su Rao stopped moving suddenly, turned her head, and looked at Pei Liang, who had followed old Prince Yun into the palace. There was a thick dark color on his face, and the ugly sunken scar on his forehead caught her eye. At this moment, she suddenly felt that the title of Princess Rongwa, as the ugly girl of the Su family in Yuanlang Kingdom, was well deserved. Provocation method. The voice was slightly cold. Su Rao took another step back to the palace gate after stopping. Her dazzling red dress cut through the sky as she walked. Her skirt fluttered in the wind. A strand of black hair brushed across her eyes as she walked. Her charming peach blossom eyes looked at Pei Liang again. She understood Pei Liang's deliberate provocation. Pei Liang felt intimidated for a moment. He didn't know whether he was shocked by Su Rao's strength in just one step, or by Su Rao's penetrating eyes. His eyebrows were not relaxed again, and Su Rao blocked his heart again. Glory. Old Prince Yun spoke at this time, and walked over to stop Su Rao. Tonight, Tanyang is hosting a banquet. Don't lose my Yunlang's integrity. After saying this, the old Prince Yun told the commander of the Imperial Guards that the person next to Su Rao was brought by him. If anything happened to this person, Yun Lang would take the responsibility. As for who this person was, with the guarantee of Prince Yun Lang, the commander of the Imperial Guards did not need to take responsibility. Since the old prince has spoken, I will not stop him. Since the old Prince Yun has made such a guarantee, the commander of the Imperial Guards did not say anything more and turned to leave. Looking at the Minister of Rights, who had not intervened, he bowed again and invited the old Prince Yun and Prince Yi to enter the palace. From beginning to end, Prince Yi had not interrupted at all. It was only at this moment that Fong casually glanced at Su Rao and Yun Ji, who had not made any moves from beginning to end, and then walked into the palace. Prince Yi's gaze was only for a moment, but Su Rao noticed it. She held Yun Ji's hand again, squinted at the commander of the Imperial Guards, and when she passed by Pei Liang, she said provocatively, Minister Pei, this princess has never been provoked before. But this time, this princess was provoked. This trip to Rome Palace, this princess will definitely give Minister Pei an unforgettable memory for life. Yun Ji, who was led by Su Rao, just had a light smile on his lips at this time, lowered his eyes, and looked at his beloved who was so arrogant and dazzling beside him, with tenderness overflowing in his eyes, as if pouring out thousands of gorgeous beauty. Your subordinate. Wait and see. Pei Liang also responded, with a proper smile on his face, and once again polite. His frowning brows also relaxed again. Enter the palace together. A little episode at the palace gate would not cause any waves. The envoys of the two countries entered the palace, and went to Zhongjia Hall. Although Zhongjia Hall is named after the hall, it is not a large hall, but a pavilion with open spaces on all sides. The pavilion is surrounded by gurgling water, and connected by a spiral corridor. Pavilions are set up at the corners of the side corridors. At this moment, in the pavilions on all sides, drums and music have started. The palace musicians are playing the piano. The sheng and the flute are playing, and the dancing girls are singing and dancing. Compared with the popular banquets held by Yunlang and Zhuxia, the welcoming banquet of Danyang State is more elegant, immersive and elegant, and leisurely. Before entering Zhongjia Hall, Su Rao has already felt it deeply. At a glance, there is no intrigue in the court, whether it is civil officials or military generals. They all have a kind of innate sense of elegance. They drank from their cups, talked and laughed, and their eyes were full of romance. Even the military commanders were not as vulgar as Yunlang and Zhu Siam, but were both talented in both civil and military affairs, and were good at poetry and songs. Walking from the main corridor leading to the door of Zhongjia Palace to the outside of Zhongjia Palace, you can see more clearly that the royal couple, who are praised by the world, are drinking from each other in the upper position of the palace. They are just looking at each other, exuding deep affection. They are all dressed in the color of moonlight. The man has a crown tied up his hair. On the moonlight dragon robe, a 5-clawed flying dragon is circling around his body. Although he is past the age of 30, he has a beautiful face, a pair of tender phoenix eyes, and no gloom between his eyebrows and eyes. He is only kind and welcoming. The queen sitting next to him had a slightly pale face and looked frail, like a weak willow in the wind. However, her every smile and gesture was gentle, elegant and holy. Although she was over 30 years old, she was not an old woman, but was as pure as a young girl in her 20s. She was indeed worthy of the reputation of being the most beautiful woman in the Yunlang vassal state, and was the dream girl of many men. She could disguise herself so much, with no difference in appearance, and her expression and behavior could be more than 80% accurate. If Su Rao hadn't known that this was fake, and if Su Rao hadn't seen the real Queen Yun in her childhood, a woman as gentle as water, whose every move seemed to soften the heart, Su Rao didn't believe that the current Queen Yun was fake. This kind of disguise technique, so perfect, must be better than her. Heh. Beside her ear, there was a sudden low sneer. Yunji, who should have been able to control his mood, took a heavy breath at this moment. His originally indifferent eyes were still covered by the depth of the abyss at this moment, which made him feel more exaggerated. I don't know if it was Rong Zhao's hatred, or Han Machan, who was hiding, was affected, and there were signs of waking up again. The interlocked fingers tightly grasped Yunji's hand for a moment, and Su Rao turned her head to look at Yunji. She was not worried that Yunji would be exposed at this time, but she only cared about Yunji, and didn't let these demons, who were nothing, increase the hatred in her heart and hurt herself. After taking a breath, Yunji turned his head and looked at Su Rao, holding Su Rao's soft jade fingers and holding them back. He was fine, but he had not been integrated with Rong Zhao for a long time, so it was difficult for him to be calm for a while. Princess Ronghua, please follow me to sit here. Prince Yi and old Prince Yun had already entered the hall with the Minister of Rites. The Danliang Emperor and his wife, who were sitting on the dragon throne, came down immediately, without any airs of the royal emperor and empress. The two supported old Prince Yun, who wanted to greet him, and also greeted Prince Yi. The envoys of the two countries came and arrived at Zhongjia Palace. The chief steward, who was accompanying them, personally led Su Rao to her seat. This was because Su Rao was always accompanied by a mysterious man, and the chief steward was afraid that if other servants were allowed to come, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Danyang is a country of etiquette, although there was no big precaution for poetry gatherings between men and women in the past. At the banquet in the palace, men and women sat at different seats, so they were separated by screens, and seats were arranged on the left and right. Even though Su Rao was an envoy of Yunlang, she still had to sit at the female seat. Since she had entered the palace to attend the banquet, she still had to follow the etiquette and rules of Danyang. Su Rao did not say much and followed the imperial steward, but she never let go of Yunji's hand, and naturally took Yunji to her seat. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Su Rao and Yunji had a close relationship. Husband and wife were one, and it was not bad etiquette to sit with her husband. The imperial steward just changed his expression slightly, and did not say anything else. He led Su Rao to her seat and returned to the palace. As soon as they arrived at the palace, the imperial steward bowed and whispered something to the Danyang Emperor and his wife. As soon as he finished speaking, the Danyang Emperor and his wife both turned their eyes to Su Rao. In this moment, Queen Yun first covered her lips with a handkerchief and coughed softly. Then she smiled softly and said, "Ronghua and this young master are really in love. So, go and remove the screen, and let the children and spouses of the ministers sit together." This remark was very considerate, so that the children and spouses of the ministers of the Danyang family also sat together, so that Su Rao and the two would not appear too conspicuous. After Queen Yun spoke, the palace people immediately removed the screens on the left and right, and the men and women on the men's side who were married also came to sit with their wives, and the ladies on the women's side also went to sit with the masters of each family, which was more harmonious. The palace, which was originally a little narrow due to the screen, suddenly felt wider after the screen was removed. The ministers from various departments sitting at the men's table opposite had some whom Su Rao had met before, and some whom she had just met for the first time. Among them, several were arranged by the old Prince Yun. Su Rao had already known their positions with a glance, except for one person, the general of the chariot and cavalry, Wu Yang. Her bright peach blossom eyes flickered at this moment. An ray of light flashed inside, but it disappeared in an instant. Wu Yang was seriously injured, and he could not recover in just a few days, so he could not attend this banquet. Today, A night banquet is held to welcome the envoys from the two countries of Siam and Yunlang. I will first have a glass of wine to toast my father-in-law. The music of the sheng, shao, and dance, which had stopped for a moment because of the arrival of the envoys from the two countries, sounded again in the pavilions outside the palace, and the Emperor of Danliang raised the wine cup to toast the old Prince Yun first. Filial piety is the first of all virtues, regardless of status. But filial piety is important. The ministers of the various departments of Danyang Kingdom also raised their glasses together with the Emperor of Danliang. We welcome the arrival of Prince Yun. Afterwards, we welcome Prince Yi. This time, Prince Yi comes for the marriage between Danyang and Zhuxia. To put it bluntly, this night banquet tonight is actually more about the marriage between the prince and Zhuxia Jiachuan Changle princess. And the matter of the marriage between the two countries is finalized at the night banquet. Wait for this cup of wine. I have a doubt in my heart. Please explain it to me first. Xiang Yiqi Shao did not pick up the wine cup, but cast his eyes to where the prince was sitting. Since men and women are sitting at the same table, why is there no future princess next to the prince? Since Danyang and Zhuxia are married, the two countries have formed a good relationship. Danyang has sent the marriage certificate to Zhuxia. But now why is there no future princess of Danyang attending the banquet? As soon as he asked this question, Xian Qishao's face did not show any joy of wanting to marry Danyang, but a cold face. And his expression was even colder. For a moment, a strange breath rose in the hall. The ministers of various departments, who attended the banquet, all frowned. What did Prince Yi mean by this? It was to say that their Danyang country neglected the princess of another country. But in a moment, everyone turned their eyes to the hall again, looked at the Danyang emperor. But it was true that in such an occasion, Zhu Xian Jiachuan Changle princess was not there. And it was indeed a little rude of Danyang. After all, Princess Changle had already arrived in their Danyang country. Not with Prince Yi. It's my fault for not thinking it through. When it comes to women, it should be explained by Queen Yun, the aunt of Siam Yaling. Her weak figure seemed to fall down with a gust of wind. She covered her lips and coughed again, wanting to tell Prince Yi what she had taught Rong Feng. Siam Yi Qishao raised his hand to stop Queen Yun. He didn't want Queen Yun to explain. He wanted to hear Rong Feng say where Changle was. Rong Feng, do you remember how you promised me when the Japanese king allowed you to take Changle away? Now you answer me. Why is Changle not here? Where is she now? The cold Ruifeng eyes were without any light fluctuations, but his eyes fell on the Danyang crown prince, who was sitting alone, revealing a strong cold pressure. Why are you alone? Where is Changle? Where did you take her to protect her? Xian Qishao attacked again, and the couple of Emperor Danyang frowned for a moment. Emperor Danyang even had a flash of gloom in his eyes, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that the remnants of the previous dynasty had begun to move. His gloomy eyes quickly swept over Su Rao, and he saw Su Rao sipping the wine leisurely, watching with interest, and the upward arc of the corners of his mouth told Emperor Danyang to take it. He did not take action himself, but used Xian Muyaling to instigate Xian Qishao to attack like this, which was really a good move. The hand holding the wine cup squeezed out a heavy force, making the fingertips of Emperor Danyang's 5 fingers turn white in an instant, and looked at Queen Yun at a glance, which was appropriate. Queen Yun nodded slightly. Your Majesty, rest assured, it's appropriate. Then, seeing Rong Feng, who had no reaction to Xian Yi and Qi Shao's attack, Queen Yun showed satisfaction on her face. How could the prince disobey her again and again? Feng, since Prince Yi asked you, you should tell Prince Yi where Changle went, so that Prince Yi won't worry about his niece. But he will feel that he has neglected Changle. Speaking again, Queen Yun gave Rong Feng a hint. Remember? Just follow the words that your mother taught you at noon. Rong Feng, holding the wine cup, shook his hand slightly, causing a drop of wine in the cup to ripple out, which only affected his fingers. But he felt his limbs cold, and his hands and feet were so cold that they seemed to be stiff. He didn't seem to understand his mother's hint, and turned to look at Xian Yi Qishao. He had promised to protect Linger and give her happiness, but in the end, he abandoned Linger so cruelly. And now, he didn't even know whether Linger had returned to Zhu Xian, because of the safety of Danyang. The princess of the previous dynasty would cause chaos, and because he found out what his father and mother had done, he actually ignored Linger's safety, and whether she was safe. Yunji, what do you think Rong Feng will do? Whispering these words, Su Rao turned to look at Yunji beside her. Su Rao saw clearly the reaction of Rongke and his wife just now, and a hint from Queen Yun to Rongfeng. But Rongfeng's current reaction was afraid that he would not do his best to fulfill Rongke and his wife's wishes. Perhaps he will take the blame on himself. With a slight sigh, the hand clasped with Su Rao's fingers never loosened. The phoenix eyes under the mask looked at Rongfeng, and they had seen through him very clearly, and there was no longer any mist when looking at others. How could he not take the blame on himself as his half-brother, who was truly kind and loving, and who truly loved Princess Zhu Xian? It was indeed as Yunji said. Rongfeng first raised the wine cup and bowed to Prince Yi, drank the wine in the cup in one gulp, and then put down the wine cup and walked in front of Prince Yi. Prince Yi, Ling, she is no longer in Danliang. After a moment of hesitation, she composed herself again, half bending her waist, and confessed to Prince Yi, "My son." Empress Yun did not expect Rongfeng to say this, and for a moment, she forgot to pretend and shouted so angrily. It was this shout that made the old Prince Yun, who was sitting on the throne, suddenly clench his pale hands in his wide sleeves, and several blue veins bulged on the back of his hands. How could his daughter do such an indecent act? There was a heavy breath in his nose, and he was afraid that he could not bear it, so he had to take a sip of wine to cover it up. No one noticed the reaction of the old Prince Yun. The ministers of Danliang were all stunned, and all cast their eyes on the Prince Rongfeng. How could the prince do such a ridiculous thing? Princess Changle of Zhuxian had already left, but she didn't tell the court. This was a disgrace to Danliang, and it was even more worrying about the harmony between Danliang and Zhuxian. How could your highness do such a ridiculous thing? Prime Minister Wang of Danliang said this angrily. What the crown prince did this time was to disregard the country and the people of the court. As the Prime Minister of Danliang, commanding all civil and military officials and assisting the emperor in all matters, how could he not be angry? Prime Minister Wang, don't be angry. Rongfeng will take responsibility for his mistakes. Rongfeng turned his head and looked at Prime Minister Wang. Then, his eyes fell on the anxious Queen Yun and his father, who was expressionless because of his behavior and lost his kindness for a while. The way his father looked at him, there was something hidden beneath his expressionless face. A gloomy feeling. Although Rongfeng didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that this was the true face of his father. Prince Yi, Linger has left Danliang. He retracted his gaze and told Xianyi Qishao frankly. There were some conflicts between him and Linger. The marriage between Zhu Xian and Danliang could be postponed. This was his fault. He had let Linger down first. It had nothing to do with Danliang. Prince Yi blamed him, and Rongfeng took the responsibility. Ka! The wine cup broke directly in his hand. Xianyi Qishao crushed the wine cup beside him. The wine mixed with a drop of blood flowed on the table, and also stained Xianyi Qishao's 5 fingers and half of his black sleeves. You take the responsibility? Standing up, Xianyi Qishao walked directly in front of Rongfeng. The black python robe passed through the air in an instant, bringing out a sharp feeling. The cold and indifferent eyebrows were stained with a layer of frost, which made Zhongjia Hall feel a cold wind blowing for a while. And the cold hall was cold. You let Changle leave alone. I have been here all the way, but have never met her. Rongfeng, if Changle has any problem, do you think you can handle it alone? Rongfeng suddenly looked at Xianyi Qishao. At this moment, the panic in his eyes was extremely obvious. What does Prince Yi mean by this? Did Linger have any problem? As soon as this thought came to his mind, Rongfeng felt that his heart was being tugged up and then crushed one by one, making it difficult for him to breathe. He was sweating from the pain. His hands and feet were completely frozen, and he had no feeling at all. Prince Yi, please don't be angry first. Listen to me. In the palace, the expressionless Danliang Emperor and the anxious Queen Yun saw this situation. Xianyi Qishao was pressing so hard that Queen Yun finally spoke again. Although her son was not good enough and was so disobedient, he was her own son. How could she not protect him? Changle was fine, but she didn't go in the direction that Prince Yi came from, so Prince Yi couldn't run into her. When Changle left Danliang Imperial City, she had someone follow her and protect her carefully in secret. Prince Yi, don't be so angry. The Crown Prince and Changle are just children quarreling. In a day or two, Changle will be persuaded to come back. Don't let this matter hurt the harmony between the two countries and make the younger generation sad in the future. The Danliang Emperor just spoke. But before he said this, when Queen Yun mentioned it, the Imperial Steward, who was waiting beside him, quietly turned his back and made a small gesture. And then a servant waiting outside the palace left quietly, and no one knew what he was doing. A welcoming banquet had just begun, but it turned into an unpleasant incident. Although Princess Changle of Juxian Jiachuan was not well taken care of by the Crown Prince Danliang after she left, the royal couple of Danliang had a gentle attitude and had already taken care of Princess Changle's safety. So now it was difficult for Prince Yi to be angry. This idea almost appeared in the minds of the ministers of Danliang at the same time after the words of the Emperor Danliang were finished. At this time, the Minister of Rites, under the signal of the Emperor Danliang, raised his glass and said, "Tonight's banquet is specially set up by your majesty to welcome the envoys from Zhu Siam and Yunlang. Zhu Siam and Yunlang have been friendly neighbors with our Danyang country for 10 years. And the three countries are in harmony. I, your humble servant, also toast the envoys of the two countries with a glass of light wine, and welcome you all from afar." Heh. This sudden laugh came just after the Minister of Rites finished his high-sounding words. And he laughed out loud with sarcasm in his laughter. It's really easy to talk when you are standing, but it's even more convincing when you are sitting. How could the former princess, the owner of Xiaoyao Tower who had caused trouble at the first sign, miss such a wonderful moment? This lord said it lightly. The one who is not here now is the princess of Zusin Kingdom, the niece raised by Prince Yi as his own daughter. She is not a family member, so her safety is not important. The wine cup in his hand swayed slightly, and the crystal clear wine swayed in circles with Su Rao's movements, and ripples appeared in the wine cup. The natural peach color around the bright peach eyes also spread from the end of the eyes, spreading a slight coolness. If he really cared about her, how could he let her leave Danyang Kingdom? Princess Rongwa is exaggerating and deliberately trying to alienate the harmony between our Danyang and the Siamese. What is her intention? Su Rao's sharp words will naturally anger the ministers of Danyang. In addition, Su Rao's previous actions in the Danyang Imperial City, although the incident on the street was an assassination by the remnants of the previous dynasty, and the chaos in the Flower Street and Willow City was also caused by the remnants of the previous dynasty, were not known to outsiders. But Su Rao has repeatedly slandered the Danyang Emperor with words after arriving in Danyang, which shows that he has ulterior motives. Now he is exaggerating. How can he not anger the ministers of Danyang? That's right. Princess Rongwa has repeatedly spread rumors in our Danyang Imperial City. What is her intention? Could it be that Princess Yunlang Rongwa is actually related to the remnants of the previous dynasty? And the chaos in the streets that day was not unjust. With one person taking the lead, there will naturally be a second and a third person, and they will also bring up the chaos that day. This princess is just talking about the facts. Why add fuel to the fire? Why are you so eager to link this princess with the previous dynasty? I'm afraid Danyang has some intention. Did Princess Juxian Changle leave? Is it because this princess is short-sighted? The princess is here. The last question was asked in a rhetorical tone, and Su Rao showed a surprised expression at the right time. Could it be that she was dazzled, and Princess Juxian was in the palace, comparing eloquence with Su Rao? How could she be better? Putting down the cup in her hand, Su Rao looked at the angry censors and imperial censors across from her. She even raised her eyelids and glanced at the empty seat of the crown prince of Tanyang. There was only one set of banquet utensils on the table. It seemed that she was not seeing things. After this glance, Su Rao immediately cast her eyes on Xian Yi Shao. Zhu Xian and Dan Liang have not yet married, but you dare to neglect the princess of Zhu Xian. If this marriage really happens, Prince Yi and Dan Liang will be so proud. Su Rao said this again, which was obviously to sow discord, intend to make trouble again. Rong Feng, who had no chance to speak more because of the words of Queen Yun and Emperor Dan Liang, could no longer take care of the matter between him and Xian Muya Ling. Rong Feng knew that if Su Rao continued to speak, there would be no need to continue this night banquet, but it would turn into a battlefield between the three countries. He couldn't let this happen, so he had to speak out to stop it. But there was a voice that got ahead of him. What a remnant of the previous dynasty. You speak nonsense to stir up trouble. Do you really think you can deceive everyone? When this voice came from outside the hall, an elder Ding came in with a cane. He stroked the sparse beard at the corner of his mouth, and his protruding pupils flashed with a cold and dark feeling. His sunken eye sockets showed the attitude of a treacherous villain. The person following behind him was the servant outside the palace, who was secretly ordered by the imperial steward to leave. Remnants of the previous dynasty, you have repeatedly stirred up trouble and intended to stir up discord between our Danyang and the Siam countries. Do you really think your preparations are perfect? Old Ding entered the palace, bowed to the Danyang Emperor and Queen Yun, and then looked at Siam Ichi Xiao. Prince Yi. The old man just saved 2 people. It's not too late for Prince Yi to be angry when he sees these 2 people. After speaking, 2 imperial guards supported a man and a woman into the palace. Both men and women were covered with scars. Their hair was disheveled, and their faces were turbid with dirty blood. It was impossible to tell who these 2 people were, but Xianiqi Xiao recognized her at a glance. Looking at old Ding, her cold eyes suddenly showed murderous intent. Prince, Lord. Before Xianiqi Xiao could get angry, the seriously injured woman struggled to crawl to Xianiqi Xiao's feet. With her bloody right hand, she struggled to grab the hem of Xianiqi Xiao's python robe and raised her dirty face. Prince, it was Su Rao. It was Su Rao who took the princess and the servants away. After struggling to say this, the woman turned her head again with hatred on her face, and pointed her left hand at Su Rao, and then pointed directly at Su Rao. Such hatred, a clear and clear hatred, was not mixed with the control of drugs at all. Su Rao looked at her in the ear, and in just a short moment of looking at each other, Su Rao understood. She also saw who this woman was. It was Xiaoyu, Xianmu Yaling's personal maid. On that day, the Golden Guards found the underground palace and rescued Siam Yaling. But they only rescued Siam Yaling because there was only Siam Yaling in the iron cage at that time. Xiaoyu, the maid beside Siam Yaling, and the Eagle G army who secretly protected her were not there. It was unknown whether they were killed. The Golden Guards did not have much time and did not dare to delay any longer. If they were discovered, not only would they not be able to rescue Siam Yaling, but they would also be implicated. So they did not search in the underground palace again. After rescuing Siam Yaling, they quickly evacuated. If they only rescued Siam Yaling, then those who stayed behind did not need to think about it. And they also knew who it was. And now, Xiaoyu said so and hated her so much. There was only one possibility. That is, in Xiaoyu's heart, it was she, the remnant of the previous dynasty, who captured Siam Yaling and tortured them to this point. Recalling the 2 words that Elder Ding said when he entered the palace, he was sure of victory and had it all planned out. Su Rao and Yunji looked at each other, and their bright eyes instantly fell on Elder Ding, narrowing their eyes slightly. Elder Ding also looked over at this moment, and when their eyes met, his pupils seemed to burst out of his eye sockets and looked at Su Rao, as if he was being stared at by a sinister object. Originally, Elder Ding should not have appeared so early, but Rong Feng's words pushed the situation forward, and Su Rao took the opportunity to deliberately provoke Zhu Xian and Dan Liang to target him again and again. Elder Ding had to advance their plan and urge Zhu Xian and Yun Lang to confront each other now. Otherwise, the remnants of the previous dynasty would be satisfied. While Su Rao was thinking about it, the extremely injured Yingji army also climbed up and knelt in front of Prince Yi, saying the same words as Xiaoyu. After they left the Dan Liang imperial city, they were surrounded by the remnants of the previous dynasty in a forest and captured. It was all because of his uselessness that he failed to protect the princess, causing her to be persecuted. Please punish him, Your Highness. The appearance of Old Ding brought Xiaoyu and the Eagle G army under Xianiqi Xiao. Their 2 remarks and the incident of Xianmu Yaling seemed to push Su Rao to the forefront in an instant. The 4 words remnants of the previous dynasty mentioned by the Ding family were like a flood and a beast, making the several couples of young men and women who were still next to Su Rao look stunned. They stood up and stepped away from Su Rao and Yunji. They avoided them like snakes, insects and plague. The royal couple in the palace also hurriedly walked down from the Phoenix throne at this moment. Father, this Princess Rongwa is a remnant of the previous dynasty. She hurriedly walked to the side of old Prince Yun. It seems that she wants to protect her father's safety. But in Su Rao's eyes, it is just to prevent old Prince Yun from protecting her. A remnant of the previous dynasty. Again, in Yunji's eyes, the anxious Queen Yun, at this moment, except for the same face, is incomparable to Rong Zhao's mother. The bright phoenix eyes, seeing this fake Queen Yun pretending to be filial and caring to her grandfather. The deepness of the abyss in his eyes also emerged again, mixed with the hatred of Han Moshan. But at this moment, perhaps the hatred in Rong Zhao's heart was too strong. So strong that Yunji easily suppressed Han Moshan and did not switch consciousness again. Yunji felt that Han Moshan had actually woken up again. But he could no longer easily seize the dominance of this body, and appear easily. Two sober consciousnesses coexisted soberly, not seeing each other, but feeling each other's existence. No longer just coexisting at the moment of consciousness exchange. Yun Muheo. Let me out. Kill them. Kill them all. Unable to occupy a body, Han Machin could only be so hysterical in the darkness. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten what Su Rao hoped. Hoping that he could be rational, and not be trapped in the darkness by hatred. Han Machin. Rao Rao is by our side. Don't let Rao Rao down. Don't let her think that she can't resist your hatred in your heart. And she can't save you. Yunji didn't agree. But he turned his head, and looked at Su Rao, who didn't notice his strangeness at the moment. With just one glance, Han Machin in the darkness, through Yunji's eyes, illuminated his heart. And the bloodthirsty killing in his heart disappeared in an instant. Yunji felt something in his heart, and the corners of his mouth contained a faint fragrance. But in a moment, he met his grandfather's quick glance. In this look that others didn't notice, the old Prince Yun turned his head and looked at his beloved daughter with a worried look. Then, his eyes fell on Su Rao again, and he frowned. He saw the current situation in the hall, and the kneeling Yingji army. After a breath, the old Prince Yun remained silent. He never protected Su Rao without any doubt like that day. But just let Queen Yun return to her throne. Juner was not in good health. So why did she need to protect her father? Could it be that Princess Yun Langrongwa is really a remnant of the previous dynasty? The reaction of the old Prince Yun made the ministers of Danyang, no matter who they were, suspicious and alert. After all, even the old Prince Yun was suspicious, even outside the Zhongjia Palace. At this moment, the commander of the imperial army led the soldiers to surround the pavilion. He did not enter the palace, but just to prevent Su Rao from escaping. The singing and dancing in the pavilions at the four corners also stopped. There were no more harps and orchestras, and no more laughter and chatter. The atmosphere in Zhongjia Palace became tense. Hee hee. Seeing the changes in the palace in such a short time, Su Rao couldn't help laughing again. But her eyes did not look at those self-proclaimed people who thought they had everything under control, but looked at Xian Ichi Xiao, who looked at her after hearing what Ying Jijuan said. With just one look from Xian Ichi Xiao, Su Rao knew that his heart was shaken, even if it was only a momentary shake. But Su Rao was sure that Xian Ichi Xiao suspected her. Not Su Rao, but the princess of the previous dynasty, who would do anything to get revenge. It was because Xiao Yu might lie because she couldn't stand the torture. But the Yingji army would never lie. The Yingji army he brought up himself, just like the Yunlang army brought up by his grandfather, would never betray. It was not because they trusted their subordinates, but because they were absolutely confident in themselves as the commander of an army. This was also why the old Prince Yun deliberately reacted like that, and why he chose to remain silent. The Su family is upright, and this princess is also daring to do what she does. Prince Yi, I believe that the Yingji army will never lie. But do you think it's me? With a frank look, Su Rao was not panicked at all because of being pushed to the forefront. But she said so. And frankly, she understood the military. Because she was in the Su family. She also believed that the Yingji army did not lie. But the Yingji army did not lie. Which did not mean that it was her, who could not understand such a meaning. And Xian Ichi Xiao naturally understood it. Looking at Su Rao's cold eyes, the light that was originally flowing and motionless finally flashed again in this moment. Although it was only a moment, Su Rao, who had been looking at Xian Ichi Xiao, and had already known Xian Ichi Xiao deeply, noticed it at a glance. The corners of her mouth suddenly raised an arc. And then she went straight to the Emperor Danyang, who was sitting firmly in the palace, and the confident Ding Lao. At this moment, Su Rao just responded to Ding Lao's previous remarks. This princess is Yunlang Rongwa princess. Everyone knows her. Why does Danyang repeatedly attribute the title of previous dynasty to this princess? This princess encountered an assassination attempt just a few days after arriving in Danyang. Now he is blatantly framing this princess. Is this princess having ulterior motives? Or is Danyang plotting something bad? Who is sneaky? Just wait and see. Su Rao spoke so arrogantly and bluntly with a provocative and arrogant look, and made it clear without fear. You, Danyang, can slander this princess. So why can't this princess retaliate? Since you want this princess' life, this princess will fight to the end. And we will fight to the death. Woman is rebellious. How can I, Danyang, have any evil intentions? It is clearly the remnants of the previous dynasty who want to stir up trouble. The imperial censor was once again provoked by Su Rao. He pointed his finger at Su Rao and walked out of his seat, obviously wanting to teach Su Rao a lesson. My dear, please don't lose your manners. In the hall, it was a night banquet, and the old Prince Yun was here. Even if Su Rao was a remnant of the previous dynasty, it was not the turn of the Danyang censor to teach her a lesson. The Danyang emperor, who was sitting high in the hall, stopped the imperial censor's behavior at the right time. Seeing that the old Prince Yun was still silent, he continued to be an outsider. He just reminded Elder Ding. Mr. Ding's actions tonight, coming here just based on what the two servants beside Changle said, is a bit too much. Since Mr. Ding has come, it is better to find out as soon as possible, so as not to really disturb the night banquet, and not to wrongly accuse Princess Yunlang Ronghua for no reason. How could the benevolent Emperor Danyang not show his kindness, and win a good reputation with his lenient words? Since it was Elder Ding who said that Princess Yunlang Ronghua was a remnant of the previous dynasty, he had to come up with evidence that could absolutely prove that Su Rao was a remnant of the previous dynasty. Only the maids and guards beside Xian Muyaling said that Xian Muyaling was captured by Su Rao. And whether Su Rao was a remnant of the previous dynasty could not be directly proved unless he could come up with other evidence. Otherwise, the current trouble was limited to a personal grudge between the Juxian kingdom and Su Rao, which had nothing to do with Yunlang. And Yunlang was not involved. The verbal arguments between you and me did not disturb Xian Qishao at all. After Su Rao's frank words, Xian Qishao's heart was shaken, and he lowered his eyes to look at Xiao Yu and the Yingji army kneeling on the ground. His face was unclear, and he didn't know what he was thinking for a moment. He just looked at Xiao Yu and the Yingji army, and the sweat stains on their foreheads became more and more dense. The verbal battle in the hall also stopped for a while. He opened his mouth and asked only one question. This king will only ask once. Is it really the remnants of the previous dynasty who captured you? And is it really Su Rao who captured Changle? The low and cold voice revealed a strong sense of oppression. Under such pressure, Xiao Yu trembled all over, and the Yingji army also trembled slightly. But the two answered in unison without a moment's hesitation. It was indeed Su Rao who did it. They would never dare to deceive the prince, let alone slander him casually. His cold eyes were dim, and it was still hard to tell what Xian Qishao was thinking at the moment. However, when Xian Qishao asked that question, his eyes glanced at the back of the ear of the Eagle G army. There was a soaring eagle behind the ear of this man. The mark left by the branding iron was the characteristic of the Eagle G army. Every soldier who joined the Eagle G army would be branded with such a characteristic to prevent outsiders from mixing into the Eagle G army. And this Eagle G army was the first Eagle Shadow Dark Guard to follow Xian Qishao. So the mark behind his ear had been there for many years, and it was definitely not fake. After confirming that this Eagle G army was the Eagle Shadow Dark Guard in the Eagle G army, Xian Qishao turned his eyes to Old Ding. Since Old Ding saved these two people, I wonder where Old Ding saved them from. With a cold expression, his cold eyes went straight to the Emperor Danyang in the palace, and the Empress Yun, who had returned to her throne. As the Emperor Danyang said, he had already ordered people to secretly protect Changle's safety. Changle was captured by the remnants of the previous dynasty in Danyang. But why did the two of them know nothing about it? Xian Qishao reacted like this, and questioned the Emperor Danyang and his wife again. So he also suspected Danyang. This made the Emperor Danyang, who had just reminded Ding Lao with a broad face, look gloomy again, and quickly cast a glance at Su Rao again. And the left hand that was holding the armrest of the dragon chair squeezed out force, and the 5 fingers became more and more powerful. Sure enough, Xian Qishao must have seen Xian Muyaling, and Xian Muyaling must have been transferred to a safe place by him now. Otherwise, he would not have the mind to question first, but ask Ding Lao where Changle was now, whether she was safe or not, and whether she was in trouble. Prince E, the remnants of the previous dynasty have always been cruel. How could they leave someone alive to come back and tip off? How could His Majesty and His Majesty know? Old Ding also took a deep breath. What a Xiaoyao Tower owner. What a remnant of the previous dynasty. In such an unfavorable situation, she still made Xian Qishao unwilling to doubt her. And she really should not be underestimated. Fortunately, his preparations were foolproof. His protruding eyes also quickly glanced at Su Rao, and then quickly looked at Emperor Danyang. Then, he spoke. Fengya Shuju in Huajiayiqing is the secret place of the remnants of the previous dynasty. The old man Ding's family has a disciple who has trained a spirit rat that can sense the breath of living people. It was the spirit rat that found them by following the breath of living people. To Xian Qishao's explanation, it was as if it was the fact. After Su Rao had people capture Xian Yaling, she locked her up in Fengya. This also corresponds to the turmoil in Fengya in the red light district a few days ago. Why did Su Rao break into Fengya that day? He said it was because his fifth brother was imprisoned in Fengya. But Su Rao's appearance was too coincidental and timely. There are not many coincidences in the world. The so-called coincidence is just a plan. When the medicine rat tracked the remnants of the previous dynasty to Fengya was exposed, and the remnants of the previous dynasty had no time to evacuate quickly. So Su Rao broke in on the pretext of Su Wu to save the other remnants. And Xian Yaling, who was imprisoned in the secret room, had not been transferred until just recently. Prince E. This woman is cunning and mischievous. And she is good at making cunning arguments. Prince E should not be fooled by her. After saying this, she kindly reminded Xian Qishao that the remnants of the previous dynasty were as treacherous as ghosts, and behaved like foxes and rats. She would do anything to restore the country. What exactly caused the war between Zhu Xian and Yun Lang? And what was unknown to outsiders must be known to no one better than Prince E. This princess sees you with a sharp face and monkey cheeks. And you look sinister and cunning. Listening to the story made up by old Ding, who was so good at making something out of nothing, and said that she was cunning and mischievous, Su Rao just sneered in her heart, and retorted without any hesitation. The peach blossom eyes narrowed again, and the peach color at the end of the eyes became more and more gorgeous. And the whole person was extremely arrogant. The remnants of the previous dynasty, repeatedly rebellious, angry and fierce. The ugly girl of the Su family is frivolous and eccentric, which can make others angry. Old Ding is no exception. He stared at Su Rao like a poisonous snake. But Su Rao ignored him, and continued to be arrogant. This princess is born superior to others. So what if she is arrogant? If you have the guts, bite me. If you want to slander this princess, you can, but show this princess real evidence. Otherwise this princess will not let it go. With bright eyes, she glanced at the quiet old Prince Yun. And then she turned to Emperor Danyang. Tonight, she was going to be crazy to the end. If she couldn't bear it anymore, she would take action and solve the problem as soon as possible. Danyang doesn't take this princess seriously, and it seems that he doesn't take Grandpa Yun seriously either. Grandpa Yun, you just keep watching Rao being framed. Dr. Ding, do you have any other evidence? At this point, the silent old Prince Yun interrupted like this, as if after watching for a while, and under Su Rao's performance. Old Prince Yun also saw clearly that the words of Yun alone could not prove that Su Rao was a remnant of the previous dynasty. So he would naturally protect her again. If divine Dr. Ding has other evidence to prove that this girl Rao is a remnant of the previous dynasty, please bring it out, and let me see it. If Rao is really a remnant of the previous dynasty, I will deal with it impartially without involving divine Dr. Ding. But if there is no other evidence, please ask divine Dr. Ding to take responsibility for what he has done now, and give an explanation to the princess of our Yunlang kingdom. Father is right. Lord Ding, do you have other evidence? Don't really wrong Princess Ronghua. Emperor Danyang also said so immediately. The kind-hearted Emperor Danyang hoped that this matter could be resolved quickly, and the friendship between the two countries would not be damaged. Empress Yun also said, and Changle, since Changle's maids and guards have been rescued, is Changle also safe? Buzz? Queen Yun asked about Siam Yaling. And Rong Feng, whose mind was completely empty, suddenly came back to his senses. When the Eagle Ji army said that Siam Yaling was persecuted, Rong Feng felt that his soul had been taken away from him. There was no sound around him. Only Siam Yaling's figure. They parted at the 10-mile pavilion. He was so cruel that he just watched. Watching his beloved Linger leave sadly. But he never stayed. And finally pushed Linger into the abyss of death. She lay in a pool of blood in the forest, looking at him disappointedly. Why let her go? Why did he abandon her just for the Su family? Could it be that their love for so many years could not withstand the destruction of the Su family? Cousin! Linger is very disappointed. Very disappointed with Cousin. My heart hurts. Linger never wants to see Cousin again. Linger. This murmur awakened Rong Feng's soul, and he came back to his senses. His eyes fell on Xiaoyu and the Yingji army. Everything in the palace seemed to have nothing to do with him at this moment. He was about to lose his dignity as the crown prince of Danyang and stride over again. He wanted to ask Xiao Yu where Linger was. He didn't think that Elder Ding was only 2 steps away from him. Wouldn't asking Elder Ding be more likely to know the current safety of Xianmu Yaling than asking Xiao Yu? What are you going to do? Your Highness? The words were whispered, and only the 2 of them could hear. Rong Feng's misbehavior was discovered by Elder Ding in time. Just when Rong Feng was about to move, he quickly grabbed Rong Feng's arm and stopped Rong Feng's disrespectful behavior without being seen by the Danyang Emperor. Otherwise, if Rong Feng did something indecent and ruined the reputation that the Danyang Emperor cared about the most, it can be imagined that after tonight, Rong Feng would face what kind of punishment. Rong Feng, the crown prince of Danyang, already has his own thoughts, and the Danyang Emperor will never allow the crown prince of Danyang to escape his control and threaten his throne. Your Highness, Princess Changel is fine. Your Highness must not act rashly. Your Highness is the crown prince. Don't forget your status. After another quick and low voice, Old Ding let go of Rong Feng and once again looked down at Su Rao. If she wanted other evidence, he had already prepared it for her. Your Majesty, since the old man has come, he has absolute evidence to prove that this woman is the remnant of the previous dynasty. Once again, Old Ding threw a fatal move to Su Rao, which not only made Su Rao, but also Xian Ichi Xiao, including Prince Yun and Pei Liang, who had known it for a long time, all changed their expressions. Even Yunji did not show surprise, but his expression was slightly moved. Only Rong Feng felt that his soul had completely returned to his body, and he relaxed instantly. After answering Emperor Danyang, Elder Ding continued to answer Queen Yun. Princess Changel was safe, but her injuries were a little serious, so she went to treat her injuries first. Princess Changel could not come here in a mess covered in blood like Xiao Yu and the Eagle Ji army. After saying that, Elder Ding turned and looked outside the palace. The moon had risen, and the sunset had disappeared. A crescent moon that was about to be full exchanged positions with the setting sun. The stars accompanied them. It was another night of gorgeous night sky. In Zhongjiao Palace, the soft and beautiful palace lanterns lit up and became brighter, and it felt like they could compete with the bright moonlight and starry curtain in the night sky, and the light of fireflies competed with the bright moon. Seeing this, Mr. Ding straightened up his slightly hunched body. He leaned on a cane with his right hand and touched his sparse beard with his wrinkled left hand. His evil eyes with protruding pupils showed a self-satisfied attitude of winning the victory. At this time, it should come. Just as Mr. Ding said this, a woman in a cloak came in from the main corridor outside Zhongjia Hall, supported by 2 palace maids. When she walked to the steps in front of the corridor, the commander of the Imperial Guards waved to let the surrounding Imperial Guards make way, and her figure appeared in the eyes of everyone in Zhongjia Hall. The cloak she wore was very large, wrapping her whole body tightly. From a distance, it was unclear whether the person coming was Xiaomu Yaling, but it could be her. Su Rao took a look, and her peach blossom eyes were deep and deep. If this person could make this person appear like this, it would be Xiaomu Yaling or Xiaomu Yaling. As his mind was moving like this, he glanced sideways at the extremely lifelike Queen Yun in the palace. Isn't there a ready-made precedent here? Yunji, also looking outside the palace, had the same idea as Su Rao. It was indeed unclear whether the woman who came over was Princess Changel, but since they dared to let this woman appear like this, even if it was not Princess Changel, it would be her. At this moment, not only Su Rao, not only Yunji, but also Xian Ichi Xiao were wondering whether the person who came over was Xianmu Yaling. They frowned and clenched their hands at their sides when the person came closer. Just because a wisp of night wind blew, it accidentally blew the cloak of the person who came over, revealing the person's face for a moment. Although it was only a brief glance, Xian Ichi Xiao had already seen clearly that the person who came over was Xianmu Yaling. It really is Xiaomu Yaling. Su Rao also deepened her eyes, but the corners of her mouth were also outlined with a hint of coldness. Where is Xianmu Yaling now? After she vomited blood and fainted, before the envoys of the 2 countries entered the palace for the banquet, with the consent of Xianichi Xiao, Xianmu Yaling had been sent to an absolutely safe place by Su Rao, with the protection arranged by Su Er. How could she fall into their hands again? Unless something happened to Su Er and his men. But how capable is Su Er? There is also Yun Mujing and the golden-clothed secret guards beside him. And there is also the Yingji army led by Mo Ying and Xianichi Xiao. Su Rao is absolutely confident that Xian Muyaling must be sleeping safely at this moment. Linger. Su Rao and the others all saw the woman's face at that moment. And Rong Feng was more concerned. Immediately, he whispered an urgent and concerned word and went out to Zhongjia Hall. This time, Ding Lao did not stop Rong Feng again and was rude. Dan Liang and Zhu Xian were married. And Xian Muyaling would sooner or later be Rong Feng's crown princess. Rong Feng's concern could better reflect Dan Liang's intention to marry Zhu Xian. Rong Feng's appearance also made the woman, who had been walking over, stop her steps. She slowly raised her head that was slightly lowered, and took off the cloak that covered her body. Due to torture, she looked weak and thin. And she looked exactly like Xiao Muyaling, without any difference. Cousin! This voice was extremely weak. And even her voice was exactly the same, including her eyelids that were a little blue due to drug addiction, which was a complete replica. This shocked Su Rao in her heart, and she almost stood up for a moment, wanting to see more carefully. It was Yun Ji who held Su Rao's hand, so that Su Rao would not overreact and be noticed by Dan Liang Wang and others more clearly. Su Rao's surprise was real surprise, not pretended. The person who came was completely Xiao Muyaling. Whether it was her face or her figure, she was completely Xiao Muyaling. The longer she looked at her, Su Rao had a moment of self-doubt in her heart. This was the real Xiao Muyaling. Rao. This person is fake. Just when Su Rao was really confused at this moment, this gentle voice sounded in her ears. How do you know? The same question was asked in a low voice. Su Rao turned her head to look at Yun Ji. Yun Ji could say it so confidently. Was it because he was confident in his second brother's ability? Rao. You can't hide your love for someone, Yun Ji said again. Su Rao didn't understand this. She could understand the words, but the meaning was difficult to understand. Yun Ji said again. Let Su Rao take a closer look at this Xiao Muyaling's attitude towards Rong Feng and Xian Ichi Xiao. Rong Feng went out to pick up Xian Muyaling. Although Xian Muyaling called her cousin, her eyes fell on Xian Ichi Xiao, who followed Rong Feng out. Here, the problem has already been revealed. There is a difference between love and love. Although Princess Changle loves her little uncle very much, she likes Rongfeng more. She and Rongfeng have been childhood sweethearts since they were young, and they like each other even more. If he and Rao meet in such a situation, his eyes will definitely fall on Rao. And then, he will look at his grandfather. I understand. Su Rao understood the meaning of Yun Ji's words. Because of love, she couldn't hide her heart. And this Xian Muyaling was fake. She didn't love Rongfeng, so she ignored this detail. Rao. There is another problem, Yun Ji said again. That is, Xiaoyu and Ng Jijuan said so firmly that Xian Muyaling was captured by Su Rao. Seeing the appearance of Xiao Muyaling, Yun Ji had a guess in his heart. Two possible guesses. One possibility. Xiao Muyaling was captured in Rong Palace and then locked up in the underground palace. Xiaoyu, as Xian Muyaling's personal maid, must have been captured in the palace. And this Ng Jijuan was the Eagle Shadow's secret guard who had been following Xian Ichi Xiao for many years. He protected Xian Muyaling's safety and was also inseparable. Then, the only way that Xiaoyu and Yingjijin could lie to Prince Yi and say that they were caught in the woods outside the imperial city was by this Xiao Muyaling herself. If she was the real Princess Changle, how could she instruct her maids and guards to lie like this? Naturally, this Xiao Muyaling was fake. The second possibility, Xiaoyu was also fake, and was also arranged by Dan Yang. The real Xiaoyu might have been controlled by drugs like Princess Changle, or had been killed. The Yingjijin was indeed caught in the woods. He did not lie, but was tricked into thinking that he was caught by the remnants of the previous dynasty. And Princess Changle was also caught with him, and then rescued together. Such a secret trick was indeed done by them. Seeing that Xiao Muyaling who came over saw Xian Ichi Xiao, she started to cough weakly again. But she held on, and did not throw herself into Xian Ichi Xiao's arms and cry. She thought she would never see the little uncle again, and just held Xian Ichi Xiao's hand very tightly. At this glance, Su Rao was absolutely sure that this Xian Muyaling was fake, and there was no need to question it anymore. Even the relationship between Xian Muyaling and Xian Ichi Xiao, the uncle and nephew. Xian Ichi Xiao had always been strict with Xian Muyaling, demanding Xian Muyaling as a soldier, and Xian Muyaling would not be spoiled by her little uncle. Such details were also paid attention to clearly, and it really took a lot of effort. However, sometimes too much detail is redundant. In Su Rao's palace that day, when Xian Muyeling saw Xianiqi Xiao, she was very aggrieved. Although Su Rao was in the outer hall at that time and did not see the specific situation, Su Rao felt it. Just one word little uncle called out all her grievances. No matter how strong a person is, after suffering all the pain and suffering, when they see their relatives, they will still reveal their fragility. Su Rao, an outsider, saw this clearly. Although Su Rao was not sure whether Xianiqi Xiao, the uncle of Xian Muyeling, could see it clearly, he had already seen the real Xian Muyeling. Su Rao believed that Xianiqi Xiao would be rational at this time and look at the authenticity of the Xian Muyeling rationally. Princess Changle, now you have Prince Yi to make the decision for you. And His Majesty and the Crown Prince are here. No one can hurt the princess anymore. Please tell the truth. Uncle and nephew met. And old Ding spoke again. The appearance of Princess Changle of Juxian Jiachuan will once again push Su Rao to the forefront. No other evidence is needed. Princess Changle only needs to say that the person who took her away was arranged by Su Rao. Just because she is Princess Changle of Juxian Jiachuan. Her words are evidence. The most direct evidence. If Su Rao hadn't sent someone to arrest her, why did she frame Su Rao for no reason? Although they had quarreled over Rong Feng and Yun Lang, it was just jealousy. Now that she and Rong Feng are getting married, they love each other. Why did she go to Su Rao for no reason and make things difficult for her marriage? This princess would also like to hear how this princess captured Xian Muyeling and how she locked her up in the secret room of Fengyao residence. It would be better if she didn't kill her directly and hide her in this palace. Xian Muyeling was supported by Rong Feng and walked into the palace. She was weak, but when she looked at Su Rao, she looked at her with hatred. Just like Xiao Yu looked at her. She wanted to kill him. As if only Su Rao's death could relieve her suffering these days. She entered the hall, holding on to Xianiqi Xiao's hand without letting go. After looking at Su Rao, she spoke to Xianiqi Xiao as Su Rao continued to speak arrogantly without fear. After she woke up, she was locked in a closed dark room and put into a vessel the same size as her. She couldn't remember how long she had been locked in it. She only remembered that on the last night, when she was still conscious, Su Rao appeared with a set of knives and other things, and looked at her and made a face that looked exactly like her in front of her. Just as Su Rao finished making it, there was a sudden noise outside. She only heard that it seemed like soldiers were coming. And then she lost consciousness. When she woke up again, she had been rescued by Dr. Ding. Cough, 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 cough. After just a few short sentences, Xian Muyeling couldn't hold on any longer and started coughing. Rong Feng hurriedly helped Xian Muyeling sit down. It seemed that at this moment, his eyes on Su Rao were filled with anger. Suppressed anger. Even though he knew that Su Rao was a princess of the previous dynasty. And even though Su Rao had the intention of messing with him, Rong Feng had never had such an expression. Under Rong Feng's expression, there was also disappointment in his heart. He once thought that Su Rao was the confidant he had always wanted to find. It turned out that he had been wrong. From the beginning, born as a princess of the previous dynasty, perhaps she had been blinded by hatred. Xianiqi Xiao also looked over again. From what Xian Muyeling said, it was not difficult to guess that Su Rao grabbed Xian Muyeling just to be able to disguise herself as an identical Xian Muyeling. And Xianiqi Xiao had seen this today. In addition, Xianiqi Xiao knew before that Su Rao was the master of the Lian Pavilion. Mr. Xiao, who was the best in disguise. She was superb in disguise. And she was also the owner of Xiaoyao Tower. The owner of Xiaoyao Tower had already calculated him. If she wanted to let Zhu Xian and Dan Liang kill each other, and then use a fake Xian Muyeling to deceive and use him, would she do it? Xianiqi Xiao's look seemed to make it difficult for him to judge at this moment. Just because this Xian Muyeling felt like the real Xian Muyeling. No matter what she did. Even the small dimples at the corners of Xian Muyeling's mouth, which belonged to her, appeared when she curved her lips to Rong Feng. No matter how close she was, she would not think that she was fake. So Rong Feng never recognized her. It was not that Rong Feng's love for Xian Muyeling was too shallow, but that she was really good at disguising herself. The lights in the hall were shining brightly, and Su Rao and Xianiqi Xiao's eyes were facing each other again. When they looked at each other, the ripples in Xianiqi Xiao's eyes were flowing, even though his pupils were blocked by 1/3 of his upper eyelids. Su Rao could see it clearly. He wanted to believe her, but the appearance of Xian Muyeling made him wonder whether he should believe it or not. Which one was the real Changle, and which one was the fake Changle? It was not that he did not trust others emotionally, but that he had difficulty distinguishing truth from falsehood intellectually. As a prince of a country, namely Prince Ju Siam, his elder brother passed away and handed over the entire Ju Siam to him. He could not indulge himself in his willfulness as he did last time and gamble with the entire Ju Siam to win the heart of the princess of the previous dynasty. The great Qin has long been destroyed. Why is the princess so persistent? Why not give up now? Although Changel has been captured for many days and is slightly injured, fortunately her life is not in danger. And Prince, he will not pursue it any further. Princess Changel's truthful statement confirmed Su Rao's identity as a remnant of the previous dynasty. And it was difficult to argue. As the king of Danliang, this incident happened at the welcoming banquet held by Danliang for the envoys of the Siamese and Yulang countries. At this moment, he spoke up to break the crisis that might be about to appear. And he is the most suitable person. The previous dynasty has long been destroyed. Why is the princess of the previous dynasty so persistent in revenge, ignoring the people of the world, just for her own selfishness, and even affecting the people? The Emperor Xuanya of the Great Qin was incompetent and unjust, which led to the destruction of the Great Qin. This is also the fault of the Great Qin. Only then will the three countries follow the will of the people, clear the court, and return the people to a peaceful world. My father-in-law has always been tolerant. If the princess lets go of her obsession, I believe that my father-in-law will treat her well. I will also forgive the princess for the murders she has committed in my Danliang imperial city. I really don't want to add to the killings. The hypocritical Danliang emperor, at this moment, put on such a kind face. And it was really disgusting. Especially when the soft and beautiful candlelight in the palace was reflected on this face that looked kind and welcoming. It was obvious that his heart was already dark. But he still wanted to be a hypocrite. Deliberately mentioned that Xian Muyaling was captured and seriously injured, and said that the demise of the Qin dynasty was self-inflicted. The three kingdoms would be tolerant to her, a princess of the previous dynasty, and as long as she put down the butcher knife, she could become a Buddha on the spot. Such provocation stimulated Xian Qishao and also wanted to anger her, so that they would kill each other, and he would reap the benefits. Pa! Pa pa pa! The sudden sound of clapping resounded in the hall, right where Su Rao was. Su Rao stood up from this position. I have watched the clowns play for so long, and I have seen enough. It is really exciting, and the tricks are really good. This princess is the remnant of the previous dynasty, and there is no doubt that she is really serious. Su Rao did not want to have such boring little quarrels with these clowns, who claimed that everything was under their control, since she had gone to great lengths to make her identity as the remnant of the previous dynasty known to the public. Why not fulfill their wishes? How many people present did not know her identity as a princess of the previous dynasty? With her bright peach eyes, she glanced at Xian Qishao again. There was no need to explain Xian Qishao's hesitation again. He had eyes, ears, and thoughts, and would think about it himself. Why did she need to say more about it again and again? The big show that Danliang performed for me should also come to an end. I also have a show here. It just so happens that there are people watching the show, and there are also people performing the show. What did Su Rao mean to do after all this? This made the ministers of Danliang, who were surprised because Su Rao actually admitted that she was a remnant of the previous dynasty, and no longer argued. Think again. Could it be that the remnants of the previous dynasty wanted to fight to the death, and fight to the death? The Danliang emperor and his wife, and old Ding also had the same idea as these ministers. But what they thought more about was that since Su Rao wanted to fight to the death, then they could see clearly how many of her people were in this palace. Su Rao knew how these people reacted to her words without even looking at them. She retracted her gaze and lowered her eyes, focusing on Yunji, who never took his eyes off her. Once again, they interlocked their fingers, and Yunji also stood up. Under the silver-black mask, he looked at the loving model couple on the high seat without any concealment. It was time to seek justice. In the phoenix eyes, the real Rong Xiao was reflected. He used to have three consciousnesses of hatred in his heart, but now it overlapped into one hatred. It has been 20 years. He finally waited for this day. He wanted to clear his mother's name, to clear his name, and to wash away the injustice. Click. Rong Feng, who was taking care of Xian Muyaling, was so panicked in his heart. He knew what Su Rao was talking about. Rong. He was about to shout out in such a hurry. Rong Feng wanted to save his father and mother. He didn't want them to continue to make mistakes, but he didn't want them to be exposed in public. And he couldn't let Su Rao use his royal brother to deal with his parents, putting his royal brother in danger and disrupting the Liang dynasty. Just as he was about to stand up to stop her, Siam Yaling became weak again and fell into Rongfeng's arms. Just a moment of delay. It was too late. Su Rao and Yunji walked into the hall and said quietly, "It is difficult to paint the heart even if you paint the bones and skin. I wonder if you have woken up from dreams every night and been killed by the ghost of a baby." Su Rao was absolutely shocked when she spoke. The words were shocking. Back then, the little hostage sent by your Danyang vassal state to my great Qin was Rongfeng. The eldest son? Or the second son Rong Xiao who died at birth? Rong Xiao. This name is still in the Jade Book of the Danyang Rong family. But the scary thing is that no one remembers him. A second son who was declared dead at birth. And at that time, he was only the second son of the third son of the Danyang vassal state. There was not much special for others to remember. The reason why he was written into the Rong family Jade Book with a name and surname was because the former king of the Rong family loved his grandson. And this child was the second son born in the belly of Princess Yun. So there was only a little trace of his existence in the world. Otherwise, he would have disappeared from the world since he was born. There is another evil queen who can make the three vassal states raise the banner of clearing the emperor's side. Queen Yun. Is she just a lady from a merchant family? Or is there another hidden secret behind her identity? What kind of ambition does she have behind her to be able to plot such a beauty game and carefully plan for years? With just these two sentences, Su Rao stared straight at the loving couple in the palace. In the middle of the night. Had they ever woken up and had trouble sleeping at night? Clang! The wine cup was accidentally overturned by the wide sleeves and fell to the ground. More than half of the wine in the cup was spilled on Queen Yun's fairy-like phoenix robe. The moon-colored palace dress was spilled with wine. And the stains were extremely obvious. My beloved concubine. At Su Rao's words, the tender phoenix eyes of the Danyang emperor suddenly tightened and then returned to normal. He turned his eyes to Queen Yun with such concern, and held Queen Yun's hand intimately. But only they knew how strong his hands were. Hiding between the dragon robe and the wide sleeves of the phoenix dress. One of the hands was pinched with a green color, and the fingertips of the other pinched were beginning to turn white. But his panic turned into sadness, and his eyes blurred in a breath. Tears flowed from his eyes, crystal tears, and fell in a blink, and the whole person trembled, looking more and more fragile. He could fall down with a gust of wind. Princess of the former dynasty. What are you going to do? What is your intention? Why do you want to stab me in the heart? What did Yun Jun do to you, that you even let my dead child go? This reaction was fast enough, turning her obvious panic into Su Rao's deliberate mention of her second son Rong Xiao, poking her heart. When she was extremely angry, she hammered her chest with one hand. The deceased still hoped to rest in peace. Not to mention a baby who had died 20 years ago. Such humiliation. Others would find it unbearable to hear, let alone a biological mother. How could she not be angry? The remnants of the previous dynasty have no mercy at all. Such a vicious person. Please your majesty quickly issue an order to take down this remnant. And don't be lenient, and let him be arrogant. The imperial censor took the lead in asking for an order. Then, the ministers of all departments of Danyang knelt down one after another, including Pei Liang and others. The remnants of the previous dynasty are indeed unteachable. And your majesty's kindness does not need to be used to forgive these remnants of the previous dynasty. Old Prince Yun, who was still sitting, had his pale hands inside his sleeves, and had already curled up many green vines, which seemed to burst out from the back of his hands. And even his temples were gradually bulging. At this moment, listening to the indignation of these ministers of Danyang, if it were not for his grandson, who wanted to clear his daughter's name and his own name, he would have found it difficult to continue listening. The moon gradually slanted up into the sky, and the stars became more and more numerous, shimmering in the night sky tonight, especially the night sky above Rong Palace. The halo and twinkling stars cast by the moonlight illuminated the entire Rong Palace to the extreme. In addition, the palace was brightly lit, making the entire Rong Palace seem like daytime. At this time, the guards guarding the gate of Rong Palace, one on the left and one on the right, were the two guards who had stopped Su Rao when she entered the palace. After a group of patrolling guards in the palace just passed the gate, the straight spears in their hands stabbed at the other guards beside them without warning. Puff! The spear pierced into the flesh and blood suddenly. The bright red blood gushed out from the throat under the illumination of the palace lanterns in the corners. Redder than the brightest red silk. Red and dazzling. The other guards inside the palace gate reacted in an instant. But before they could move, several imperial guards rushed out from the palace gate and the bend of the palace wall and rushed over quickly. They joined forces with the 2 guards at the palace gate, and the palace gate changed in an instant. And they seized the palace gate in just a moment. The same was true on the city wall. Sharp daggers came out of the sleeves and silently harvested the imperial guards on the city wall, who were defenseless on both sides. They also seized the city wall here. Time is running out. When the next batch of patrolling imperial guards come, deal with these bloody corpses. A woman dressed as a palace maid followed quickly. Although she looked unfamiliar, she could be identified from her voice. It was Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji, who had already sneaked into the palace. Xiao Ji was ordered to sneak into Rong Palace to find the place where Huan Yang, Mu Lian, and Yun Muyue were imprisoned. There was no trace of these 3 people in any of the prisons in the Danyang Imperial City. So the only ones left were in the Rong Palace. After Xiao Ji sneaked into the Rong Palace, she found Huan Yang and Mu Lian in the palace prison. But she still couldn't find any trace of the 8th prince after searching the entire Rong Palace. After the golden-clad secret guards, who rescued Siam Yaling, discovered the underground palace, Xiao Shi also knew that there was such an underground palace. She tried to sneak in several times, but because of Siam Yaling's disappearance, the entire Rong Palace was heavily guarded, and she had no chance to take advantage of it. She couldn't even enter Queen Yun's bedroom, let alone sneak into the underground palace. Unable to investigate the situation in the underground palace, she had to report the truth to Su Rao and Yun Ji, and then received instructions to cooperate with Ying and others to seize the palace gate tonight, find out how to rescue the 8th prince, and then explore again after seizing the palace gate. After taking the palace gate, Xiao Ji looked around for a moment to make sure there were no omissions. Then she strode to the outside of the palace gate, took out a fire stick from her sleeve, lit it, and shook it left and right a few times, shaking it rhythmically. But in a moment, in the night, a group of people quietly appeared from a small alley in the distance. Jir, Ying's brother and sister, Su Wu, and his subordinates, such as Cui San, all came in the uniforms of the Imperial Army. At the gate of the city, Ying strode forward and shook Xiao Ji's hand. Seeing that she was safe, she went straight to the point. The palace gate here was guarded by the 2 brothers and sisters, opening a convenient door for the army led by Su Er and Mo Ying later. Su Wu and Sui San, brothers and sisters, followed their plan to find and rescue Yun Muyue as soon as possible. 5th young master, you insist on rescuing the 8th prince in person. Since the lady agrees, I won't say much. But 5th young master, remember to be cautious. Although the emperor's golden-clad secret guards had already sneaked in, and Princess Zhu Xian had also described the situation in the underground palace, it was difficult to predict the changes in the underground palace, and there might be hidden secret troops. If there was any accident, they must first ensure their own safety and evacuate quickly. Su Wu was about to take Cui Can and the other golden-clad secret guards, who had entered the underground palace, into the palace. Ying was still worried and reminded Cui Can and the other brother to protect the safety of the 5th young master and not let him get into trouble. Xiao Ji also said, there has been movement in Zhongjia Palace. I believe that Dan Liang will reveal his true colors soon. Young master must be careful. After finding and rescuing the 8th prince, he will reunite with the young lady as soon as possible. Don't worry. I will be careful. According to my sister and Yun Ji's speculation, the hidden secret troops of Dan Liang are now out of the underground palace and gathered in Zhongjia Palace. Su Wu waved his hand. He knew that he would be careful. Xiao Shi also had other plans, so she left quickly. The group was divided into 3 groups, each doing their own thing. The bodies of the killed imperial guards at the palace gate and the city wall were quickly dealt with, and the smell of blood was covered by medicine powder, leaving no trace of killing. The men left behind by Ying replaced the killed imperial guards and continued to guard the palace gate. After everything was done here, Ying headed towards the alley not far away, and shook the fire stick he took from Xiao Ji a few times. There, a person who was watching turned around and left. From the other end, after leaving the alley, it was Wu Yang, the general of the chariot and cavalry, who was unable to attend the banquet due to injury. He was dressed in armor and had a sword on his waist. He quickly went to the city gate. There was also a coup at the inner and outer city gates. just like the one at the palace gate. The people who seized the gate here were Su Er and his party, with Wu Yang as the support. They acted in the imperial city. First seized the inner city gate, then seized the outer city gate, and helped the Yingji army of the Siamese kingdom to drive straight into the city. The extremely neat and orderly secret action, without any disturbance. The tents of the Siamese wedding team set up outside, looking from afar, had a bonfire. The maids and servants who were sending the bride looked like they were all missing. But in fact, they had already been replaced by straw people. The carriages that were placed with gold, silver, jewelry, silk and satin also looked normal. In fact, the bottom was already empty, leaving only a layer of dowry on the top to cover it. This incident in a short breath. The changes in the two places, the city gate and the palace gate, have changed hands. But the couple in Zhongjia Hall knew nothing about it, and had no way of knowing it. Under the grief and indignation of Queen Yun and the requests of the ministers, the face of Emperor Danliang also changed. My beloved, don't be sad. He first cared for Queen Yun again. And then Emperor Danliang glared at Su Rao. No matter how generous and kind he was, he could not tolerate the remnants of the previous dynasty repeatedly provoking trouble. And now he insulted his second son, who had died more than 20 years ago, exposing the scars in their hearts. How could he be generous and tolerant again? I have been tolerant to you again and again. But the princess of the previous dynasty did not know what was good or bad. In this case, don't blame me. The corner of his eye quickly swept over Yunji beside Su Rao. The mask covered most of his face, revealing only a pair of eyes and lips, and the parts below. This person dressed like this has been a nightmare for him for many days and nights. Who is this person? Why did the remnants of the previous dynasty mention that evil seed? She knew a lot. A pair of extremely similar phoenix eyes. When he glanced at them, His Highness Yunji looked at them. It was only a moment of eye contact, but it made the heart of Emperor Danyang full of gloom. Could he be? It is impossible. How could they keep the matter secret? The evil creature had already been buried in the sea of fire. Although he was thinking so in his heart, Emperor Danliang suddenly thought of Yunyu's death. If the collusion between Emperor Yunlongyu and them was known from this person, then everything in the past would no longer be a secret. The remnants of the previous dynasty are causing chaos in Danyang. Capture them. If they resist, life or death will not matter. The order was given just like that. As for the matter of Madame Yunji mentioned by Su Rao later, only the matter of Shao was overshadowed. The movement in Zhongjia Palace was finally going to disrupt the welcoming banquet and turn it into a night of slaughter. My play has just begun. Why is Emperor Danyang so anxious to capture me? It won't be too late to do it after the play is over. Daggers suddenly slashed the throats of the imperial guards beside them. Just like on the city wall a moment ago. Blood instantly appeared and flowed from their necks like a torrent. The killed imperial guards covered their necks with their hands. But blood oozed from their fingers, and they couldn't cover it. Half of the imperial guards, who surrounded Zhongjia Palace, turned against them. Just when Emperor Danliang ordered to capture Su Rao, they suddenly took action and killed their respective people. Their methods were sharp and swift, and they didn't give the imperial guards any chance to react. This moment of killing shocked the people in Zhongjia Palace. Pairs of eyes almost unanimously looked at the sudden storm outside the palace. It was not the Emperor Danliang's order to take down the remnants of the previous dynasty. But the remnants of the previous dynasty could kill so wildly and wantonly in the Danliang Rong Palace. This made everyone feel horrified and confused. Was this the Danliang Rong Palace, or the Great Qin Palace? Whose home court was it? Especially Elder Ding and Emperor Danyang. Their reactions were so great that Elder Ding's pupils, which were already protruding, instantly dilated and almost burst out of their eye sockets. Emperor Danyang suddenly shrank his tender phoenix eyes, and a breath of gloom swept over his body. The hypocritical image that he had disguised for so long was broken in this breath. It was because, after Siam Yaling escaped from the underground palace, they had already conducted a thorough search of the palace. But now there are still so many remnants hiding in it, and even infiltrated the imperial guards camp that guards the safety of the palace. So, how many more are there in the entire court? How many remnants have you planted in my dynasty? The rough breathing made the chest of the Danliang emperor rise and fall. The whole person was gloomy again, and his eyebrows and eyes were even more gloomy. He swept over the ministers in the palace. Their horrified reactions were not disguised at all. It was difficult to tell with the naked eye. And the ministers of the various departments of the Danliang department, who were originally close to each other, suddenly opened up the distance after the Danliang Emperor's gloomy words. They looked at each other with suspicion. And the wives who followed their masters were also like this. They all followed their husbands. Not to mention the children of the Danliang ministers, who had already been frightened by the changes in Zhongjia Palace. The young men, ladies and husbands who had been gathering in groups of 3 or 2 and caring for each other, saw that their fathers and mothers were all alone. So they also hurriedly separated from their brothers and sisters, who used to be on good terms with them. They must not be implicated with the remnants of the previous dynasty. Otherwise it would be a serious crime to confiscate their property and exterminate their families. 10 years. It has been 10 years. How many do you think it will be? The 1-minute evasion in the hall did not affect the people standing in the hall at all. This voice was cool and melodious. Obviously, the slaughter had begun. But his voice was like a stream gurgling in the mountain stream. The stream flowed through the mountains, clear to the bottom, and could wash away all the dust in the mountain stream. The sound was pleasant to the ears, and it felt that it could illuminate the heart. Even if the pair of slender phoenix eyes, under his silver-black mask, reflected the cold desert dust in his eyes. He was in a deep darkness, and he never let the darkness penetrate his heart again, thus affecting his character. Rongke. There is no impenetrable wall in the world. Tonight, I will take off the human skin that is wrapped around you, and take a good look at your ugly faces to see what kind of demons and monsters you are. Su Rao also spoke. And after saying this, she looked at Yunji beside her, without even looking at what was happening outside, and raised her arms and waved. Then, the rebelling imperial guards cleared a path to make way for the people coming from behind. Huan Yang and Mu Lian were carried into Zhongjia Palace. Xiao Shihu was on the side, and the mask she had just worn had been taken off, restoring her true face, and her palace-made costume was changed into imperial guard clothes. You 2 dogs, your retribution has finally come. Looking at the gloomy look of Emperor Danliang, and the Queen Yun was even more obviously flustered, and her fairy-like and gentle posture was almost unable to maintain. This made Huan Yang, the once charming Zai head, and now the real Queen Yun's made full of hatred. Tears appeared in her scarlet eyes, and she stared at the palace. She could finally get justice for her princess. Your Majesty, you must get justice for the princess and the young master. They have been wrong for more than 20 years. After staring for a breath, Huan Yang fell to the ground directly. Her hands and feet were cut off, and she could not be treated in time. Now it was too late. But she tried hard to crawl to the side of the old prince Yun regardless of the pain of the wound. She recounted all the injustices her princess and young master had suffered in the past to the old Prince Yun. Huan Yang. You are Huan Yang. How could you be like this? What did you mean by what you just said? Old Prince Yun was shocked for a moment, and stood up directly, looking at the Danliang Emperor and his wife. And then he strode to the side of Huan Yang with an extremely calm expression. Old Prince Yun, whose expression had changed several times after Su Rao's words, now saw Huan Yang. What did she mean by that? What did she mean by a pair of dogs and bitches? What did she mean by seeking justice for Juner and her grandson? Juner was clearly here. Why had she been wrong for more than 20 years? And there was also a little grandson who died at birth. Explain it to him clearly. Huan Yang. Don't worry. Don't worry. You have plenty of time tonight. Tell everything. Xiaoji helped Huan Yang up, and Su Rao also walked to Huan Yang's side, while she comforted Huan Yang not to worry. Her eyes were fixed on the couple who had revealed their true faces at this moment, but still wanted to continue pretending. Queen Yun was obviously panicked again after Huan Yang and Mu Lian were carried in. She almost jumped up after Huan Yang spoke, but Ronke pulled her back again to stop her from such unbearable behavior. She had been sitting on the throne for nearly 20 years, but she was still so unrefined. Sit tight. You are my queen, the princess of Yunlang vassal state, Yun Jun. The Emperor Danliang looked at Queen Yun with a slanting look, and his breath became heavier. He had a murderous intent in his heart. If he couldn't be Juner, he didn't mind changing Juner after tonight. After this glance, he exchanged his gaze with Su Rao in the air again, narrowing his eyes sinisterly. The remnants of the previous dynasty. Even if you have extraordinary abilities, even if that evil creature is alive, even if you know a lot, so what? My queen is by my side. She has no trace of disguise, and is the real Juner. Old Ding's breath was even more gloomy. What he thought, and thought was what he arranged. Half of the remnants of the Imperial Guards outside the palace had actually mixed in. So there must be some in the Imperial Guards in other places that he arranged. His sinister eyes with protruding pupils glanced at Huan Yang and Mu Lian, and even glanced at Xiao Ji. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the remnants of the previous dynasty to rescue Huan Yang and Mu Lian from the palace prison and bring them to Zhongjiao Palace without any movement. And no one would report it. He swept through the palace again, and the ministers of various departments. The big families of Tanliang represented by Wang Xiang should not be there. But the rest, whether it is the noble families of the ministers of various departments, or the close ministers supported by His Majesty, including the lower ministers below the third rank who did not come to the banquet, any of these people may have mixed in. It is terrifying to think about it carefully. Is there nothing I can do? Can I do nothing but watch helplessly? In the Zhongjiao Palace? He was shocked again, and in an unbelievable situation. This murmur was only heard by him. Even the Xiaomu yailing beside him did not hear it. Huan Yang finally told the old Prince Yun everything that Princess Yun had suffered in the past, word by word, at the gathering of the three countries tonight. But she only changed 2 points in her words, to protect the person Yunji wanted to protect. One point is Rong Feng's identity. Huan Yang did not tell Rong Feng's true identity, but as she had told Rong Feng in the palace prison. She said Rong Feng was the eldest son of Princess Yun. The second change is that Rong Yao's birth age and the time he was imprisoned in the underground dark prison were reduced by 1 year, from 6 years to 5 years. Everything else is true, whether it was the collusion between Rongke and Yunyu in the past, or Rongke falling in love with Princess Yun and being framed by the fake Queen Yun and Yunyu, slandering Princess Yun for having an affair with others, until Princess Yun and her son were sent to Daqing one after another, leading to the destruction of Daqing. All the truths that Rong Xiao has found out over the years are made public tonight. Huan Yang, the personal maid next to Princess Yun who told the truth, is a witness to these truths. And Mu Lian, Rong Lian, the personal guard of the third son of Dan Yang, is even more of a witness to the truth. It was because Rong Lian discovered that his master was secretly committing such a heinous crime, colluding with the prince of the Yunlang vassal state, and conspiring to rebel and overthrow the Daqing dynasty. If such things were to be exposed, the entire Danyang vassal state would suffer a devastating disaster and be destroyed by the Qin dynasty. He could not bear to watch his master go astray. If he continued to make such mistakes, he wanted to persuade his master, but he did not expect that he would be eliminated by his master, without considering the master-servant relationship of more than 10 years. He poisoned him. He thought he would die for sure. But thanks to Huan Yang's rescue, he was able to survive and live safely to this day. Master, don't make the same mistake again and again. This plea, even though Mu Lian's limbs were crippled by Rongke, he still considered the master-servant relationship. What nonsense! Extremely absurd. Whether it was Huan Yang who saved Mu Lian, or Mu Lian betrayed his master for a woman, escaped with his death, and secretly saved Huan Yang. The Danliang Emperor and his wife knew it, and Ding Lao, a participant, also knew it clearly. At this time, he was so harsh because of what Huan Yang said about the fake Queen Yun framing the real Queen Yun, which Rongke didn't know. Mr. Ding is right. You remnants made up such a lie. It sounds absurd. Hearing all the truth from Huan Yang, why did she deliberately remove Rong Feng? Danliang Emperor didn't have the heart to think about it at this moment. Only Huan Yang said that the real Queen Yun was framed. He held the fake Queen Yun's hand, and immediately pinched the fake Queen Yun's fingers to make a popping sound, turning his head to look at the fake Queen Yun. She was obviously panicked again, although she regained her composure very quickly. Rongke had lived with her for many years, so how could he not understand her true character? She was vicious and jealous. When Princess Yun was framed, Rongke had also suspected the fake Queen Yun, but the evidence he found had nothing to do with her. So he believed that Princess Yun really betrayed him, and was pregnant with someone else's child. Now he knew that it was because the fake Queen Yun and Yunyu had joined forces to plot together. So he didn't find out. This made the eyelids of the tender Danfeng eyes of Emperor Danliang appear red, scarlet, and wishing to eat the fake Queen Yun alive. The strong murderous intent in his heart was repeated again, and the whole person was shrouded in gloom. And even his breathing was gloomy, which made the fake Queen Yun tremble. But it was this shudder that made the fake Queen Yun's panic disappear for a moment. She turned her head and met the gaze of Emperor Danliang. She looked calm and acted as if she was doing nothing wrong, just as Emperor Danliang understood her. The fake Queen Yun also understood the real character of Emperor Danliang. She knew that Emperor Danliang was so angry because she had joined hands with Yunyu to deceive him. rather than because Princess Yun was framed by her, and finally sent to Daqin by him. But she didn't think she did anything wrong in this matter. She was not wrong. She was his wife. What was that bitch? She was just a chess piece. How could she snatch her husband and her position as the wife? Emperor Danliang was also gloomy in his heart, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He looked at the fake Queen Yun again. But no matter how gloomy his heart was, now Emperor Danliang would not touch his queen, but would protect her. Not only because in the present tense, the fake is true, and must be true, but also because Ronke will never admit that he was wrong to Princess Yun. He was not wrong. How could he be wrong? It was that bitch who betrayed him, and was pregnant with someone else's bastard. The destruction of the Qin dynasty was really self-inflicted. The princess of the previous dynasty has been making trouble again and again. She first used Chang'e as an excuse to sow discord between my Danliang and the Siamese. Her tricks were ruined by Ding Gong. She was at her wit's end. She even made up such a big lie about my beloved concubine and the dead child, and sowed discord between my Danliang and Yun Lang, hurting the relationship between my beloved concubine and father-in-law. You remnants of the previous dynasty are really hard to tolerate. Angry and heavy, Emperor Danliang just got up from his dragon throne at this time, and it was hard to continue to tolerate the remnants of the previous dynasty being so unscrupulous and rebellious. He strode down to the palace and looked out to see the situation outside the palace being controlled by the rebellious imperial guards. Now, in the Zhongjiao Palace, not only he, the Emperor Danliang, was controlled, but also the envoys Zhu Xian and Yun Lang. Your Majesty is right. All the things here are just one-sided statements of the remnants of the previous dynasty. I'm afraid that these two rebel slaves have already surrendered to the remnants of the previous dynasty. With the instructions of the remnants of the previous dynasty, they can make up whatever they want. We, the people of the Three Kingdoms, will not believe the evil words of the remnants of the previous dynasty to confuse the public. The imperial censor also took 2 steps forward at the signal of the Emperor Danliang, and made a report to Prince Yi and old Prince Yun, who were not sure what to think at this time because of Huan Yang's words. Prince Yi, old prince, the remnants of the previous dynasty are the most cunning, and the remaining evil forces have infiltrated our Danliang palace. With such a terrifying situation, Zhu Xian and Yun Lang are probably the same. If we can't get rid of them first this time, Zhu Xian and Yun Lang will not be spared. The 3 countries will surely rise up because of this woman. Please help our Danliang. How can we believe the tricks of the remnants of the previous dynasty? I believe that the 2 princes will never be deceived. Moreover, the remnants of the previous dynasty are so powerful that if Danliang falls into their hands, Zhu Xian and Yun Lang will probably not be able to live in peace. After all, it is an indisputable fact that the overthrow of the Qin dynasty was done by the 3 countries. How could Xian Yiqishao and old Prince Yun not hear the meaning of this statement? Once they choose to sit on the sidelines and let the remnants of the previous dynasty take over Danliang and expand their power, then the next Danliang will be either Zhu Xian or Yun Lang. Father, the fake Queen Yun, who was sitting on the throne, also walked down to the palace again. She looked at the old Prince Yun with a weak look. She coughed and gasped. My daughter was slandered by the remnants of the previous dynasty. Do you think she is fake? Little uncle. That Xiaomi Yaling also propped herself up and walked weakly to Xian Yiqishao's side. She was harmed by Su Rao. And Su Rao had such a disguise. Could it be that the little uncle still chose to believe the remnants of the previous dynasty, but not her niece? Let's not talk about what was dark in Xian Yiqishao's heart after Xian Yaling's behavior. Let's just talk about Rong Feng. He felt powerless because he couldn't stop the storm. For a moment, he looked at Xiaomu Yaling with doubt. He doubted, just because the real Xiaomu Yaling would never question his little uncle, let alone say the little uncle would not believe her. Puff. The blood color appeared again. This time, it was not the killing outside Zhongjiao Palace, but inside Zhongjiao Palace. The person who attacked was not someone else, not Su Rao's side, but Prince Yi. Just when that Xiam Yaling just came to Xian Yiqishao's side, Xian Yiqishao suddenly had a scimitar dagger in his hand and slashed across the man's neck. He looked cold and killed the Xian Mu Yaling without any doubt. For a moment, the palace was shocked again. Shocked that Xian Yiqishao acted without reason. He actually believed in the remnants of the previous dynasty so much. If he killed by mistake, this was his own niece. Su Rao also moved her eyebrows at this time, although she believed in her heart that Xian Yiqishao would not be deceived for too long. He was so resolute at this moment, which still touched Su Rao's heart. After all, the fake Xian Muyeling's disguise was too high, but he could act so decisively. The bright eyes fell on the fake Siam Yaling again. The blood gushing from her neck splashed around, adding a thick ink color to the night. The bright red color seemed to stimulate every cell in the body to scream, falling into Yunji's eyes. Han Machan, who was in the darkness, was extremely excited. Therefore, the arc of Yunji's mouth curved for a moment and felt evil. And Rong Feng, who followed the fake Siam Yaling, felt the sudden warmth on his cheek more clearly. A few drops of blood splashed on his face, causing his steps to stop. His eyes were fixed on the fake Siam Yaling, who was full of disbelief, or had no expectation that Siam Ichi Xiao would kill her like this. She fell to the ground in the hall, and died like this without closing her eyes. With the appearance of Siam Yaling, she died with her eyes wide open. This made Rong Feng raise his hand and press his chest. Then, he slowly bent his 5 fingers and squeezed his heart. Only then did he feel that he could breathe normally. Rong Feng was suspicious just because of what the fake Siam Yaling said to Siam Ichi Xiao. Now that Siam Ichi Xiao killed this person without hesitation, Rong Feng knew that this person was fake. Then, without thinking too much, Rong Feng also knew where this fake Siam Yaling came from. From his mother's face, that was exactly the same as that of Princess Yun. He could guess that this person must have been their work, since the fake one was here. Where was the real Linger? Suddenly, Rong Feng thought of Siam Yaling falling in a pool of blood in the forest, and looked at him with great disappointment. Suddenly, Rong Feng felt dizzy, and felt a nausea coming out of his throat. Rong Feng didn't dare to think whether Xian Muyaling had been harmed by his mother. I will ask again. Was it Su Rao who sent people to capture Chang'e? With a strong cold look, he asked again, his cold eyes staring at Xiaoyu and the Eagle Ji army, who were too weak to support their bodies, and could only lie on the ground. This time he asked them the last chance to tell the truth. After Xian Ichi Xiao's words, Rong Feng exhaled suddenly, and quickly turned to look at Xiaoyu and the Eagle Ji army. His eyes, which were originally dim, also brought out a sense of extravagant expectation. It couldn't be the Queen Mother. No matter what, the Queen Mother would not harm Linger. Xiaoyu and the Eagle Ji army did not make Rong Feng despair in an instant. The two looked at each other, and then confirmed that it was Su Rao who sent people to capture the princess. And they heard Su Rao's voice. But Xiaoyu then told him what happened to Xian Muyaling that day, when the fake Xian Muyaling was killed by Xian Ichi Xiao. Xiaoyu realized that they might have been deceived. I have concealed the truth from the prince. Please punish me. The Eagle Ji army also spoke again, and he was completely prostrated on the ground, not ashamed to face his own prince. He and Xiaoyu were knocked unconscious and tortured in a dark room for several days, until they were rescued by Ding Lao. And then, they saw the princess, who was also imprisoned in another dark room. It was the princess who specifically told them not to mention that they were caught in the palace, so as not to implicate Danyang, and even Rongfeng Palace. Click. Before the Eagle Ji army finished speaking, and before Rongfeng felt that he had fallen into an endless abyss, how would Ding Lao and the Danliang Emperor and his wife react? There was a sudden click in the palace, just where the Danliang Emperor and his wife were sitting on the dragon throne. There was a sudden sound of a mechanism. This sudden change attracted everyone's attention in an instant. What unexpected change had happened? Everyone had been frightened by the changes that had happened one after another tonight. At this moment, everyone was on guard again. Not many people saw the Danliang Emperor and his wife and the 3 old men of Ding. They all changed their expressions, and did not notice that Su Rao, Yun Ji and the people on the side of the old prince Yun also had other expressions, and their eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Obviously, this change was not arranged by the Danliang Emperor and his party, nor was it arranged by Su Rao and his party, but was beyond the planning and arrangement of both parties. Ka! Click! After 2 more mechanical sounds, in full view of the people in Zhongjia Hall, the dragon and phoenix thrones in the hall slowly moved away, revealing the secret passage below. First, light shone from inside, and then there was the sound of footsteps on the steps in the secret passage. Obviously someone was coming out. At this moment, the unexpected change made Zhongjia Hall suddenly quiet. The only sound of the flames from the burning glaze palace lanterns, and the breath-holding of the people in the hall. In addition, there was the rustling sound of the night wind blowing through the branches and treetops outside the hall. The warm night wind and the moonlight and starry sky that had already risen to the sky complemented each other, outlining the charming night scene. There was no black curtain covering the starry sky, and no thick clouds blocking the moonlight. Instead, the entire night sky became more and more radiant, and it illuminated the entire imperial city. The palace went from active to quiet in a moment. But outside the palace was becoming more and more active. With Wu Yang's support, Su Er and his team were able to move very smoothly. However, in just a short time, they had already controlled the officials below the third rank that Emperor Damyang had placed in the court provided by Pei Liang, as well as the trusted generals of Emperor Damyang in the army mentioned by Wu Yang. With only one omission. The Ding family. The Ding family was cunning and disappeared. Su Er and his team sneaked into the Ding family and the Ding family clinic. But they didn't see a single person. At some point, the Ding family disappeared quietly under their surveillance. And the Ding family and the clinic were both empty shells. After searching for a while, they only found a secret passage in old Ding's study, which led directly to the outside of the imperial city. They didn't notice it in time, and only found out tonight. But it was too late. They left the imperial city, and were in Damyang state. It was not easy to find it in a short time. There is already movement in the palace. You too. We can't delay any longer on this matter. We must enter the palace as soon as possible. Wu Yang spoke. The Ding family is not seen. If they have not left the city, they are probably hiding in the dark and waiting for an opportunity to move. Their movements in the imperial city must not be transmitted to the palace at this time. We really can't delay any longer. The safety of the prince and others is important. Emoing also said. In case of any changes, they must enter the palace as soon as possible to reunite. Otherwise, if the palace knows about it and the palace gate is taken back, the prince and others will be isolated and helpless. Okay. Su Er can pronounce the two words clearly and nodded. Wu Yang and Emoing thought carefully. But the Ding family is not seen, so they have to be on guard. Su Er asked Su Han to accompany Emoing to follow Wu Yang into the palace first. He and Yun Mujing led people to guard the imperial city and continue the search to prevent changes and accidents. Su Han accompanied Emoing and Wu Yang to lead the army to join Ying and the others. At this moment, the situation in Zhongjia Palace became more and more serious, and the situation was getting worse. It was because the people who caused the unexpected change in Zhongjia Palace were Su Wu and his group who sneaked into the underground palace. And they found Yun Muyue in the underground palace. They entered the underground palace from the secret passage of Queen Yun's bedroom, hoping to find Yun Muyue in the underground palace. And Yun Muyue was really imprisoned in the underground palace. It was because after hearing the news from Rong Palace sent back by Xiaoji, Yunji analyzed that Yun Muyue was most likely brought by Emperor Danyang to his side. In this way, in the most critical moment, he could clamp Yun Lao Wangye with Yun Muyue's life in the first time to ensure his safety. This was Ronka's most cautious thought. Little sister. Su Wu and his group just came out of the secret passage. And when they saw the situation in the palace, Su Wu immediately reacted that the secret cell where Yun Muyue was imprisoned was under Zhongjia Palace. At that moment, before the emperor and his wife and elder Ding had reacted, Su Wu called out first, attracting everyone's attention with his voice. At the same time, he waved his right hand behind his back to the Tsuesan siblings, who understood and supported the weak Yun Muyue on the left and right, quickly passing the emperor and his friends, and landed on the safe side of Su Rao and Yun Ji. Su Wu himself and several golden-clad secret guards behind him stayed at the exit of the secret passage and took precautions directly. He first ensured Yun Muyue's safety before taking care of himself. The affection between brothers is nothing more than their childhood friendship. Xiao Wu. Yun Muyue had just stood firm when he called out weakly. His mouth peeled and his face was pale. But he had no injuries on his body. He was exhausted by hunger. Indeed, as Su Rao once said, fools are lucky. The emperor of Damyang needed Yun Muyue to protect his own safety. So he never tortured Yun Muyue. He only gave him one meal every 3 days. He didn't starve to death. But he didn't have the strength to escape. At this time, Yun Muyue appeared like this, and was rescued from the underground palace by Su Wu. His appearance was considered to have completely triggered the situation in Zhongjia Palace. Whether Damyang wanted to provoke and make both Xian Qishao and Su Rao lose, or Su Rao expose the hypocritical emperor of Damyang and redress the grievances of Princess Yun and Rong Xiao. The two parties had their own purposes. At this moment, it was unreasonable for the old Prince Yun not to believe Su Rao. Your Majesty, I need you to give me an explanation now. Is what Huanyang said true or false? Why did the 8th prince come out from under your throne like this? Did wrong Danliang? From what Huanyang said, to Xiani Qishao's decisive measures. And now, Yun Muyue's unexpected intrusion. All these incidents in this short period of time show that Danliang is no longer able to quibble. Nor can he struggle to death and continue to pretend. The only way for Danliang Emperor and his men now is to show their hidden cards in the dark, so that there is a possibility of turning defeat into victory. There is no other way. The jade bone fan was quietly grasped in her hand, and the other soft hand also reflected a bright color under the light, and a silver needle was hidden between the 4 fingers. Su Rao was ready. As long as the forces hidden in the dark by Emperor Danliang are exposed, his ambitions will be obvious, even if they cannot produce any physical evidence to prove the years of injustice suffered by Princess Yun and Rongxiao. What Emperor Danliang did secretly, refining poisonous elixirs to control living people, is enough to terrify the Danliang people present. Headed by Wang Xiang, the noble families are chilled, and it is difficult to sit on the throne. This is the ultimate goal of Su Rao and Yun Ji. It is because the Danliang kingdom is different from the Yunlang kingdom, which is compatible with civil and military affairs, and is even more different from the Siamese countries, which value civil over military affairs. A country ruled by civil affairs can only win people over with virtue. If it surrenders by force, it will only treat the symptoms but not the root cause, especially for the major families in Danyang, who would rather die than surrender. The century-old family, the family of officials, the old-fashioned ideas engraved in their bones will never succumb to the tyranny. Moreover, in Danliang Kingdom, in addition to the imperial edict of the previous emperor, the crown prince must also get the support of the Danliang family to sit firmly on the throne. If the Danliang family still supports the Danliang emperor, then if they want to pull the Danliang emperor off the throne, it will definitely disrupt the Danliang court, causing turmoil in the Danliang imperial city, anger among the ministers, and boiling public resentment. Only by letting the noble families of Danliang know that Rongku is not fit to be the king of a country, and supporting Rongfeng, the truly benevolent crown prince, to ascend the throne, will Danliang not be disturbed. Acting in this way is also to make Rongfeng willing to sit on the throne. It is because Yun Ji and Su Rao both know that with Rongfeng's benevolent and filial character, he will never replace his father and become the new emperor of Danliang unless it comes to this. My father-in-law wants me to give him an explanation. But who should give me an explanation? I don't understand why my father-in-law believes in a remnant of the previous dynasty and doubts the authenticity of his daughter. I thought that at this moment, Emperor Danliang and his men would definitely take action. But I never thought that he valued the reputation of the emperor so much, which was completely beyond Su Rao and his men's imagination. Even at this time, he still acted so hypocritically. He was extremely hurt by the suspicion of the old Prince Yun, and only the slightly narrowed eyes could show how dark his heart was at this moment. The fake Queen Yun was also like this. She was weak and helpless. At this moment, she was extremely sad. She could only rely on Emperor Danliang to keep herself standing steadily. A pair of pitiful autumn eyes with tears in them looked at the old Prince Yun, and silence was more powerful than words. My daughter has been weak since she gave birth to a child. It is difficult for her to return to the country to visit her father and mother. She misses them every day and every month. She has urged her eldest son to take the place of her mother and respect her father and mother every year to fulfill the heart of an unfilial daughter. Now that my father has arrived, my daughter is extremely happy. She looks forward to reuniting with my father and mother day and night and enjoying their love again. But she never thought that the father whom my daughter longed to see actually suspected that my daughter was fake. If my father thinks that my daughter is fake, he can find a doctor to take a look. But after that, my father will just treat me as a daughter who has died long ago. Cough, 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 cough. After coughing and panting like this, the fake Queen Yun pressed her chest with one hand, and the fingertips of her fingers turned white, which showed how much pain she was in. Old Prince Yun, I have heard that the 8th Prince Yun Lang and the 5th young master of the Su family are so close that they almost grew up together. The imperial censor interrupted again, and when he said this, his eyes swept over Yun Miyue, Su Wu and Su Rao. How could he not understand the hidden meaning in his words? Su Wu had a good relationship with the 8th prince, and the remnant of the previous dynasty had been the daughter of the Su family for many years, so it was easy for her to frame and slander his Danyang kingdom with the 8th prince. and her purpose was to alienate Dan Yang and Yun Lang. What the imperial censor said makes sense. The other ministers, who had a say, also said more at this time. Your Majesty has always been kind, and has always been on good terms with Yun Lang. The queen of our country is the princess of Yun Lang. What reason does your Majesty have to arrest the 8th prince of Yun Lang? Adding to the chaos in our country, and giving the remnants of the previous dynasty such an opportunity to stir up trouble? Even Prime Minister Wang, who had only been annoyed by Rong Feng's absurdity as the crown prince, spoke again at this time. I will not say much. One sentence. Why did the 5th son of the Su family in Yun Lang come out from here? The 5th son of the Su family did not attend the banquet tonight. He should have been in the guest department. When did he sneak into the palace? Prime Minister Wang's words were very sharp. And with this sentence, he saw the rebellious imperial guards outside the Zhongjia palace. The remnants of the previous dynasty, the 5th son of the Su family, who was in the guest department, appeared in the palace. So how could the 8th prince of Yun Lang, who appeared from the secret passage, not be brought into the palace from outside the palace? Prime Minister Wang is right. Old Ding spoke last, stroking his sparse beard at the corner of his mouth, and looked at Prime Minister Wang with his protruding eyes, to show his respect for the Danyang family. With Prime Minister Wang's words, the Danyang Emperor will not lose. The Danyang family believes in and supports the Danyang Emperor, and other ministers will only support him more strongly. Even if there are a few who are wavering in their hearts, they will be firm again. For example, Pei Liang, who felt that the time was ripe and was ready to speak, quietly closed his slightly open mouth and continued to be Pei Shirlang. After all, he was the lowest in the palace and could not easily interrupt. Others are bewitched by love and cannot distinguish right from wrong. But if the old prince is also deceived, the queen will be really heartbroken. You are the queen's father. Speak again. Who is the other person that Mr. Ding is talking about? Without saying much, we know that it is Prince Yi, who is bewitched by love and has been bewitched in his heart. He is so foolish that he is unworthy of being the prince of Zhuxian. The remnants of the previous dynasty have successfully provoked the relationship between Danyang and Zhuxian. And the next one is naturally Dan Liang and Yun Lang. The purpose of the remnants of the previous dynasty is to make Zhuxian and Yun Lang both hostile to Danyang, so as to isolate Danyang. And then, they can take down Dan Liang in one fell swoop. Otherwise, how could the 8th prince Yun Lang be rescued so timely? Not a moment earlier or later, but appeared just after Xiaoyu and the Yingji army changed their words and made up such absurd rhetoric. What is the basis for Mr. Ding's sophistry to speak up for the injustice and injustice for the Danyang Emperor and his wife? This is so shameful. What is the basis? It is based on the confidence that no one present can know his disguise method, and that they can never take off the fake Queen Yun's mask. Is that so? The bright peach eyes flashed a heavy look for a moment. You are already on the verge of death, but you still want to struggle. There is a misty mountain in Danyang country. This mountain is always surrounded by miasma and poisonous fog, making it difficult for living people to live. The cool voice sounded again in the hall. Yun Ji and Su Rao looked at each other again. He said something that seemed to have nothing to do with the situation in the hall at the moment. What did he mean by this? Without waiting for the people to be disturbed again, and without waiting for Ding Lao to react, Yun Ji took a step forward. The slender phoenix eyes under the silver-black mask were now deep, looking at Ding Lao's wrinkled face, especially his evil eyes that seemed to be about to burst out of his eye sockets. His eyeballs were already protruding too much. After looking at this, he said, in such a misty mountain where it is difficult for people to live, there is a hidden family of doctors and poison masters in the valley. The Ning family has lived in the misty mountain for generations. They have no contact with the outside world and are only devoted to studying medicine and poison. After 3 generations, they have written a book called Ning's Pharmacopoeia. This pharmacopoeia is divided into 2 volumes. The upper volume records precise medical skills and treatments for various difficult and complicated diseases, and the lower volume records various poisonous insects and poisons, as well as bizarre poison techniques that make people feel terrified. 40 years ago, a member of the Ning family's side branch stole the Ning's Pharmacopoeia out of greed. After being discovered by the Ning family, they only recovered the upper volume of the medical pharmacopoeia, and the lower volume of the poison pharmacopoeia disappeared as the member of the side branch rolled down the cliff. The poison techniques recorded in this poison book include refining puppet pills that can control the human body, soul-stealing techniques that can captivate the human mind, And the most powerful poison technique is called the bone-pushing and face-changing technique, which can replace one's own appearance with that of someone else without leaving any traces of disguise. Bang! When Yunji said that the Ning family was a family of medicine and poison, Ding Lao's face suddenly changed. When he spoke every word of the following things, Ding Lao could hardly control his expression. Especially the magical skill of pushing bones to change appearance, which made the 5 fingertips of his dry right hand with a crutch turn white, and the back of his hand couldn't help trembling, and the crutch in his hand made a sound. The evil eyes with bulging pupils stared at Yunji. Who is this person? Why does he know so much about him? Could it be that Ningzhu is not dead? Isn't the body brought back Ningzhu? His breathing became heavy. Could it be that this person is Ningzhu? Ding Lao's dry right hand with a crutch exerted force again, causing the whiteness of the 5 fingertips to spread all the way to the base of the fingers, and the skin on the back of his hand turned blue with red, and there were blue veins spreading on it. The killing thought arose from his heart. The faces of the Danliang Emperor and his wife standing on the high platform changed even more, especially the Queen Yun, who panicked again and made a move. She was holding the back of the Danliang Emperor's hand, but her left hand was quietly behind her back. She thought she did this secretly without leaving any trace, but it had already fallen into the pair of peach blossom eyes of Su Rao, who had been staring at her with the corner of her eyes. It also fell into the pair of slender phoenix eyes under the silver-black mask. The tail of the eye was originally upturned, and the double eyelids enlarged the distance between the corners of the eye, which made the pupil see a wider range and see all directions. The art of pushing bones to change appearance is magical and leaves no trace of change, but it has a fatal weakness. On the first day of every month, the 7-colored spotted snake venom must be used to paralyze the whole body to suppress the pain of bone erosion caused by the regeneration of facial bones and reshape the bones. Otherwise, the new bones will grow again, and the facial features will gradually deform, and finally be completely distorted. Yunji said again. The sequelae of bone pushing and face changing are becoming more and more obvious on Ding Lao's face, which is why Yunji looked at Ding Lao so much after he spoke. The sequelae of the face changing. Bone pushing and face changing is a unique technique that uses internal force to break the facial bones of the person who changed his face, and then remold new facial bones like a clay figurine. This process takes at least half a year, and at most a year. The younger the person, the greater the chance of success. The shorter the time, and the less sequelae, like Queen Yun and fake Siam Mu Yaling, compared to the sequelae that Ding Lao has already shown. The two of them can be said to be natural, without any trace of sequelae. The only evidence that can prove them is a pair of large and deep tooth marks left in the arm after being bitten by a 7-colored spotted venomous snake on the first day of every month. While Yunji was speaking, one of Xian Yi Xiao's personal guards had already squatted beside the dead fake Xian Mu Yaling and lifted up her sleeves. The tooth marks on her left arm were clearly visible. The deep and large snake tooth marks made the surrounding skin look blue and purple. Such obvious features caught the eyes of everyone present, and they all took a breath, and even made Prime Minister Wang, the representative of the aristocratic family, look gloomy. He looked at the fake Xian Mu Yaling's arm for a long time, then turned his eyes to Su Rao and the others, and kept his eyes on old Prince Yun, who believed in Su Rao more and more. After a moment, he looked at the Emperor of Danliang and saw that he had not been able to hold back his panic, which was revealed on the surface. For a moment, Prime Minister Wang calmed down his voice. Our ancestors left us the way of governing the country with benevolence and kindness, and benefited the world. The Emperor of Danliang should set an example. Your Majesty, please lift the sleeves of the Empress to verify whether it is true or not, and restore peace to our Danliang. Your Majesty can also prove your innocence and let the envoys of Siam and Yulang see clearly that the remnants of the previous dynasty are cunning and scheming, and they must not be left alone. At this point, with evidence in front of us, can't the Danliang noble families see clearly? Or are they all birds of a feather? If they continue to act like a clown, they will only make themselves look like clowns, which will please this princess. This was a sarcastic remark. Su Rao said this right after Wang Xiang finished speaking. Could it be that the Danliang noble families are just in name only, and are in cahoots with him? The Ning family is a hidden family of doctors and poison masters. The surname Ning only has an extra compared to the surname Ding, and this extra happens to be above Jia. This means that they have abandoned their family and defected from the mountains, since the divine Dr. Ding, whom Danliang admired, has changed his appearance. Why didn't he change his name and surname more thoroughly? Could it be that he still wants to return home in glory? Continue to mock. Still arrogant and rebellious. Adding fuel to the fire. She still doesn't believe that they can continue to be hypocritical. False words and false actions. And not take the initiative to shed the layer of human skin they are wrapped in. Ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Such a wanton laugh resounded throughout the palace. The Emperor of Danyang no longer pretended. It had come to this point. If he continued to pretend, it would be just like Su Rao mocked Wang Xiang, pretending to be a clown to please others. Wang Xiang. I am the Emperor of Danyang. Why do I need to prove my innocence and the remnants of the previous dynasty? You, as a member of the Danyang family, are as partial to one side as Zhu Xian and Yun Lang. Have you already colluded with each other? Although he no longer pretended, he still labeled himself as a righteous person. His tender phoenix eyes swept over all the officials in the palace. The haze inside was full of murderous intent in his heart. Even the Danyang family had colluded with the remnants of the previous dynasty. So how many of these Danyang ministers would have colluded? What happened tonight must not be spread out. How could his reputation as an emperor be destroyed? Bang, bang, bang. Old Ding and Emperor Danyang were in cahoots. He wanted to kill Emperor Danyang without mercy. He naturally understood what was going on. The cane in his withered right hand suddenly knocked on the ground 3 times in a row. Such continuous knocking was obviously a secret signal. Huel, the remnants of the previous dynasty have deceived people. Your Majesty is kind-hearted and has repeatedly been tolerant. But I can no longer tolerate it. Tonight, I will help your Majesty to eliminate these remnants of rebellion. Afterwards, your Majesty can punish me in any way you want. Elder Ding grabbed Rong Feng, who was standing there, and dodged to the side of the Emperor and his wife. He did not forget to confess his behavior to the Emperor, in order to protect the reputation of the Emperor as a benevolent emperor. As long as all the people who knew about it were killed, Rongku would still be the Emperor of Damliang who loved the people, and what he did would not be known to others. He would still be the divine doctor respected by the people of Damliang. He must go back to his family, and go back with a proud attitude. Puff. Bang. The bright red blood, accompanied by the pungent smell of blood, swept around and filled the Zhongjiao Palace. The faces of the ministers of the various departments of Danyang changed. Whether it was the one who was planted by the old Prince Yun, or the ministers who were loyal to the Emperor Danyang, or the noble families who always remained neutral. They all stared in disbelief. But they had no time to question their majesty. They were loyal to Danyang, and had no second thoughts towards his majesty. Why did his majesty treat them like this? Why did his majesty want to kill them all, leaving no one alive? This was going to destroy Danyang. Officials with martial arts skills reacted quickly to avoid being shot. But those wives and children who were powerless fell in the hall one by one after being shot by arrows, and the blood stained the ground below them red. Su Rao and Yun Ji had imagined such a violent and brutal situation. They had imagined whether Rongku would lose his conscience if he was forced into a desperate situation by them. But Rongku and his men were so crazy that Su Rao felt even more depressed. In order to prevent the dirty things he did from being spread out and known to the world, and to keep his infamy for thousands of years, he killed all those who knew about it, and then sealed the truth. After all, only the dead don't talk much. The peach color around the peach blossom eyes deepened at this moment, coloring the corners of Su Rao's eyes. The jade bone fan spun quickly in her hand, cutting through the sky to block the arrows. Su Rao asked Cui Kan and Xiao Ji to take Wan Yang and Mu Lian, and the old prince Hu Yuan and Yun Mu Yu to quickly retreat to a palace pillar to avoid the arrows. At the same time, she called out to Su Wu, asking Su Wu and the golden-clothed secret guards to quickly protect the children of those ministers and hide beside the nearest palace pillars. There was nowhere to hide, and those who couldn't hide would use the table to block the arrows. She rushed forward to block the rain of arrows like a meteor, and also escorted Yun Ji. It's time to seek justice and revenge, and to catch a thief. You must first catch the leader. Now that the Emperor Danyang and his men have exposed themselves, if we capture them, we can control the evil dark army forces in their hands to the greatest extent. Especially the old man Ding who controls the evil dark army forces. Only by capturing this person can we ensure that everything is safe and control the Danyang imperial city at the lowest cost. Yun Ji and Su Rao had already discussed it. At this moment, looking at the Emperor Danyang and his wife, and the old man Ding standing on the second-level terrace, especially the face of the Queen Yun, Yun Ji's heart Han Machin was once again in a hurry. The bone-eroding hatred in his eyes made the arrows whizzing past his ears no longer dangerous. The face of the Queen Mother, the identity of the Queen Mother, has been occupied for too long. It's time to get it back. While mumbling these words, Yunji was still Yunji. He never let the murderous Hanmachan come out. But Rong Xiao, the complete him, to avenge his mother. The white jade finger slowly touched his waist. And in a moment, a soft sword appeared in his hand. He walked towards Emperor Danliang, and the others step by step. The arrows shot in front of him were blocked by Su Rao before they reached him. On Xianiqi Xiao's side, the guards who followed him also went to protect the couple of the ministers of Danliang, who had no martial arts skills, under the order of Xianiqi Xiao. Xianiqi Xiao himself took Xiaoyu, and the Yingji soldier, who was too injured to protect himself, to a pillar of the palace. His cold eyes quickly swept over Su Rao's side. Seeing that Su Rao was resisting alone, and Yunji was approaching the palace, Xianiqi Xiao immediately jumped into the center of the palace, and stood shoulder to shoulder with Su Rao. Just like when they faced those batches of ferocious wolves in the maple forest that year. They could give each other their backs, and fight side by side again. Prime Minister Wang, be careful of arrows. Pei Liang also shouted hurriedly. Seeing a stray arrow approaching Prime Minister Wang, Pei Liang quickly rushed over, and threw Prime Minister Wang to the ground. He barely escaped. Pei Liang's action fell into the eyes of the Danliang Emperor, causing his hanging hand to crackle. In this arrow rain killing game, Emperor Danliang originally did not leave any room for maneuver, and did not intend to leave anyone behind. Even if it was his own confidant, he would not trust or leave anyone behind. At this moment, seeing his most trusted confidant saving people in this way, and thinking of Wu Yang who was framed, Emperor Danliang no longer trusted any of his confidants. As expected, the remnants of the previous dynasty had already infiltrated his side. Every confidant around him, the tender phoenix eyes, the inner gloom was difficult to suppress no matter how hard. Yunji, who was about to approach, could easily feel that before he made a move, the imperial steward who was guarding in front of Emperor Danliang moved first. And just like the dead Minister Sun, he directly attacked with bare hands, and his fist was full of wind. The force of this punch was like a wild bull hitting. And before it got close to Yunji, Yunji had already judged that the soft sword in his hand was not enough to resist. And immediately, Yunji made a move with his left hand and punched it. The strong internal force wrapped around the white fist. The two fists collided, and the half-burned candlelight in Zhongjia Hall was extinguished in an instant. The arrows that came whizzing and came were shaken to the ground before they shot to the side. The hem of the black clothes was lifted by the strong wind brought by the collision. Swaying. In the first battle, neither side retreated a step. The imperial steward used brute force, and Yunji added internal force. However, he caught the imperial steward's punch like this, which still made Emperor Danliang and Old Ding change their faces. After all, they knew the power of the magic pill very well. Yunji not only caught it, but also was as steady as a mountain. How could they not feel depressed in their hearts? This is the confidence of the remnants of the previous dynasty. Xiaoyao Tower. Su Rao, who was paying attention to Yunji, also calmed down, especially when she saw that the person who attacked was the chief steward of the imperial court. So, could it be that the dark army of Emperor Danliang was actually the eunuchs and servants in the palace, exposed in public? Just as she was thinking this, a group of dark soldiers appeared. Splash, splash. After a wave of arrows, a group of figures followed closely and jumped out of the lake, wearing tight clothes and ghost-like faces. They jumped onto the corridors around. Unlike Minister Sun and the imperial household manager, they all held sharp short blades and moved at such a fast speed that they were a group of dark troops at the killer level. After jumping out of the lake, they brought layers of water stains to the corridors around them. The water marks and footprints left behind were like the marks left by stepping on the road after rain. One by one, messy watercolored footprints. It was a night with bright stars. The moonlight was shimmering, and the starry sky was shining. But at this moment, it gave the illusion that it had rained. After the rain stained the outside of Zhongjia Palace. And then it would also soak into Zhongjia Palace, and soak the ground inside the palace. This group of dark soldiers rushed into the palace in a flash, leaving obvious footprints with lake water, and the lake water flowing from their bodies dripped on the ground. They rushed into the palace, but did not fight with Su Rao and Xianiqi Xiao at once, but first confronted the rebel imperial guards outside the palace. and were blocked by these Imperial guards. When the rain like arrows whizzed out, Su Rao and his people had already rushed over quickly. The sharp short blade and the Imperial guard swords collided, not only sending out lightning and flint, but also breaking the sword into two sections with one blade. And the Imperial guards holding long swords retreated several steps in a row. Their entire right hands were numb and trembling, and the knuckles were bleeding. There were some who did not dodge. When their swords were broken, the short blades pierced through their armor directly, leaving deep bloody wounds on their bodies. The bright red blood dyed the area in front of them red. Some even fell into the lake, which reflected red on the clear water, adding a touch of gorgeous color. The group of more than 20 dark soldiers who came up were not injured at all. Not even the corners of their clothes were damaged, let alone being hurt. The victory or defeat of this confrontation was very obvious, even if Yunji seemed to be better than the Imperial steward. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. No matter how powerful Yunji was, it was difficult for him to deal with these dark soldiers, who were not only muscular, but also flexible. Moreover, Ronku and his men had been plotting for years, and it was impossible for them to only raise more than 20 dark soldiers. Thinking like this, Su Rao's breath was suppressed again, and his eyes were fixed on Ding Lao, who was guarding the Danliang Emperor and his wife. His evil eyes with protruding pupils were once again confident of victory. Did he think that he could rest assured without Mr. Zhu? No one could do anything to the dark soldiers he created, and no one could break the effect of the poison pill he refined. Being too arrogant sometimes leads to a hard slap in the face. As Su Rao said this, she moved suddenly, her red dress fluttering, her black hair flying in the wind, and she flashed behind the dark soldiers rushing towards her, and Xian Ichi Xiao. With a turn of her wrist, 5 silver needles shot out from her hand at lightning speed. Although the dark soldiers reacted quickly, 3 of them were still hit. The silver needles shot into the middle of their hairline behind their necks, and the tails of the needles were completely immersed. Buzz! The 5 people who were hit felt their hands and feet numb and out of control in just a moment, and their brains felt as if they were struck by lightning. They fell straight to the ground in the hall, like a deflated ball, without breath. They were still brave and invincible the moment before, but the next moment, they were eliminated by Su Rao so easily. When old Ding saw this sudden scene, his pupils almost popped out of his head. Not to mention the Emperor Danliang and his wife. Queen Yin was in disbelief. The Emperor Danliang's already gloomy expression glanced at old Ding. His phoenix eyes widened, and his pupils were stretched even wider. What's going on? You are also a doctor. This voice slightly changed color, and the shock in old Ding's heart was only a breath, turning into more depression. He did not pay attention to the reaction of the Emperor Danliang, but stared at Su Rao's left hand that shot the silver needle. He was sure of victory, but suddenly he was alert. What if it is? What if it is not? Su Rao smiled contemptuously, with a completely confident look on his face. But he was relieved in his heart. It turned out to be correct. After the incident at Fengya residence that day, Su Rao studied the blood of Sun Shanshu that she brought back. It was difficult to find anything unusual in a short time. She extracted the blood to find a solution, and then she thought of Sun Shanshu's death. Su Er only used one palm to make Sun Shanshu lose his temper. Either the effect of the medicine had worn off, or Su Er hit his vital point, which achieved such an effect. At that time, Su Er attacked Sun Shanshu from behind, and the wound happened to be on the back of the neck. Su Rao studied it carefully, and went through all the fatal parts of the back and neck in her mind. She actually thought of a fatal point. Feng Fu point. This point is an acupoint on the Du channel, just 1 inch above the middle of the hairline behind the neck, and inside is the medulla oblongata. If the acupuncture is slightly deviated or the acupuncture depth is too deep, it can be fatal. As for the acupuncture points on the human body, Su Rao can completely mark out the 720 acupuncture points on the human body, and she is also clear about the role of each acupuncture point. They strengthen the muscles of these dark soldiers, and the vital points on the body were difficult to be fatally injured. But the points distributed behind the head were located in the brain, and the brain is one of the most sophisticated and complex organs in the human body. It is hard, but also the most fragile, and it is worth a test. Even if you are a doctor, how can you resist the 100 magic weapons created by the old man alone? As long as you are dealt with, the old man's magic weapons are still invincible. From the location of Su Rao's shooting technique just now, Ding Lan naturally knew it, so he asked Su Rao that question. Both of them are doctors, so they will understand what methods each other uses, and what they think at the moment. At this sentence, Ding Lao's cane in his hand hit Su Rao directly. The cane hit from top to bottom, and a fine smoke filled the small hole on it at the same time, like a breath of cold air in winter, which is difficult to detect easily. But Su Rao immediately blocked his mouth and nose, and then moved his steps and dodged sideways. At the same time, the jade bone fan in his hand swung past, and a gust of wind swept out, blowing the diffused smoke back to Ding Lao, avoiding the attack without any damage. Snap! Ding Lao's attack missed, and the head of the cane hit the ground, actually smashing a shallow pit on the floor tiles on the ground, and cracking several lines along the edge of the pit. Ding Lao's cane is made of sandalwood, but there seems to be a mystery inside. Otherwise the cane should have broken under his attack, instead of causing such damage to the ground. After Ding Lao made such a move, the dark soldiers who were shocked by Su Rao's attack also made another move, and were once again stopped by the Imperial Guards, who had calmed down a little. The long sword with internal force infused into it chopped on the dark soldiers, but it could only hurt a thin layer of skin. Xian Ichi Xiao. Gather your inner strength between your fingers, and use your knuckles to hit them 1 inch above the hairline on the back of their necks. Old Ding attacked again, and Su Rao immediately shouted this to Xian Ichi Xiao. She couldn't get away, and Yun Ji was also entangled by the Imperial Steward. Only Xian Ichi Xiao had strong inner strength, and he was known as the first warrior of the Xians. He could knock a tiger away with a single punch. His strength should never be underestimated, although it is not as effective as a silver needle that can directly penetrate the Feng Fu acupoint to kill it. It can paralyze the hands and feet of those dark soldiers to the greatest extent, causing damage and making those dark soldiers lose most of their powerful strength. She didn't tell Xian Ichi Xiao before the banquet because she thought that if she couldn't hurt him with what she was thinking, saying more would disturb Xian Ichi Xiao. Although she was 80% sure, she still tried it to prove it. Seeing is believing. Now that she saw the good results, she told him in time. Between the flashes of swords and the shadows of sabers, the blood color dyed Zhongjia Hall redder and redder. Zhongjia Hall was finally in complete chaos, with blood everywhere. Blood gushed out, turning Zhongjia Hall into a Shura field. The living water lake outside the hall was stained with layers of clear water, which could not be drained away. The flowing water could no longer be as clear as before. It was polluted by blood and trampled by corpses, and completely turned into a pool of blood. Such a scene fell into the eyes that once warmed the sun, but now had no warm color. Rong Feng only felt a redness in front of his eyes, which was sore and red. The emperor's brother, who was not far away from him, had a sense of killing, as he fought with the imperial steward, who he never knew would be so tyrannical. The longer he fought, the more obvious this sense of killing became. The hatred he carried was the blood hatred he had felt from Su Rao last night, which had already eroded into his bones. As for Su Rao in the hall a little further away, if they only fought with force, Ding Lao was no match for Su Rao, who had been taught by General Su Lao since childhood. His advantage was the cane with a secret, which trapped Su Rao for a while. Seeing Xian Ichi Xiao and the few remaining imperial guards, who had been surrounded by the Dark Army, although Su Rao had found a way to break through, the Dark Army also knew their vital points. So how could they easily let Xian Ichi Xiao and the Imperial Guards attack them from behind? But because they took into account the vital points behind them, their hands and feet were also restrained, and it was difficult to use their treacherous body movements, and the two sides were deadlocked for a while. This made it difficult for the killing in the hall to end quickly, making the blood color in the hall heavier, and the strong smell of blood filled the whole nose, making the stomach feel nauseous and wanting to overflow from the throat. The Adam's apple moved up and down several times, unable to adapt. He saw the subjects who had luckily escaped the rain of arrows and were now rescued and hiding in the corner of the palace. The gentle and elegant men of the Danliang kingdom, the beautiful ladies of the Danliang family. The blood splashed on their bodies and faces, not only humiliating them personally, but also tarnishing the reputation of Danyang, which turned into nothingness in a day. Rong Feng turned his head and looked at his father and mother beside him. The expressions on their faces showed that they were indifferent to the situation of such killing. Killing people, or killing innocent people. Have they long been accustomed to it? But these people are their subjects. The people of Danliang. Are these still his father and mother? What exactly is the reputation of the royal family that his father cares about? Private interests, ambitions, or the desire of the world. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, rebels have entered the palace. This shout was covered by the noisy sound of killing in the palace. As soon as a guard dragged his wounded body to the palace, he staggered and fell directly into the blood pool, splashing water again, deepening the blood-red color and rendering the water. There was chaos in Zhongjia Palace. And outside Zhongjia Palace, there were repeated killings inside the second palace gate. Su Han, Mo Ying, Wu Yang and others who led the troops to join Ying and others were exposed after entering the second palace gate. They were discovered by a group of guards arranged in the dark by Ding Lao. And the two sides clashed. Half of the imperial guards were still men planted by old Prince Yun. And they acted quickly when the imperial guards were off guard. With their help, Ying and his group were able to advance straight ahead. However, in a moment, the sounds of the collision of spears and scimitars, and the shouts of killing between the enemy and us were transmitted into the Zhongjia Palace. But at this moment, this change could no longer cause the panic of the ministers of the various departments of Danliang, who were hiding in panic to avoid being slaughtered in the palace. Only the Danliang Emperor, who was listening to the news from all directions, heard and saw it. The pair of tender phoenix eyes penetrated the killing in the palace and looked directly at Wu Yang, the leader who came from the imperial garden. The slightly narrowed corners of his eyes made the originally upturned eyes slightly flat, and a few crow's feet appeared at the corners of his eyes, just like his heart at this moment, with layers of haze, gloomy his whole person. Moreover, Wu Yang was followed by someone, Yun Bo, who had never been with the old Prince Yun, but now came with his chariot and cavalry general, who was framed. Good. It's really good. The haze in his heart seemed to have a substance. At this moment, within 3 feet around the Danliang Emperor, it was shrouded in black fog. Old Prince Yun also heard and saw it. He raised his hand to let the guards in front of him separate the Suizan brothers and sisters. He also looked out of Zhongjia Palace. Father-in-law, just before this moment, I was still defending you in my heart. You must have been deceived by the remnants of the previous dynasty. But now seeing the servant beside you, I feel that I am too kind. Even when I caught the pair of rebel slaves who betrayed me and my beloved concubine, I knew that they had been hiding in Yunlang Xiaoya residence for many years. I never doubted whether this pair of slaves had looked for you and made up such lies as tonight. After saying this in the air, Emperor Danyang pulled Queen Yun and sat back on the dragon throne steadily. For the rebels coming from the outer hall, he did not show any panic at all, as if he had expected such a situation and would be under his control. I trust my father-in-law so much, but what he did really disappoints me and my beloved concubine. Such a shameful thing. Su Rao, who was trapped by old Ding, felt sick in her throat. Such a shameless person could still say such hypocritical words. He trusts old Prince Yun? I'm afraid he is too confident in their own dirty methods. Once the bone is pushed, the fake becomes real. Even the most skilled doctor can't tell the truth, because there is no trace of disguise. And because old Prince Yun has not taken any action for many years, he has been enduring until now. He snorted in his nose, with cold eyes, and the jade bone fan in his hand turned again, and once again blew away the smoke from the crutch. Su Rao took advantage of the situation and kicked in front of old Ding. Old Ding held his crutch horizontally to block, but was still kicked back by Su Rao. Su Rao immediately did a backflip to temporarily get away. Yunji's side. The imperial steward was only forcibly strengthened by the elixir. He had no foundation of his own. He was already showing signs of defeat after fighting with Yunji for a moment. Yunji found a gap, dodged behind him, and hit his neck with a palm, and then quickly changed his palm into a finger and hit his Fingfu acupoint. The imperial steward's limbs were numb, and his body was stagnant for a moment, and he was no longer Yunji's opponent. Yunji attacked again, and the palm wind brought a majestic force. The imperial steward rushed forward. His body fell to the ground with a bang, and he spit out a mouthful of old blood, and his eyes rolled back. As soon as he dealt with the imperial steward, Yunji turned his head and looked at Su Rao. Seeing that Su Rao was also fine, he cast his eyes to the palace again, but his eyes met Rongfeng's. But before they could wait for the half-brothers to fight, there was another commotion, and a group of dark soldiers came out from the side hall separated from the lake outside Zhongjia Palace. It was another group of dark soldiers, twice as many as the previous group, with short blades in their hands, and surrounded Zhongjia Palace. In the rockery in the imperial garden, a closed rockery made a click sound, and then the rockery opened on both sides. and the dark soldiers poured out. The number of this group of dark soldiers was no less than that of the soldiers led by Su Han, Moing and Wu Yang. This third group of dark soldiers surrounded all the soldiers led by Su Han and Moing and Wu Yang in one breath, not only cutting off their retreat, but also cutting off their way to Zhongjia Palace. The stars and the moon still shone with their light, not obscured by the bloody killings in the sky, and disappeared under the night. They were dazzling, clear and beautiful, proclaiming the good solar terms of Danliang, the beautiful mountains and rivers, and the spring breeze. A bright and beautiful night. Laughter rang out again in Zhongjia Hall. A laugh of victory. An ambitious laugh. A laugh of long-cherished wishes, which made that person no longer have the charm of the king of Danliang. The spring breeze of Danliang. Prince He and my father-in-law were unfortunately ambushed by the remnants of the previous dynasty, and perished together with them. When Prince He died, he entrusted Zhu Siam to Changle, and agreed to marry Changle and my Prince Danliang. Princess Changle will marry Zhu Siam and the whole country to Danliang. After all the people gathered in Rong Palace, the Danliang Emperor looked down on them, and made his final plan known to the public without hiding his ambition. Zhu Siam Prince he entrusted his orphan to Princess Changle and the Danliang Prince. Danliang and Zhu Siam became one family, and the people of Zhu Siam lived and worked in peace and contentment like the people of Danliang, and did not lock their doors at night. Such a peaceful and prosperous situation in the world was what the people yearned for and were extremely happy. These two countries became closer again after the marriage of Zhu Siam Wei Huang and Princess Rongyu, giving the people of the two countries a peaceful and prosperous era. Yunlang and Danliang should do the same. Prince Yun unfortunately passed away, and his daughter, Queen Yun, despite her illness, personally escorted her father's body back to the country. During the return trip, she found that the new emperor was cynical and corrupt, and was unfit to be the ruler of a country. Queen Yun was once the princess of Yunlang, so how could she bear to watch her motherland being ruined by the new emperor? Danliang and Yunlang are relatives, and if the two countries can be united, then the people of Yunlang can also live in peace and happiness like the people of Siam and Danliang. Word by word, he imagined the unification of the world that he had already envisioned. He would be the greatest king in history. He created a peaceful and prosperous world. His feats would be recorded in history from generation to generation, remembered by future generations, and his reputation would spread widely. Ronka seemed to have foreseen that he would stand at the top of the world, sitting high on the magnificent dragon throne, wearing a purple gold robe and a purple gold dragon crown, blessing the world and being worshipped by the world. The pair of tender phoenix eyes were filled with strong desires that the world was waving to him, and his ambitions were fully revealed on his face, distorting his complexion. The long-cherished wish that had been entrenched in his heart for so many years was about to be fulfilled, and he could no longer wait. He could not wait for a moment. When he finished announcing his magnificent ideal, he waved his hand, and all the dark troops were mobilized. Blood once again filled the air. Rich red splashed on the shy flowers that were just about to bloom in the imperial garden, brightening the color of each flower, dyeing their roots red, and even more blood spilled on the rockery to form a small waterfall, blood flowing into a river. The second group of dark troops also rushed into Zhongjia Hall. Yunji had not stepped onto the steps, had not confronted Rongfeng, and was surrounded by this group of dark troops. Su Rao, who had temporarily escaped, saw Yunji trapped like this, in the same situation as Xian Yi Chi Shao, and her eyebrows were furrowed again. The Yingji army outside that was supposed to help them could no longer support them at this moment, and they seemed to be isolated and helpless. Remnants of the previous dynasty. Even if you have 1,000 means and abilities to make Xiaoyao Tower riot in Danyang, and have been doing evil for many years, you will have to give up your life here tonight. Old Ding once again carried away his pride, moved the crutch in his hand again, and attacked Su Rao again. The chief general who came to help them was trapped, and the three leaders Su Rao, Yun Ji, Xian Yi and Qi Shao were also trapped. If they wanted to get close to Emperor Danyang, they had to kill step by step and pave a bloody road of bones to take down Emperor Danyang and end this bloody night of killing. But this road was too difficult at the moment. The protected old Prince Yun, seeing the situation in the palace, no longer sat in the back. He moved, took a step, and went over to the guardrail in Zhongjia Palace. There was a road protected by Su Wu and the golden-clothed secret guards, where the children of the ministers of Danyang were hiding from the killing. Along this road, They could go around to the palace. I'm going to kill you. Suddenly, such a voice. As soon as the old prince Yun moved, another person suddenly appeared in the palace before him. This person was wearing the clothes of the imperial guards, and the blood on his body had been washed away by the lake water. He was the imperial guard who came to report not long ago. But at this moment, he held a scimitar dagger in his hand, a weapon of the Siamese country, and the dagger was pointed directly at the face of Emperor Danliang. When everyone focused their attention on the battlefield, this person swam over from the lake, swam to the top, and then suddenly appeared to assassinate Emperor Danliang, take him by surprise, and attack him when he is unprepared. His voice was filled with deep hatred. But Xiaoyu, who was half leaning against the palace resident, suddenly widened her eyes and looked straight at the palace with excitement. Rong Feng was also shocked, and his focus shifted from the palace to the assassin, and his feet moved at the same time, seeing that the assassin's scimitar dagger was about to reach the face of Emperor Danliang. Rong Feng shouted, "Father, don't." He shouted this because he was not worried about the safety of Emperor Danliang and his wife, but about the assassin. But when Rong Feng shouted, Emperor Danliang had already made a move. He moved his right hand, and his palm went around the scimitar dagger, and grabbed the assassin's wrist. The dagger fell from the assassin's hand with a crackling sound. Emperor Danliang grabbed the dagger with his left hand and stabbed it into the assassin's abdomen. Then he slapped it again, and the assassin flew out like a parabola. The dagger was also pulled out, and a string of blood also crossed the air. With a bang, the assassin crashed directly into the palace pillar with a flying dragon circling on it. A mouthful of blood spurted out again, and she fell to the ground. The helmet she was wearing fell off, and her hair fell, revealing her face. Puff. Cough, cough, cough. It was Siam Yaling. The real Siam Yaling? She came. Ling. With a panicked shout, Rong Feng rushed to Siam Yaling with disorderly steps and hurriedly picked up Siam Yaling in his arms. Linger. Linger. He pressed the wound on Siam Yaling's abdomen and wiped the corner of Siam Yaling's mouth. But blood kept pouring out of her abdomen and mouth. He couldn't stop it or wipe it off. His left hand was stained with blood. Siam Yaling, who was sent to a safe place and should still be asleep, appeared here. She assassinated Emperor Danliang just like she assassinated Emperor Yun Lanjiu. Her appearance also interrupted the killing in the hall. When Rong Feng shouted the first sentence, the killing in the hall had stopped for a moment. After all, an assassin could get close to assassinate Emperor Danliang under the siege of the Dark Army. How could it not make Ding Lao and the Dark Army distracted for a moment? That moment gave Su Rao and the others an opportunity to join forces with Yun Ji and Xian Yiqishao and escape from the encirclement. Su Rao hit the distracted Ding Lao on the chest with a palm, and he spat out blood and took many steps back. In the end, he stopped retreating because his crutch was inserted into the floor tile in time. He knelt on one knee, covered his chest with his shriveled hand, coughed several times, spit out several mouthfuls of blood, and his face turned pale. Yun Ji and Xian Yiqishao also escaped from the encirclement of the Dark Army and retreated to Su Rao's side. Xian Yiqishao's eyes fell directly on the hall, and then he moved again, directly leaped over the heads of the Dark Army, and strode to Xian Muya Ling. Cough, 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 cough. Such coughing and panting only suppressed a little when Xian Yiqishao came over. Xian Muyaling cast her eyes on Xian Yiqishao's face. He didn't say a word after coming over, just staring at her. But Xian Muyaling knew that her little uncle was angry. Little uncle, pulling down Rong Feng's hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth again. Xian Muyaling looked at Xian Yiqishao, whose pale and weak face was tortured by drugs, and under the knife and palm of Emperor Danliang, it showed a dead gray color. But at this moment Xian Muyaling's eyes were firm and regretless. She did so willfully again. Even if the little uncle was angry, she would do the same. This is Changle. Changle's second time being willful. And also, the last time. Little uncle. Changle. Changle has failed to live up to your years of teachings. Difficult words, mixed with the blood that was coughed out again. The wound on his abdomen continued to bleed, causing Xian Yiqishao's hanging hands to crackle, and a few green vines appeared from his temples. Xiam. Mu. Ya. Ling. Calling Xian Muyaling's name again. Xian Yiqishao's inner anger made his chest rise and fall. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. Coughing again. Blood flowed out of Xian Muyaling's mouth and abdomen again. Xian Qishao looked at it, and the anger in his heart finally disappeared. He cast his eyes towards Su Rao, and a trace of anxiety arose inside, asking Su Rao to help Xian Yeling. There is no hope. Su Rao shook her head. She knew without taking her pulse that the sword and palm strike of Emperor Dan Liang had broken Siam Yeling's heart meridians, and there was no way to save her. Rong Feng was even more flustered. He also shouted for the imperial physician, and wanted to pick up Xian Yeling to find the imperial physician, but was stopped by Xian Yeling. She came here to assassinate him, and didn't want to live. Cousin! No need, no need. Linger doesn't want to end up like my father, the same fate. Rather than dying from drug addiction. Rather than being enemies with her cousin. She would rather die like this. At least she died in her cousin's arms. But it will be hard for my cousin in the future. My cousin must be well. Every word she said caused the wound on her abdomen to bleed. Xian Yeling only held on for a moment, before she died in Rong Feng's arms. Before she finished the last sentence of reluctance, she closed her eyes, and wanted to touch Rong Feng's face to wipe away the tears hanging from his eyes. But she didn't do it. As soon as her hand touched Rong Feng's face, it fell weakly. A tear also fell from the corner of her eyes. This was her attachment to Rong Feng, and her deep regret for the little uncle. She was so willful that she left two men who loved her alone in the world, and they could only watch her die like this. Ling, screaming, hysterical. Rong Feng hugged Xian Yeling tightly, but his eyes turned to his father and mother, feeling unfamiliar. Although Rong Feng didn't know that the death of Zhu Xianwei Emperor was also related to his father and mother, Rong Feng understood and knew that Xian Yeling assassinated Dan Yang Emperor. Because Rong Feng knew Xian Yeling, Xian Yeling would never assassinate his father and mother for no reason. Why? This question, a low voice, made him feel troubled. Why didn't you even let Linger go? He just wanted to try very hard to pull his parents out of the whirlpool, and not make the same mistake again and again. But at this moment, he felt powerless. He was powerless. It turned out that he could not only save his parents and his country, but he could not even protect his beloved Linger. He wanted to protect the people of Danyang, but he could not stop Princess Ronghua from seeking revenge. He wanted to save his father and mother, but in the end, he found that the father and mother he knew were so strange and terrible. In order to save an ill-intentioned old man Ding, the mother could force him to compromise at the cost of her own health, and she could occupy other people's lives for her own glory. How could such a mother be the holy and extraordinary princess of Yunlang vassal state that the father had married back? His father, the emperor, had been conspiring with the wicked old Ding for years, not hesitating to risk the lives of the soldiers of Danyang, forcibly enhancing the physical strength of the soldiers with poisonous elixirs, fighting for their selfish ambitions. And now he wanted to kill all the important officials in the court. And he, the eldest son of the queen, the crown prince of Danyang, the legitimate son, was just an illegitimate son who had occupied everything of the emperor's younger brother, including his mother, and decades of honor and dignity were just robbed. The tears in his eyes completely dyed Rong Feng's eyes, and he no longer had any vitality. He looked at the lover who closed his eyes in his arms and died in the hands of his father, and looked at the blood-stained Zhongjia Palace, which was already devastated, looking at Su Rao and Yunji again, compared to the frowns of the Danliang Emperor and his wife because of the death of Siam Yeling. Su Rao and Yunji, who had nothing to do with Siam Yeling, were silent for a breath. However, his father and mother were more upset by Linger's appearance, which disrupted their plans. At this moment, Rong Feng felt very distressed. He was very distressed. What should he do? What else could he do? His eyes were filled with tears, and Rong Feng could no longer see the faces of his father and mother. In fact, his mother's face also changed. She wanted to get up, but his father held her wrist and pulled her to continue sitting calmly. He was the crown prince of Danyang, restrained himself and restored the rights, and humbled himself. He lost the dignity of Danyang just for a woman. He was not worthy of being the crown prince of Danyang, let alone the son of Ronke. The hall was quiet for a while, because of the death of Siam Yeling. The two warring parties retreated to the left and right sides. The battle outside the hall also stopped after the rest in the hall, and they were separated on both sides to defend vigilantly. It was already halfway through the night, and the burning candles had been extinguished too many times. Some were extinguished by the rain of arrows, and some burned out naturally. The burned-out candles left only icy wax tears, solidified on the edge of the candlestick, and the milky wax oil was like a string of tears sliding down the cheeks. It was endless. Too many candles burned out, and the light in the hall was reduced by more than half. The places where the pillars blocked the moonlight were even darker, darkening the figures. Rong Feng hugged Siam Yaling's body tightly again, and his bloody hands caressed Siam Yaling's face lovingly, wiped the blood from the corners of her mouth with his sleeves, leaned over and left a touch of attachment on Siam Yaling's forehead, and whispered something in Siam Yaling's ear that others could not hear clearly. The words were spoken to Siam Yaling alone, and Siam Ichi Xiao beside him did not hear it. Please don't be angry with Linger. Prince, he is Linger's most beloved little uncle. Rong Feng will bear all the faults, and will definitely explain to Linger. After expressing his love and their childhood affection, Rong Feng handed Xian Yaling to Xian Ichi Xiao. Then he stood up and walked towards the Danliang Emperor and his wife, picked up the scimitar dagger thrown away by the Danliang Emperor and held it in his hand. What was he going to do with this move? Su Rao and Yunji frowned again. They had never expected Xian Yaling's assassination. Now in this situation, one side was the lover in their hearts, and the other side was the biological parents who gave birth to them. The death of the lover, being killed by the father, the love of the parents nurturing, the grace of education. Su Rao looked at it and pursed the corners of his mouth. What would Rong Feng do now? What should he do? What can he do? Will he really kill his father? Destroy relatives for the greater good? Old Prince Yun also frowned, making the wrinkles on his forehead deeper, and also watched Rong Feng's behavior at this moment. Although Rong Feng is not his grandson, Rong Feng comes to Yuelang to visit him, and the old princess at the end of every year. The old Prince Yun also knows Rong Feng's character. At this moment, he is also touched by Rong Feng's experience. The other ministers just watched. Compared with the previous time, when they still maintained the dignity of Danyang, they are now too busy to care about the prince's misbehavior. The king is so cruel and inhumane that he can't bear to be the king of Danyang anymore. Otherwise Danyang will be defeated by him, and Danyang will be pushed into eternal damnation. The most fundamental reason is that His Majesty actually killed them. And it was Prince Xu and the remnants of the previous dynasty who saved them, and their wives and children. Such things. How can they not make the ministers of Danyang shudder? Chilled to the bottom. Extremely disappointed. Your Highness, don't do anything reckless. Rong Feng hadn't reached the side of Emperor Danyang yet. An elder Ding covered his chest, leaned on his cane and walked quickly to the palace, stopping Rong Feng. Your Highness must not kill his father. Why? My good son. Do you want to kill your father who gave birth to you and raised you? To avenge a woman? Emperor Danyang looked at Rong Feng again with a gloomy look, and his tender phoenix eyes looked at Rong Feng, who stopped because of Elder Ding's obstruction. There was a heavy black fog and heavy colors in his eyes. If the son he gave birth to dared to kill his father, there was no need to keep him. What he wanted was a well-behaved and obedient crown prince, not such a rebellious and unfilial son. Empress Yun also looked at Rong Feng with a look of urgency on her face, asking Rong Feng to put down the knife quickly, saying that your father was also defending himself, and Changle's death was not what they wanted. Father, mother, since you are evil by nature, why did you raise a righteous son like Rong Feng? Now in this situation, tell Rong Feng. How should Rong Feng deal with it? How should he deal with it? When asked this question, Rong Feng was confused and distressed. What should he do, and what can he do to change the current situation and stop the slaughter? The old man Ding in front of him blocked his way, but it cleared his eyes for a while. Everything was caused by this person. This person has an evil mind and evil thoughts. The disaster was caused by the treacherous villain, and he must not be spared. The bloody dagger in his hand moved in an instant. A string of blood flew out from the neck of the old man Ding. Old Ding had a look of disbelief on his face, covering his old neck with his hands, staring straight at Rong Feng, breathing rapidly. Rong Feng looked at him with a look of deep hatred in his eyes. After this look, he rolled down from the high platform and died just like that. His eyes widened, and it felt like his eyeballs were about to burst out of his eye sockets. It was so hard to close his eyes. The cane also fell from his hand and rolled down the steps, making a clang sound of metal hitting the ground. The hidden mechanism at the top of the cane was accidentally bumped, making a faint click. No one seemed to notice at this moment. Ah! Elder Ding was killed by Rong Feng in this way. Queen Yun screamed sharply. and her eyes stayed on Elder Ding in a daze. After a glance, she turned stiffly to Rong Feng, looking at the bloody scimitar dagger in Rong Feng's hand. Who did he kill? Who did her son kill? Rebellious son. Compared with Queen Yun's scream, Emperor Daliang's breath became heavier. Rong Feng killed Elder Ding in such a fierce way. This was definitely not something that the kind-hearted prince he raised would do. What a prince! He finally had other thoughts. In his eyelids, there was a gloomy gaze. Even if it was his own son, he wanted to get rid of him at this moment. No one could hinder his grand ambition and his fame that would be passed down through the ages. The treacherous villain brought chaos to Daliang and bewitched my father and mother. I will kill him now as the right way. As the son of my parents, I should bear all the faults of my parents for all the mistakes made by my father and mother. What did he mean by this? Su Rao and Yun Ji's hearts skipped a beat. They looked at each other quickly, and just as they were about to move, they were too late. I saw that the scimitar dagger that killed Siam Yaling and Ding Lao also passed through Rong Feng's neck. A string of blood gushed out from his neck, and a breath of blood was sprinkled on the palace platform. The blood was bright red, and it seemed to cover the other blood in the palace, making it difficult to attract attention. Everyone in the palace looked at the Daliang crown prince, who had committed suicide. He wanted to end the slaughter with his own life. The wound on his neck was so deep that blood was flowing. Rong Feng looked at Yun Ji again. A smile flashed at his eyes, and the color of warm sunshine reappeared. The emperor's younger brother asked him to find the mute grandmother and find the truth by himself, which prevented him from becoming a matricide. He asked him to be clear-headed so that he would not be blinded by family affection and become a wise monarch. Even tonight, the emperor's younger brother still concealed his true identity for him to protect his honor as the eldest son and the position of crown prince. But he had already lost his face. The Rong family owed the emperor's younger brother too much. The queen mother owed the emperor's younger brother too much. And the emperor's father owed the emperor's younger brother and his mother more. How could he feel at ease to occupy the position and identity that belonged to the emperor's younger brother? This was the honor of the emperor's younger brother, and he should return it to him. Rong Feng appreciated the kindness of his brother. He sacrificed his life for nothing but to pay for the sins of killing his parents. It was not a pity for Rong Feng to die. If there is an afterlife, I really want to be your brother, grow up with you, and protect you for the rest of your life. After muttering these words, Rong Feng fell to the ground. His straight body smashed straight on the palace. Without rolling off the palace platform, with his last breath, he turned his head and stared at Siam Yaling. His face showed a never-fading doting. He smiled and closed his scattered eyes, with a curved corner of his mouth. Ling, cousin knows your wish, and knows that you want your cousin to live well. But cousin must give Linger an explanation. Give Zhu Xian and Yun Lang an explanation. Give your brother and his mother an explanation. And give peace to the innocent people of Danyang. Ling, walk slowly. Don't let your cousin catch up. The words whispered in Xianmi Yaling's ear, as Rong Feng died, became his only regret, and no one could understand his regret. Ah! Once again, the sharp sound resounded in the palace, and Queen Yun, who was stunned again because of Rong Feng's suicide, came back to her senses. Feng! She staggered and fell from the phoenix throne, stepped on the hem of her phoenix robe several times, and almost tripped to the ground. The phoenix crown on her bun was a little crooked because of her action, and her thoughts were messed up. She rushed to Rong Feng in a panic, knelt down and hugged Rong Feng, covered Rong Feng's neck with trembling hands, and shouted for the imperial physician in panic. But no one paid attention to her, and no one could come forward. Among the ministers in the palace, the imperial physician was a minister below the third rank, and was not qualified to attend the banquet. There would be no imperial physician at this moment, and even if there was an imperial physician, he would not show up at this time. Rong Feng committed suicide. Empress Yu was so confused that she lost Feng Yi, but Emperor Danyang still sat on the throne so firmly. His son committed suicide to atone for his father. He was even more gloomy in his heart, spreading all over his body. What was his fault? He was not wrong. Why did he need this rebellious son to atone for his sins? In the heart of Emperor Danyang, only Rong Feng killed Elder Ding, and now used this method to ruin his plan. He was extremely angry. Because of this anger, his body trembled slightly, and the back of his hand was pinched to reveal layers of blue veins, and the blue veins on his temples were throbbing. He was indifferent to the death of his son. let alone mercy to these ministers. He was undoubtedly a tyrant. You are so stupid and self-righteous. You are always so naive. You think you can turn the tide with your own strength. But you just ruined your life in vain. This voice sank. Su Rao also breathed heavily, looked at Yunji beside him with worry, and held Yunji's hand again. Rao. I'm fine. With a forced smile on his lips, Yunji shook his head lightly. Didn't he expect Rong Feng to commit suicide? No. He had expected it since Rong Feng knew all the truth. Rong Feng was kind and honest, and would not kill his relatives for the sake of justice. He would only die to atone for his sins. He knew that if he really wanted to save Rong Feng would not die like this. After all, he had never let go of the humiliation suffered by his mother, and everything he had suffered. Rong Xiao and Han Machen had an irreconcilable bone-eating hatred in their hearts. And he, Yunji, was not as indifferent and calm as he showed. The phoenix eyes under the silver-black mask looked at the fake Queen Yun, who was a little crazy because of Rong Feng's suicide. No one went up to save her son, and she could only hug her own son alone with a broken heart. She only felt such a kind of pain now. As for his mother, she plotted against his mother, separated them from her son, and even sent them to the Qin Empire as hostages in humiliation. Did she ever think that her son would pay for the evil she had done? Feng eyes, looking at the Danliang Emperor, who was still sitting firmly in the palace. Han Machen, who felt the same pain in his heart, seemed to be unable to be trapped, because Yunji also had hatred in his heart. He could no longer restrain Han Machen, and finally took control of his body again. Mother, your long-cherished wish will be fulfilled for you soon. The death of Siam Yaling and Rong Feng's suicide to atone for his sins. The final result was only to kill Elder Ding and drive Queen Yun crazy. Unable to bear the loss of her father and son at the same time, she went crazy under the stimulation, holding Rong Feng's body crazily, and became insane. In addition, it is difficult to change other things, whether it is the emotion caused by Su Rao's angry words, or Yunji, whose heart has long been clear. Although they are also touched, they will not let the Danliang Emperor and his wife go because of Rong Feng's suicide. Moreover, Prince Yi, who was holding Siam Yaling's body, was indifferent to Rong Feng's suicide, which could not offset his grief for losing his brother and niece. As for the old Prince Yun, the ministers of Danyang, and the Prime Minister Wang, who represented the Danyang family, they stared at Rong Feng for a long time, and they could not let it go for a long time. Their Danyang crown prince committed suicide. Danyang no longer had a benevolent monarch. Was it going to be destroyed like this? Thinking of this, his eyes turned angrily to the old Prince Yun, and the old Prince Yun looked at him. There was an inexplicable darkness in the eyes of both of them, and only in the increasingly rough breathing of the Prime Minister Wang could one see that they had a deep relationship. No one else paid attention to the exchange of eyes between the two, because the killing in the hall was repeated again. The death of the old Ding made the Dark Army soldiers controlled by the old Ding lose their backbone for a while. The Danliang Emperor got up from the dragon throne, drew a long sword from the armrest of the dragon throne, and attacked the hall. My brave soldiers, follow me to kill the remaining evildoers and eradicate the traitors, and create a peaceful and prosperous era. These words were misleading, and the long sword of Emperor Danliang came straight to Su Rao's face, but was blocked by Han Machen, who came out with his index and middle fingers. Han Machen clamped the long sword of the commander of the Imperial Guards, just like he did during the street riot. He clamped the long sword of Emperor Danliang with his 2 fingers, and the whole body was filled with coldness, sweeping over like an ice cave. The icy air whistled past, causing Emperor Danliang's face to tremble, and the beads on the dragon crown on his head hit and entangled, making a crisp sound. In Han Machen's phoenix eyes, the bloodthirsty killing that swept out from the depths seemed to condense into substance, causing the whole hall to whistle with strong winds, blowing out all the candles in the hall, leaving only the lanterns on the eaves of the hall, still illuminating the second half of the night. Those Dark Army soldiers who were shouting and killing were blown away by the strong wind, and fell into the blood pool like dumplings, splashing circles of falling water. Su Rao, who was standing next to Han Machen, was also pushed back 2 steps by the strong wind. Her red clothes fluttered, and her long black hair was folded up and fluttered in the wind. You should go to hell. With just one sentence, there was no kinship in the cold, only bone-eroding hatred. Han Machen moved his 2 fingers, and the long sword broke, The tip of the sword cut through the sky and went straight to the heart of Emperor Danliang. The face of Emperor Danliang changed. He let go of the broken sword in his hand and quickly stepped back and turned his body sideways. The tip of the sword brushed his right arm and cut through the moon-colored dragon rope, leaving a deep bloody wound. The bloody wound was so deep that blood flowed out, and a breath stained his moon-colored dragon robe, leaving a deep red blood mark. Seeing this, Han Machen saw that Emperor Danliang avoided his fatal blow. He did not give Emperor Danliang a chance to breathe, and rushed forward. Only a residual image, leaving a mark in the wind, fought with Emperor Danliang, and there was a lot of hostility. Seeing Han Machen like this, Su Rao felt deeply worried, but the situation did not allow her to continue to be distracted. It was because when Emperor Danliang was fighting Han Machen, he shouted, "It's time to end it." Just as he finished shouting, a sharp arrow shot from the back of Xianqi Xiao, bringing with it a fierce killing intent. Su Rao's face changed in shock. Seeing the sharp arrow approaching the back of Xianqi Xiao, she immediately threw out the jade bone fan in her hand and moved quickly to Xianqi Xiao's side. The fan blade collided with the sharp arrow, slightly bending the direction of the sharp arrow, piercing Xianqi Xiao's right shoulder, and thus barely saving Xianqi Xiao. Xianqi Xiao rushed forward and almost threw Xian Muyailing out. Fortunately, his foot was steady, so he did not drop Xian Muyailing, but knelt on one knee to stabilize himself. With blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, Su Rao came over and quickly tapped the acupuncture points on Xianqi Xiao's shoulders twice, took Xian Muyailing from Xianqi Xiao's arms and placed her next to the pillar of the palace, and said with concern, "Are you okay? It's just one arrow. You won't die." Xianqi Xiao shook his head and turned his head to look outside the palace behind him. His eyes were cold and deep, and his eyebrows were cold. The sharp arrow came from the royal garden outside the blood pool. Its angle seemed to be ready to shoot and kill Emperor Danliang. The people outside didn't see him here, so they missed and shot him. The person who shot this arrow is... Su Rao also looked over, and suddenly, the peach blossom eyes also moved, and the natural peach color at the corner of the eyes deepened. "Your Highness." The Moing and the Yingji soldiers outside the palace, who had been paying attention to Xianqi Xiao all the time, shouted anxiously. Moing was even more angry at Su Han beside him, just because the person who shot that arrow was Wu Yang. During the time when the incident between Xian Muyailing and Rong Feng happened in the palace, when the fighting outside the palace ceased, Wu Yang asked Su Han and Moing to cover him. He quietly sneaked into the rockery behind him and shot and killed Emperor Danliang. But he didn't expect that he would aim the arrow at Xianqi Xiao, although from Wu Yang's angle, he was indeed aiming at the palace. But Xianqi Xiao went up to the palace, and Wu Yang was standing at the highest position, so he couldn't fail to see Xianqi Xiao. So he was shooting Xianqi Xiao, and his target was Xianqi Xiao. The cooperation between Zhu Xian and Wu Yang was because the prince trusted Su Rao. But now Wu Yang assassinated their prince. How could Moing not be angry? This time, the old Prince Yun was also caught off guard. Wu Yang betrayed him and helped Emperor Danliang. For a moment, his face changed. Hee. Ha ha ha. This change also distracted Han Machen, who was fighting, and worried about Su Rao's safety. He was hit on the left shoulder by Emperor Danliang, and took several steps back. A streak of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. "Do you really think that my Rome palace can be broken into so easily?" This time, he was extremely conceited, and Emperor Danliang laughed out loud again. The corners of his eyes were wrinkled with laughter. "Do you really think that the magic weapon is the only thing he has prepared for this welcoming banquet? Ha! Why did he keep Wu Yang? Did he really believe that Wu Yang was framed by the remnants of the previous dynasty and let him go? Wu Yang is a smart man. The power he gets from following an old prince, who has no real power, is not as good as that from following him. The Emperor Danliang. If he becomes emperor and unifies the world, Wu Yang will have the merit of following the dragon. Who doesn't desire power and wealth? Wu Yang. Take down the remnants of the previous dynasty, and you will be the greatest contributor to my creation of a prosperous era. You will be crowned king and appointed prime minister." Puff. Before he finished speaking, the Emperor Danliang lowered his eyes and looked at his heart. The sharp arrow entered his heart, and the arrow feathers were still buzzing twice. "Help the princess, punish the treacherous, and restore our great Qin dynasty." With this oath, Wu Yang stood on the rockery, raised his longbow, and was very angry. For a moment, the soldiers he brought took out a piece of black cloth from their arms to cover their faces, and then sprinkled thick powder from their hands, which scattered with the night wind. Only screams were heard, and those almost indestructible Damyang Dark Army soldiers rolled on the ground one by one, and even the ghost faces could not cover their pain. Mo Ying, Ng Jijuan, Su Han and others also fell to the ground one by one, and their strength was instantly drained away. Those who couldn't hold their weapons fell on the smooth stone road of the Imperial Garden, making a clanging sound. The battle outside the hall stopped like this, and the Damyang Emperor, who was pierced by the sharp arrow in the hall, also fell to the ground with a bang. And he was looking down at the sharp arrow in his heart. Unbelievable. He never thought that he had calculated for half his life and hunted geese all day. But in the end, he was pecked in the eye by the young geese he raised, destroying his long-cherished wish that was about to be realized. He was also on guard against Wu Yang, and he had the Due camp preparing in secret. So how could he be shot to death? Wu Yang, Eni yelled, blood gushing out of his mouth. And he was furious, staring with his eyes wide open. But he was not dead yet. His chest rose and fell, driving the arrow feathers stuck in his heart to rise and fall constantly. His obsession was so deep that he could not die even if the arrow pierced his heart. I am unwilling. Then take your unwillingness and go to hell. Emperor Damyang was not dead yet. Han Machin bent down and picked up a long arrow on the ground. He moved his steps. It was obvious that he was going to shoot another arrow to put an end to Emperor Damyang. Wu Yang's oath. He was actually a remnant of the previous dynasty. This matter really shocked everyone and Su Rao. And the matter related to Su Rao would naturally affect Han Machin. But at this moment, this matter did not affect Han Machin. Han Machin stopped his steps and took care of Su Rao first. This group of remnants of the previous dynasty that appeared for no reason had already affected Su Rao. At this moment, Han Machin had only one thought in his heart. That is, he wanted to put an end to Ronku himself. Under the silver-black mask, the bone-eating hatred in the slender phoenix eyes, at this moment, will finally be avenged. Step by step, he stepped to the side of Emperor Damyang. Every step he took seemed to step on the heart of Emperor Damyang that had been pierced long ago. He ignored the ferocious face of Emperor Damyang due to unwillingness. It not only distorted him, but also distorted the heart that was pierced. He should die. He should have died long ago. He had lived long enough and should go to hell. The arrow was about to penetrate into Emperor Damyang's lungs. But a sharp sword was faster than Han Machin and directly pierced the carotid artery of Emperor Damyang, killing Emperor Damyang first. Such a death was the end. He worked hard for many years, but died in such a way in the end. He thought everything was under his control. But he was just a bird in a cage. How could he fail like this? How could he fail like this? Such a failure. A failure that was unpredictable. Should not have ended like this. Ronku died, his eyes wide open like Ding Lao, announcing his unwillingness and his eyes wide open. My children all died at the hands of this beast. It is my grandfather who should kill this beast. After killing Queen Damyang, old Prince Yun threw away the bloody sword in his hand. It was over. Finally over. Su Rao had long known that old Prince Yun's daughter died under Ronku's scheme. But his son, the real father of Yunji, also died at the hands of Emperor Damyang. Su Rao was shocked for a moment. Could it be that Yunji's father died in the Qin Palace during the coup in the Qin Palace because he was killed by Ronku? Not by her Qin soldiers? She was moved. But Su Rao didn't have time to think about it at the moment. Xian Yi and Qi Shao were fine. She quickly walked to Han Machin's side. When Han Machin was about to burst out with anger and the darkness in his heart was about to surge again because of old Prince Yun's killing of Emperor Damyang, she held Han Machin's hand tightly and threw the arrow in Han Machin's hand to the ground. Su Rao already knew about the exchange between Yunji and Han Imochen when Han Imochen and Emperor Damyang fought. Ah Shao, didn't I tell you not to let his dirty blood stain your hands? Do you remember that? With just this one word, the dark suppression that was about to appear around Han Imochen disappeared, and the icy cave-like gaze that fell on the old prince Yun also turned to Su Rao. The feeling of the icy cave disappeared and turned into a touch of silence. And then a warm color gradually emerged in his heart, warming his heart. Su Rao was so worried about him that she didn't even take into account Wu Yang and others who were moving outside the palace at the moment. Wu Yang's words were tantamount to pushing Su Rao into the forefront again. In the minds of others, Now all of this is just Su Rao's plan to restore the country. Whether it is Yun Lang and Zhu Xian, or this Dan Liang, they have been seriously injured. And the entire Rong Palace has fallen into Wu Yang's hands. Xianni and Qi Shao were seriously injured. All the Eagle Ji troops of Emoing were captured. The Dan Liang Emperor died. The Dan Liang Crown Prince committed suicide. And Yun Lang, with Yun Ji, as long as Su Rao wanted, she could easily capture Yun Lang, avenge her father and mother, restore her great Qin dynasty, and unify the three kingdoms. Such a plan, such a big plan and such a precise layout behind the scenes. Push Rao Rao out. I am late. And let the princess suffer and endure for many years in Yun Lang. Please punish her. The Rong Palace, which lost the Dark Army's magic weapons, was vulnerable. The shouts and clashes of weapons continued. But in a moment, the entire Rong Palace, the palace walls, and high buildings inside the third palace gate were all replaced. The sky began to turn pale. And at dawn, the night was replaced by the evening. And the armor of the soldiers who surrounded the Imperial Garden and Zhongjia Palace was clearly illuminated. The Imperial City Guard. The guards of the Imperial City are stationed in the guard camp outside the Dan Liang Imperial City. Without a summons, they are not allowed to leave the camp without permission. The Dan Liang Emperor arranged a backup plan. But now he acted like this. It is obvious that the guard camp has already fallen into Wu Yang's hands. Now that Rong Palace has been taken down, the entire Imperial City must have fallen into the hands of the guards. After completely controlling Rong Palace, Wu Yang strode into Zhongjia Hall and knelt on one knee in front of Su Rao to confess his crime. This person, who was supposed to be arranged by the old Prince Yun, turned out to be a spy among spies. It turned out that not only the Dan Liang Emperor was played around by him, but they were also turtles in a jar, and were also pawns on other people's chessboards. After waiting for so long, after they fought to the death, he acted so quickly and easily, and succeeded easily. It was really a good trick. The depth of her peach blossom eyes deepened, and layers of gloom appeared one after another. Wu Yang was planning to use her identity as a princess of the previous dynasty to make her a puppet in his hands, and establish himself as a king under the banner of restoring the country. Pei Liang pays respects to Her Royal Highness the Princess. I was previously burdened with important tasks, and it was difficult for me to greet Her Royal Highness the Princess. I have fought with her several times, and I hope Her Royal Highness the Princess will forgive me if I have offended you. Pei Liang, the minister who knelt on the ground again, turned out to be a Qin countryman. Then several more people came out, and the Minister of Rights, the Minister of Punishment, and other important officials all lifted their robes and knelt on the ground to greet him. In this case, these people were all placed in the court of Dan Liang by the old Prince Yun. They climbed up to these high positions step by step from a small official, gained the trust of the Dan Liang Emperor, and became the confidant of the Dan Liang Emperor. With so many important officials above the third rank, it is impossible for Wu Yang, a general of the cavalry, to control them, not to mention the others whom Su Rao did not know well. Su Rao had already figured out a little about Pei Liang. Pei Liang's slick mind would never allow him to be subservient to Wu Yang. So, there must be someone behind them, a master behind them. And this master behind them is not the old Prince Yun. The old Prince Yun is just a target that the master behind them calculated in the open, and used the old Prince Yun to accomplish his own things. These thoughts were just a passing thought, and Su Rao thought of what the old Prince Yun said just now, and the death of Yun Ji's father, when the Qin dynasty was destroyed overnight. Who else would know the reason except the three kingdoms? Yun Yu would not be stupid enough to tell old Prince Yun that his son was killed by Rongke. If he told old Prince Yun, once old Prince Yun investigated, his alliance with Rongke would be exposed, and he might not know what was going on. As for Zhu Xian, the one who led Zhu Xian's troops was the former king of Zhu Xian. The ones who broke into the Wantian Palace were the prince of Zhu Xian and the second son of Zhu Xian. Both of them died that night. So it was impossible for Zhu Xian to tell the old Prince Yun. Then, who else knows what happened that year? It's not Yun Lang and Zhu Xian. And it's even more impossible to be Dan Liang. So, then the only one who knows what happened that night is someone like her. Looking at these kneeling ministers of the Qin dynasty, Su Rao didn't feel any joy in her heart. But some were deep and deep. Even deeper than when she faced Yun Yu in the past few years. So deep that Su Rao could hardly control her body and wanted to tremble. Han Machan felt something in his heart, and tightened his jade fingers holding Su Rao. And his expression seemed to change back to Yun Ji. It was just because at this moment, in such an occasion, Yunji was more suitable to accompany Su Rao than him. So Yunji came out again. After dawn, the morning sun appeared. A golden-orange light shone down from the towering buildings of Rome Palace. The comfortable and warm sunshine perfectly interpreted the clear sky after the bright stars and the moonlight last night. A morning with a pleasant breeze. Even though the entire Rome Palace was in ruins and devastated, and the blood color of the night had stained the stone road and floor tiles red. The ladies and young ladies who had fainted in the palace were exhausted and could no longer hold on. The ministers of Danliang were so tired that they were already unable to cope with any more changes in the palace. The embarrassment in the palace did not affect the good weather today. The Danliang emperor died, and the entire Rome Palace fell into Wu Yang's hands, except for Pei Liang and other former subjects. All the other ministers of Danliang above the third rank were taken down, with knives on their necks, becoming prisoners. After several physical and mental ups and downs, they also knew that the Danliang, could not save the situation and face the end of destruction. At this moment, they no longer had the energy to say more, let alone the energy to think about resisting the remnants of the previous dynasty. The country was about to perish. So how could they have a home? They leaned against the corner of the hall with their backs weakly, and they were disheartened. They were powerless to have their lives controlled like this. Only the imperial censor, who had been righteous and stern before, died in the hall. He resisted because of indignation, scolded Wu Yang and Pei Liang and others for being treacherous and traitorous, and was beheaded by a deputy general of the Capital Guard Army. Only Prime Minister Wang, the representative of the Danliang family, still had a little spirit in his eyes, and he was not as disappointed as death. Even if the knife was on his neck, he did not lose his magnanimity and sat upright in his seat. Although Prince Yun in the palace had not been captured, there were guards guarding him. It seemed like they were protecting him. But from Prince Yun's sullen expression, it was clear that he knew nothing about Wu Yang, the spy among spies, and had been kept in the dark. The anger that Prime Minister Wang had previously felt could only turn into sighs. His Danliang suffered this disaster, and it was ultimately destroyed by his own king. If the king is benevolent, Danliang will be peaceful. If the king is unkind, what does it have to do with others? Then he cast his eyes on the princess of the previous dynasty, who didn't know what she was thinking because Wu Yang, Pei Liang and the rebellious high-ranking officials of his Danliang bowed to him, and he had a sense of expectation in his heart. This woman, in this conspiracy, she is probably just a chess piece. But this chess piece has been acting several times in his Danliang, and she is definitely not something that others can easily control. Danliang has not yet reached the point of destruction, and there must be room for maneuver. Wu Yang, you are actually the people of my great Qin. So many of you have been dormant in the Danliang dynasty for many years without being discovered. It must be that it is not only the old Prince Yun who is helping you behind the scenes. Is there any orphan of my great Qin royal family alive? Is there any relative of this princess still alive? Su Rao spoke with a trembling voice, because she thought that she might have relatives like her who are still alive in the world. This made it difficult for Su Rao to control her voice and keep her calm. But only Su Rao knew in her heart that her trembling was not excitement, but she was upset. As Prime Minister Wang saw, she was not easily controlled by others, even if that person might be her relative. Reply to Your Highness the Princess. Su Rao's question shocked Wu Yang in his heart, and Pei Liang already knew something about Su Rao. He looked at Wu Yang and met Wu Yang's gaze after he was startled. After this moment of staring at each other, Wu Yang stood up and took a step closer to Su Rao. Fong then whispered, the posthumous son of His Royal Highness the Prince of Qin, the grandson of the Emperor of Qin, is still alive. If he can get the help of the princess, the little grandson will surely be able to restore the country in one fell swoop and restore the national prestige of the Qin dynasty for 100 years. Only Su Rao heard these words, but she could easily feel the excitement in her heart. She was excited that the heaven would not destroy their great Qin, and that there would be a legitimate bloodline of royal men, and that they would have a chance to restore their country. Xiao, Shan, Jean, Xiao, Su Rao muttered, her soft hands drooping under her bright red sleeves. Trembling, she could hardly control herself. Even with Yunji by her side, she could not calm herself down. She felt as if a blunt knife was cutting her heart. Trembling with pain, her brother, the sensible Xiao Shan, whose eyes were clear of his inner Xiao Shan, was he like her, growing up with a blood feud? Did his clear heart also contain thousands of schemes? So, did he know who she was all along? Was the first encounter and rescue in Tiangu Mountain County a coincidence? Or was it a premeditated plan? It had been several months since the cold winter, and it was already a warm and beautiful season. But Su Rao suddenly felt that she was shivering, and the coldness went straight from the soles of her feet to her forehead, and the impact made her head feel like it was frozen in 1,000 miles of ice. The feeling of being frozen to the extreme and piercing pain was hard to describe, until Yunji held her cold and trembling hands, without saying a word, just giving Su Rao warmth. No matter what happened, he was there. The temperature of his palm was the only warmth Su Rao felt at the moment. And this little warmth, a small flame, instantly turned into a scorching flame, melting the piercing pain in her heart, so that Su Rao did not show obvious abnormality in front of Wu Yang, Pei Liang and others, thus revealing her uneasy heart. Really? While saying this, her face showed a sharp excitement again, and her eyelids turned red, reflecting the redness of her eyes, making her pair of extremely charming peach blossom eyes even more charming and gorgeous at this moment, and once again weakening the ugly sunken scar on her forehead. Su Rao let go of Yunji's hand and took a step forward. Her bright red dress streaked in the air, and she was breathing rapidly, close to Wu Yang. Where is he now? She was so anxious and excited that she almost grabbed Wu Yang's wrist and took her to see the emperor's brother. Don't worry, princess. Pei Lianfang stood up and took a step closer. He spoke in a low voice like Wu Yang, and only Su Rao heard what he said. After all, the matter of the little emperor's grandson still needed to be kept secret at this time, and he was afraid that if others heard it, the little emperor's grandson would be in trouble. Now was not the right time for the little emperor's grandson to show up. I know that the princess is in a hurry and wants to see the little emperor's grandson immediately, but there are important things to deal with right now. Although they have taken control of the Danliang Imperial City, there are still many matters that need to be handled properly to avoid causing a major disturbance in the Danliang Kingdom, which would affect their future actions. The little grandson is not in Danliang now, and he doesn't know his life experience yet. If they rush to welcome him, they may scare him. Isn't it a sin? After Daliang's affairs are properly handled, the princess will personally welcome the little grandson back to the country. At that time, she can announce the identity of the little prince to the world. He is the orthodox royal blood of the Great Qin. He will ascend the throne with the imperial seal and restore the Great Qin dynasty. Wu Yang is good at military affairs, and Pei Liang is good at literature. After his words, from the little grandson's affairs to the imperial seal, he knows everything. Su Rao suddenly understands that Pei Liang is in charge of her Great Qin national ministers lurking in Danliang. With Pei Liang's ability, he can make others obey him. And Pei Liang said that Xiaoshan didn't know his identity, which also made Su Rao's uneasy and turbulent heart recover a little peace. Xiaoshan's significance to Su Rao was not the emperor's younger brother at the beginning, but a mirror that allowed Su Rao to see through her parents' last wishes, and to completely understand her parents' painstaking efforts, and only wished her to live a stable life. But if in the end, this mirror that illuminated her heart was just a fake, and there were thousands of schemes hidden in that transparent little child's heart, how could Su Rao be calm and calm, now knowing that Xiaoshan was just Xiaoshan, a smart and sensible Xiaoshan, not a gloomy person with thousands of thoughts in his heart? Su Rao's fluctuations in her heart have therefore returned to peace. Although the unrest in her heart has calmed down a little, the depression inside has never disappeared, only in Su Rao's pair of peach blossom eyes that still seem to be lingering with deepness. It can be seen that she still has a part of forbearance in her heart, especially when she continued to look at Wu Yang and Pei Liang, who were extremely respectful to her. It seemed that they had already followed her lead and regarded her as their master. I, Qin Rao, am the eldest daughter of the crown prince of the Qin dynasty. At the young age of 3, I was named Princess Rao Rao by my father, the emperor's grandfather, and became the only honorable little princess in the Qin dynasty. Do you know why? Suddenly, Su Rao asked Wu Yang and Pei Liang such a sentence that declared her identity as a princess of the previous dynasty. She was once the most honorable little princess in the Qin dynasty. When Wu Yang and Pei Liang heard this, they were confused for a moment, and their eyebrows and eyes also revealed a thoughtful look. They didn't know why Su Rao said this, why she asked this, and what she meant. Pei Liang didn't think that Su Rao was emphasizing how honorable her identity was. As for Su Rao's intention to torment him, He just felt that Su Rao had something else in her words. Princess, what you said is difficult for me to understand. Please enlighten me. Pei Liang asked this question at the right time with a gentle breath in his heart. He bowed his hands to make a comment. And his attitude was also respectful. There was no mistake or omission in his every move. Su Rao looked at Pei Liang, who was optimistic and flexible. His charming eyes were filled with a chill, which made the pink color at the end of her eyes spread quietly. This was a muffled groan of being attacked. Yuanji, who was one step behind Su Rao, attacked without any sign. When the chill in Su Rao's eyes became more and more intense, he only saw his footsteps swaying and his slender jade fingers touched Wu Yang's body. Wu Yang groaned, and then he felt that he could not move. Yuanji's attack was unexpected by everyone in the hall, but Su Rao seemed to have known it for a long time, because she also attacked afterwards. And the jade bone fan that had been stained with blood was pressed against Pei Liang's neck. Princess. Wu Yang was restrained and could hardly speak. Pei Liang was stunned by this. What does the princess mean? Heh! Su Rao laughed at this. She grabbed Pei Liang's shoulders and pushed him to her side, strangling his throat. The sneer on her face and the coldness in her bright peach eyes were no longer as excited as before. Qin Rao is loved by the emperor's grandfather. It's not because she is the first legitimate child of the Qin grandson, but because she is 3 years old. But she is already very smart. This remark made Wu Yang and Pei Liang shrink their eyes. They understood what Su Rao meant and why she took them down. Qin Rao was not something they could manipulate at will, and they could easily control her. Your Highness, we do not want to control you. If we had such an idea, we would not have been unprepared. Now the imperial city and the palace are under our control. If we have ill intentions, we should take down your Highness while we control the wrong palace. Please understand? Your Highness. After knowing the reason, Pei Liang calmed down immediately. His words were sincere and reasonable. As he said, the entire Rong Palace is now in their hands. If they really have other thoughts, why do they need to say so much? Just take Su Rao. She is just a woman. If she falls into their hands, she will be just a pawn that can legitimately pursue the little grandson. After the little grandson is in their hands, the princess will be useless. Su Rao heard the deep meaning of these words clearly, and she understood that Pei Liang was good at speaking and eloquent. No matter what you say or what you say, he can give you a perfect answer without any omissions. Such a person's mind is extremely deep. Minister Pei is very psychic, but he also overlooked that too much is as bad as too little. The cool voice is like the water flowing down from the mountain stream. The clear spring, clear to the bottom, can wash away all the darkness in the world, and there is no place to hide. The more you say, the more mistakes you make. You two are trying hard to gain Rao Rao's trust. You have delusions in your heart and are eager to achieve this delusion. You don't know when you reveal your flaws. Yuanji opened his mouth. What did he mean? Pei Liang and Wu Yang were both shocked. Their faces changed again, but it was difficult to understand where they revealed their flaws without knowing it. Heirloom, national, jade, seal. Su Rao saw that the two of them really couldn't figure it out. So she turned her head to look inside and outside the palace. The important officials such as the Minister of Rights and the Minister of Punishment in the palace, and the Dui army and the soldiers led by Wu Yang who were guarding the surroundings outside the palace because she and Yunji's actions were also shocked. They didn't understand either. All the weapons were tightly grasped in their hands, and they stared at the situation in the hall, including the several deputy generals who followed Wu Yang into the hall. They were all alert, but they did not say much like Pei Liang. What did the princess mean? Nor did they point their swords at Su Rao, making such a rebellious move. Perhaps they have their country in their hearts, and they also have the royal blood left by their great Qin kingdom in their hearts, respecting their princess. Or perhaps they believe in Pei Liang in their hearts, and they will not move without Pei Liang's instructions. Su Rao was too lazy to think about what these people were thinking, and only glanced at the situation inside and outside the hall before giving Pei Liang a cold reminder. The imperial seal of the Great Qin Empire is also a witness to the rise and fall of many dynasties, and it can truly symbolize the unification of the world and the only token of the dynasty, mandated by heaven. Long life and eternal prosperity. Only with it can one be the true emperor. When the Qin dynasty collapsed overnight, the three kingdoms searched every corner of the Qin palace, but they never found the imperial seal that could legitimately rule the world. After many years, Su Rao heard about the imperial seal from Jin Chao. But Jin Chao was just testing her with it. Now the imperial seal appeared in Pei Liang's mouth again. If he didn't mention the imperial seal, Su Rao might still believe him. She believed that only he and Wu Yang conspired to serve her as the master, so as to welcome back the emperor's brother to restore her Qin dynasty. Minister Pei. There is a saying that cleverness is often misguided by cleverness. This princess thinks it is very suitable for you now. No matter how cold the words were. Su Rao once again swept through the Zhongjiao palace. This time, her eyes were fixed on the deputy general of the Dui army, who killed the imperial censor. Just when she was mocking Pei Liang for thinking he was smart but not so smart. The deputy commander of the capital guard army showed a strange look for a moment. Although it was just a very quick flicker of his eyes. Yuan Ji, who had already looked around, took it in his eyes, and Su Rao knew it. Her breath became heavy. And Su Rao looked at the deputy commander of the capital guard army for a long time. So long that Su Rao felt her eyes were sore. After being sour for too long, they began to hurt. And the pain was so piercing that it made her feel extremely uncomfortable and even more unbearable. After staring at each other for a long time, Su Rao finally said something to the deputy commander of the capital guards. When we parted in the palace prison, I thought that when I met Uncle Wang again, Rao would personally go to the Yun Palace prison to welcome Uncle Wang back to the light of day. I didn't expect that Uncle Wang didn't need Rao's rescue. Uncle Wang had been living in the palace prison for more than 10 years, enduring humiliation and secretly planning for many years to achieve today's situation. Uncle Wang, you have worked hard. From Su Rao's tone, it was hard to tell whether she was happy or not. But from her soft hands that were tightening as she held the jade bone fan, it was clear that she was upset. She had already guessed who was behind Pei Liang and Wu Yang. Uncle Wang knows that Rao has always been very smart. How long will Uncle Wang lie dormant? Rao must expose it. Rao. The deputy commander of the capital guard army was strange for only a moment. And then he showed no doubt. It was not until Su Rao spoke twice that his eyelids lifted up and his helmet was taken off, revealing his face. Father. After seeing him, Su Rao's eyes were dazed, and the hand holding the jade fan, which was already tight, shook violently for a moment. The old man, whose face could not be seen clearly in the Rong Palace prison, was actually only about 30 years old. It was only because he was unkempt and full of beard in the prison that he was thought to be an old man. At this moment, he revealed his true face. Although his cheeks were a little sunken due to being in prison for many years, he was handsome and in his prime. Even though he was wearing only the armor of a deputy general, the nobleness of the royal prince was not concealed at all at this moment. He was a real royal prince. He walked over with a straight body, with sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, similar to the father in her memory. Our little princess of the Great Qin has really grown up, and is smarter than before. Uncle Wang is very pleased. If my brother and sister-in-law know about it, they may rest in peace. These words were soothing and melancholy. After more than 10 years of separation, the king of Qin walked to Su Rao's side and stared for a moment. He raised his hand and touched Su Rao's head. His fingertips touched the ugly sunken scar on Su Rao's forehead. A touch of pity flashed from the bottom of his eyes, and then turned into hatred for the three countries. Looking at the scar on Su Rao's forehead, this ugly sunken scar strangled the once lively niece in his memory in the long flow of time. This made King Qin's breath even heavier and more resentful, and his drooping brows showed more clearly the hatred he had harbored for more than 10 years, which was painted with thick ink. Rao, you have been hiding in the Su family for more than 10 years, and your uncle has also been lingering and enduring humiliation until now. After years of planning and layout, we have finally come to this day. Today, let us uncle and nephew join hands to eliminate these traitors, and restore the glory of our great Qin Empire for 100 years, so that my father and brother and sister-in-law can rest in peace. Our great Qin will never fall under the long flow. Never. The hand that was touching Su Rao's head grasped Su Rao's left wrist that was strangling Pei Liang's neck, and rescued Pei Liang from Su Rao's hand. The king of Qin wanted to pull Su Rao away from Yuan Ji and bring him back to his side. Su Rao also obeyed his actions. She had no other reaction. His uncle had been secretly planning. He was the real master behind Wu Yang and Pei Liang. So all the actions of Wu Yang and Pei Liang must have been instructed by him. Then it is obvious that if she had not been sure, the uncle would not have planned to show up at this moment, but would continue to lie dormant and push her to the surface, while he continued to lurk in the dark and act secretly. Su Rao did not think much about the thoughts of the king of Qin, which could be easily guessed. It was only because of this moment that Su Rao was throbbing in her heart, and her eyes had never left the face of the king of Qin. The trance in her heart was all over her eyelids. The uncle of the prince, who was born to the same mother as her father, had the shadow of her father everywhere in his expression. In a trance, Su Rao seemed to see her father, who always liked to hug her proud father. Whenever he joked with the uncle, the father would proudly hold her in front of the uncle and show off that he had a precious little princess. Every time Uncle Wang was annoyed by his father, he would become jealous and fight with his father for her, snatching her from his arms. She would also try to please Uncle Wang by hugging his neck. Uncle Wang would be overjoyed, with a smug look on his face, and would show off to him just as his father did. Brother, look! Rao Rao still prefers to stay in the arms of the prince. Right, Uncle's little princess. Whenever the uncle asked her this, she would nod seriously, and the little arm around the uncle's neck would tighten again, allowing the uncle to feel her sticky intimacy with him very clearly. Because she pleased the uncle, she no longer just learned about the Qin dynasty from the library, but could learn about things outside the palace from the uncle, from trivial matters on the street to major events in the court, so as to understand more clearly what kind of dynasty she came to. My thoughts fell into such memories, and it was difficult to get out of it by myself, until the other hand was wrapped by the other warmth. When the king of Qin wanted to pull Su Rao to his side, Yunji held Su Rao's right hand, not letting Su Rao be taken away from him so easily. The phoenix eyes under the silver-black mask met the king of Qin, who looked at him because he pulled Su Rao. Two noble men, one strong and one young, both with extraordinary bearing and more heroic spirit, stared at each other calmly. There was no fierce confrontation, and the relative sight was very peaceful. But a kind of sharp conflict was born. Su Rao, who was close to him, could easily feel the sense of competition hidden under the peace. She just came back to her senses, and her expression changed. The trance disappeared, and her eyes became clear, but her heart was confused again. She stared at her Uncle Wang again. Her real Uncle Wang. The familiar and cheerful Uncle Wang in her memory is now like her, with thousands of scheming in his heart. This made Su Rao confused, although she had already learned from Jin Chao that Uncle Wang was still alive. And she also knew Uncle Wang's orders and arrangements for Jin Chao. She knew that Uncle Wang was also seeking revenge for his country and his heart. Even if she was in prison and had no freedom, she had to order Jin Chao to assist her brother and restore his great Qin dynasty after he grew up. But Jin Chao didn't want Xiaoshan to live in hatred, and didn't follow the wishes of the uncle, but chose to live in seclusion. After knowing that the uncle was alive and wanted Xiaoshan to restore the country, she burned the token given by the uncle to protect Xiaoshan and let Jin Chao leave. But in those nights, she thought countless times that she would use the power of Zhu Xian to kill into Yunlang, rescue the uncle, and then unite with the prince to gather the remaining forces of her great Qin to destroy the three kingdoms and drag all the executioners to hell. But Yunji pulled her out of the dark abyss, and didn't let the bone-eating hatred in her heart completely annihilate her conscience, distort her humanity, and didn't become the person she hated the most. She finally thought that after everything on Daliang's side was settled, after she had avenged her family and country, she would go to the palace prison to take Uncle Wang out and tell Uncle Wang in person that the culprit of the year had been killed by her. She had avenged their great Qin. The rebels were dead, and the three kingdoms had all changed masters. Uncle Wang didn't have to live in hiding anymore, and he didn't have to let Xiaoshan bear the hatred. He could reunite with Xiaoshan and his son. But in the end, she neglected a little and missed Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang's hiding place was the palace prison of the Great Qin Palace. It was her home and Uncle Wang's home. It was also where Uncle Wang grew up. Uncle Wang would only be more familiar with the Qin Palace than she was. So how could he really be trapped? Since Uncle Wang was trapped, he could only have done it on purpose. Today, they meet in such a bloody situation. Her Uncle Wang is the ultimate planner of this situation. He not only wants to avenge their country, but also wants to restore the former glory of their great Qin. This makes Su Rao herself difficult to understand her heart at the moment. How should she react at this moment? Should she choose to stop Uncle Wang, or let Uncle Wang go? Or should she follow her Uncle Wang and restore her great Qin dynasty together? Now they have the ability to do so. And this is what they can do. Rao Rao, do you want to go home with Uncle Wang? Or do you want to stay with this child? Uncle Wang will follow your wishes. The confusion in her heart only lasted for a moment. Only when Uncle Wang looked at her with pity again. He asked her whether she wanted to continue to follow Yunji or come to Uncle Wang's side, which made Su Rao's eyes sour again and her vision misty. Uncle Wang was cunning, but he treated her as he did in the past. This was her uncle, Qin Rao's relative. Her great Qin was destroyed overnight, and Uncle Wang planned to restore the country. This was not wrong. Uncle Wang did nothing wrong. She let go of her hatred, and Yunji also called back her conscience. She had no intention and ability to restore her great Qin. But this did not mean that she would stop Uncle Wang and impose her ideas on Uncle Wang. She had no right to stop Uncle Wang, and she couldn't stop him. The hatred that she endured was the hatred that Uncle Wang endured as her great Qin prince. And it had been the same for 10 years. She couldn't stop it just because of this. Then, what was she confused about? She didn't need to be confused. She believed that Uncle Wang would never become an executioner. Even if Uncle Wang also had thousands of hatreds in his heart. Even if Uncle Wang wanted to push her forward. She still believed that Uncle Wang must still be the high-spirited Qin king. The uncle who doted on her. Even if more than 10 years had passed. Even if they hadn't met for more than 10 years. She still believed it. Qin Rao has relatives alive now. Real relatives. Qin Rao's Uncle Wang is alive in front of her. In front of her. Let her go to Uncle Wang's side. She also wants to go to Uncle Wang's side. The corners of her mouth curved up. Su Rao's confused heart became firm. And her peach blossom eyes became clearer and brighter. And she looked at Yunji. And Yunji was paying attention to the joy that could be easily felt in her heart. After a moment, he loosened the jade fingers holding Su Rao's right hand and took a half step back. The mask obscured his expression. I don't know what he felt when he let go. But the deep love in his eyes, and the light outline on his lips showed that he respected Su Rao's choice. This was what she wanted and hoped for at the moment. She really longed for her family. Little sister. Since the appearance of King Qin, Su Rao's series of reactions made Su Wu, who had been worried about her, stare at her closely. At this moment, Su Rao made such a choice. Su Wu pursed his lips for a while. But he was not annoyed, but distressed. He felt sorry for Su Rao. Only he could hear his murmurs. He did not shout out loud, and chose to stop Su Rao from recognizing her uncle. Qin. King. His Highness. Su Rao did not listen to Su Wu's reluctance. She walked to the side of King Qin. And the old prince Yun also walked to the side of Yunji. The guards who were guarding him did not block his way. If I'm really old, I'm useless. I thought I could control everything. But I fell into the trap of His Royal Highness Prince Qin from the beginning. His Royal Highness Prince Qin planned so deeply that even now, Rao girl noticed it. Walking over and looking at Prince Qin. Old Prince Yun had a complicated expression. What's the relationship between him and Prime Minister Wang? And now, there seems to be some kind of connection between him and Prince Qin. Only in the words of old Prince Yun. Su Rao suddenly understood. Yunji's father died at the hands of Ronke, which was indeed told by Uncle Wang to old Prince Yun, which made old Prince Yun the leader in the open. Uncle Wang only needed to use old Prince Yun's hand to quietly plant his people in the dark, and used it for more than 10 years to lay out the current situation. Old Prince Yun is too modest. I was able to plan in secret for many years only because of your deep love for me. I believed you. But what I said was not false. Your daughter was indeed betrayed by Ronke and sent to the Qin dynasty as my father's concubine. You have already found out about this yourself. Your son was indeed killed by Ronke. I have never lied about this. What the king of Qin said was exactly what Su Rao thought. Yunji's father died when he ran into Princess Yun after following Yun Yu to the Luntian Palace. In the distance, a familiar figure was holding a child. Together with the panicked palace people in the Qin palace, they crowded through the blood-stained palace road and fled. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared. Although it was just a glance, Yunji's father did recognize who the beautiful figure was. He immediately chased after her. However, before he could find his sister, why would his sister in Damyang be in the Qin palace? A snow-colored reflection. A sharp sword entered from behind him, broke out of his chest, and pierced his body. He turned his head, and only saw a corner of the robe that had been stained with blood, and could not tell whose it was, and then fell in the pool of blood and died like this. This scene happened to be seen by the king of Qin, who sneaked out of the secret passage. He saw it clearly, and then he followed Ronke. Ronke met Princess Yun outside the side hall. The two had a conversation and a beauty plot. and he heard the whole story of why his great Qin was destroyed. I am still alive today, and I have to thank the old Prince Yun for his protection over the years. Although this was intentional, I was able to hide safely in the Qin palace with the help of the old prince. But I still want to thank the old prince for his kindness. If it weren't for the old prince's protection, I would not have been able to live safely for more than 10 years, let alone set up this situation in secret. Slightly leaning forward, the king of Qin bowed to the old Prince Yun. He was grateful for the protection of the old Prince Yun, and his heart was sincere. When he expressed this gratitude, his sword eyebrows also softened. Although the favor between the old Prince Yun and him was calculated by him, he was also grateful, and would not forget this favor. The king of Qin was able to hide safely in the palace prison for more than 10 years. Not because Jin Chao told Su Rao that the king of Qin was arrested as a minister of the great Qin, but because another confidant of the king of Qin exchanged identities with the king of Qin, so that he survived. The king of Qin also knew that the most dangerous place was the safest place. If he escaped, he would be hunted all over the city, and the possibility of escaping was very small. Instead of hiding here and there, it was better to hide under their noses and hide in the Qin palace, which he was most familiar with. The only way at that time was to mingle among the arrested court officials and be imprisoned in the palace prison. In this way, the king of Qin hid in the palace prison and survived. After the Yunlang vassal state moved its capital to the Qin dynasty, he secretly asked the old Prince Yun for the truth about the death of Yunji's father and the experience of Princess Yun. He told the old Prince Yun his true identity, and frankly, he wanted to ask for help from the old Prince Yun. If he could kill Rongke, the real traitor and the culprit, and avenge the blood hatred for the Qin dynasty, he would die with peace of mind if he could achieve this long-cherished wish. The old Prince Yun loved his children deeply. After hearing about the experience of his two children, he knew that what the king of Qin said was true after several investigations. His beloved daughter was framed by a fraudulent marriage, tortured several times in Danliang, and finally sent to the Qin dynasty as a concubine in humiliation. In the end, she committed suicide because she was ashamed to face it. His beloved son was killed tragically in the Qin palace by a sword. How could the old Prince Yun still have reason to think more? Just like this, old Prince Yun fell into the trap of King Qin. All his schemes in Danliang over the years had served King Qin well and led to the current situation. Today, I want to avenge the destruction of the Qin dynasty and restore its glory. None of the rebellious ministers and the 3 vassal states will be able to escape. But I am not a person who repays kindness with enmity. I will not make things difficult for you because of the protection that the old prince has given me. I just have to ask the old prince to stay in the side hall of Rong Palace for the time being. When everything is over, I will definitely send the old prince back to the country. Here he said again, still gentle and grateful. And the king of Qin also looked at Su Rao beside him again. He saw that she was still reluctant to leave his eyes on him, for fear that if she was absent-minded and blinked, the uncle in front of her would disappear. And all this was just her illusion. With a compassionate look again, the king of Qin's big hand holding Su Rao's wrist also directly held Su Rao's soft hand, telling Su Rao that the uncle was by her side. Afterwards, King Qin turned his gaze to Yunji again. He looked straight at Yunji again. He seemed to know who Yunji was, what his relationship was with old Prince Yun and Su Rao, and what it had to do with Danliang. Seeing that Yunji's eyes were always fixed on Su Rao, even if Su Rao chose him as his uncle, Yunji was not annoyed or sad at all. Instead, he loved Su Rao even more. Although Yunji's face was covered by a mask, King Qin could see Yunji's expression in just one glance. His eyes were full of tenderness, like an endless stream. Wherever the stream passes, it is endless and boundless. Such a love. My child, you are the only beloved grandson of old Prince Yun, and the only orthodox bloodline of Danliang. The love between you and Rao Rao is also extraordinary. Without hiding anything from the ministers of Danliang in the palace, the king of Qin revealed Yunji's identity. His gentle and docile eyes, at this moment, once again gave rise to a hazy feeling, and the mist in his heart also misted his expression. He was no longer the uncle with an open mind in Su Rao's memory, but the king of Qin, who had carried the hatred of destroying his country for more than 10 years. I don't want to be your enemy, and I'm sure you don't want to be my enemy and make things difficult for Rao Rao. Let Wu Yan go, and I'll just recognize you as my nephew-in-law. In the current situation of Danyang, whether I want to kill people or keep these loyal ministers is up to you to decide. If you can make them surrender, then the killing in Danliang can stop this morning. And there is no need to add more debris. The king of Qin intended to let Yunji decide the survival of Danyang. Whether Danyang would be completely stained with blood like the Qin dynasty back then. All depends on Yunji. Uncle Wang. This word was muttered. Su Rao frowned, still staring at the king of Qin's surrounding vision. The clarity of her heart reflected the figure of Uncle Wang in her eyes, which looked extremely clear, as if Uncle Wang had a light around him, illuminating him in her eyes. Uncle Wang had such intentions. She forced Uncle Wang out from the dark. Uncle Wang was telling her clearly that he could let Rao Rao do the work for the restoration of the country. So now, he would use Yunji to take down Danliang, which was his most lenient means. Su Rao's murmurs. King Qin didn't know if he heard it, but he never looked at Su Rao again, but still fixed his eyes on Yunji. To be precise, it fell on Yunji's silver-black mask, the mask that concealed his true identity for more than 10 years, and also the cage that kept Han Machen in the dark for more than 10 years. If it was taken off today, then Han Machen would bid farewell to the darkness from now on. But Yunji would bear the responsibility of a country, the survival of a country that only made Han Machen and Rong Xiao hate it so much that they only wanted to destroy it. After a breath, the palace regained its tranquility, a tranquility that belonged only to Yunji. Even Su Rao could not break Yunji's tranquility and make a decision for him, even though Su Rao knew clearly and was more certain that Yunji would never take over Danyang. Because this Danyang country brought Rong Xiao a dark time of being separated from his mother and imprisoned in the dark underground for 6 years since birth. And it was also the dark nightmare that prompted Han Machen to appear. Yunji was kind-hearted to stay in Danliang, but he was kind-hearted to protect Danliang's safety, not to imprison himself here again. Su Rao understood all these in her heart. She understood them all, but she could not decide for Yunji just because she understood them. And she would not decide for Yunji. The Danliang Emperor Rongke, who was deeply in love with Empress Yun throughout his life, only had 2 sons with Empress Yun. The eldest son lived, but the second son died. In fact, for him who was ambitious and only wanted to unify the world and go down in history, he only needed a loving and kind empress and an obedient and sensible legitimate son, so as to shape his image as a good husband and a good father, and even a good king, to be praised by the world and make his reputation spread. As for the other legitimate descendants of the Rong family, the king and the court, Rongke took this opportunity to get rid of them when he got rid of the Xiao family. Now, Rong Feng committed suicide, and Rongke is also dead. The Danliang Rong family, the legitimate lineage, now only has Yunji, the orthodox royal bloodline. No matter how much he wants to avoid it, he can't avoid it. Since he can't avoid it, he can only face it calmly. Rao Rao, don't worry. It's all right. The charming peach blossom eyes shifted from King Qin to Yunji, and the concern and care in her heart told Yunji that he only needed to think about what he wanted and not to imprison himself for her. This made the tranquility around Yunji disappear in an instant. And Han Machen, who was sleeping in his heart again, did not wake up again because of King Qin's intention. Yunji was still Yunji, and would only be Yunji. The phoenix eyes under the silver-black mask were as light as the breeze in early summer. The breeze was free and free of desires. It glanced at Wu Yang, who was still frozen and unable to move, and then turned to the grandfather and the ministers who were captured in the palace. The grandfather's eyebrows became darker and darker, and when he looked at the king of Qin, his grandfather was even more gloomy. Grandfather never wanted him to take over Danyang. Danyang only had hatred for him. And those pure ministers of Danyang, those important ministers of Danyang above the 3rd rank with cold and thorough hearts, had fluctuations in their dead eyes. Their eyes were all stunned, and looking at him, their faces were full of life, including Prime Minister Wang. His eyes fell directly on Yunji, and after a glance, he focused on the old Prince Yun. But before he could think about it, he asked the old Prince Yun something. Pei Liang, who was rescued by the king of Qin, raised his hand to invite the old Prince Yun to stay in the side hall of Rong Palace first. And his Prime Minister Danyang and those ministers were also invited to go down by the capital guards and locked up first. Their life and death were waiting for Yunji's decision. The king of Qin had already ordered that the capital guards acted sharply, and would not give them the opportunity to hear more and know more. The only beloved grandson of the old Prince Yun, the orthodox bloodline of their Danliang. What's going on? What's going on? The beloved grandson of the old Prince Yun is Yunlang Jiyue, the famous Jiyue prince, who can fight thousands of troops alone. How can he be the orthodox bloodline of Danyang? And Jiyue prince has died long ago. How could it be? In his heart, this thick and inexplicable doubt that arose in an instant. But at this time, he could not get an answer. Old Prince Yun and the ministers of various ministries were all taken away, as were the families of the ministers of various ministries, including Shaoxi, Chui Qian, and Huan Yang. With Su Rao's final approval, they followed old Prince Yun to leave. Little sister, brother, we won't leave. Only Su Wu didn't want to leave like this. He just shouted that he wanted to accompany his little sister. Su Wu was twisted. The deputy general of the Capital Guard Army, who wanted to suppress him, couldn't force him. So he had to look at the king of Qin to ask, "Fifth brother, if you don't leave, what about your good brother Xiao Ba? He has already fainted from hunger." Su Rao said with a smile without King Qin asking. The rescued Yun Mu Yu had already fainted from hunger. "Fifth brother, you have to go and take care of him. If he doesn't eat something, Yun Mu Yu will really starve to death." Su Rao meant this. Su Wu looked at Yun Mu Yu, who was still limp beside the pillar of the palace with his head hanging down and had fainted for a long time. He was tangled in his heart, and looked at Su Rao's eyes for several times. In the end, he still carried Yun Mu Yu down. However, Su Wu still emphasized several times to Su Rao before leaving. "When Xiao Ba wakes up, fifth brother will come back to accompany little sister. Little sister, how this Tan Liang has nothing to do with my Su family. You are my Su family's daughter. You must remember your identity. If you dare to hurt yourself, grandfather and others will not agree." This sounds like it was said to Su Rao, but in fact it was said to the king of Qin. "Even if you are my younger sister's uncle, if you dare to hurt my younger sister, my Su family's daughter, my entire Su family will support my younger sister." At this moment, Su Wu had no concerns about the survival of the Su family, and he was not afraid of being known by others. This is the Su family's pampering of their daughter for many years. Su Wu also left with Yin Miyue, and the Zhongjia Hall was emptied like this. In the end, only the bodies of the injured Prince Yi of Zhuxian and Siam Mu Yaling were left. The Zhuxian royal family, the mad Tanliang fake Queen Yun who was still holding Rong Feng, and the bodies of Rong Feng and Rong Ke, the father and son, the dead Ding Lao, the Tanliang royal family, and Yun Ji and Su Rao, the bloodlines of the three vassal states, and the bloodline of the Qin dynasty that destroyed the Qin dynasty gathered here to make the final conclusion. The golden-orange light in the morning also changed into a golden color as the sun rose higher, hanging high in the sky. The comfortable morning breeze also passed quietly with the passage of time, becoming warmer, blowing over the red flowers in the imperial garden. Swaying gracefully, old Prince Yun was invited to a side hall, and Xiao Ji, Song Can, and the other three followed him. With their following, Pei Liang also knew that they were protecting old Prince Yun closely. Not only did he not say much, he also ordered the Dui army to carry Huan Yang and Mu Lian in. And Su Wu and Yun Miyue were also locked up in this side hall, without separating them for guarding. The thoughtful Pei Shirlang also thoughtfully asked someone to prepare digestible lean meat porridge for Yun Miyue. He also prepared some food for old Prince Yun and the others. After a sleepless night, the prince took a good rest after dinner. After arranging all this, he respectfully made a statement to the old Prince Yun. "Your Majesty, please accept this. I will take my leave first." Even though the old Prince Yun did not say a word to Pei Liang, Pei Liang knew that the old Prince Yun would not give him a cold face. But he was still respectful to the old Prince Yun. And after the ceremony, he left the hall. He also ordered the guards not to neglect the old Prince Yun, and then returned to Zhongjia Hall. As soon as he stepped onto the steps outside Zhongjia Hall, Yun Ji's decision was also heard in Zhongjia Hall. Pei Liang took another step and stopped for a moment. Yun Ji has only this broken body, and he is favored by the prince. Yun Ji was born not to pursue fame or profit. The only thing he wants in this life is to hope that one person can be safe and have a smooth life. As for this huge country, Yun Ji can't bear it, and he is unwilling to bear it against his will. After a short moment of thinking, Yun Ji answered King Qin in this way. His words showed his coldness in his heart. He was never a good person. He did not want innocent people to suffer disasters, and he did not want to create more Hanmachen and Qin Rao. But having such an idea in his heart did not mean that he would sacrifice himself for it. Just as Su Rao knew Yunji, he would not take over Danliang. Yunji never took off the silver-black mask on his face. Su Rao originally said that after entering Rong Palace, she would take off this mask for Han Machan and remove the darkness for Han Machan. But now, the price of removing this darkness would make Han Machan fall into a dark nightmare again. And Rong Shao would step into the dark underground for 6 years again, returning to his childhood when he could only see a ray of moonlight. So, Yunji was unwilling, and he never wanted to. Yunji made this choice. After saying this, he did not let Wu Yan go. I don't know if he ignored another request of the King of Qin, which was to recognize him as his nephew's son-in-law. Or Yunji was not thinking about unblocking Wu Yang's acupuncture points at this time. Huh? The King of Qin breathed heavily for a moment. Yunji's decision and answer were somewhat beyond his expectations. Yun Langji, the prince, can fight against thousands of troops alone. His heart is kind. Whether it is the battle between Zhu Xian and Yun Lang, he went to the border of the two countries to resolve the war, or the secret actions in Danliang, he intended to push Rong Feng to the throne and protect Danliang from danger. It can be seen that he has a heart of love. But now, why did he make such a choice? The King of Qin was confused. How much he thought in his heart made his expression change in a breath. And there was a dark color in his eyes, which was dark and difficult to understand. What went wrong? Cough. With this cough, Xianyi Qishao covered his injured shoulder with his big hand and walked down from the palace. He looked for a long time before making such a move. His dull eyes fell on Su Rao, who frowned again because of the momentary reaction of the King of Qin. Her uncle used Yunji to control Tanliang's mind, which made her feel more uncomfortable than using her. The Great Qin Kingdom. His Royal Highness the King of Qin promised Yun Langji the identity of the nephew-in-law of the Crown Prince Yu. Want to use the reputation of Yun Langji Yu's son to make them surrender, so that he can easily control the officials of Danliang and take over Danliang. Then I don't know what means he will use against me, since he has never killed me. Can he promise the identity of this niece's son-in-law to make me willing to give in? Xianichi shouted this. Just Wu Yang assassinated him. And now the King of Qin is using Su Rao and Yunji as a plan. For some reason, he made the King of Qin's thoughts clear, although he has clearly told Su Rao what the King of Qin did after he appeared. But now, Xianichi Shao still made such a fuss. Obviously, he should not say such words. But he said such words. And this time, it sounds like a strong intention to sow discord. The upper eyelids cover 1/3 of the pupil, which makes his mind difficult to be easily seen. But now it is so easy to feel. This kind of him also makes Su Rao frown more. But Yunji, in his heart, was moved. Xianichi Shao's love for Su Rao, his lingering affection, is more of a hidden meaning in his heart. When he admitted it, he was open and unconcealed. And after they parted, there was no possibility for him and Su Rao. So he kept this affection in his heart forever. Unlike Yunji, although Yunji's affection for Su Rao is also lingering and silent. Under such emotions, what is hidden is the surging, vast and hot. Because of such affection in his heart, Yunji can easily feel the feelings of Xianichi Shao, and know why he said this. He meant to remind Su Rao that Rao's uncle Wang may not be as frank as he showed. If it was just for revenge and restoration of the country, why didn't he show up earlier? But push them out? His actions would ruin Rao's reputation, and make him a notorious name for destroying the world for the restoration of the country. If he was really the uncle who doted on Rao, even if he had thousands of hatreds in his heart, he would still consider Rao's reputation, unless the hatred in his heart had already fogged their family affection. And the cherished family affection was just a use of his obsession with restoration of the country. So he would always be dormant in the dark. All Siamese countries. Prince E. Ha! The King of Qin changed at that moment. He laughed out loud at the words that seemed to sow discord between Siam Yi and Qi Shao. After laughing, he did not say much to Siam Yi and Qi Shao, but turned his head to look at Su Rao again, and also smiled at his niece. Just like when he played with Su Rao in childhood, and amused the little niece, who always liked to act like a little adult with a serious face with interesting things on the streets outside the palace. Does Rao also feel that Uncle Wang is no longer Uncle Wang? Looking at Su Rao with a smile for a moment, he asked this question just now. There was no sadness on his face, but he was very frank. He used Rao, and he also wanted to use Yunji. using Rao Rao to affect Yunji. Even so, what can he do? His great Qin was destroyed overnight. And what he did now was not right. If Rao Rao was separated from him because of this, he would not blame her. After all, Rao Rao grew up in the doting of a family, like the Su family, for more than 10 years. The hatred in her heart may have faded and forgotten. But he could not forget. Every day and night in the palace prison, he personally felt the wrong soul surrounding his great Qin palace. So he should not forget the national shame. Uncle Wang. Obviously, the king of Qin was very frank and showed that he would never blame Su Rao. But Su Rao suddenly felt very bitter in his heart, breathless, and had a feeling of heart attack. It was because Su Rao could understand. She could personally understand Uncle Wang's feelings at the moment. She had been like this before. To achieve her goal, she could do whatever it took. Even if it meant marrying Xian Ichi Xiao. She would not regret it. So even if she knew what Uncle Wang did, she would not use Qin Rao's identity to stop Uncle Wang. But Yunji was different. Yunji had made his choice. He said he didn't want to. Then no one could force him. Not even Qin Rao. Uncle Wang can't do that either. Uncle Wang. Is it Uncle Wang? Rao Rao. What Prince he said was to sow discord. And what I said about Su Rao's brother was also to sow discord. Su Rao had not yet expressed her attitude and replied to her Uncle Wang. But this extremely angry voice came from afar. A figure strode over, wearing a dark blue armor. And the tip of his spear was still stained with blood. He appeared on the other side of the blood pool outside Zhongjia Hall, and shot a Dui soldier who was running over here with a spear. The Dui soldier who ran over to report the news and shouted, fell to the ground and died before the words reached his throat. The spear was pulled out from the Dui soldier's back, bringing a string of blood across the air and falling to his feet. A blood-red stone road was splashed again. At the same time, the barrel of Su Da's gun also slammed on the stone slab, shaking the stone slab to crack. From a distance, it looked brave. For a long time, everyone said that among all the men in the Su family, only Su Heir was the most like General Su. But at this moment, this eldest brother who appeared on the other side, Su Rao's biological eldest brother, felt more like the old Prince Su. There was only one difference. General Su had a 1,000-pound sword in his hand, sweeping across the battlefield, and no one could break through. While the eldest brother, with a long spear, was full of bravery. He took another step and strode over from the spiral corridor. With a big step, the dark blue cloak fluttered in the air, and he wore a general's feather crown on his head, with the style of a general. Charge! Follow me to kill the enemy. Behind him, a group of Yulang soldiers, led by the rough boy, also rushed out of the imperial garden without any signs, once again messing up the Danliangrong palace, and causing such a change again. Although the Dui army was numerous, they were no match for the Yulang army, which could defeat 100 with one man. Only when the Yulang army was so orderly that only the sound of footsteps could be heard. The sound of military boots stomping on the ground shocked the hearts and souls, and the Dui army was about to give up. The rough boy and his men chased, and the Dui army could not hold on and retreated, all the way back to the blood pool, with no way to retreat. Ha ha ha, little soldier. You are bragging about yourself, showing off your hammer in front of your rough grandfather. You are so proud. Look at your rough grandfather's hammer. What is called showing off your hammer? The rough kid said this in a rough and vulgar country language, and swung the hammer in his hand vigorously. After one hammer, a figure spurted out a mouthful of blood and flew out. After another hammer was swung out, there was another plop, and then fell into the blood pool like a dumpling, adding endless blood-red color, dyeing the blood pool red again, rich and bloody. Ah! 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 On the third palace wall, those Dui soldiers, who had already occupied this place, also rolled down from the wall one by one. Another group of people, led by Su Dan, occupied this high wall and turned the tables. This sudden change was also like the action of the Dui soldiers not long ago, and they were more swift than the Dui soldiers. But in an instant, before he could even react to what was happening, the Danliangrong palace had already changed its owner again. With such a sudden situation outside, the expression on the face of the king of Qin in the palace changed in an instant, and he shrank his lower eyes fiercely. Then, his eyes felt more and more like a change. A change because Su Da had arrived with his troops and disrupted the situation he had planned in such a short period of time. Big brother. Su Rao also looked outside the palace. And her eyes also fell on the big brother who appeared. And her expression changed. Especially seeing Su Da striding over like this. As soon as he stepped outside Zhongjia Palace, Pei Liang wanted to stop him. But Su Da's long spear directly picked him up and threw him into the blood pool. Splashing the blood pool, Pei Liang plopped in the pool a few times. And before he could stand firmly, he was tripped by the corpse in the pool and plopped in the pool again. Great Qin. King Qin. Are you worthy of being Rao's uncle? After dealing with Pei Liang, the roadblock, Su Da went straight into Zhongjia Palace with a spear. And the tip of the spear was pointed directly at King Qin's face. And the anger around him became more intense. The Great Qin Imperial City is so high that it reaches the sky. If there is no insider to open the convenient gate to lead them in, how can the three vassal states easily attack it and attack the Qin Palace? A concubine in the Deep Palace. No matter how favored she is, I am afraid she does not have the ability to open the gate of the Imperial City. Brother? Su Da questioned. And because of what he said before, Su Rao wanted to walk quickly to Su Da's side. Brother? What is he talking about? What does he mean by this? As soon as she moved her feet, the soft hand that had been held by the King of Qin was pulled by the King of Qin. She staggered for a while. And Su Rao did not leave the King of Qin. Just after being pulled back by the King of Qin. Before Su Rao could react, she was shackled by the King of Qin's iron arm. His big hand pinched Su Rao's slender white neck, and took the jade bone fan from Su Rao's hand and threw it away. The King of Qin did not hesitate at all when doing this. He acted so quickly and decisively. It was even more unexpected. Rao! Rao! Ah! Rao! The two shouted in unison. Yunji and Xian Ichi Shao were about to move. But the King of Qin's hand holding Su Rao's neck suddenly increased the strength in his hand. Su Rao's face immediately turned red. And the red spread from her fair neck to her face. And in a moment, it turned blue and red, making her pair of charming peach blossom eyes. And the red at the end of her eyes even darker. Yunji and Xian Ichi Shao had to stop their steps. Su Da's hurried steps also stopped for a moment. And the spear in his hand pointed directly at the King of Qin's face. His expression became more anxious. How dare he hurt his little sister? Uncle Wang, compared to Yunji and the other two who were anxious at once. Su Rao's reaction was not fast enough at that moment. Then she turned her sight away. Her neck was strangled. But she still turned her head to look at Uncle Wang who was holding her. And to look at him again. Her bright peach eyes and charming eyebrows were filled with a strong color. The rich red color was like a drop of blood that had just dripped from the tip of Su Da's spear into the hall. The red color was dazzling. Uncle Wang. When Su Rao called again, her breathing became heavy, but her face was cold and lonely. So quiet that it was hard to describe. She was lonely and desolate, especially when she stared at the King of Qin, her own uncle, who had just treated her like a beloved uncle in her childhood, and now held her hostage like this. His expression finally changed. The dark and deep change. The deep change made Su Rao feel unfamiliar. Who? Su Rao's gaze was hard to ignore, and it was impossible to neglect it. The King of Qin finally made such a heavy sound in his nose, especially when Su Rao tilted her head to look at him regardless of whether her neck was injured. Her gaze, this gaze that was staring at him directly, was more difficult to accept than the gaze she had given him when she first met him. The uncle, not long ago. Although her face was calm, the King of Qin could still easily sense the mind hidden under Su Rao's calmness. He could see it clearly. Su Rao felt unbelievable and confused. She couldn't believe his actions. She didn't understand why he had changed like this. He didn't make any excuses or defend himself. He just attacked her and confessed. The uncle and nephew looked at each other, and it felt like a long time had passed. But in fact it was only a moment. The King of Qin then said why he had held Su Rao like this. Rao is very smart. She has been in the military family of the Su family for more than 10 years. If Uncle Wang had not captured Rao in the first place, I am afraid that Rao would not give Uncle Wang this opportunity again, and would not be on guard against Uncle Wang at all. Although Su Rao was captured, King Qin's attitude toward Su Rao was still gentle and loving. Rao, if you had been in prison for more than 10 years, waiting day and night for such an opportunity, a plot, you would understand Uncle Wang. Rao doesn't understand. Su Rao directly blocked the rest of King Qin's words. Her deep voice revealed a dark and cold feeling. Cold and heartless. What would she understand? She would understand how difficult Uncle Wang's plot was, how long Uncle Wang had been planning for this day, and she should also understand that Uncle Wang's plot was about to succeed, but was ruined by the sudden appearance of his eldest brother. So, he could only and must hold her hostage like this. If this is the case, she can understand the intention of Uncle Wang, understand Uncle Wang's methods, and understand that he has endured humiliation for more than 10 years. And it must be difficult for him to trust others, even her niece. But Uncle Wang held her hostage like this, and he did not hesitate at all when he held her. Is it really just because of these? Or is it because of the appearance of the eldest brother, who not only took down the Dui army, but also said such words, which made her feel that she was pushed into the abyss by a black hand from the back? And this black hand was her own uncle. If this is the case, she will never understand. If you don't understand, then don't understand. Rao doesn't understand at this time, or doesn't want to understand. Uncle Wang won't force Rao. When Uncle Wang revives my great Qin dynasty, in the Imperial Temple, Rao will see hundreds of wronged souls and thousands of heroic spirits of the Qin family. And I think she will understand. After saying this, there was no other explanation to Su Rao for what Su De had shouted. Why did Su De shout out such words? It sounded like he had colluded with the vassal states to open the gates of the Qin imperial city and let them in, which led to the Qin being easily conquered and destroyed. His niece would understand. And if she didn't understand, then it would be meaningless to defend herself. The loving eyes finally changed and turned into deepness. She no longer cared about Su Rao's feelings at the moment. Her eyes swept over Su De, who was surrounded by the shadow of General Su with Yunlang Huhufu in the hall. He saw his men outside the hall. No matter how hard he tried to train them, they were so vulnerable when facing the brave army that had really fought on the battlefield. They were taken down in just 3 or 5 moves. The current situation is much worse than when he was able to control Rong Palace after careful planning. The Yunlang army didn't spend much effort to easily seize Rong Palace and ruin his plan. He spent more than 10 years to set up this situation. But it was ruined. It caught him off guard and ruined his plan. His breath became heavy again. The king of Qin grabbed Su Rao and made Su Rao stand in front of him. Then he turned his eyes to Yun Ji and Xian Ichi Xiao, who were staring at his hand holding Su Rao's neck. They were all breathless. Because of this, the two of them cared about him, so they were afraid that he would hurt their beloved ones by accident. Such a deep affection. Such a deep friendship for Rao. Even if the Yunlang army was a brave and warlike Su family, what would it matter? As long as Rao was around, Yun Ji and Prince Yi had to listen to him. No matter how brave the Yunlang army was, they had to put down their swords and surrender. For Rao, they all had to surrender. You two are both outstanding people. Rare talents in the 3 kingdoms. How could you not win the heart of a woman? You treat my niece with deep affection. This kind of affection, deep and righteous, makes me very happy. It is also her blessing that Rao cares so much about you too. Since it is her blessing, let Wu Yang go first. Otherwise it will make Rao feel embarrassed. The heavy breath returned to peace during these words. Peaceful and gentle. But that kind of deep feeling, the deep feeling of having thousands of scheming in the heart, has not disappeared, but has become stronger. So the hand holding Su Rao's neck tightened slightly again. This strangled Su Rao's throat, making it impossible for Su Rao to speak more. Unable to say a word to Yun Ji and Xian Ichi Xiao. And also used this method to warn Yun Ji and Xian Ichi Xiao to let Wu Yang go. Otherwise his uncle Wang might hurt Rao. Crack. The sound of the jade fingers pinching made a blue mark on the back of the white hand. And the silver-black mask could not hide Yun Ji's fluctuating heart at this moment. Xian Ichi Xiao also reacted in this way, and glanced at Yun Ji. Yun Ji was such a calm person. Even when he handed Su Rao to him, he had never been so angry. And now, he was furious. Yun Ji said that Yun Ji was born without fame or gain. In this life, he only wishes for one person to live a safe and smooth life. If she is hurt in the slightest, no matter who hurts her, Yun Ji will give everything he has to destroy his hopes and expectations until his death. With the most ordinary voice, he said the most powerful words. Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Ji untied Wu Yang's acupuncture points. During this period, he never looked at Wu Yang, but just expressed his attitude to King Qin. Then, Yun Ji stopped his eyes on Su Rao again. Yun Ji was still Yun Ji, and he had not turned into Han Emotion. He had not been affected by King Qin's words of using Su Rao as a threat, causing Han Imo Chen to appear again. Even if he was angry, he was still Yun Ji, facing Su Rao. The corners of his mouth contained a light smile. A light and very warm smile. A smile that could turn the snow color of the mountain stream and melt the cold glacier. And he was willing to melt it. Rao Rao. Don't be sad. Yun Ji is there for everything. Su Rao, who was originally calm, had a misty color lingering in her eyelids. The mist blurred her vision, but it could not cover the warmth in her eyes. Her bright eyes also fell on Yun Ji. When their eyes met, Su Rao suddenly curved her mouth and smiled at Yun Ji. This smile also attracted her heart. She was not hurt. Not hurt at all. She just felt very cold just now. Just very cold. Originally she wanted to shiver. But now, she was no longer cold. Your Highness. As soon as Wu Yang was free, he rushed to the side of the King of Qin. His expression was solemn and tense. Outside the palace, the Yunlang army surrounded the Zhongjia palace with lightning speed, just like they did at that time. But even faster. Wu Yang saw that the remaining guards, who followed him into the palace, immediately guarded the King of Qin and Su Rao. He also ordered several deputy generals to keep an eye on Yun Ji, Xian Yi Shao, and Su De to prevent them from attacking. This defensive arrangement commanded the positions of the guards. East, south, west and north, with their backs facing each other, so they could attack or defend, which contained strange techniques. Wu Yang was indeed a rare general. His on-the-spot reaction was worthy of the King of Qin's reliance on him. And he rescued Su Rao at the request of Su Rao. Go. Get the things. Wu Yang had just commanded the defense of the surroundings when the King of Qin gave such an order. Wu Yang understood. And immediately, he strode to the body of Old Ding and took the cane of Old Ding that had fallen into the hall. Why did Wu Yang take the cane this time? And what was the mystery behind Old Ding's cane? With just one glance, Su Rao seemed to understand something in her heart. She looked at the expression in the King of Qin's eyes when Wu Yang brought Old Ding's cane to the King of Qin. It was a kind of extremely hot greed, which actually felt very similar to Ronke. The greedy human desire. The ambition that can never be satisfied. Ha! Ha ha ha! Such a sneer was in Su Rao's throat. She wanted to sneer like this. She wanted to sneer like this in her heart. But she couldn't laugh. Even when the hand that was strangling her neck loosened slightly when Ding Lao's crutches were taken over. Su Rao could have spoken again. But she just couldn't laugh. Even sneering felt exhausting. Staring at her Uncle Wang for a long time. Staring for a long time also made Su Rao feel like she was about to shed a red tear. The whites of her eyes turned red. And red bloodshot spread around her eyes, outlining the increasingly chilling coldness in her eyes. This chilly feeling can penetrate the heart. Yun Ji said that Yunling's matter is not simple. Seeing Uncle Wang's greedy face like Ronke, Su Rao still sneered at these words. That's all she said. Yunling escorted Mr. Zhu out of the city. And there were many Yun guards escorting Mr. Zhu at that time, including Yun De and Yun Shiba. They were both good at martial arts. So why did Yunling get seriously injured and fainted in the backyard of Fengya Xiaoju in Huajia Lucheng? And almost died there. Yun De and Yun Shiba and other Yun guards were poisoned to death in the thatched cottage in the forest. They were all first-class guards. And with Mr. Zhu there, they still died tragically, dying from the poisonous drug. And Mr. Zhu was missing. And it was unknown whether he was safe or not. There must have been a big fight during this incident. But what kind of fight was it? And who was behind it? It was not until now that she suddenly realized it. Su Rao no longer paid attention to her Uncle Wang, and spoke to herself. A big fight made Yun Ji discover that Fengya Xiuju in the red light district was related to old Prince Yun. And he also got confirmation from old Prince Yun. And he also knew that Yunling had been secretly doing things for old Prince Yun. But because of this, Yun Ji was moved. Yunling went to Fengya Xiuju with a serious injury and fainted in the backyard. The reason behind it must be no small matter. Because of his moved heart, Yun Ji made two speculations. One was that Yunling went there by himself, and he forced himself to go with a seriously injured body, which would bring about the result. Yunling was seriously injured, and Su Rao knew it when she checked him. He was seriously injured before Yunling went to Huajia. He still forced himself to enter the city under such an injury, and went directly to Fengya Xiaoju in Huajia, which means he must have something urgent to tell old Prince Yun. When old Prince Yun came to Danyang, Yunling happened to escort Mr. Zhu when he arrived at the Danliang Imperial City. Yunling didn't know that old Prince Yun had arrived in the Imperial City. So he went to Fengya Xiaoju to let Wu Yang contact old Prince Yun. But in the end, Yunling fainted in the backyard, and Fengya Xiaoju was exposed. And Wu Yang was also arrested. So what kind of urgent matter could make Yunling not worry about it? Since he was seriously injured, if he went to Fengya Xiaoju, there would be someone chasing and tracking him. His going there might expose Fengya Xiaoju, and even expose old Prince Yun. Even so, he still went there. This further shows that Yunling's urgent matter is imminent and extremely important. He can't consider whether he is exposed or not. He must inform the old Prince Yun. Moreover, Yunling is Yunji's guard. Yunji is also clear about Yunling's ability. Even if he is surrounded, Yunling will never be seriously injured like that. And he is seriously injured without being poisoned. At that time, they could only think of the secret army that Ronke raised in secret to seriously injure Yunling so badly when Yunling was in good condition. And Su De and Su Shiba, the Yun guards who escorted Mr. Zhu, all died of poisoning. Such methods are indeed in line with the Ding family as a Danliang medical family. But even if he had such thoughts in his heart, he could not dispel Yunji's doubts. He felt something unusual in his heart. It was because when the Ding family chased Yunling to Xianaju, it was the day after Su Er rescued Yunling for a day and a night. Fengya House was exposed the night after Yunling was rescued by Su Er, which was the night when Su Rao treated Yunling. During this period, there was a day difference in the daytime. The Ding family's medicine rat had a keen sense of smell, and Yunling was seriously injured. Since the Ding family had tracked Yunling and his family with the medicine rat, and Yunling's smell had not disappeared at that time, how could it take a whole day to track to Fengya House and find this base in the middle of the night? Yunji was meticulous and exquisite. He only needed to think carefully about these anomalies and then unravel them. He could easily find that something was wrong inside this place. And there must be something they didn't know. The second possibility was that someone else put the seriously injured and unconscious Yunling in Fengya House. The abnormal result of this possibility was completely another result. After all, if you don't go there deliberately, you won't walk there casually. Then, only someone else brought the seriously injured and unconscious Yunling there, taking the seriously injured and unconscious Yunling to the backyard of Fengya Xiaoju and putting him down. It can be seen that this person is not from Ronke's side. After all, Fengya Xiaoju was managed by Wu Yang at that time, and Wu Yang was one of Ronke's confidants at that time, and there was no risk of exposure. Then it can be thought that it was not Ronke's side, and it is impossible that it was from the side of old Prince Yun. There is only one possibility, a bold speculation by Yunji, that there is another force in Danliang State, which is more hidden than Xiaoyao Tower and old Prince Yun. Later, Yun Feng brought back the news at a critical moment that Mr. Zhu had not been caught. But the magic pill stolen by Mr. Zhu returned to the hands of old Ding. When being chased by the Ding family, Mr. Zhu's body, whose face was injured, fell into the forest and carried the stolen magic pill. When Yunji knew about this, and Yun Feng was very sure that Mr. Zhu's body was fake, Yunji had already confirmed his bold second possible speculation in his mind, and the first possibility could be temporarily ruled out. The people who hurt Yunling were not from the Ding family, nor were they the secret soldiers raised by Ronke. If those secret soldiers seriously injured Yunling, and old Ding took back the stolen magic pill, then Mr. Zhu should not be in their hands. Assuming that Mr. Zhu escaped by chance, with the influence of Xiaoyao Tower in Danliang, it is impossible for Xiao Mubai to search for so long and still have no news about Mr. Zhu. Thinking of all these things, Yunji could only come to one conclusion in the end. Since Mr. Zhu was not in the hands of old Ding and Ronke, and Xiao Mubai could not find him, he could only be in the hands of others, captured by a force they did not know. Behind all of them, there was a big hand that wanted to control the overall situation, and was always spying on the situation in Danliang in the dark. But at that time, Ronke was pressing forward step by step, and the welcoming banquet had already arrived. They had no time to check, which further confirmed Yunji's speculation. After thinking for a while, there was only one plan: to lure the snake out of its hole, since that big hand wanted to reap the benefits behind the scenes. Then give him the benefits and see if he would swallow it. Who? This deep, warm breath, under Su Rao's self-centered words, finally couldn't help but show this shocked reaction. Shocked and unbelievable. It was hard for the king of Qin to believe that the heart of Prince Ji was really so terrible. without any signs. He could infer that there was someone else behind the scenes, just because a guard was seriously injured and fainted. He was so clear-headed. It was terrifying to think about it carefully. He had been hiding for more than 10 years, and he had been holding back from showing up. Unless the plot was crucial, he would secretly leave the palace. He was cautious and careful. Because of this, even in Yunqi's eyes, he had no idea that he was secretly plotting in the past 10 years. Therefore, he had never realized that the Su family escaped with death and survived after being in danger. And in Yunyu's hands, they would actually evacuate from Langjing safely. His eyes focused on Suda again. Although Suda was the only one here, how could the king of Qin not understand what Su Wu said when he was taken away? He was so careful. For the sake of his overall situation, he had been forbearing and hiding in the dark for more than 10 years. His actions did not expose him at all. How could he be easily discovered by others? After thinking for a moment, the king of Qin's shock finally subsided and his expression returned to normal. Obviously, although Su Rao's words did make the king of Qin feel strange, the king of Qin still believed in his caution. He ignored Su Rao. No matter how much Su Rao said, why did she talk to herself this time? At this moment, the king of Qin would not be distracted by this. Just when he was about to tell Wu Yang something else, Su Rao said something again, and in the middle of this word, she moved. Rao doesn't understand. Absolutely not. But Rao wants to understand. The drooping soft hand, between the index and middle fingers of the left hand, a fine silver flashed out. King Qin felt a sharp pain in his side. And then his right hand went numb, and he lost consciousness in an instant. In this moment of loss of feeling, Su Rao had already escaped from King Qin's control. And when she escaped, her right hand also moved at the same time. The palm power brought a gust of wind and attacked Wu Yang. The bright red sleeves fluttered, and with just one palm and one movement, the cane in Wu Yang's hand fell into Su Rao's hand. Immediately, she jumped up. The guards guarding in front of Su Rao had not reacted yet, and they only saw a touch of red passing over their heads from the corner of their eyes. And Su Rao had already arrived beside Yunji. This series of actions took only a breath. When Su Rao stood firm and her cold peach blossom eyes fell on King Qin again, King Qin and Wu Yang's faces changed. The guards beside them also reacted and rushed forward, wanting to catch them when only Su Rao and the other four were in the hall. Otherwise the prince's plan would fail. As soon as he moved, the sleeve arrow shot to an inch in front of their feet. The rough boy rushed over from the corridor at the first time. He was always paying attention to the situation in the hall, and reacted very quickly. Although he looked rough and had a big beard on his face, he was completely a rough man. But he was extremely fast and brave in action. Before people stepped into the hall, the sledgehammer flew over and slammed on the ground in front of the guards, who rushed forward. And the arrows shot on the ground were smashed into 2 pieces by his sledgehammer. And the good floor tiles were smashed into broken bricks, choking out some dust and floating in the air. The steps of the capital guards were stopped in this way. They quickly gathered, and all of them protected the front of King Qin in a breath. The rough boy who rushed into Zhongjia Hall, and the Yunlang army that followed also quickly protected Su Rao and his men. The swords and spears between the two sides almost filled Zhongjia Hall, making the originally unobstructed pavilion narrow. Uncle Wang. What kind of mystery is hidden in this crutch? Uncle Wang has been planning for more than 10 years. Why did he go far away? What kind of big fuss was Yunling's injury? What my brother said? Is there such a thing? Is it to restore the country and avenge hatred? Or is it just human greed? Xin Rao. I want to find out. In the hall, it seemed that the two sides were evenly matched. Like water and fire. Su Rao raised the crutch in her hand and told all the confusions in her heart. Was Uncle Wang a stranger for a long time? Or was Uncle Wang a stranger from the beginning to the end? But she had never seen it clearly. She wanted to understand it. Only by understanding this point could she decide whether she should understand it or not. And then she could think about how she should treat her uncle. This legitimate uncle. The red eyelids and the redness around the eye sockets had completely spread to the end of Su Rao's eyes. But there was still no pain on her face. There was only that coldness. Even though the sun was getting brighter and brighter, the midday sun was hanging in the sky, and the light it cast down released its warmth to the utmost. But it could not dispel the coldness on Su Rao's body at all. Who? King Qin once again let out such a heavy breath. And his right hand, which had regained consciousness, curled up because of this. although there were no blue veins. He just clenched it like that. But from his breathing, he could still sense his mood changing again. Su Rao had other weapons on her body, which caught him off guard. Without Su Rao, who could trap Yun Ji, Xian Qi Xiao and Yun Lang Jun, the opportunity would be lost. What Su Rao wanted to understand this time was the mystery hidden in Ding Lao's cane. Why he had been planning to go far away and use Dan Yang as a trap for more than 10 years. Yun Ling's injury and Su Da's words. What exactly did he do? What did he want to do? And what exactly did he want? Since she wanted to know so much and wanted him to tell it in person, then he would tell her everything. And what would be wrong with telling it in person? Go far away and use Dan Yang as a trap. Rao Rao is smart. And since she has taken the cane, you should have understood it in your heart. Moving his feet, just like Su Rao forced him to show up, King Qin took a big step forward, without the need for the capital guards to protect him and protect his safety. Your Majesty. No. Wu Yan wanted to stop him, but King Qin waved his hand and stepped aside. When he walked to the front, the King of Qin stood in front of the capital guards, with his hands behind his back, looking directly at Su Rao. He did not feel guilty at all, nor did he show any fear. Tamliang Wenru. Why not choose this layout? Ronka has the elixir formula, and since Uncle Wang knows it, why can't he use it for himself? Yun Ling accidentally ran into Uncle Wang and realized what Uncle Wang was planning. He couldn't keep him. If he hadn't been rescued by others, he would have died at the hands of Wu Yang. Why did Uncle Wang lead the Jingfu Yue and the Ding family to search for him? And let you realize it? Every word and every sentence. The King of Qin didn't think there was anything wrong with what he did. He had been planning for more than 10 years to eliminate Yun Lang and the commanders of the Siam army, and then set up this game with Tamliang as the base, destroying the emperor of Tamliang in order to plan for the country of Tamliang. By then, Dan Yang will fall into his hands, and Yun Lang and Zhu Xian will have no commander to lead the army. He will use Ronka's elixir recipe to create puppets, and use the bodies of Dan Liang's soldiers to solve the contradictions of his great Qin. He will lead his troops to conquer, wipe out Yun Lang and Zhu Xian, and restore the glory of his great Qin empire for 100 years. Since Rao Rao wants to understand, then the answer of the uncle, Rao Rao can understand it. After answering Su Rao's confusion, the King of Qin raised his hand and pointed directly at Su Da. During this action, he seemed to feel a flash of disappointment in his eyes. Disappointment with Su Rao. As for Rao Rao's last question, the uncle still answered in the same way. Whether you understand it or not, wait in the imperial temple to worship the wrong souls of our great Qin. Rao Rao asked yourself. You may want to understand. Obviously, Su Rao had already made up her mind about what her Uncle Wang was up to. Greedy ambitions and desires. People's hearts eroded by power. First, the eldest brother would not say such words for no reason, and he rushed to Dan Yang in time at such a critical moment. It must be that something happened to Yun Lang during their stay in Dan Yang that they didn't know. Second, after the eldest brother said that, all the reactions of the uncle revealed that he was abnormal, and he coveted the pill formula held by Ding Lao. With all these performances, how could Su Rao still believe in her initial belief, and believe that her Uncle Wang was the Uncle Wang more than 10 years ago, and not that he had changed? But now, the Uncle Wang answered, and answered again, for the decision she had already shown. For the words of the eldest brother, he still answered in the same way, without any excuse for himself. Just let her understand, and wait until she saw the hundreds of wronged souls of the Qin dynasty in the imperial temple to think it through. Such an uncle, knowing that if he defended himself, even if it was just 1 or 2 sentences, she might be shaken. Shaken, because uncle knew that she cared. She really cared about her family, but he just didn't. Just so stubbornly didn't defend himself. But such an uncle who didn't defend himself still made her shaken. Shook her inner determination. Especially when the King of Qin didn't defend himself, but did something that was so directly pointed at Su Da. He made it clear to Su Rao that he was also clear about Su Rao's decision. Since between Uncle Wang and her brother, who was not related by blood, Rao Rao had chosen to believe her brother, then it was meaningless whether Uncle Wang defended or not. Rao Rao, either return the recipe to Uncle Wang and convince Prince Jiwa to help Great Qin capture Dan Liang and Yun Lang without bloodshed, or draw your swords against Uncle Wang. If you can kill Uncle Wang, then all 3 kingdoms will be safe, And Uncle Wang will just think that Princess Raorao of Great Qin has already been burned to death and never survived. The hand pointing directly at Su De was towards Su Rao. And he stretched out his palm, forcing Su Rao to choose De Qin and be Qin Rao again, or to choose to destroy the three kingdoms of De Qin and be the upright daughter raised by the Su family. When Su Rao held her hand not long ago, she had felt the roughness of the palm, the calluses of frostbite left by more than a dozen years in prison, the traces left by suffering, now stretched out towards her like this, can more clearly see the scars and scabs. The 5 fingers and palms are not delicate at all. It is no longer the palm of a pampered prince. Su Rao raised the soft hand of the crutch, even her whole arm. Maybe because she raised it for too long, or maybe because the crutch of Ding Lao was too heavy. She suddenly felt the tendons in her arm were extremely sore, and she was so sore that she couldn't hold the crutch for a while. Yunji asked himself, I only have a little understanding of people's hearts. I dare not say that I can really see through people's hearts. But now I know that in front of the capable, I really show off. Yunji's heart is not even 1/10,000th of King Qin's. Yunji took the cane from Su Rao's hand and held Su Rao's hand, without any force, just very gently, to relieve Su Rao's pain. Not physical pain, but the pain in her heart at this moment. Rao Rao believes in her brother. This is because Rao Rao knows that her brother will not speak nonsense. You are Rao Rao's uncle. You used Rao Rao at the beginning, but Rao Rao still firmly chose you. Even if Rao Rao knows that you want to use her to restore the country, she also firmly believes that you are her uncle who loves her, and she chooses to believe in you unswervingly. The cool voice can clear the heart. Things have changed now. Rao Rao has given you opportunities again and again, giving you the opportunity to defend yourself. But you did not make it clear. And yet, you hoped that Rao Rao would continue to choose you. Yunji really does not agree with your thoughts. In this case, let brother explain his reasons. After all, is the prince worthy of being Rao Rao's uncle? No need. Su De, who had not said anything because Su Rao was arrested, and Yunji secretly waved his hand to stop him, took a big step forward and was about to speak again to explain why he said that. The king of Qin said so angrily and hastily stopped Su De from speaking, and his expression changed again. This time, the king of Qin's rapid and extreme reaction had made it clear that Su De did not need to say anything more, because the fall of the Qin dynasty was related to him, the king of Qin. Such a thought finally exploded in his mind, and the soft hand held by Yunji suddenly tightened its strength, which also made Su Rao's eyes feel cold and thin as if wrapped in heavy frost. The thickness of the frost not only froze her body, but also froze her heart, which had just had a trace of warmth, and completely chilled it. However, before Su Rao could react again, the king of Qin shouted loudly, "Bring the people out." The people brought out were not the old Prince Yun and Su Wu who were invited to leave, but the escorts of the escort agency. They came out from another side hall outside the pool, wearing the palace clothes of the inner palace of Dan Yongrong Palace. They appeared not only them, but also Ying and Isu. But Ying and Isu were in their hands, with their hands and feet tied and their mouths blocked. In this situation, it is obvious that the people who were rescued and brought back by Uncle Hao and live secretly in their great Qin kingdom are all Uncle Wang's people. The king of Qin still has such a backup plan, and it is Ying and Isu. For a moment, Yunji and Su Da's faces changed, and their reactions were more obvious than when Su Rao was caught by the king of Qin, because they all knew in their hearts that Ying and Isu were important to Su Rao. Xian Yi Xiao also frowned in response. The Yunlang army outside Zhongjiao Palace also quickly surrounded the escorts, but the escorts had Ying and her brother in their hands, which bound the Yunlang army outside the palace. Uncle Wang would not have done this. Why did Rao Rao force Uncle Wang again and again? After everything is over, why not figure it out in the imperial temple? Why must it be now? Mumbling words that only the king of Qin could hear. These words also made his expression a little gloomy, but in just a moment, it turned into deepness. Rao Rao, come here. Give the crutches to Uncle Wang. Be a good princess Rao Rao of Daqin, and your two subordinates will be safe. This one word is a threat again. Under the words of the king of Qin, the escort who held Ying, the dagger in his hand stabbed into Ying's arm without any hesitation. Bright red blood oozed out, and the blood flowed down from Ying's arm, dripping onto the steps of the palace in an instant. The red was dazzling, and it also pierced Su Rao's already red eyes, as if it was about to bleed. Su Rao suddenly felt that she was having difficulty breathing, and her eyes went straight to the side hall on the other side. Seeing that Ying's face had changed due to pain, she still shook her head at her anxiously. Miss, you must not compromise for their brother and sister. Su was the same. Miss, please don't. Looking at this, Su Rao trembled even more, unable to control the trembling of her body. The death of Uncle Hao and Qin Yang rushed into her mind. Qin Yang committed suicide to save her, and Uncle Hao was pierced by thousands of arrows to protect her. Now, will their children, their twin children, also die because of her? Rao Rao, send the things back to Uncle Wang. Go back to Uncle Wang. You are still Uncle Wang's most beloved niece. Don't let Uncle Wang say another word. The King of Qin still stretched out his big hand. The big hand with chilblains, waiting for Su Rao to compromise. Huh? Slowly, Su Rao controlled her trembling body, but still stared at Ying and Isu on the other side. The expressions on their faces were exactly the same as those of Qin Yang and Uncle Hao, who were ready to die at that time. They were not afraid of death, but only hoped that the young lady would not be bound by them. You dare to commit suicide. Qin Rao will never forgive you in this life. The voice was extremely depressed, and she squeezed out every word from Su Rao's throat, and her eyes met with Ying and Isu in the air. With this last look, she retracted her expression and lowered her eyes to look at the crutches taken by Yunji. Her reaction was to compromise. Xianiqi Xiao looked at him, and his eyebrows were filled with worry again. He pressed the wound with a little force, and after a moment, he opened his mouth to remind him. The King of Qin was already trapped. If Su Rao chose to compromise now, this good situation would be in vain. At that time, Su Rao would be at the mercy of others and become a prisoner. Rao, don't move rashly. Su De also said that although he knew that Su Rao cared about Ying and her brother and sister, if they easily compromised, Ying and Isu might not be let go, and Rao would fall into the hands of the King of Qin again, and her life would be at stake. These two people were all worried about Su Rao's safety. And Yunji, who was holding Su Rao's jade fingers, exerted a little force at this time. A heavy force, which made Su Rao feel pain in her fingers. When the body hurts, the heart will also feel a sense of being alive, so that the heart will not be really cold. Rao, let's compromise. Instead of persuading Su Rao to calm down and think of countermeasures calmly, Yunji made this decision for Su Rao directly. No one felt the blow of Uncle Hao and Qin Yang's death to Su Rao more personally than Yunji. Under such a threat at this moment, King Qin will not wait for them to think of countermeasures, and he can't hesitate any longer. Otherwise the next one to bleed is Isu, and Su Rao will still be in pain. Holding Su Rao's hand and squeezing it again, he looked into Su Rao's eyes. Although the mask blocked her eyes, Yunji's pity in his eyes was clear at a glance, which made Su Rao's cold eyes shake. After looking at each other like this, Yunji pulled Su Rao over. Prince, Su De and Xianiqi Xiao frowned at Yunji's choice. Su De wanted to stop them, but Xianiqi Xiao shook his head and stopped Su De instead. The cold roving eyes watched Yunji, who was pulling Su Rao step by step. Although he was not wearing Yuehua's clothes, but the same black robe as him, his aura was unparalleled. His choice was because he knew what Su Rao was thinking. There was also a breath of trance in her eyes. In a trance, she saw that he had made a decision for Su Rao and shot the abandoned Prince Yunlang. Su Rao's reaction at that time. She also looked at him and was touched. But it was just touched, not emotional for him. She and Yunlang Jiuezi, they are sympathetic to each other. And with him, she is just grateful. Yunji pulled Su Rao over and stood in front of King Qin. The old and the young faced each other again, still without fighting, and faced each other peacefully. Then, Yunji pressed 2 acupoints on his body. Just after 2 acupoints, his face turned pale, and cold sweat oozed out of his forehead. Yunji, what are you doing? Su Rao immediately became anxious. Yunji sealed his acupuncture points and sealed his internal force, which made Su Rao's eyes droop for a moment. But her cold heart became fresh again, and the heavy frost in her eyes melted away. Don't be upset. Rao. Yunji doesn't want to hurt Rao. So only in this way can the prince feel at ease. The corner of his mouth was smiling, gentle and delicate. Yunji stroked Su Rao's cheek and smoothed away the anger between her eyebrows. It was just a temporary sealing of the internal force. No problem. Afterwards, he held the cane forward and returned it to the King of Qin. Rao is concerned about Yunji. Now Yunji has sealed his inner strength and bound himself. Rao Rao can become the princess of Daqin again. Yunji can also persuade the ministers of Danliang for the king of Qin and take down Danliang. I hope the king of Qin can let Ying and her sister go and not let Rao Rao suffer the burning pain again. Old Ding's crutches were placed horizontally in front of him. The Jiyue prince, who was still the light of the sky, offered them with both hands. He even used himself as a hostage to bind Su Rao. He humbled himself like this just to make Su Rao feel at ease. Yunji like this made the king of Qin calm down again. When he saw Su Rao being pulled over by Yunji, after Yunji humbled himself, she looked at his uncle and no longer cared at all. What she had was the kind of look she gave to a dead person. The palms that Yunji and Su Rao had put down were curled up again. And this time, they were curled up with force, which showed that the king of Qin was in turmoil again. But such turmoil was still only for a moment. Yunlang Jiyu, the prince, can fight against thousands of troops alone. He is the light of Yunlang's sky. The prince is so humble and humble. Rao Rao must not act rashly. Otherwise she will trample on the deep friendship of Jiyu. The words were profound. The king of Qin did not take the cane first. His eyes swept over Su Rao. Or more precisely, his hands. Su Rao understood the look. He moved his hands, and the silver needles in his sleeves fell to the ground. All the hidden weapons on his body were handed over. Even without these, I can still deal with you, said this calmly. Su Rao never called the king of Qin uncle again, but the most unfamiliar enemy. Deal with uncle. Very good. Then uncle will wait and see. Taking back the cane. The king of Qin's eyes swept over Su Rao. He did not ask Su Rao to seal her internal strength. Nor did he hold Su Rao again. He just asked Wu Yang to keep an eye on Yunji first. And then looked at Su De. What he meant by this look was very clear. Please lead the troops to retreat outside the palace. Yunji promised that he would hand Rao Rao to him intact. Yunji spoke. Brother, you lead the troops out first and station outside the palace. Let Qin Rao handle her family affairs herself. Su Rao also said this. Cold and indifferent words. But when talking to Su De, there was a touch of warmth in her eyes. A touch of heat belonging to Su Rao. Rao. Su Da's breath was heavy, and his eyes were still full of anger. But in the end, under Su Rao's gaze, he let the rough boy lead the troops out. And he also retreated out of the palace. But he didn't go far, and guarded on the palace platform outside Zhongjia Palace, and never left. When Su De led the troops out like this, Xian Yi Shao was immediately surrounded by the Dui army and captured. The king of Qin was completely satisfied, and let Wu Yang wave to the outside. And the escort, who stabbed Ying, tore off a piece of cloth from his body to bandage Ying's wound. Then, they took Ying and her brother and sister and retreated to the side hall behind them. Just like how they treated old Prince Yun and Su Wu. They detained Ying and Isu again. Old Prince Yun and Su Wu were still in the hands of the capital guards. Although the Yunlang army rushed in and had taken control of the situation. The capital guards guarding old Prince Yun and others used the bodies of old Prince Yun and Su Wu as a barrier. So the Yunlang army could not rush into the side hall rashly, and could only surround them from the outside first. Prince Jiyue, the promise I made to the old Prince Yun is now also a promise I made to you. When my long-cherished wish is fulfilled, I will release the Ying siblings, and will not hurt Rao Rao in the slightest. Now, follow me to do the first thing. The voice became gentle, and he became the uncle who loved Su Rao again. He held Yunji's wrist, and pulled Yunji to the palace. The direction and location showed that the king of Qin was going to take Yunji to see the crazy fake Queen Yun. What are you going to do with Yunji? Suddenly, his voice was deep. Su Rao wanted to catch up, but was stopped by Wu Yang. Princess, don't move rashly, so as not to hurt Prince Jiyue. Keeping an arm's length away from Su Rao, Wu Yang stopped Su Rao with a sword. Although Su Rao no longer had a hidden weapon, Wu Yang was still alert in his heart, alerting Su Rao to move again. The sword was across her neck, and Su Rao's drooping hands made a sound. But she did not move again. She could only look at Yunji. At this moment, she was still confused. Rongku was dead. Rongfeng had committed suicide. Why did he keep a fake Queen Yun who had gone crazy? When the king of Qin pulled Yunji over, he suddenly understood why he kept the fake Queen Yun. Back then, the rebels who destroyed our great Qin were Yunyu, the prince of Yunlang, and Rongku, the prince of Danyang. These two conspired, and Zhu Xian participated. Together with these real culprits, the treacherous and cunning people who instigated behind the scenes. Now only this vicious woman, who is full of calculations, is left. This vicious woman. Let Prince Jiyue do it himself. And hang this head on the top of the Danyang imperial city to sacrifice to our great Qin flags covering the sky. Obviously, the king of Qin himself has already revealed that he was also related to the fall of the great Qin. But now he has made this painful declaration, directly pushing Yunji forward and letting Yunji kill the fake Queen Yun. That year, the three vassal states used such a face and a beauty to plot the destruction of his great Qin. Now he will also use this face as a sacrifice. Sacrifice blood and flags. And start his great Qin restoration. He did this. Behave like this. And Su Rao would no longer have palpitations in her heart. And still have foolish hopes in her heart. The uncle is still the uncle. Su Rao just finds it funny. How can he be so heartbroken? His target, from the beginning to the end, was not her niece, but the Yunlang Jiuyue prince, who was famous for the light of the Yunlang sky and could resist thousands of troops alone. Did he actually want Yunji to help him? Using her as a trap to lure Yunji into willingly taking the bait and being used by him? What a great Qin king! What a shrewd method! What a pure heart! He really should be looked at by his grandfather and father. And look at their son and brother. If the Qin was in his hands, with his cunning methods, he would not have ended up destroying the country overnight. With cold sarcasm, Su Rao turned her head and looked at Wu Yang. Then he said coldly, "You followed him. Swore to die loyally. Is it for the restoration of the country? Or for profit? You know his mind and cunning. Or are you trying to please him? Princess, be careful with your words." The words that choked on the water came from the palace. Pei Liang, who was shot into the blood pool by Su De, only climbed out of the pool at this moment, bypassed the spiral corridor guarded by Su De and the rough boy and other Yunlang soldiers, and climbed up from the position where Siam Mu Yaling came up. After climbing up to the palace, he twisted his wide sleeves full of water stains, and wiped the water stains on his face several times, tidied his appearance a little, and questioned Su Rao. The pain of the prince, the humiliation. We have worked hard for the restoration of the country for 10 years. But the princess did not help us. And now she is mocking us like this. Let me ask the princess. When the princess hid in the Su family for 10 years, and started the war between Yunlang and the Siamese countries, how cunning was the princess? Pei Liang. There is no point in saying more. The king of Qin scolded him. And there was no need for Pei Liang to speak for him. Pei Liang had to stop talking. He had stayed in the pool for too long. Although he had tidied up his appearance, he still looked embarrassed. His official hat was gone, and his body was covered with water stains. There was also a strong smell of blood in the pool, which had already penetrated into his official uniform. Compared with the ventilation in the hall at this moment, the blood smell on Pei Liang's body felt heavy and pungent, especially when he came in and got closer to the king of Qin and Yunji. The pungent smell of blood became more obvious, even though Su Rao and Pei Liang were separated by a distance. Su Rao was extremely sensitive to the smell of blood. The smell of blood was so pungent that she could easily smell it, although too many bodies had been buried in the pool outside the hall, and the water in the pool had long been stained. The water in the pool was living water. Even if the blood was thick, it should not be so pungent. The pungent feeling was abnormal. Hee hee. Hee hee. Such crazy laughter suddenly sounded when Pei Liang came over. The fake Queen Yun, who was holding Rong Feng like crazy, patted Rong Feng's body and murmured, "Feng, be good. Feng, listen to me. I will avenge Feng. Feng, don't be afraid. I am here. I will let them be buried with me." Such words were spoken softly like coaxing a child. But the expression on her face, that fairy-like and beautiful face, as she laughed more and more, crow's feet twisted at the corners of her eyes, became hideous because of the crazy laughter. "My precious children, come out!" With such a shout, Pei Liang covered his neck with his hand, and a spotted venomous snake jumped out from Pei Liang's collar, biting Pei Liang's neck with its sinister fangs. Pei Liang's face turned blue on the spot, and he collapsed to the ground in an instant. Before the fake Queen Yun could react, another spotted venomous snake jumped out from her wide sleeves and attacked the king of Qin. The venomous snake that bit Pei Liang also attacked Yunji again. "Your Highness." "Hi, quickly." Wu Yang was shocked and was about to run over. His wrist was stabbed with pain. The long sword that was originally across Su Rao's neck fell from Wu Yang's hand to Su Rao's hand. She snatched the sword and threw it to Yunji without a moment's delay. Yunji, take the sword. Su Rao completely forgot that Yunji had a soft sword and Han Machen's soft sword on him. When she threw the sword over, she also ran over Wu Yang. Wu Yang covered his arm that was pinched and hurt, and he could no longer care about Su Rao. He quickly took the sword from the deputy general of the Due army beside him and rushed to the palace after Su Rao. In this moment of crisis, the king of Qin immediately drew out the sword from his waist and slashed at the poisonous snake that was flying towards him. The sword cut off the snake 7 inches from the body. As soon as the snake was cut, the snake broke into 2 sections, splashing out deep red snake blood. The king of Qin suddenly felt his left hand empty. The cane in his left hand was taken away by someone in this moment of change. As soon as the poisonous snake attacked, the next moment the cane was taken away. A stream of smoke spread out from around the fake Queen Yun. The smoke was lingering, carrying a pungent bloody smell that was very similar to that on Pei Liang. Ha ha ha. All die. All die. The wanton and crazy laughter. The crazy laughter. Only to hear the sound of a click in such laughter. And the sound of the mechanism being opened. With the sound of the mechanism, the smoke became thicker and came out from the small opening at the tip of the cane. The thick smoke could blur the vision and cover the eyes with a layer of mist. This fog is poisonous. Yunji, hold your breath and retreat quickly. Su Rao ran over, covering her mouth and nose with one hand, and pulling Yunji out of the mist with the other hand. Retreat and jump into the hall. The king of Qin and others did the same. Wu Yang ran over quickly, also covering his mouth and nose to protect the king of Qin and retreat quickly, and retreated from the hall. Ah, ah, ah. The screams continued in the hall, and more poisonous snakes crawled out of the pool outside the hall. This fog was not only poisonous, but also tempted the poisonous snakes. The poisonous snakes were stimulated by the fog, and the cold snake eyes were scarlet. This is a venomous snake as thick as a forearm jumped out of the river pool and attacked Xianiqi Xiao. The slippery snake still had water stains from the pool outside the temple. When it jumped over, the water dripped onto the ground. Its gloomy snake eyes were red. In just one glance, Xianiqi Xiao's expression suddenly turned cold. This mad state of the snake was the same as the tiger and wolf he and Su Rao encountered at Guanyang Peak. A mad state of madness. Xianiqi Xiao recognized it, and Su Rao naturally recognized it too. After leaving the poisonous fog with Yunji, Su Rao quickly unsealed the acupuncture points for Yunji, took the sword in Yunji's hand, and slashed the venomous snakes that attacked them. Venomous snakes of different sizes and thicknesses were densely packed in a group. Before one group was dealt with, another group came, crawling into the temple with a rustling sound, spitting out snake tongues. In the corridor outside the palace, people were also coming out of the pool. Suda and the rough boy had no time to support Su Rao. As soon as Suda killed a group of poisonous snakes with his spear, several more jumped onto the palace platform. You sinister villains! You killed my father and children, killed my husband and stole the country. Today, I want you all to be buried in my baby's belly and buried with them. The fake Queen Yin directly pulled out the mechanism on the head of the cane, and the thick fog was no longer restrained, surging out, completely fogging the ground in the palace. She opened her arms and laughed crazily. The moonlight phoenix robe stained red by Rongfeng's blood was unfolded like this, and the white phoenix wings on the wide sleeves were stained with blood. The white phoenix chirped, and when it was stained with blood, it turned into a blood phoenix, full of hostility. In the thick fog, she was like a witch entangled by evil. Moreover, with the face of Princess Yun, she made such a sinister and crazy gesture, which fell into Yunji's eyes, making Yunji breathe heavily. Su Rao noticed it in time, and her soft hand blocked Yunji's eyes that were about to change again. Ah Xiao. She is not Lady Yunji. Yunji suddenly closed his eyes, and Han Emotion in his heart heard this sentence. I know. Ah Xiao knows that my mother died a long time ago. There was no bloodthirstiness in the phoenix eyes. He pulled down Su Rao's soft hand and focused on the worry on Su Rao's face. His heart was throbbing, making him clearly feel that his heartbeat was rapid and difficult to calm down. At this time, it was definitely not the time for Han Emotion to reappear. Your Highness. On the King of Qin's side, snakes also swarmed over. Wu Yang and the guards who followed him killed them one by one. They could not be completely killed with swords. They jumped on the ground and climbed onto Pei Liang, who had been bitten and poisoned to death, and some guards who were bitten again. In a moment, they wrapped up their bodies, one by one, and their scalps numbed. After cutting off another piece, Wu Yang took out a bag of oil paper from his arms and looked at the king of Qin. These poisonous creatures are inexhaustible. More than half of their people have been killed. If they don't use this medicine to break out of the encirclement, the prince will be in danger. Get out as fast as possible. With a deep voice, the king of Qin also took out a bag of medicine powder from his armor, which was the medicine powder used by the Dui army to restrain Ronku's magic soldiers. The king of Qin took out the medicine powder and glanced at Su Rao and Yunji. He saw that they were crawling under their feet in groups. Red, yellow, green and black. And they had all jumped to the heel position. At this moment, the two of them looked at each other affectionately. The breath suddenly became heavy. What are they doing? Qin Rao. What are you doing? Waiting to die? This is a harsh word. Throwing the medicine bag in his hand, the king of Qin jumped into the air, moved his sword, broke the medicine bag from the middle, and then moved his palm. The powder followed the wind in the king of Qin's palm and floated to Su Rao's side. The snakes jumped to the snakes at Su Rao's feet. Just like a mouse meeting a cat, the powder fell on the snakes, and it was like a snake thrown into a frying pan. The snakes were in chaos. After running around and bumping around, they lost their momentum. The boneless snakes became even softer. Your Highness, Wu Yang frowned when he saw that the king of Qin actually gave the powder on his body to Su Rao. He wanted to throw the powder in his hand to make away. But now he had to change his strategy and quickly sprinkle all his powder around the king of Qin to protect him. A slight pungent smell was wafting up the air. The approaching snakes seemed to be facing a great enemy and did not dare to jump forward. They twisted their bodies, and their sinister eyes glowed even scarlet. They stuck out their tongues and made rustling sounds. They did not dare to rush forward, but they did not retreat either. Groups of snakes surrounded them. The ground was full of poisonous snakes, and there was hardly any gap for them to rush out. Uncle Wang, King Qin's actions, under the situation of being besieged by a group of snakes, could threaten his life at any time. But he still gave his own protective medicine to Su Rao, which made Su Rao stare in amazement. Yunji also raised his eyebrows, and the phoenix eyes under the mask also looked at King Qin. At this moment, he was also confused about what kind of person King Qin was. It was obvious that from what he did, he used Su Rao, and he was also a person who was related to the fall of the Qin dynasty. He was not soft at all when he threatened Su Rao. But now, he was protecting Su Rao so much. And he protected Su Rao first when he was in a dilemma. Why did he do this? He was confused. But now was not the time for Yunji to explore. Although the snake stopped temporarily because of the sprinkled powder, the whole hall was surrounded by snakes. And from the looks of Wu Yang and others, the king of Qin did not have much medicine powder in their hands. If they did not get out of the snake siege as soon as possible, after the effect of the medicine wore off, the snakes would not stop and attack again and again, and it would be even more difficult for them to get out. Phoenix eyes focused on the fake Queen Yun, whose face was ferocious again because of the snakes in the palace. Her pupils were bulging. Her face was distorted. And her mother's fairy charm was unparalleled. Even if she was disguised on her face, she could not hold it up. It turned out that she was not crazy. She pretended to be crazy and stupid just to wait for an opportunity to counterattack. To catch a thief. Catch the king first. The black clothes were folded up and jumped high into the sky. Holding his breath, he drew out the soft sword from his waist. And while his body was spinning, Yunji rushed into the mist. Rao Rao. It's time. As he moved, Yunji said this to Su Rao, which no one else understood. What is time? King Qin, Wu Yang and others all looked at Su Rao. Xian Yi Chi Xiao understood clearly what Ming Xiao Yunji meant. Su Er had not made any movement from beginning to end. Su Er and Yun Mujing, who had discussed with Wu Yang to act separately, had not shown up yet. Su Dadu had entered Rong Palace, but they had not shown up at all, so they must have other arrangements. At Yunji's words, Su Rao calmed down her heart that had been shaken by the action of the king of Qin. She touched the ground with her toes, and leaped up in the red dress. She stepped on a pillar in the open palace, avoiding the dense snakes on the ground and using the force to get out. As soon as she got out of the palace, she pulled out a red jade hairpin pinned in her hair and pointed it towards the sky. With a whoosh, a string of fireworks exploded in the sky. The The gorgeous fireworks were reflected in the bright sunshine. And no matter where she was in the imperial city, she could see it clearly. Su Rao gave a secret signal, and then moved in the air, using the pillar to return to the palace with the same body movement, and landed on the original place. Yun Ji, who entered the mist, also broke the neck of the fake Queen Yun with a sword. As her jade fingers passed by, she took back the crutch in the fake Queen Yun's hand, and directly took the hairpin in the fake Queen Yun's hair, and blocked the secret opening on the crutch with the hairpin head. The thick fog, without the source of release, also died down, and there was no more trouble. The fog gradually dissipated, and the vision in the palace was clear. Yun Ji killed the fake Queen Yun with a sword to avenge his mother. The fake Queen Yun was like Rong Ku and Ding Lao. She was unwilling to die like this, but she had to die. The body rolled down the palace platform, and the bloody hand stretched out from a distance, making a move to touch her child. But she was too far away from Rong Feng. Even if she tried her best, she could not touch her child, her only son. With such panting breath, the severed artery, and the continuous bleeding, she could no longer make a sound. But she strangely bent the corners of her mouth, and turned her head to Su Rao with difficulty, staring at the hand that Su Rao had held the crutch. Staring at it, and there was no breath. Su Rao felt strange at her reaction, and quickly stretched out her hand. Only then did she realize that there was a faint smell on her hand. A smell that smelled like medicinal sandalwood. She had not noticed it before because the smell in the hall was mixed. Sha! 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 The snakes that had temporarily stopped attacking because of the powder attacked again. And one by one, they jumped towards Su Rao and King Qin, both of whom had crutches. In this attack, the snakes actually jumped directly into the air, one by one, swooping down like crazy. Another wave of snakes crawled out, with completely scarlet eyes, and they flocked one after another. As they flew, they completely submerged all the bodies that had fallen in the hall. Whether it was Pei Liang or the Due who died of poisoning, or even the bodies of Ding Lao and Rongke, they all fell under these increasingly huge snakes. The same was true in the hall. A new smell mixed with the light fragrance of medicinal sandalwood and the poison of mist further stimulated the poisonous snakes under the river pool around Zhongjia Palace. They climbed up to the palace and squirmed in groups, causing the originally safe palace to fall into danger at the moment when the fake Queen Yun was killed. There were also spotted poisonous snakes as thick as arms, crawling out of the blood pool, with a string of water stains on their smooth snakes, crossing the air, dripping to the ground, and directly jumping to the palace and flying towards Yun Ji. The snake mouth was wide open. The fangs were sharp, and the sticky venom was secreted. At first glance, it was extremely eerie. The snakes jumped up to the palace, and the bodies of Xiaomu Yaling and Rong Feng in the palace were also in danger of falling into the snake's belly. Xiam Yiqi saw it, and immediately he flew to the palace to protect Xiaomu Yaling's body. Yun Ji also protected Rong Feng's body after killing the poisonous snake that rushed towards him. Yun Ji's internal force has been released. Su Rao doesn't need to worry about him at this moment, and she can't get away. She is surrounded by dense crowds, and the long sword in her hand is already bleeding endlessly. The blood of poisonous snakes is more red than human blood, and the red is black. The Qin Wang is better than Su Rao. After all, the medicine powder is in a circle instead of being scattered, so the effect is more lasting. The snakes are flying forward and can't get close to the Qin Wang for a while. Seeing Su Rao fighting the snakes alone, Yun Ji can't come down from the palace for a while, and the Qin Wang breathes heavily again. Wu Yang, go help the princess. With this order, he spoke in a low voice, and then added, bring the princess here. Wu Yang is the main force to protect the Qin Wang. Before, the Qin Wang gave his medicine powder to Su Rao, which was already disregarding his own safety. Now he ordered Wu Yang like this, which put his own safety in danger. Wu Yang's brows became more and more unhappy, but he couldn't disobey the king of Qin. Just as he was about to fly over, a red light passed over his head, and Su Rao came over by herself. After this matter is over, we need to sit down and have a good talk. With such a solemn word, Su Rao cut off a poisonous snake that flew from behind the king of Qin with a sword, and stood behind the king of Qin, protecting Wu Yang from the front and back. She made such a choice, and protected him so much. The king of Qin was silent for a breath, turned his head, and looked at his niece behind him. Her straight and tall body, even though she was a girl, her heroic figure, the daughter of a general, was no worse than that of a man. And even better, there was pity in his eyes again. And the king of Qin moved his lips slightly. But he didn't say anything more. The snakes attacked, and their bodies piled up so much that they submerged the circle of medicine powder under their severed corpses. As 1, 2, 3, and several more passed, the medicine powder completely lost its medicinal properties, and could no longer block the dense blood that continued to pour out from the pool of blood behind them. At a glance, they swarmed back and forth like a plague, no less than 100, staining the pool and the terrace. I don't know what the princess just said, and whether the princess has any reinforcements. The situation was so urgent and serious that Wu Yang had to ask Su Rao what she had just done. If there was a backup plan, there were reinforcements, and he didn't know when they would arrive. He cut the poisonous snake with another sword, and the snake blood splashed on his face, adding a murderous touch to Wu Yang's handsome face. Su Rao ignored it and cut it again with a sword. After that, she looked at Yunji, who had also killed countless poisonous snakes in the hall. At the same time, Yunji grabbed Rongfeng's body. Seeing this, Xian Yiqishao also took Xian Muyaling and held her in his arms. Go first. I will be fine. With a decisive word, Su Rao curved the lower corner of her mouth towards Yunji. Yunji hesitated only for a moment. And so did Xian Yiqishao. The two of them took the bodies of Rongfeng and Xian Muyaling and fled out of Zhongjia Palace first, escaping from the snakes. As soon as the two of them left and stepped onto the imperial garden, they caught a glimpse of small dots flying from the sky, like flying birds. The dots gradually grew larger, and the wings of the birds became more and more obvious. Under the wings were not real birds, but cloud guards, led by Yun Feng. The gentle and warm midday breeze also became a little hurried, especially when Yun Feng and the others flew over. Their sleeves were blown by the wind. When they reached the sky above the imperial garden, they saw the densely packed Zhongjia Palace. Yun Feng's eyebrows moved, and he met Yunji's eyes. At a glance, he understood, and raised his hands high in the sky, making a move to let the cloud guards behind him prepare. The cloud guards flying high in the sky all pointed their right arms directly at the position of Zhongjia Palace. In unison, tied to their arms were sleeve quivers that were similar to the wrist guards tied to Yun Mujing's wrists. My cousin, please take care of him. Prince Yi. As soon as Yun Feng was ready, Yunji handed Rongfeng to Xian Yiqishao to take care of him, and handed Ding Lao's walking stick to Xian Yiqishao. And then he went back to Zhongjia Palace to Su Rao's side. Su Rao also understood his return, and did not say much. Seeing Yunji nod, Su Rao said to Wu Yang, once the kerosene is out, it will burn out, and this place will turn into a sea of fire. Get out of the palace as quickly as possible, and take care of your own life and death. After saying that, Su Rao and Yunji held up the king of Qin on the left and right, and the swords in their hands turned into two blooming flowers. All the snakes that flew over were eliminated. The cut snake bodies scattered, and the blood splashed like meteors, showing the unparalleled elegance of the bloodbath. As they leaped into the air, sleeve arrows whizzed in from outside. The sleeve arrows did not carry any sparks, but when the arrows touched the ground, sparks flew out. It was just a small friction with the floor tiles, and the kerosene on the sleeve arrows ignited. Then, 2, 3, and 10,000 arrows were fired at the same time. Wu Yang and the few remaining deputy generals of the Dui army were dumbfounded. Their eyes widened, and the flames blasted into their eyes, getting more and more intense. Under the flames in the hall, the snakes were burned and their skin and flesh turned up. The snakes danced wildly. Go! It was Wu Yang who shouted this, and several people rushed out. Under the fire, the flames were burning. They dodged at a very fast speed, but still felt their faces and arms were scalding, burning with scorching fire. Su Rao and Yunji, along with the king of Qin, had already stepped into the spiral corridor. Su Rao also shouted to Suda, brother, let's go! In the spiral corridor, in the corner pavilion, the Yunlang army and the snake group were still fighting, and many Yunlang soldiers had already been killed by the poisonous snakes and submerged under the snakes' bodies. Seeing another Yunlang soldier twitching and falling to the ground, Su Rao's breath was heavy. She asked Yunji to take King Qin to the shore first, and she rushed to the pavilion. The sword in her hand swept across, and a white light flashed, cutting from the snake's head to the snake's tail. cutting a giant snake that was about to jump onto the rough boy's arm vertically. Everyone, back to back. Retreat. With the blessing of kerosene. The fire in Zhongjia Hall has been raging and spreading outward. Suda has also felt the temperature around his body rising sharply. He shouted, picked up the snake with his gun again, and killed Su Rao. Rao. Let's go! The brother and sister also stood back to back, maintaining this formation, entrusting the safety of their backs to each other, before the poisonous snakes in the pools on both sides jumped up. They cut them in half, not giving the snakes a chance to get ashore again. Wu Yang and others have also rushed out of the hall, and they also formed a formation like Su Rao and others, retreating quickly and rushing through the corridor. Most of the snakes in the pools on both sides of the spiral corridor were killed by swords. Those that were not killed but jumped onto the corridor were also hit by the sleeve arrows aimed at them by Yufeng and his men. Those that were not hit were also buried in the fire caused by the arrows hitting the ground in the spiral corridor, and became roasted delicacies. The corridor pavilions also caught fire, and the surrounding pavilions also turned into a sea of fire. The corridor also became a fire dragon, not only chasing the snakes, but also chasing Su Rao and his men. If they were a little slower, they would be burned by the fire, and their lives would be in danger. Fortunately, Su Rao and Su De commanded properly, and the Yunlang army was all in uniform. Even in such a critical situation, there was no disorder in the formation. You stepped on his heels with your front foot, and they all stepped in unison one by one. Those who were alive retreated safely to the Imperial Garden. After everyone evacuated, Yufeng and others in the sky had no more worries. Under Yunfeng's command, they controlled their wings to fly to the edge of the pool, and shot down sleeve arrows along the river pool. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sleeve arrows brushed against the polished round stones on the edge of the pool, sparking sparks, and the entire river pool, including the Zhongjia Palace, was surrounded by a huge fire. The bright red flame soared into the sky, and the heat waves surged. Even though the pool outside the Zhongjia Palace was a living water pool, it could not stop the already vast sea of fire, and water could not extinguish the fire. Cough. The sea of fire was so big that it not only burned up the endless snakes, but also burned the entire Zhongjia Palace. The thick smoke rolled up like a dark cloud, choking into the nose. Choking such a cough. The king of Qin covered his mouth and nose, staring at the vast sea of fire in his eyes. The suffocating feeling of the thick smoke rushing over and choking his nose was exactly the same as the physical touch of the East Palace that was on fire when the Qin dynasty was destroyed. He turned his head and looked at Su Rao, who was quietly staring at the sea of fire beside him. She just looked at it quietly, without any hatred on her face. Even though she was wearing a red dress, the color of blood, she no longer had that kind of depression around her. She suppressed the hatred in her heart, and endured the hatred in her heart. She really let it go, and was really calm. Rao Rao's hatred has been precipitated for a full 10 years. But there is such a person, and such a family, who want to pull Rao Rao out of the dark abyss, and live well, just for Rao Rao to live a stable and smooth life in the future. She also turned her head, her bright peach eyes, and met the gaze of Uncle Wang on her. Su Rao said such words, which was also the wish of her father and mother. Rao Rao understands and comprehends Uncle Wang's hatred. Rao Rao has never wanted to obstruct Uncle Wang, nor will she stop him. Rao Rao's choice is only her own choice, not Uncle Wang's choice. Rao Rao has no right to choose to let go for Uncle Wang, and she cannot replace him. Su Rao told King Qin these words frankly at this moment. She looked directly into King Qin's eyes, and once again, looked directly at her Uncle Wang. She was honest, and she also wanted to be honest. She only wanted the real truth now. How much did Uncle Wang participate in the fall of their great Qin? Was he coerced or tempted? Or did he have desires in his heart? The fire was getting bigger and bigger, and the billowing smoke was getting thicker and thicker, choking her nose, choking her throat and eyes, and making her eyes sore and wanting to cry. King Qin never replied to Su Rao. His drooping hands were squeezed again with strength, and veins popped out. He reacted like this, but he still didn't want to tell Su Rao the truth. Su Rao looked at him, pursed her lips, and a flash of disappointment flashed through her eyes. She turned her gaze away from the king of Qin, and her face turned cold again. She still refused to say a word. Okay. This is the last chance Rao Rao gives Uncle Wang. Since Uncle Wang still doesn't answer. Okay. From now on, I will never be soft-hearted, And there is no possibility of being soft-hearted. Even when I know the truth in the end. No matter what the truth is. There is no possibility of being moved at all. It is done. And it is wrong. Rao Rao. This urgent voice blocked Su Rao's last ruthlessness. Under such a fire, there was actually a fish that slipped through the net. A venomous snake as the color of a pebble. I don't know whether it has been hiding in this imperial garden from the beginning, or quietly crawling out of the sea of fire. He crawled over, and just when everyone's mind was on Su Rao and King Qin, it suddenly jumped up and pounced directly on Su Rao, who was in the middle. Its speed was so fast, and its fangs were sharp. Yunji realized at first glance that it was too late to cut it with a sword, and he had never thought of shocking it with internal force, which was the fastest way to deal with this poisonous snake. Instinctively, Yunji grabbed Su Rao and held her in his arms, exposing his back to the fangs, protecting Su Rao without caring about his own safety. The fish that escaped the net still bit a person. In such a group of venomous snakes, no harm was done. In this moment, with so many masters, it was a small snake, but it bit a big man. Yunji protected Su Rao, but not himself. He instinctively exposed his back, but he didn't expect that there was someone like him, with the same body and thoughts. Before the King of Qin could retract his hand that was stretched out to catch the venomous snake, he fell down. The venomous snake that had been caught also escaped the crisis, but was followed by the quick-eyed and quick-handed Suda, who shot it with a spear, and the spear picked up the 7 inches, and the snake's body was cut off. Your Highness. Uncle. The King of Qin fell down, and Wu Yang's face changed drastically. He hurriedly supported the King of Qin. The King of Qin was bitten on the tiger's mouth. Just a small bite, and the King of Qin twitched, and his face turned blue. As soon as Su Rao was released by Yunji, she immediately squatted down and quickly grabbed the right wrist of the King of Qin. Yunji, who squatted down, then tore off a strip of cloth from his clothes and helped Su Rao tie it up to prevent the poisonous snake from entering his body too quickly. Xian Ichi Xiao, give me the dagger. After tying it up, Su Rao asked Xian Ichi Xiao for the dagger without delay and performed first aid. She made a cross-shaped cut on the mouth of the King of Qin where the poisonous snake bit her, and pressed hard with both thumbs to squeeze out the poisonous blood. Su Rao used this method to treat the King of Qin as soon as possible. When Wu Yang saw it, he was furious. He was already annoyed because the King of Qin had put himself in danger several times because of Su Rao. Now the King of Qin was poisoned by Su Rao again. Su Rao actually forced out the poison with the force of her fingertips. The poison of this venomous snake must be extremely poisonous. In just a moment, the king's face turned completely blue. How could the king be saved with such means? Wu Yang was about to push Su Rao away and suck out the poison for the King of Qin. The king had just been poisoned, and as long as he sucked out the poisonous blood quickly, he could save the king's life. As soon as Wu Yang raised his hand, Yunji understood what he was thinking and immediately stopped Wu Yang without disturbing Su Rao. It is not advisable to suck out snake venom with your lips. Not only can it not save people, but it will also kill the person who sucked the poison. I need silver needles. A lot of them. Su Rao did not notice Wu Yang's actions. Her hands did not stop. The fingertips of her thumbs were pressed white and purple. She did not raise her head and gave this order again. Wu Yang's face was anxious for a while. He supported the King of Qin and could not move. In Rome Palace, the only people who could get the silver needles from the Imperial Medical Bureau at the fastest speed were him, and the few remaining Due army behind him. They were familiar with Rome Palace and could be the fastest. Immediately, a deputy general of the Due army ran away. Uncle Wang, you haven't told me yet. You haven't explained the mystery in my heart. You must not let me fall asleep. Seeing that the King of Qin was getting weaker and weaker, and was about to faint, Su Rao spoke with a heavy breath. Her face was extremely calm. So calm that it felt like she only cared about the real truth. She didn't care about the life or death of the King of Qin at all. She only cared about the truth she wanted. That's all. Even if the King of Qin was bidden to save her. But Yunji, Xian Ichi Xiao, and Su De all knew that Su Rao's terrifying calmness was the reaction of her weakest emotion in her heart. Uncle Wang, did you hear me? You haven't told me yet. If you close your eyes, I will never allow it. Your great cause of restoring the country has just begun. You haven't taken Rao Rao back. You haven't built the great Qin Emperor Temple. You haven't put the tablets of the Qin family's ancestors back. If you close your eyes, you may be willing. With every word, she frowned more and more. But the watercolor hidden in her bright peach eyes quietly moistened her eye sockets and turned red again. The king of Qin, who was about to lose consciousness, slowly opened his eyes and breathed quickly during this light seeing Su Rao's anxiety hidden under her calmness. He moved his left hand, wanting to touch Su Rao. But as soon as he raised his hand, he secretly put it down. Su Rao didn't notice this small move, but Yunji saw it, and his expression under the mask moved again. Rao! Rao! After this difficult sound, the king of Qin turned his eyes to Wu Yan again and ordered that if he died here, the soldiers of the great Qin army would follow the princess's lead. With just this order, the king of Qin still closed his eyes and fainted. The deputy commander of the capital guards also took the silver needles as quickly as possible. Su Rao immediately asked Wu Yan to remove the armor on the king of Qin. He held the needle with 5 fingers and inserted it directly through the inner clothes. When the needle entered the skin, the king of Qin's body trembled. Then, more poisonous blood flowed out of the cut wound. In a moment, sweat oozed from the king of Qin's forehead, and a trace of blood gradually appeared on his blue face. Moments, seconds passed. Su Rao's tightly pursed mouth corners slowly calmed down. Her facial expression was very light and shallow. If you didn't pay close attention, it would be difficult to notice her subtle changes. With just this little reaction, Yunji understood that the king of Qin was no longer in danger of death. Rao Rao. What's wrong? Yunji asked this question. Wu Yan also stared at Su Rao's reaction. Su Rao breathed a sigh of relief, and her tense nerves relaxed. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and began to withdraw the needle. He nodded to Yunji while withdrawing the needles. The poisonous blood had been forced out by 70% to 80%, and his life was temporarily safe. After withdrawing all the silver needles, he checked the pulse of King Qin with 3 fingers to confirm that King Qin was really not in danger of life, and then ordered to carry King Qin to the side hall. Yes. At this moment, Wu Yan was no longer angry. First, King Qin still did not tell Su Rao the truth, but ordered him. And then Su Rao spared no effort to treat him. How could Wu Yan be angry again? He carefully carried King Qin to a side hall that was not affected by the fire. Rao, are you okay? Suda then spoke with concern and pulled Su Rao up, who was still squatting. Yunji supported Su Rao on the other side, without saying anything more, holding Su Rao's soft hand, interlocking their fingers. Brother, you take care of this place. Su Rao shook her head. She was fine. She pulled Yunji and asked the deputy general of the Dui army, who went to the Imperial Medical Bureau, to get the silver needle to take them to the Imperial Medical Bureau. Although the poison of the king of Qin was forced out by 70% to 80%, it must be completely neutralized with medicine as soon as possible. The crisis in Zhongjia Palace has been eliminated. Suda and Xian Yiqishao are here to take care of the remaining affairs. Su Rao took Yunji to the Imperial Medical Bureau to find a decoction of antidote. The king of Qin lost too much blood and needed to replenish his blood in time. Su Rao pulled Yunji away, still very calm. In this way, it was difficult for Suda and Xian Yiqishao and others to care about her. She said she was fine, and Yunji was by her side. Suda and Xian Yiqishao handled the subsequent affairs separately. They carried Mo Ying and Su Han, who were weak due to the Chinese medicine, to the empty side hall. Those weak divine soldiers were tied up and imprisoned. Old Prince Yun, Su Wu, and Ying siblings, who were held in custody by the capital's guards, have not been released yet. Suda negotiated with Wu Yang. In the current situation, it was meaningless for Wu Yang and his men to detain old Prince Yun. Why not release old Prince Yun and Su Wu and Ying? As for other matters, after King Qin wakes up, let King Qin and Su Rao, the uncle and nephew, sit down and talk calmly. And King Qin has also ordered them to follow Su Rao's lead. If so, there is no need for both sides to continue to fight and face each other with swords. Suda tried to persuade them with kind words, but Wu Yang was unmoved. He just said that their prince only told him that if something happened, they would follow the princess. Now their prince just fainted. Since the prince is fine, then they will naturally follow the prince's orders. If Wu Yang does not let go, the Dui army will not release them. Although if the Yunlang army breaks in by force, they can also rescue old Prince Yun and others. But there will definitely be another war. as long as the king of Qin saved Su Rao regardless of his own safety. Su De could not resort to violence again. The king of Qin was Su Rao's uncle. Even if Su De came, he knew that the king of Qin had ill intentions. So he could not be as angry as when he first came. There was no other way. After discussing with Yun Feng, Su De ordered the Yunlang army to surround Wu Yang, the king of Qin, the remaining Dui army, and the old prince Yun and others, and wait for Su Rao and Yun Ji to come back before making a decision. One day, the sky was clear, and the sun had passed its most brilliant moment. The slanting light from the west fell on the palaces, gradually lengthening the shadows of people walking on the palace road, and finally being submerged by the palace eaves, overlapping with the shadows of the houses cast by the palace eaves. The Imperial Medical Bureau had a complete range of medicinal materials, and the fake Queen Yun could secretly raise so many snakes in the palace. So there must be herbs that can detoxify in the Imperial Medical Bureau in case of an emergency. After Su Rao and Yun Ji followed the Deputy General of the Dui Army, Su Rao directly started to look for herbs that can detoxify snake venom. After a circle, no medicine for detoxification was found. Just as Su Rao was thinking, could the medicine be in the underground palace of the fake Queen Yun's bedroom? When he was about to go to the underground palace, Yun Ji found a dark room in the Imperial Medical Bureau, which was full of various detoxifying herbs. After finding the detoxifying herbs, Su Rao immediately started weighing and grinding, lighting a fire, setting up a pot, and boiling the antidote. During this period, the guard never left Su Rao's side, especially staring at Su Rao's hands. Although he didn't know the herbs, he still looked at her carefully, probably because he was afraid that Su Rao would do something secretly. He looked at her carefully, but Su Rao ignored him. After the medicine pot was put on the stove, she hugged her arms and leaned against the pillar of the hall. Her bright peach eyes stared at the medicine pot on the stove without blinking. Although she looked at the medicine pot like this, her bright peach eyes were stunned. Stunned. The whole person was stunned and quiet, and felt that there was no extra human emotional temperature. She was very similar to the cold Han Machin, the cold and lonely feeling of the ice cave. The only difference from Han Machin was that Su Rao didn't have the bloodthirsty and murderous feeling of Han Machin. Rao is tired. Close your eyes and take a rest for a while. She had not rested for a whole night. At this moment, the sun was slanting away. Su Rao's heart was in turmoil again. Yun Ji felt distressed. Su Rao must be very tired at this moment. Not only was she tired physically, but she was also tired in her heart. However, she was still so clear-headed. But it was her will that was at work. Her gentle words showed that Su Rao did not want to rest. Yun Ji pressed Su Rao's head on his shoulder, as if no one was around. He tilted his head and stared at her. Under the mask, there was tenderness in his phoenix eyes. With deep love, his jade fingers touched Su Rao's cheek, and finally blocked Su Rao's eyes, blocking the light in front of her eyes, and also blocking the burning stove and medicine pot reflected in her eyes. Rao is already very tired. Close your eyes and rest. Yunji has long been a doctor. With Yunji watching the medicine for Rao, there will be no problem. Tenderly whispering, like a trickle of mountain stream, flowing through the heart and washing away the dust in the heart. Yunji directly embraced Su Rao in his arms, and patted Su Rao's back lightly, coaxing a child. I don't understand. Su Rao then closed her eyes, and buried her whole face in front of Yunji. Not caring about the Deputy General of the Capital Guards, who was guarding the other side of the medicine furnace. Her throat was hoarse. Mumbling secretly. She didn't understand. Really didn't understand. Whether it was ambition or national hatred. Why did he rescue again and again? What was done was done. What was wrong was wrong. No matter how much compensation was made, it could not be forgiven. Even if there were many reasons, this could not be a reason for doing wrong things. She did not accept it. Rao, don't think too much. If you don't understand, we will figure it out. We will understand it sooner or later. Now let's save people first, and don't let the ending become regrettable. Yunji comforted Su Rao softly by stroking the back of her head. Since the King of Qin was unwilling to say more, they would investigate it themselves. And sooner or later they would find out clearly and understand it. The medicine pot on the stove began to bubble, and steam rose from the edge of the medicine pot lid, making a gurgling sound of boiling medicine. Princess. The Deputy General of the Capital Guard Army looked at Su Rao for a moment, and he twisted his lips and spoke like this. It's not that the prince doesn't want to say it. But the truth may be cruel to the princess. Very cruel. The words just began. But there was no end. A hurried voice interrupted the deputy general's words. And Su Rao burned himself for a moment. The king of Qin died. He had forced out 70% to 80% of the poisonous blood. And his life should be safe. But just now, he coughed up blood for no reason. And the black blood spurted out. And then, he was no longer alive. Without even a last breath. Clang! The medicine pot was hooked by the red sleeves of the dress that flew up when she turned around in a hurry. And the boiling hot medicine was overturned and spilled on the back of her hand. In just a moment, the delicate back of her hand became red and hot. And then a piercing pain came. The skin and flesh were burned. And the scorching pain spread from the back of the hand to every pain nerve, causing sweat to appear on Su Rao's forehead. And she couldn't control her sweating. Rao Rao. Yunji hurriedly pulled Su Rao's right arm and put the scalded right hand into the water tank beside him. The coldness penetrated the epidermis and impacted and dissolved with a scorching feeling. The piercing pain slowly disappeared and the pain subsided. Su Dan, who came to report, rushed into the hall because Su Rao was so carelessly injured. He was anxious about Su Rao's injury. The deputy of the capital guard immediately grabbed Su Dan's shoulder and asked him what he meant. Su Rao also turned her head to look at Su Dan. The injury she suffered was not as shocking to Su Rao as the death of the king of Qin. Su Rao's reaction made Su Dan suppress his concern for Su Rao and repeat what he had just said. The wound on the back of the hand was soaked in cold water in time, and there was no blood blister. Yunji found ointment to apply and bandage it. Just after the bandage was completed, Su Dan had just finished speaking. Su Rao took a big step and went out of the Imperial Medical Bureau. In the whistling wind, the red figure disappeared. When the figure stopped, the person had already arrived outside the side hall where the king of Qin was temporarily staying. But he could not lift his feet and step onto the steps in front of him. In the bright eyes of peach blossoms, in the wide-open side hall, there was a screen with poems and paintings, and behind the screen was a hazy bed. The hazy figure could only be seen lying on the bed. That blurry figure. In addition, there was a figure kneeling in front of the bed, with her back prostrated. Wu Yang and the remaining deputy generals bid farewell to their prince in this way. Su Rao looked at it. But she still couldn't lift her feet. She felt a little shaky in front of her eyes. And the swaying made it even more difficult for her to see the inside of the hall and the figure of her uncle. Yunji followed her and stared at the figure standing under the side hall without entering. The figure was frozen, thin and desolate. When her knees were bent, she was about to kneel down on the steps. Yunji strode forward and supported her. Su Rao didn't kneel down, but her legs were weak. She couldn't lift them up, let alone stand steadily, let alone walk up to the steps. The ending turned into regret. Is this how it feels? In the end, Su Rao never stepped into this side hall. She never saw him for the last time. And at the last moment, she couldn't lift her feet to see the body after death. She was supported by Yunji, staring at the screen in the hall. And finally her eyelids were misty. The ending was still regretful. After all, it was still regretful. The truth that Uncle Wang was unwilling to tell her, and the truth that he took away were very cruel to her. Uncle Wang was unwilling to tell her because he wanted to protect her. So it could only be that Uncle Wang had national hatred and family resentment in his heart, not ambition. Uncle Wang was still the original Uncle Wang, and he had never changed. Should she be moved by such an Uncle Wang? After Mr. Zhu checked the sudden death of the king of Qin, he realized that Su Rao's emergency treatment was correct. It was the king of Qin himself. He had been in the dark prison for more than 10 years, and there was too much cold and gloomy air in his body. He had already been ill, and had penetrated into his bones. The 1 or 2 toxins that had not been eliminated were enough to kill him. With such a result, Mr. Zhu, who was from the hidden family of medicine and poison in Danyang, personally diagnosed the pulse. Although Wu Yang and others were sad, they could only accept the death of their prince, obey the prince's will and follow the princess's lead, since they had listened to Su Rao's order. Then the old Prince Yuan and Su Wu were all released safely. Ying's brother and sister were also safe, and did not become another tragedy. Su Rao did not punish the escorts, who captured Ying's brother and sister for what they did. She only let Wu Yang take them away and arrange their whereabouts. Mr. Zhu's disappearance was not punished much. Mr. Zhu's disappearance was also related to the escort agency. Mr. Zhu was found by the escort in the Huawei escort agency opened by the escort in the Danliang Imperial City. Su Er and Yun Mujing acted separately from Wu Yang. In fact, Su Er caught the little medicine boy in the Ding family clinic, and used the medicine rat raised by the medicine boy to find the smell of the magic pill and find Mr. Zhu. The escort explained everything. The king of Qin wanted to develop a powder to restrain the puppet magic weapon made by Ronke, so as to control the puppet magic weapon for his use. He needed a doctor with superb medical skills to control the puppet magic weapon for him. And this person must be wholeheartedly and without any other thoughts. Mr. Zhu, the doctor who was staring at the Ding family, was good friends with Su Rao and Yun Ji, and had superb medical skills. He was the most suitable candidate for the king of Qin. So, when Yunling and others escorted Mr. Zhu out of Beijing to hide, the escort was ordered to follow secretly. After Yunling arranged Mr. Zhu's safety and left, they were ready to seize the opportunity and catch Mr. Zhu. Coincidentally, Yunling, who was leaving the hut and preparing to return to Beijing, happened to run into King Qin, who came to Danyang in the forest, and heard King Qin's conspiracy. He was so frightened that he accidentally stepped on a dead branch on the ground and was discovered. Yunling was being hunted down, and the Ding family also used a poisoned rat to find the forest. So the escort master used a trick to replace the pillars, with the help of the Ding family and the Beijing government, in addition to Yun De and Yun Shiba, who were guarding Mr. Zhu. The Yun guards secretly attacked when the Ding family was chasing Mr. Zhu, causing Mr. Zhu to stumble and fall into the forest. During the moment when Mr. Zhu fell into the forest, they replaced Mr. Zhu with a corpse with a destroyed face, and replaced Mr. Zhu quietly. They did this extremely secretly. After replacing Mr. Zhu, they put him in the escort car and brought him to the escort agency. Hiding Mr. Zhu here is also the safest place that Su Rao and Yunji could not think of in a short time. Yunling was injured in the spine and fell into the forest, but he was not forced to fall. Yunling jumped down to escape. When he jumped down, he accidentally hit the rocks. Then Yunling rushed back to the imperial city overnight with his injuries, went to Fengyao residence to tell the old Prince Yun about the Qin Wang, and asked Wu Yang to contact him. And then he fainted in the backyard of Fengyao residence. Yunling fainted because Wu Yang attacked him from behind. Wu Yang knocked Yunling unconscious and was about to kill Yunling, but Su Er happened to appear and failed, fearing that Yunling would expose Qin Wang when he woke up. Wu Yang led the Ding family and the Beijing government guards, who had been led away to chase him by the smell of medicine to Fengyao residence. During this period, there was one more day. The day that made Yunji feel abnormal and realized that someone was behind the game. Wu Yang exposed Fengyao Shiju, and risked being exposed himself, and used the Ding family and the Jingfu Yahweh to capture Yunling. After this series of events, Xiao Mubai failed to find Mr. Zhu again, and the medicine rat followed the smell of Yunling to Xianiju. After this happened, Yunji thought of finding Mr. Zhu in the same way, and secretly discussed with Su Er to catch the little medicine boy. Su Er told Wu Yang that the Ding family's medicine shop was deserted, and the fewer people knew about what they did, the better. Yunji had doubts about Wu Yang, so he would not let him know all the plans. The last trick left for Yun Feng was that when Xiao Mubai was looking for Mr. Zhu, Su Rao ordered to prepare secretly. When the action was carried out, Su Er and Yun Mujing responded in the city, so that the sleeve quiver soaked in kerosene and the flying mechanical wings could be transported into the city quietly. There is no conspiracy that can't be solved by fire, since it is difficult to develop an antidote in a short time. Then burn it all with fire. This is what Su Rao said after the bloody night of Sun Shangshu's research failed. Moreover, the relationship between the Ding family and Mr. Zhu's family. Ding Lao has the second volume of Ning's Pharmacopoeia in his hand, and he also used the bone-pushing and disguise technique on the fake Queen Yun. So the poison in the palace is within the scope of Su Rao and Yunji's thinking. And preparing kerosene is a perfect plan. The day is warm and balmy, and the night is bright and beautiful. The climate of Danyang will never change due to the situation. A fire burned the entire Zhongzhou palace. There was no heavy rain to drown the fire, until the fire burned everything. The fire burned for a full half day and died down under the night. In the end, only the remains of the burned and collapsed house pillars and billowing smoke were left. The corpses piled up inside and outside the hall all turned into black charcoal, and it was impossible to tell which one was which. The nests of snakes were also buried in this sea of fire, turned into charcoal. and no longer as arrogant as they were during the day. After the fire died down, Suda ordered Yun Langjun to continue to deal with these ruins, and found a large amount of realgar in the Imperial Medical Bureau to destroy the snake nests that lived in the river pond and were actually nests in the underground palace. When a large number of snake nests were found in the underground palace under the river pond, the location was not far from the dungeon where Yun Muyue was imprisoned. Nests of snake eggs were still in the nests, densely packed, which made Su Wu and Yun Muyue, who had already woken up, feel numb. Su Wu immediately thanked Yun Muyue for his good fortune. He was in a snake nest, and could wait for him to rescue him intact. It really fulfilled Su Rao's words, "Fools have foolish luck." After this matter was dealt with, another night passed. The next day, the sun was warm, and the breeze was refreshing. The blood in Rome Palace could only be dispelled a little bit when the wind blew. The blood-black color on the stone road of the palace wall could not be washed away by rain, so it could only be imprinted on the stone cracks and floor tiles of the wall, and gradually penetrated into the ground, becoming the best witness of the killing that lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. After the killing, the weather was not good to deal with the follow-up aftermath. No rain was said to clean the remaining debris. It was only human power that could do it. Another day passed. Only on the 3rd day, all matters were handled properly. The entire Rome Palace fell into the hands of Yun Lang and Zhu Xian, and the Imperial City fell into the hands of Yun Lang. Because of the riot in Rome Palace and the fire in Zhongjia Palace, circles of thick ink rolled up in the sky like dark clouds, which frightened the people living in the Imperial City and almost caused civil strife in the dynasty. Fortunately, at this critical moment, a highly respected person stepped forward on behalf of Prime Minister Wang to prevent panic among the people and cause civil strife in the Danliang Imperial City.